In the referee's position, Fudge had replaced Crouch, but he did not appear pleased. The Ministry of Magic was experiencing turmoil. First, Bertha Jorkins had mysteriously disappeared, followed by Crouch, causing significant distress within the ministry. After finishing their meal, everyone made their way to the Quidditch pitch, now transformed for the final task. The 4 champions, surrounded by their families, were escorted to the venue alongside the referees. The Quidditch pitch had been drastically altered. Towering hedges, 20 feet high, enclosed the entire field, leaving only a dark, foreboding entrance. The audience filled the stands, anticipation thick in the air. The referees stood ready. Bagman approached the 4 champions, his usual cheerful demeanor intact. In a few moments, you will enter the maze. Should you find yourselves in danger and require assistance, fire red sparks into the sky. He gestured toward Professor McGonagall, Moody, and the other professors. They will patrol outside the maze. The moment you send up red sparks, they will come to your aid. However, be aware that doing so means you forfeit your chance at victory. The champions nodded, their expressions serious. All right then, let's begin. Bagman announced enthusiastically. The 4 champions were led to the entrance of the maze, awaiting their turn. Ladies and gentlemen. Bagman fired a blast into the sky, silencing the crowd before amplifying his voice with a spell. The final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to commence. Here are the current standings. Peter York leads with 91 points, followed by Harry Potter with 86 points. Victor Crumb holds 3rd place with 77 points, and Fleur Delacour is in 4th with 64 points. He continued, they will enter the maze in order of ranking. Their objective is to navigate the labyrinth, overcome its challenges, and reach the Triwizard Cup at the center. The first to do so will be crowned champion. Bagman turned to Peter. Now, Peter, wait for my signal. 3, 2, 1. With the shrill sound of the whistle, Peter stepped into the dark entrance of the maze. Behind him, the hedge sealed shut, leaving him surrounded by towering greenery and winding paths leading in multiple directions. Show me the way, Peter murmured, flicking his wand. Unlike his usual leisurely approach, he was determined to claim victory. He pressed forward. Another whistle sounded. Harry had entered the maze. Peter barely took a few steps when the hedges began to close in on him, vines twisting menacingly toward him, their sharp thorns glinting dangerously. With a flick of his wand, he blasted the vines aside and moved forward. But just as he rounded a corner, a mountain troll stood in his path, wielding a massive club. Without hesitation, the creature swung its weapon down toward him. Peter, momentarily surprised by the rapid attack, quickly reacted. With a well-aimed spell, he shattered the troll's club into splinters. Seeing the enraged creature charge at him blindly, he transfigured the broken wood into steel needles, sending them flying toward the troll's eyes. The troll let out an ear-splitting roar before collapsing, unmoving. Peter barely spared it a glance before continuing forward. However, the deeper he went, the more relentless the obstacles became. He encountered hinkypunks, blast-ended scroots, a sphinx, a ghoul, a boggart, and even a flock of hippogriffs, all of which attacked him as though he were their mortal enemy. At first, he assumed it was mere coincidence, but after facing one relentless assault after another, he realized someone was deliberately controlling these creatures to hinder his progress. Meanwhile, Harry progressed without any difficulty. The eerie lack of obstacles unsettled him, making him more cautious as he continued forward. Peter's patience wore thin. With every few steps, another obstacle presented itself, and it was clear he was being singled out. If he weren't certain that no one else was nearby, he would have dragged Professor Moody out and confronted him directly. Enough of this, Peter muttered, raising his wand. Confringo. A hedge exploded, creating a direct path ahead. Ignoring the usual constraints of the maze, he tore through obstacles using brute magical force. Bombarda Maxima. Another hedge wall shattered, granting him faster access to the trophy's location. As he stepped through the opening, a cold voice echoed from the shadows. Avada Kedavra. Peter, prepared for such a move, quickly conjured a thick wall of vines in front of him. The deadly curse shattered the barrier, but it had served its purpose. Victor. Peter called, spotting Crumb standing nearby with his wand raised. But something was off. Crumb's gaze was vacant, his movements mechanical. Without hesitation, he cast another killing curse, followed by a Cruciatus curse. Peter deflected both effortlessly. He realized Crumb was under the Imperius curse. Just as Peter was about to disarm him, another spell shot toward him from behind. He dodged swiftly, turning to see Fleur standing there, her face devoid of emotion, wand trained on him. Peter chuckled darkly. Ah, Barty Crouch Jr., you've really outdone yourself. Controlling not one, But 2 champions to stop me?
Impressive.
You must have figured I wouldn't use lethal force against them. His voice took on an almost hypnotic quality.
Look at me.
Both Crumb and Fleur instinctively turned their gazes toward him. Their eyes met his, 2 burning amber irises slit like a serpent's. Instantly they froze, their bodies petrified in place.
Peter sighed.
If it weren't for Harry, I'd have taken my time dealing with you. But I have a championship to win. He collected their wands, transforming tree branches into sturdy ropes to bind them. Then, he retrieved a small vial from his pocket, pouring a clear liquid into their mouths. Gradually, their rigid forms loosened, the petrification fading.
Peter smirked. Phoenix tears.
I like to call them dragon essence, though. As for where I got them, well, that's my little secret. With a flick of his wand, he sent red sparks into the sky, signaling for assistance. Then, without wasting another second, he sprinted toward the trophy. If Harry got there first, all of this effort would have been for nothing. The forces behind the scenes appeared to have abandoned their interference with Peter, and his path became significantly smoother, with fewer obstacles impeding his progress. However, Peter remained skeptical. He knew that Barty Crouch Jr. wouldn't surrender so easily, especially given his task from Voldemort, to capture Harry Potter. Yet, with no immediate threats, Peter increased his pace, rushing toward the heart of the maze. Soon, a sphinx emerged in his path. Up ahead, Harry Potter had also encountered the creature but had seemingly answered its riddle correctly and was already moving past it. Peter quickened his steps, intent on catching up, but the sphinx blocked his way. The sphinx was a magnificent, intimidating sight. Its body resembled that of a large, menacing lion, complete with massive claws and a powerful tail, yet its head bore the serene and wise features of a woman. Warrior, you are close to your goal. The shortest way forward is through me, the sphinx announced, her large amber eyes studying Peter intently. To pass, you must answer my riddle. If you answer correctly, I shall let you proceed. If you answer incorrectly, I shall strike you down. You may also choose to walk away and take another path, but you will not pass through me. Peter regarded the Sphinx. Intelligent magical creatures were rare, but the Sphinx was among the most revered. This particular one must have been acquired by the Ministry of Magic specifically for the tournament. However, Peter had no patience for riddles. He locked eyes with the Sphinx, his expression cold. His irises flickered into reptilian, amber-hued slits, his voice devoid of emotion. I don't have time for games. You have 2 choices, step aside and let me pass or face your demise. The Sphinx recoiled slightly at the threat. It was not accustomed to being challenged in such a manner. It hesitated for a moment before its pride surged forward, overriding any instinct for caution. With a furious snarl, the Sphinx disregarded the Ministry's instructions not to harm competitors. It lunged at Peter, claws flashing in the dim light. Foolish choice, Peter muttered. Raising his wand, he froze the Sphinx mid-air with a powerful spell. Then, locking eyes with the beast once more, he cast a petrification hex, turning the creature into solid stone in an instant. Without a second glance, Peter stepped past the now motionless Sphinx and continued toward his goal. The entire confrontation had lasted mere moments. By now, he was certain no more obstacles lay ahead, but Harry had gained a head start. If he didn't act quickly, Harry might reach the Triwizard Cup first, exactly as the orchestrators of this event intended. Determined to win, Peter followed his wand's guidance, opting for the most direct route. He discarded the maze's twisting paths, blasting through hedge walls to forge a straight path to the center. To further accelerate his pace, he enchanted his feet, increasing his speed beyond that of a cheetah. Each hedge that stood in his way was obliterated in bursts of magical force. Confringo. The spell tore open another hedge, revealing the Triwizard Cup in the distance, glowing faintly atop a stone pedestal. Peter smirked as he strode toward it. The cup was a stunning artifact, crafted from a crystalline blue material shaped similarly to the Goblet of Fire, though even more mesmerizing. Sensing a presence in the shadows, Peter's lips curled into a knowing sneer. Without hesitation, he reached for the trophy. Cruciatus. A deep hoarse voice rang out, launching the torture curse at him. Peter sidestepped swiftly, dodging the attack. He turned toward the darkened corridor. Professor Moody, impatient, aren't we? Don't want me winning the cup. A cold laugh emanated from the shadows. Peter York, you live up to your reputation. You suspected me, didn't you? A true Slytherin. Emerging from the darkness, Moody stepped forward, his artificial eye gleaming eerily. Peter's smirk widened. Oh, I wouldn't call you Professor Moody. Barty Crouch Jr. seems more fitting. If your goal was only to capture Harry Potter, I wouldn't have interfered. But this trophy is mine, and I won't let you hand it over to someone else. Barty's expression flickered with surprise before settling into amusement. You figured me out.
Impressive.
But it hardly matters now. I've led the other professors away under false pretenses. No one is coming to save you. His gaze turned calculating as he observed Peter. You really are remarkable. 4 years as Slytherin's top student. I didn't achieve that until my 7th year. No wonder the Dark Lord speaks so highly of you.
Peter's brow arched. Oh? Voldemort talks about me? How touching.
Barty's eyes darkened, jealousy flashing through them.
He respects your talent.
He wanted to make you his apprentice. But instead of being honored, you betrayed him when he was at his weakest.
Peter scoffed. Betrayed? Such an ugly word.
I prefer strategic decision. And let's be honest, Voldemort isn't exactly Merlin. If you want to worship him, that's your problem. Just leave me out of it. Barty's face twisted in fury. The Dark Lord values you more than you realize. He sees potential in you.
Peter smirked.
And yet, here you are, reduced to a lapdog doing his dirty work. I have to wonder, what did he promise you?
Power? Glory? Love?
Or was it just scraps of approval? Barty's grip on his wand tightened, his rage boiling over. You dare mock me? Peter's tone turned sharp, his words dripping with derision.
Oh, I dare plenty.
I saw what you did to your father, by the way. Those ghouls made quick work of him. How poetic, patricide in the name of a master who barely acknowledges you. Truly, a touching display of loyalty. Barty's face contorted in fury.
Shut up.
Don't insult my master. He is everything. His wand whipped through the air, sending a barrage of deadly curses toward Peter. With a smirk, Peter raised his own wand, ready for battle.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
How sad it was to spew your words on old Barty, oh, and your mother, who had exchanged you out of Azkaban and died in it. You are so filial piety? Peter kept fending off little Barty's attacks, his mouth unforgiving. What favor did Voldemort give you, greater than the parents who gave birth to you and raised you? You must know that before old Barty was killed by you, he was all talking about you, saying that you were his pride, and you could kill him fiercely? Shut up, shut up. Little Barty roared angrily, the spell in his hand attacking more intensely. That old guy just thinks of me as his Nian. He is a man without emotion. For his ministerial position, he sent me to Azkaban. I begged him bitterly, but he said I was not his son. Damn him. Peter looked at him with pity in his eyes. Squirt. What a family tragedy. So you think your father doesn't love you? Then he found Voldemort who wanted to seek his love? Don't look at me with that disgusting look. I don't need your sympathy. Little Barty's mentality was unbalanced, and he said viciously, and then said with a look of obsessive worship, I am now the most trusted person of the Master, and he has sent me the most important task, which is an honor that others cannot get. A good son is not right, but he wants to be a dog to others, and he is still so loyal. An honored look? Little Barty, you really live a good life. Peter stopped teasing, his expression returned to calm, and he said sarcastically. Peter began to fight back, and between the swings of his wand, Barty, who turned into Moody, was constantly retreating, and could only passively defend. Little Barty, you might have asked your master about my strength before you went on a mission, instead of coming to me like this. Peter said calmly, the magic attacks fired by the wand in his hand did not stop, not to mention that your current wand is Moody's. Don't listen to you, even if your strength is only barely the strength of the elite Auror, you are still too confident to trouble me. Little Barty was constantly retreated by Peter's attacks. He quickly hid behind the hedge on the side, and looked at Peter in the distance with his magic eyes. He had heard Voldemort praise Peter. Before coming to school, Voldemort also specifically told him not to go near Peter, but full of jealousy, he did not take it seriously, but thought that Voldemort admired Peter York. But I didn't expect Peter York's strength to be so strong, and he was not an opponent at all under the head-on confrontation. Just as Barty Jr. was thinking about what to do, the back rang out, Professor Moody, why are you here? Sound. Little Barty turned around and saw that it was Harry Potter coming, with a straight expression, a strange expression, and coughed and said, Harry, this is where the trophy is placed, and I, as the professor on patrol, am responsible for safety here. Is the trophy right here? Harry was overjoyed to hear the news. After all, he also wanted to win the championship. Just after a moment of happiness, Harry raised his wand warily and pointed it at him. No, you are not Professor Moody. The professors should be outside the maze, except for the contestants who send a signal for help. The professor cannot come in. Who are you? Is it Bogart? No, I'm not afraid of Professor Moody. So who the hell are you? Is it the final test? Moody. The green devil's eyes turned, and the other eye hidden in the darkness revealed cunning. The corners of his mouth were crooked, and his voice gently praised. Well done, Harry, you should be vigilant. It's just that this time the rules have changed, and now another warrior has come here, and you now need to go through a lot of competition to get the winner. Another warrior? Who is it? Harry asked curiously. Peter York. Moody said, his eyes looking straight at Harry. Now that Boothbatten and Durmstrang's players have been eliminated, they were both defeated by Peter York and sent out of the playing field, and now there are only 2 of you left to compete. All defeated. Harry opened his mouth wide in surprise. Isn't this game supposed to fight for the trophy? How can you still attack other people? It's about honor, Harry. Moody said meaningfully. Don't you want to stand on the podium and win the glory of the school with the championship trophy? Others certainly want to, so attacking other players is also an unspoken rule. Harry's eyes moved, and then he said sadly, I don't think there is any way. Peter's strength is obvious to all. They all say that his strength can already defeat the professors of the school. I don't have that kind of strength to defeat him. It's all right, Harry, since you've come here, go out and play a duel with Peter York. Even if you lose, you're a Gryffindor warrior. You can't give up before the duel, right? Moody encouraged and patted him on the shoulder with concern. Harry was encouraged by him, and he instantly plucked up enough courage to nod his head and said, Professor, you are right. If I don't even have the courage to face Peter now, will I be able to avoid Voldemort in the future? Moody struck a hand, his eyes darkened, then regained his expression and continued to encourage him. With encouragement, Harry walked firmly out of the passage to the clearing in the center of the labyrinth, where he saw the trophy on the stone platform and then looked at Peter on the side. Oh, Harry, you're out. I thought it was Professor Moody. What about him? Why didn't it come out? Is it just hidden? Peter asked with a grin, the wand in his hand constantly turning between them. Professor Moody? Wasn't he the professor in charge of patrols? The game is not over yet, so you should not be able to interfere in the affairs of the players. Harry said puzzled. Don't meddle? Oh, said Peter sarcastically. Harry, you should have been very successful all the way just now. That's the credit of Professor Moody. He tried to make sure you got the trophy first, but he gave me a lot of obstacles. Almost a few steps to an obstacle. What Bojet, 8-eyed giant spider, such as the snake, eagle-headed horse with winged beasts, etc. As soon as they saw me, it was like seeing an enemy, and they attacked me without hesitation. How is this possible? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, Professor Moody was very dignified in his eyes, although he was a little nervous, but he was a good person. How could he do such a thing? Sure, Harry, do you remember when you were chosen to be a warrior, but Professor Moody took pains to help you? Peter said with a smile. He's the one behind the curtain. Harry reacted in disbelief. He had suspected Karkaroff, Bagman, and Snape, but he had never thought it would be Professor Moody. Avadaso. A green light came at him behind Peter. Harry shouted in horror, Be careful, Peter. Peter seemed to have been prepared, and the ground suddenly rose directly to see the thick mud wall, which was shattered by the death curse, and the sky was full of dust, and it was impossible to see clearly for a moment. Avadaso. Another death curse struck, which Peter dodged. Avadaso. Peter had just dodged little Barty's attack not far away when Harry's voice rang out from behind. A pair of invisible wings spread out on Peter's back, carrying Peter a heel and jumping high, dodging the attack from behind. Peter flew in midair, watching Harry suddenly sneak up on him on the ground, only to see his eyes hollow, with a hateful expression on his face, and his wand pointed at Peter, as if he had seen an enemy. Harry. Peter looked at him with furrowed brows. Suddenly Harry's expression struggled, and then his eyes returned to consciousness, and he explained to Peter in horror, Peter, I didn't mean it. I don't know what happened just now. All of a sudden I was groggy. I saw you as Voldemort, and then I read the spell. Seeing that Harry's eyes were focused and clear, Peter waved his hand and stopped. You don't need to explain. You just won the Soul Reaper charm, but you didn't expect to break free so quickly. You are very good. You must know that many people can't break free of the power of the Soul Reaper charm, and can only become someone else's Nin. Soul Reaper. Harry was shocked when he heard this, and then reacted and looked in the direction of Moody. Professor Moody did it. He just cast a Soul Reaper spell on me, and he wants me to kill you? Good value for money. Peter nodded, then instructed, you protect yourself. This Moody professor is very cunning, a little difficult to deal with. Then Peter came to the dusty sky and waved his wand. Whirlwind sweeps away. A small tornado appeared, driving the dust to the sky, flying away, and the bottom was clear again. Harry, watch out for the back. Peter warned in midair, and then a spell shot at Moody, who had quietly appeared behind Harry. Hearing the reminder, Harry instinctively dodged a spell from behind, but was then swooped down by Moody, grabbed his wrist, and held it in his hand. Peter looked at Harry, who was firmly held hostage by Moody, the corners of his mouth inadvertently hooked, and then floated to the trophy, picked up the earrings of the trophy with his wand, smiled at Moody and said, Little Barty, even if you catch Harry, without this door key, I am afraid you will not be able to take him away. What do you say? Moody looked at Peter viciously with a devouring look in his eyes. Peter York, you are really haunted. I admit I made a mistake and didn't take your existence into account, but do you think I'll be unprepared? Oh, what else are you prepared? Tell me. Peter asked with interest. Then I saw Moody take a brooch out of his pocket, silently read something, and then slap it on Harry's body. Except for your weapons. An instinctive spell from Peter struck his hand. Moody's hand managed to get out of the brooch, but Harry disappeared with the brooch in a panic. Haha, Peter York, you didn't expect it. I have another door key? Moody's lay on the ground and laughed wildly, and said triumphantly, this was originally the door key I used to leave, but now it is also good to send Harry Potter away. My mission is complete, and the Master is about to return. At that time, the entire magical world will crawl at the feet of the Master again, but I'm afraid you'll never see you again. Peter said coldly, then picked up the wand that belonged to Moody and pointed it at him. Now let's taste a little bitterness and drill the heart and bone. Little Barty's expression was twisted, lying on the ground convulsing all over his body, making a scream, but intermittently laughing weakly. I have completed the Master's task. Even if I die, it will be nothing. As long as the owner can return, it's pathetic. Even if you succeed, Voldemort will not remember you after you die. He is a person without feelings, and when you die, he will probably only say that he is a waste. Peter looked into his eyes mockingly and said, since you claim to be Voldemort's most trusted person, you should know his character. Do you think he will be grateful or remember you? Little Barty laughed. His eyes were confused, and then he murmured as if he were self-hypnotizing, no, the Master will remember me. He will remember me, the servant who assisted him wholeheartedly. I am his most faithful servant and he cannot forget me? You're talking nonsense? Huh. Peter looked at him pityingly and said, I have also been with Voldemort for a while, and I still know a little about him, and for him, no matter how loyal he is, as long as it has no effect, it is not worth remembering. I remember that in 91 years, that Quirrell was quite similar to you, but in the end he was snatched away by Voldemort and wet his soul, only because he had no effect. You guys are so pathetic. You? Little Barty shook his head frantically, not believing this fact, and then laughed maniacally. Peter York, you don't have to think about crushing me anymore. Harry Potter has been sent away by me. And that door key is only a one-way street, and he will become a sacrifice of great black magic and then be given to death by the Master himself. Your savior will soon be gone. Squirt, Peter said, looking at him playfully. Little Barty, why don't you think I mean to let you send Harry over? Little Barty laughed for a moment, turned his head to look at Peter, looked at him full of teasing eyes, and instinctively uneasy in his heart, but still shook his head and said, no way, you just said this on purpose. Little Barty, you're still too small to look at Dumbledore. Peter looked at him sympathetically. Even I can see that you are fake, let alone Dumbledore. Not to mention that Moody is a core member of the Order of the Phoenix. Even if you imitate it again, you can't fool Dumbledore. Little Barty couldn't laugh at all. He only reacted at this time, although he hated Dumbledore, but he also knew that Dumbledore was a great wizard of the same level of strength as his master, and there was no reason why he could not find out for such a long time. What was even more shocking to him was that he had never thought about it, always unconsciously ignored it, and thought that he was playing with everyone in applause. React to it. Peter looked at him with a smirk and said, you want to take Harry, and Dumbledore also needs to send Harry Potter through your hand to Voldemort. Little Barty couldn't sit still. He felt that he had done something wrong, and asked in a panic, why are you doing this? Wasn't Harry Potter Dumbledore's baby? Why did he let Potter die? I can't tell you about this. Peter grinned and then stretched out. Now it's time for me to pick up Harry, or I wouldn't have told Dumbledore if he had to die there. As for this Champions Cup, it's mine. Peter smiled and touched the trophy, then disappeared into place, leaving only a petrified statue of Joe standing there. As he was pulled tightly by the triple cup, Peter's feet were off the ground, and after a dizzy shift in space, he saw a burst of light. Knowing that he was about to reach his destination, Peter forcibly concentrated his attention and activated his invisibility talent, becoming invisible in the instant of appearance. It was an overgrown cemetery with a hill in the distance and a chapel behind it, and looking around, it was obviously a rural town, but at this time it was pitch black and quiet, except of course to ignore Harry Potter, which had been trapped on the tombstone statue of death. At this time, in the cemetery, in addition to Harry, who was constantly struggling, there was only Pettigrew and a small bag he was holding, and a large cauldron was set up in the middle of the cemetery, and the green potion inside was constantly boiling. Quick, Pettigrew! A cold voice came from the bag. Burn well, master. The little dwarf came to the front of the bag in fear and said respectfully, do it now, don't waste your time. The voice in the baggage seemed a little impatient, and the sharp voice urged. The little dwarf ripped open the bag and revealed the person inside, but it could no longer be called a person, it was a monster. The monster's slimy forehead, covered with snake scales, curled up like a baby, but its limbs were soft, its body was dark red, and its face was flattened, looking like a snake head, very ugly. This look frightened Harry, and he couldn't help but scream. And Peter, who was hiding on the side, couldn't help but squint his eyes, feeling that his eyes were all polluted. Little dwarf picked up the monster and came to the cauldron, and then without hesitation, threw it into the boiling water, looking as if he was cooking something. Little dwarf then waved his wand and chanted, Father's bones, inadvertently donated, can regenerate your son. As soon as the words fell, a grave cracked open, and a wisp of dust drifted out of it, flying into the air with the call of the little dwarf, and then drifting towards the cauldron. Peter saw this, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a small drop of colorless liquid flew out of his pocket, and in the night, it quietly fell into the pot with ashes. At this time, in the big crucible, sparks splashed everywhere, and the green liquid turned bright red, and the liquid hissed and kept pouring. Little dwarf watched this and pulled a dagger out of his sleeve. He looked very frightened, and continued to read, "The flesh and blood of the servants. Self. Volunteering to give will make your master born again." Then he held out his right hand, the one missing from his finger, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, grabbed the dagger with his left hand, and swung it at his right hand. With a scream, his right hand was cut off and fell into the crucible. Harry closed his eyes in fright, but Peter watched with interest the little dwarf's movements. Little dwarf groaned in spite of the pain of the broken hand, walked over to Harry, raised his dagger again, and in Harry's constant struggle, stabbed into the crook of his arm, and then caught the blood flowing out of a small glass bottle. Then, regardless of Harry's bleeding hands and the look of hatred in his eyes, he staggered again to the crucible, gasping and saying, "Blood of the enemy. Forced to sacrifice will bring your enemies back to life." Then the blood is poured into the crucible. The liquid in the tank boiled up in an instant, turning white, emitting a dazzling white light that looked like a jewel that would glow. Seeing this, the little dwarf who had completed the task could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground beside him, holding his bleeding severed hand and sobbing, moaning in pain. The liquid in the crucible kept flying, then a thick mist rose, and then in Harry's terrified eyes, a tall, thin, skeleton-like figure emerged from the crucible. "Oh, poke me in the eye. What a nightmare?" Peter couldn't help but hiss coldly, as if he had seen something disgusting, and closed his eyes. "Dress me." The man who came out of the crucible shouted coldly at the little dwarf in the steam. The little dwarf stood up strongly, hurriedly got up from the ground, grabbed the bag with one hand, and unfolded it into a black robe, which was laboriously draped over the man. The man came out of the steam, his head was bare, his skin was miserable, whiter than a skeleton, his red eyes looked cold, his nose was flat and narrow, and his nostrils were two thin slits, looking like a Sensen viper. "Cold. Voldemort!" Harry cried out in horror. Voldemort glanced up at the trapped Harry Potter, but then looked away, examined his body carefully, and then with a look of ecstasy, pulled a white wand from his sleeve and stroked it gently like a lover. Then his expression changed, and he aimed his wand at the little dwarf, rolling him up out of thin air and throwing him heavily onto the tombstone that had crashed into Harry's side. "Wormtail, you just hesitated? You know, I don't like to wait." Little dwarf curled up under the tombstone with a trembling forehead, clutching his bloodied stump and pleading, "Master, you promised. You promised? Please, stretch out your arms." Voldemort looked at the Pettigrew in disgust and then said lazily, "Oh, thank you, Master. You are so merciful." Little dwarf was very excited when he heard this, and stretched out his broken right hand, and came to him with a horn, wanting to kiss his foot. But Voldemort took a few steps back in disgust and said sternly, "Not this one, Wormtail. The host. Please, please." The dwarf's star was full of pleading. "I don't want to say it a second time, Wormtail," Voldemort said coldly. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.gg/bpy8hmhp. Little dwarf shivered and quickly stretched out his left hand. Voldemort pulled up Pettigrew's arm and pressed his wand against the dark mark on it, only to see that the original dark mark had become thick and dark, and the snake pattern on it was alive, crawling on it, constantly spitting out snake letters. Then, ignoring the dwarf's wailing in pain, he casually threw him on the ground, stood up straight, and said triumphantly, "After I summon, see how many people still have the courage to come back." Then the red eyes looked up at the stars in the sky and muttered, "How many people would be stupid not to come back?" Voldemort walked between Harry and the dwarf. He looked around at the graveyard, then came to Harry, said with a sinister smile, "Harry Potter, you are standing on my father's bones. It sounds funny, he is a stupid muggle, but at least there is a little use, just like your mother, protecting you from being killed by me. And he played a big role in my resurrection." He pointed to the manor not far away and said, "See? That house was the house where my father had lived, and he had been the owner of the manor here, handsome, so my mother fell in love with him. After she revealed her identity as a wizard, he abandoned her, leaving my mother alone, and finally died after giving birth to me in front of a muggle orphanage." When he told it, he didn't seem to care. It looked like he was telling someone else's story. "That stupid woman didn't forget the man who abandoned her until she died, and gave me the same name as him. Of course, eventually I found this place and met my father, who was married and had children." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. He looked at Tom Riddle's name inscribed on the tombstone behind Harry's back, and sneered, "I killed all of them, including 2 muggle girls who could be called sisters, including my father of course. I was just 16 years old." Harry's eyes widened as he looked at the Dark Lord in front of him who had lightly said that he had killed his blood relatives, and his heart couldn't help but chill. This kind of cold-blooded person was the most terrifying sudden phantom transfiguration sound in the air, and in the darkness, a person with a black tip on his head and a face covered with an ancient beard mask came out. These people carefully came to Voldemort, and then knelt down and kissed the hem of his black robe. "The host. True. What a pleasure," the kneeling wizard said with a shook and flattering words. One by one, the Death Eaters knelt down to Voldemort, kissed his robe, and then stepped aside and silently formed a circle. These Death Eaters seem to have their own specific positions. Some of them are very close to each other, but some of them have several positions in between, as if waiting for someone to fill them. Only about 24 Death Eaters appeared, and they looked sparse. Voldemort's expression was horrified at this moment, and his red eyes scanned the group of Death Eaters with their heads bowed. Welcome, Death Eaters, Voldemort gritted his teeth and hissed. 13 years, another 13 years since our last assembly. Look at you, are there only a few who can answer my call? Or have you forgotten your former owner? Think it's ridiculous to think that the great Lord Voldemort was really destroyed by Harry Potter, so he is no longer united? Lucius, Voldemort looked grimly at one of the Death Eaters, his hands clawed and took off his mask. My cunning friend, can you tell me why Goyle, Roger, these former members did not respond to my call? Have they forgotten me as their master? No, master, Lucius explained cautiously. They used to hold a Death Eater rally at the Quidditch World Cup, but they didn't know what was going on, and all of them were petrified, not even with the treasured antidote, so now the only one who can respond to your call is us. The other Death Eaters also nodded happily, indicating that Lucius's words were true. Petrified. Voldemort frowned, then said confidently, if that's the case, then I forgive them for not coming. After bringing them to me, I'll undo the magic on them. Thank you for your kindness, master. I am sure it will be a breeze for you. Lucius took the lead and said. Voldemort did not pay attention to Lucius, but looked at all the Death Eaters and said slowly, 13 years, during these 13 years, I have been lying quietly in the silent place, waiting for your help, but I have disappointed. No one came looking for me? I told myself that they must have thought I was out of the question, that I didn't have the strength to make a comeback, so they hid their identities, hid among my enemies, and tried to bend the knee to them, saying that they were innocent, unknowing, and had been cursed by the Soul Reaper. Voldemort sneered. The Death Eaters' heads were getting lower and lower, not daring to look at him. Heads up. Voldemort screamed, look up at me and tell me if you still have that thought. All the Death Eaters Yenwei looked up at Voldemort, and the heart in his eyes was self-evident. The host. Please forgive me, master. A Death Eater came up the hill, knelt before him, and kept kissing the black robe at his feet, praying. Drill the heart and cut the bone. Voldemort's expressionless face screamed at the Death Eaters at his feet, and the Death Eaters on the ground kept convulsing, and the tortured Death Eaters with a face full of pain crawled to his feet again, gasping for breath after Voldemort stopped, kissed his robe, and said excitedly, thank you, host, thank you for your forgiveness. Forgiveness. Voldemort snorted coldly and kicked him away. Avery, I will not forgive. You have repaid my 13-year debt, and do not ask for my forgiveness until you have paid off this long debt. Of course, Wormtail has paid off some debts, am I right, Wormtail? Voldemort looked at the little dwarf who was still lying on the ground sobbing, and said with a look of contempt in his eyes, you chose to return to me not because of loyalty, but because you were afraid of your old friends, because you betrayed them. You deserve this pain, Wormtail, don't you? You hid well in the Weasleys before, eating and drinking, and carrying the honor of a hero? Everyone is missing you and praising you, but they don't know that you have turned into a pet mouse, wagging its tail and begging for food at its owner. The Death Eaters around them also let out a mocking laugh, looking at the little dwarf with contempt. The host begs you, please? Pettigrew clutched his severed arm and pleaded. Although you are a despicable traitor, Voldemort said coldly, looking at him with disgust, you helped me recover my flesh, and as a meritorious man, Voldemort never skimped on rewards. Reach out your hand, Wormtail. Wormtail raised his severed right hand in delight and looked at Voldemort expectantly. Voldemort waved his wand, and a silver stream of light poured out of the wand, automatically condensing into a silver hand in midair, and then flew to the little dwarf's broken wrist. Little dwarf stopped crying and looked at his silver right hand in disbelief, which was seamlessly attached to his arm, as if he were wearing a silver dazzling glove, and he tried to control the silver right hand, very flexible and free, just like his own hand, and very powerful, easily pinching the branches on the ground into powder. Thank you, host. Pettigrew was flattered, looked at his silver right hand in fascination, and said excitedly, it's so beautiful. Thank you, my host. He crawled over on his knees and kissed Voldemort's robe. Hope your loyalty doesn't waver again, Wormtail. Voldemort said quietly, but his sharp eyes seemed to see through the essence of the little dwarf. No, master, I will always be your most loyal servant. Little dwarf quickly shook his head and assured him. Then he stood up and joined the Death Eaters, constantly looking at his silver right hand. Voldemort's eyes then focused on Harry again, and he introduced himself to the crowd as if to show off. Let me introduce you to you. This is the famous Harry Potter. I think you've all heard of his name. What a savior? Defeat the Dark Lords? Etc. When the Death Eaters around them saw Harry, they were first surprised and then laughed in agreement. Yes, Harry Potter? What a famous man. Voldemort sneered contemptuously. People in the wizarding world think he has some unknown ability in him, so he defeated me. Haha, what a foolish and ignorant idea. I used to scoff at the Savior's prophecy, but in order to appease people's hearts, especially to suppress enemies who thought they were trying to defeat me by prophecy, I didn't mind destroying this so-called Savior myself. It's just that I was too careless. I admit that I am a little arrogant and have forgotten the power of being a mother. Voldemort sighed. When I came to Potter's house, killed the Potters, and prepared to solve Harry Potter, I didn't expect that Lily Potter, a woman, used her life as a sacrifice to perform a very effective magic when she was dying. She successfully blocked the death curse I fired, and I was hit by my own death curse rebound, and I could only weakly escape there. Voldemort came to Harry, brushed Harry's hair with his wand, revealing the lightning-shaped scar, and said, I was careless that time, I underestimated the prophecy, so I myself had already predicted the Savior. Because of Lily's magic, I couldn't reach Harry Potter. But now, Voldemort put on his other hand, his slender pale fingers poking at Harry's scars, accompanied by Harry's screams, laughing wildly, I can touch you at will. Because we are bleeding the same blood now, I also have Lily Potter's guardian magic in my body? Voldemort then waved his hand, and the statue of death that trapped Harry was released, and Harry fell to the ground. Now, Harry, I'll give you a fair chance to duel. Voldemort threw Harry's wand at him and said triumphantly, let's have a duel here, let's see the great Dark Lord and the Savior who defeated him in the prophecy, who wins and who loses. Harry received his wand and quickly aimed it at Voldemort, but did not do so for a long time. Now, let's bow to each other first. Voldemort waved back the crowd, taking a distance, and said with a sly smile, you should have learned dueling etiquette in school, bow before the duel. Come Harry, you shouldn't want to embarrass Dumbledore, right? Harry stood straight, nervously holding his wand. I said bow. Voldemort's face changed and he swung his wand at Harry, causing Harry's straight waist to be weighed down. Very well, now, we are officially dueling. Except for your weapons. Harry quickly shouted. But his casting speed was completely inferior to Voldemort's, and Voldemort just slammed him to the ground with a single swing. Drill the heart and cut the bone. Drill the heart. Voldemort smiled and came to Harry's side and cast the drill heart charm on him. Peter, who was hiding behind the Death Eaters, looked at Harry on the ground, clutching his wand tightly, trying to save him, and if Voldemort killed Harry Potter, it would not look good. But before he could do anything, Voldemort himself gave up the continued 30 tortures. Looking at Harry curled up on the ground, Voldemort suddenly felt bored, contemptuously said, look, Harry Potter, you are nothing special, you are just a lucky person, I made your name. Now I should prove to everyone that the so-called savior Harry Potter is just a joke, and I will end your life to prove the ridiculousness of the prophecy. Get up, Harry Potter. Voldemort smirked and urged, I want you to see how I killed you. Get up. Duball explodes. Harry quickly responded with a spell, dodging a death spell, and then quickly ducked behind the tombstone. Come out, Harry Potter. I want you to face me. Voldemort cast several spells on the tombstone in succession, exploded several large pits, and roared angrily, Harry Potter, should you just hide like this? You are Dumbledore's most proud disciple, don't you even have the courage to face me? Peter looked at Voldemort, who had won the victory, and couldn't help but shake his head. Why do these villains always like to be so gushing? If they don't talk nonsense cleanly, Harry will die several times. Watching Harry walk out resolutely, Peter touched the trophy in his pocket. If there was no such thing, Harry Potter would really be unable to escape today. Except for your weapons. Avadaso. Voldemort and Harry moved at the same time. This time the two spells collided together. The two competed with each other. Voldemort had the upper hand, but the wand in his hand was not very powerful, and he was not willing to hurt the twin wand opposite. Peter then witnessed the famous scene, only to see the magic connection of the two wands, suddenly bursting out of the golden light, flying out of the front road arc of light, forming a dome of light net, enveloping both of them. Seeing that Voldemort could not kill Harry Potter for a long time, the Death Eaters stirred up a little and began to move forward, wanting to help. No help. Voldemort said, his life is mine. I'm going to kill him with my own hands. The Death Eaters obediently stepped back and waited quietly. But at this time, Harry and Voldemort's wands, because the hearts of the wands were both from the same phoenix, at this time the two wands were closely linked, and Voldemort tried to break this connection. There was no way. Suddenly, a fairy music sounded, and it emanated from every thread on the reticle, and Peter could hear that it was the song of the phoenix. The Death Eaters saw this and wanted to rush over, but the light net stopped everyone, leaving them to walk around anxiously outside. Then the mask moved, Voldemort's wand uncontrollably material, and then out of the wand came an old man, who looked a lot like a ghost, but more physical than a ghost. Then came Bertha Joggins, the Potters, and many others who died at the hands of Voldemort. These ghost-like people were all walking around in the reticle, maintaining the formation. Peter also came to the outside of the light net, looked at the scene inside, and could not help but marvel at the fact that such an accidental magical connection was like a flashback spell, but it was even more wonderful. Even the dead could summon it. It was too surprising. The dead men hated Voldemort so much that they helped Harry deal with him. Voldemort had never seen such a scene before, and his frightened face was livid. Peter wrapped his mask around Harry's nearest position. This time there was no top 3 cups to leave. He wanted to hear how the Potters would rescue Harry from escaping from here, but as soon as he came to Harry's back, the Potters suddenly stopped talking, turned their heads and looked straight at Peter. Peter looked at them in surprise, and couldn't help asking, "Can you see me?" "You know, he's invisible now." James Potter nodded and said in a distant, echoing voice, "Peter York, your invisibility can indeed easily conceal the human eye, but we are dead, and it is of no use to us. Are you souls? What is the world like after death?" Peter couldn't help but ask curiously. He had thought that these people who appeared were just a memory inspired by the flashback spell, but now it didn't seem so simple. "Mr. York, we can't tell you about the world of death," Lily Potter said softly as she came over. "We are not souls, nor ghosts, but the curse of death is a very old magic that is principled to deprive you of souls, so it is irredeemable. And we are all people who were hit by him with the death curse, and you can think of us as a projection of the soul, formed by chance under the influence of the phoenix and the 2 twin wands. As long as the 2 wands break the connection, we will also disappear. We know you're an extraordinary person. Harry is our child, and we beg you to help Harry, this kid. He doesn't deserve to die here. The couple pleaded with both faces. Looking at the appearance of these two people, Peter couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and it was really a pity for the parents of the world. He nodded and said, "You can rest assured, I am here for Harry, and I will take Harry out of here after disconnecting later, and I will not let him be hurt." "Thank you," the Potters said gratefully. Harry was now clutching his wand tightly, struggling to resist when he saw his parents appear beside him again and say, "Harry, your senior Peter York is not far behind you now, and he will save you. When the connection is disconnected, we will only stay for a short time. We will buy you time. You must follow Peter. He has the ability to help you. Remember? Peter? He's here?" Harry was taken aback. "Yes, he came specifically to save you, and you have to follow him, and he will protect you. Understand?" James said to him solemnly. "Understood." Harry nodded, doing his best to maintain the flow of magic. "Right now, remove the wand, Harry," the Potters whispered in his ear. "Get ready to run. Run back and Peter is right behind you." As soon as Harry heard this, he lifted his wand upwards with force, and the connected gold wire broke, the light net disappeared, and the phoenix's song disappeared. But the souls who died at Voldemort's hands did not dissipate immediately, but all rushed to Voldemort, blocking him and blocking Voldemort's vision. "Catch him!" Voldemort shouted at the Death Eaters. Harry ran back desperately despite the Death Eaters' attacks behind him, and although he didn't see Peter, he believed his parents' words. The Death Eaters quickly surrounded them, and a dense spell struck Harry's back, who turned his head to look at the countless magic behind him, his pupils wide open. Only before he was hit by these spells, he was dragged backwards by a huge force, and a tall figure blocked in front of him, waving his wand and blocking all the spells. Peter York. Voldemort finally got rid of the harassment of the souls and rushed over. He gritted his teeth and looked at the sudden appearance of the person. "Long time no see, Voldemort." Peter smiled and greeted him. To the sudden appearance of Peter, the Death Eaters were in a commotion, and they did not expect that anyone else had been hiding in front of them for so long. "Peter York, how dare you appear before me?" Voldemort's red eyes looked at Peter coldly. "Are you here to save Harry Potter? You're too confident?" Peter looked at the surrounded Death Eaters, smiled, did not pay attention to it at all, but looked at Voldemort with a smile and said, "Voldemort, it seems that your followers are not too many. I counted. There are only about 20 people here. What about the others?" "Oh, I forgot. They all turned into stone statues? It's too bad, isn't it?" Voldemort's eyes became more cold, and he looked at Peter's expression and confidently said, "Petrified, it is easy for me to lift. Then my followers will reunite with me and take control of the wizarding world? Yes, I'm looking forward to it." Peter smiled and said that his petrified magic could be solved by no one but himself, and he was looking forward to Voldemort's impatience after he could not solve the petrification. "Peter, you are a gifted man, and I once said that when I officially returned, I would accept you as an apprentice. Although you have betrayed me 3 times and twice, I am still willing to give you a chance this time." Voldemort looked at Peter and said, "As long as you give Harry Potter to me and submit to me, you will be my only apprentice to the Dark Lord, and I will take you to the pinnacle of magic, and even in the future I may be able to teach you the secrets of immortality. Didn't you see my return with your own eyes? Don't you want that ability?" As soon as Voldemort's words were spoken, there was a faint commotion among the Death Eaters, and everyone did not expect that Voldemort would value Peter so much, and the look in Peter's eyes was envious and jealous. Harry was also behind Peter, looking at him with worried eyes, hoping that Peter would not agree. But Peter did not show a hint of emotion. He raised the wand in his hand, smiled and said, "Voldemort, the first few times we fought were in your weakest moment. This time since you are back, let's have a formal contest. I want to see how strong you, the Dark Lord, are now. You want to duel me?" Voldemort seemed to have heard something else to think about, and then laughed and said contemptuously, "You think you won me a few times when I was weak, and now you have the strength to challenge me." Then the smile in his eyes disappeared, and he smiled and waved away the Death Eater beside him, and said with great interest, "Since you are willing to find death, I have agreed to your request. I heard that you are still the dueling champion, so you should be familiar with the content of the duel, so let's follow the dueling ceremony?" "Voldemort, won't these men of yours sneak up on us when we're dueling?" Peter said with a look of distrust. "Your Dark Lord should not do anything wrong, should he? Against you, I don't need them to shoot." Voldemort said coldly, and then ordered the Death Eaters around him, "Scatter for me, and don't interfere when you wait for a duel." "Master, what about Harry Potter? What about him?" A Death Eater looked uncertainly at Harry behind Peter and asked cautiously. Voldemort looked at Harry with a cold look. "Harry is under my protection now, Voldemort. As long as you defeat me, won't we both have our lives in your hands?" Peter smiled and stopped in front of Harry. Voldemort felt justified. He was confident in his presence, and both men escaped from the palm of his hand. So he waved back his men and vacated a clearing in the cemetery. Voldemort and Peter were far apart, while the Death Eaters had formed a circle to prevent Peter and Harry from escaping. "Peter, can you really defeat Voldemort?" Harry stood behind Peter and asked worriedly and nervously. Peter naturally shook his head, spread his hands and said, "Of course, the defeat is returned. Voldemort and Dumbledore's strength is the top. How can I deal with it?" Harry was dumbfounded, looking at Peter with a look of disarray. He felt that what his parents had just said was a little unreliable. Peter looked at Harry's desperate to determined look, and playfully reassured, "You don't need this heroic and righteous look. Although I am not Voldemort's opponent for the time being, it is not a problem to take you away safely. Now you just have to hide behind me." Peter raised his wand, looked at Voldemort on the other side, and said softly, "When I duel with him later, you pay attention to my gestures, and when I put my left hand behind my back and make a 3 gesture, you immediately close your hearing with a closed earbud listening spell, you know." Harry was puzzled, but still nodded slightly assured, "Got it, Peter." Voldemort looked at Peter across from him and said in a sorry tone, "Peter York, you have such a remarkable talent, why do you want to fight me? As long as you choose to join me, you can become a person above 10,000 people under one person. It's a shame you died here today for Harry Potter." Peter smiled lightly, "Voldemort, I'm not prepared to die here today, and it's not certain who wins and who loses." "Ha, really confident, I want confident people." Voldemort smiled and said, "But I'm afraid you escaped the fate of not dying today. Now it's time for us to bow to each other according to dueling etiquette." Voldemort said, then bent down slightly. After looking up, he saw that Peter did not bow to him, and said with a gloomy expression, "This is not a polite look, Peter York. Bow to me." Voldemort waved his wand, and a bolt of magic pressed against Peter. Peter waved his hand, picked up the spell, smiled, and said, "It's not polite to do it early, Mr. Voldemort." Avadasso. Avadasso. 2 dazzling green rays of light flew out of their respective wands, and then collided with each other in midair, sparks splashing everywhere, and in the dark night sky, the cemetery was illuminated by the light of the death curse. Peter and Voldemort's spells are connected, but instead of flashing back spells, they compete with each other's magic spells, trying to push their own death spells on each other. However, Voldemort was worthy of the powerful Dark Lord, and even though the magic in Peter's body could already be equal to his, he was still faintly in the ascendant. Seeing this, Peter looked at the surrounding Death Eaters, sneered, and swung his wand, picking up the connected death curse beams around, and the connected eerie green line was like a steel rope splashed with sparks, attacking the Death Eaters left and right. The 2 Death Eaters who were closest to them were unlucky enough to be hit by the light rope of the death curse, and immediately fell to the ground motionless. This curse of death claims to be dead when rubbed, and it is obvious that these 2 guys are already dead. When the other Death Eaters saw this, they were so frightened that they quickly retreated and dared to get closer to the madness despicable and shameful. Seeing that 2 of his men were dead, Voldemort roared angrily at Peter and directly picked up the spell to disconnect. "This soldier is still tired of deception, Voldemort," Peter said with a grin, and then slyly argued, "Besides, who told them to get too close? We were in a duel, they were so slowly approaching, I thought they were going to sneak up on me, so I warned him to push first." Voldemort saw this, and no longer left his hand, and with a wave of his wand, many stones on the graveyard, even including the tombstone, rose from the ground, flew in midair, and then rushed to Peter as fast as possible. The speed of the stones was so fast that Peter could even hear the sound of the stones rubbing against the air, the sound of the air being broken. Peter's eyes were fast, his wand was facing forward, and an invisible barrier was instantly erected. Countless bullet-like stones rushed to his eyes in the blink of an eye with an explosive force that exceeded the speed of sound, and when Harry thought in horror that the 2 of them were about to be shot into a sieve by these stones or killed by a huge stone tablet, the stones, as they crossed Peter's barrier, turned directly into powder. And the large stone steel, when encountering obstacles, is like encountering a very lubricated leather ball, which directly changes the impact direction of the stone steel and smashes heavily on the left and right sides. The rumble of the stone tablets smashing the ground is comparable to the fall of meteorites, and you know how fast they are? Ignoring the dust on his body, Peter swung his wand, and his left hand rumbled at the ground, and then a very large snake made of dirt sprang out from under Voldemort's feet and bit him with its mouth open. Voldemort was flying high, he looked down at the python below with its mouth open to swallow himself, smiled contemptuously, and then the black robe on his body flew, and he flew like a bird in the sky, dodging the attack of the python. Then the wand was raised high, extending a transparent sword, and slashed at the python's neck. With Peter's python's thunderous howl, the python's head was cut off and fell heavily to the ground and turned into a pile of dirt. Voldemort slowly drifted down and said appreciatively, "The strength is still wrong, no wonder I have the confidence to duel with me. I am afraid that these subordinates are still your opponents." But his face immediately darkened, and he said with a sly smile, "If you give it a little longer, you may be able to reach my strength. But now I'm not going to give you another chance, you're doomed to die here." Peter's expression was calm, as if he didn't have the slightest worry. He looked at Voldemort's body and muttered, "Time should be enough." Then he waved his wand at Voldemort and shouted, "Voldemort, put down your wand." Everyone was a little embarrassed by Peter's action, and they didn't know what she was going to do. Just as Peter's voice fell, Voldemort obediently threw his wand on the ground. Wow, everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. "What the hell did you do to me?" Voldemort said in horror that he had just heard Peter's words and had involuntarily obeyed his orders. Still autonomous? Alas, or less. Peter looked at Voldemort's reaction and said to himself in disappointment, "Peter York, what exactly did you do to my body?" Voldemort asked in horror and anger. "Pick up your wand, Voldemort." Peter ordered again, and then explained with a grin, "I just added a little seasoning to the crucible before you were resurrected, a potion that can make people obedient, called Shame Potion. I don't know if you have heard of it." Shame on potions. Voldemort was shocked and angry, and although he had not guessed the potion, he knew what it was for when he heard the name. He resisted, but his body uncontrollably picked up the wand on the ground, obediently like a dog. The host. How are you, Master? The Death Eaters were stunned. Panicking around Voldemort, they looked at Voldemort with a controlled look, as if the sky had fallen. Leave me alone, kill them. Keep your hand, kill Peter, and I'll get out of control. Voldemort screamed coldly. The Death Eater listened, and suddenly raised his wand to Peter and Harry, and dozens of spells attacked him at the same time. Peter neatly blocked the spell, then looked at the corners of Voldemort's mouth behind the Death Eaters, sneered, and shouted, Voldemort, kill these Death Eaters in front of you. Hearing Peter's words, the Death Eater, full of horror, stopped attacking, and wanted to turn around and dodge. But it was too late, only to see a few green spells hit them from the back, and the hit Death Eater fell to the ground with a look of resignation. Lucius Malfoy has been hidden from Peter since his appearance, and his son Draco is now a loyal admirer of Peter, and he often talks to them about Peter, so he has a certain understanding of Peter. When Peter dared to come here alone, he vaguely felt that something was wrong, and at this moment he watched in horror as Voldemort, under Peter's control, pursued and killed his subordinates mercilessly. The host went around me. I am your most heartfelt servant and don't kill me. A Death Eater kept retreating, pleading as he pleaded. Out of fear of Voldemort, they did not dare to fight back against Voldemort, and could only hide in the east, avoid Voldemort's death curse. But how could manpower hide? In a moment's effort, there were 15 Death Eaters who died at Voldemort's hands, which was already half the number. Stop me. AHH. Voldemort looked at herself. He couldn't help but kill his own subordinates uncontrollably. His eyes were broken. These were his powerful arms after his return, and now there were fewer and fewer. How could he conquer the magic world? Peter York? I want you to die. Voldemort's red eyes became even brighter, like the eyes of a demon in the night, and then a powerful burst of demonic pressure erupted from his body, knocking everyone around him out of the spell. Only to see Voldemort gasping for breath, his face more pale, looking weak, but the momentum on his body was more violent, like a wounded beast that fell into madness. Voldemort looked at the Death Eaters on the ground who had been killed by himself, frowned, and then stepped directly over the corpse, the hand holding the wand clenched and violently, and stared at Peter with a dead look. Peter York, you are really very cunning. You've caused me to lose a dozen of my right-hand men. I'm going to take your life today to pay off the debt. You killed it yourself, but don't rely on me. Peter said with a look of disbelief, and then as if remembering something, he smiled and said, forgot to say, those Death Eaters who made trouble at the Quidditch World Cup were also done by me. If you can lift their petrification, I count you as great. How's that? Surprise? You be damned. Voldemort was furious, frantically swinging his wand, and a series of green death curses were thrown at Peter without pity. Seeing this, Peter directly rolled up more than a dozen corpses on the ground, formed a wall of flesh to block the front, and taunted, Voldemort, how can you be a master? They are already dead. You are still kicking their corpses like this. They are afraid that they will die. His left hand slipped behind his back and gestured 3 times toward Harry. Despicable? Peter York? I want you to come out and paste me in a duel. Voldemort looked at the Death Eaters who were hiding far away, and he couldn't stop roaring angrily. As you wish. Peter grinned, turned to look at Harry and saw that he had cast a closed ear plug to listen to the spell, and then he put his wand directly on his neck, loud. Everyone looked at Peter and knew what kind of medicine he was selling, but they were all worried that the corners of Peter's mouth tickled. His mouth opened wide, and he made a very sharp and piercing sound, which sounded like the cry of a baby, and the effect of the sound was doubled by the blessing of the loud mantra. All the Death Eaters who heard this voice, their expressions were painful, and before they could cover their ears, they directly rolled their eyes and fell to the ground and died. As soon as Voldemort heard this scream, his heart shook, and his face covered his ears with pain. Perhaps because of his powerful magic, or perhaps because of the Horcrux, Voldemort only left 2 bloodstains on his ears, and then he cast a closed earplug for himself in time to listen to the spell, and also closed the hearing to several lucky Death Eaters who were not dead. Lucius was the most careful. He noticed Peter's behavior just now when he looked at Harry, after seeing Peter cast a loud voice spell, instinctively covered his ears, although the expression was painful, ready to faint at any time, but fortunately did not die, and then took advantage of the coma before closing his hearing in time, only to faint at ease. Cough cough cough. Peter rubbed his throat and looked across. Voldemort, the only one standing, said to himself, this death sound inherited from the Mandela grass is not easy to play, and almost didn't catch his breath. Then he smiled and waved at Voldemort. Voldemort, it seems that today is not a good day to kill me. You better bury these of your men. We will meet again. Then Phoenix Field appeared directly, grabbed Peter and Harry and disappeared directly in place. Only a belated death curse shot into the air, hitting the trees behind, directly depriving the trees of life and turning them into dead wood. Ah, Peter York. I'm still on the same page as you. The sound of Voldemort's hysteria echoed over the cemetery. Outside the maze, spectators and referees are waiting, especially the Hogwarts students are low and excited, because the warriors of Boothbatten and Durmstrang have been sent out, and now only the 2 players at Hogwarts are left, and whoever wins the trophy, the champion is Hogwarts. Of course, Gryffindor and Slytherin students are each looking forward to the warriors of their own academy and becoming the final champions. But here in the referee's seat and the professors, there is some anger, because the two players at Hogwarts have disappeared and seen, and Moody has inexplicably appeared in the center of the maze, and has become a statue, exactly like the Death Eaters of the previous Quidditch World Cup. And Karkaroff was also restless, because the dark mark on his arm suddenly became thicker, and it was constantly burning him, making him miserable, and he knew that it was Voldemort summoning Death Eaters. But as a betrayer, he once gave up a lot of Death Eater lists in order to be imprisoned in Azkaban, which was an unforgivable act of betrayal, so he was very scared at this time, covering his arms, thinking about how to escape from being chased by Death Eaters. As one of the referees this time, Fudge also knew what was going on at this time, so he and Bagman happily discussed the game. Suddenly, sparks burst out of the grass outside the labyrinth, and then Peter grabbed Harry and fell to the ground with the help of the Phoenix. The audience in the stands erupted in fierce cheers. Seeing Peter and Harry appear, all the professors in the referee's seat ran over, especially Dumbledore, who was the most quick, and came directly to the two of them, first seeing the wound on Harry's arm, and his expression was stunned. "Harry, Harry!" Dumbledore shouted. Harry, nervously closing his eyes, opened his eyes as soon as he heard Dumbledore's voice, and found himself in Hogwarts, surrounded by black-pressed figures. "Harry, you can let go of me. We're safe?" Peter's voice came from the top of his head. Harry found himself still hugging Peter's shoulder and let go of his hand. Then he said to Dumbledore with a palpitation, "Headmaster, he's back, Voldemort is back." When the surrounding professors heard the name, they all took a cold breath and looked at Harry in horror. "What the hell is going on, Harry?" Dumbledore asked with a serious look. "It's Professor Moody, he's Voldemort's henchman. He appeared in the center of the labyrinth and used a door key to send me to a burial site with Voldemort and Little Dwarf. Voldemort took something from his father's grave, Pettigrew and me, put it in a potion, and Voldemort recovered from it," Harry said quickly. "You mean he's back in the flesh? Was he born again?" Dumbledore asked with some impatience. Harry nodded, wondering why there was some impatience in Dumbledore's tone, as if he wished Voldemort had done so, or if he had thought too much. "This is nonsense. Harry, what the hell are you talking about?" Fudge interjected, his face pale and frightened. "The mysterious man disappeared more than 10 years ago. What you say about the mysterious man who was reborn, it is nonsense." Fudge looked at Dumbledore with a nervous look and said, "Dumbledore, don't you really believe a child's words? Mysterious man resurrected. Ha, it's so ridiculous." Dumbledore ignored Fudge's words, but turned to Peter, who was talking to his friends, and asked in a confirming whisper, "Peter, is everything going well? Is it as we expected?" Peter nodded, smiled, and said, "It's going well. Father's bone, servant's flesh, enemy's blood, all three things. The blood is Harry's, I've seen it with my own eyes, he can touch Harry." Hearing Peter's answer, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief and looked pleased. "Well, you have worked hard, Peter, and then we will sacrifice the lives of innocent people. Hands up." Peter waved his hand indifferently, smiled and said, "Actually, Harry himself can successfully escape, but I don't want to give up the trophy in my hand, so I can only turn one more lap." The others listened to Dumbledore and Peter's enigmatic conversation, confused. Harry also looked puzzled. He heard the conversation between the two mentioning himself and Voldemort, but he was confused. "What the hell are you talking about?" Fudge was a little hysterical, and he said with an ugly expression, "Dumbledore, do you really believe Harry Potter's words? He's just a kid, and it's understandable to make up a lie to get attention." "I'm not lying. Voldemort is really back." Harry glared at Fudge and said in a loud voice. Harry's voice was loud, and it was quiet around him at this point, so a lot of people heard him. Screams, panic, and boos erupted around them in an instant, all the noise that plunged the atmosphere of the playing field into a dull state. "See you again in Karkaroff? He escaped?" Madame Maxime came over and said with an uneasy look. As soon as he heard the news of Voldemort's return, he left in a panic. And Professor Moody, who somehow got petrified. Professor McGonagall walked over with a wand floating a stone statue, his face full of worry. "Moody was Voldemort's man, and it was he who secretly signed me up and turned me into a player. Then he sent me to Voldemort again." Harry pointed to the statue and then looked at Peter. "When I was sent away, Moody was still fighting Peter." "A fear of nonsense." Fudge snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Who knows that Moody is the elite Oro of the Ministry of Magic? How many Death Eaters he arrested in the first place? If it were really the hands of the mysterious people, would he do this? Are you fooling everyone?" Also slandered an Auror. The surrounding professors didn't believe Moody would do this. After all, Moody's affairs were obvious to everyone over the years, and he was the most likely person to become a Death Eater. Harry couldn't refute it either. He had to hurry. Of course the real Professor Moody wouldn't do that. Dumbledore waved softly, and the petrified Moody floated over. He carefully looked at the stone-carved figure in front of him, tapped it with his wand, then turned to look at Peter, smiled and said, "Peter, your petrified magic is so amazing, I can't lift it. You may have a way to help me undo the petrification spell on him, and I need some more questions to ask him." "As you wish, Headmaster." Peter smiled and said, and then in the strange eyes of the crowd, spit out a few mouthfuls of water and controlled it to fly into the statue's mouth. only to see that the petrified Moody, gradually returning to the color of flesh, began to breathe. When little Barty opened his eyes, he saw the shadows around him, especially Peter's playful expression and Dumbledore's indifferent eyes, and his pupils narrowed, and he instantly realized that he was exposed. However, he did not pay attention to this, but after seeing the figure of Harry Potter, he excitedly asked, "Why are you here?" Harry looked at him with disgust and said, "I was saved by Peter, after you sent me to Voldemort." Little Barty heard this, and with a tone of hope and peace, excitedly asked, "Dark Lord, has he been resurrected? How is he doing now?" Harry looked at him bitterly and said that he wanted to see who the man posing as Professor Moody really was. "Little Barty, you are really loyal, you have reached this time, and you still care so much about your master," Peter said with a smile. Little Barty looked at the teenager in front of him, his eyes full of jealousy, especially since he kept echoing what Peter had said before. Dumbledore, they had to find him, but they sat by and watched him send Harry Potter to Voldemort, which made him very uneasy. Little Barty. When the people around them heard Peter call Moody so, they all showed a look of doubt. But Dumbledore knew instantly, and he held out his wand and chanted to Little Barty, only to see that Moody's face began to change. The scar quickly disappeared, the skin smoothed, the mutilated nose was also fully lengthened, and the long grey hair was shortened and turned into a short yellowish hair. The severed leg also grew out, and the magic eye also fell out, and the real eye grew out of the eye socket. At this point, Moody had disappeared on the ground and had become a strange man. Barty Crouch Jr. The people around them recognized it and exclaimed, "Merlin." Professor McGonagall narrowed her mouth and opened her eyes. "Didn't he mention that he was dead? We need to find a quiet place to ask him." Dumbledore looked around at the hustle and bustle and said calmly, then turned to Snape and said, "Severus, I need your truth-telling agent. I need to ask him some questions. This deep line, Dumbledore, he is a fugitive from Azkaban and must be handed over to us for interrogation." Fudge objected. "Connolly, Barty Jr. has been lurking in school for a semester like Moody, and I need to find Moody out of his mouth as soon as possible, and the whole process of what he did for Voldemort, and now time is tight." Dumbledore looked directly at Fudge as he explained, but his tone revealed a firm, tough attitude. Fudge couldn't look him straight at him, but his face became very ugly, and he insisted, "There is no mysterious person. Dumbledore, you can still say something ridiculous about the return of the mysterious man with just a few words from Harry Potter. How do you explain that little Barty thing? He secretly turned Harry into a top 3 warrior just to send him to the Dark Lord?" Professor McGonagall stood beside Dumbledore and asked solemnly, "The mysterious man will not return." Fudge strengthened his mind again, looking at Dumbledore and the people standing around him, his eyes flashing with irritation, and he said to himself, "It is well known that Barty Jr. is a Death Eater, and he came to school just to take revenge, because Harry Potter defeated the mysterious man 13 years ago. As for what sent Potter to the mysterious man, it was nonsense. It's so funny." Dumbledore looked at Fudge for a moment, then sighed and said, "It seems that we are in agreement, but before you summon the Aurors, Minister, allow me to ask little Barty. My cat needs to confirm Moody's safety and location." Ignoring Fudge's gloomy face, he then took Barty Crouch Jr., along with several professors, Peter and Harry to the conference room on the side of the auditorium. Hermione, Ron and the others, who cared about Harry, and several of Peter's companions, followed, wanting to know what was going on in the labyrinth. And Bagman, who stayed behind, looked at this matter in a daze, and before he could shout at them, he just ran to Fudge and asked, "Minister, now that the 4 warriors have come out, who has won the trophy? How do I announce who the champion is?" "Well, go and ask Dumbledore. I'm not qualified to him," Fudge said with a dark expression and cold eyes looking in the direction where Dumbledore had disappeared. In the conference room, everyone looked at little Barty, who had been drunk with vomiting. His eyes were unfocused, and his expression was relaxed. Dumbledore leaned over and confronted little Barty, and he asked, "Little Barty, have you heard it all?" Little Barty's eyelids moved slightly, his face was expressionless, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly and replied, "I can hear." "Then you tell me, how did you escape from Azkaban?" Dumbledore asked. Little Barty's eyes did not fluctuate, and he recounted in a flat tone with emotion, "My mother saved me. She knew that she was dead, and begging my father to save me was the last thing she did for her. My father loved her very much, and even though he never loved me, he agreed. They came to see me together and gave me a compound decoction that hurt my mother's hair, and my mother drank a compound decoction with my hair on it. We swapped faces, and my mother changed into me and stayed in Azkaban." Little Barty paused and continued, "My mother died in Azkaban not long after, and she never forgot to drink the compound decoction, so when she died, the monkey was still like me, so everyone thought it was me who was buried in the soil." The people around them all showed a surprised expression when they heard little Barty's words. They didn't expect that the old Barty Crouch, who had always been tough and cold, would also do such a thing. "Then what will your father do with you when he takes you back?" Dumbledore continued to ask. "Pretending that my mother had died, a secret funeral was held and the tomb was empty. After letting me, my father hid me, used a lot of magic to control me, and let me come out and let the house elves take care of me. After I gave up my illness and regained my strength, I always looked for an opportunity to get out of control, and then I found my master again and served him." "Then how did you find your master?" Dumbledore asked. Little Barty's eyelids fluttered. I was controlled by my father's soul reaper charm, but for such a long time, I can get rid of the control. His face was showing a perverted smile, but my master found me, and he unlocked the control of the soul reaper for me. He caught Bertha Joggins in Albania, the woman who had been my father's assistant and stumbled upon my presence, but was forgotten by my father with a powerful spell. But the master used powerful magic to break the oblivion curse and learned that I was still alive, so he came with his servant Worm's tail to carve my house, and it was my father who opened the door. Little Barty smiled happily, as if recalling the happiest moment of his life. The master controlled my father with the Soul Reaper charm, and then released me alive. Then I followed the master's orders and registered Harry Potter on the top 3 cup, and promised him that he would eventually win, so that he was taken to the master by the trophy of the door key. It's just that I misestimated Peter York's strength, said Barty Jr., with a look of chagrin and hatred. His strength is beyond my imagination, and other warriors can't compare with him, so I tried everything in the maze to stop him, but it didn't work, or let him reach the trophy first. His expression gradually eased. Fortunately, I prepared another door key in advance, originally prepared for myself to be able to see the master for the first time, but Peter York was too strong. I couldn't grab the trophy from him, so I had to give up and choose to use my own door key to send Harry Potter away. Sahai's eyes shifted to Peter on the side, and it was enough to surprise a senior Death Eater. Peter didn't care, sitting in a chair and drinking the juice slowly, not at all like the man who had just experienced the battle. Then Dumbledore continued to ask a lot of questions, and the little Barty who drank the vomiting agent answered in 1510, especially the fact that he killed his father with his own hands, which made everyone take a cold breath and look at the proud little Barty in horror, only to think that he had gone crazy. Eventually Dumbledore estimated the time and asked the final question: "Where did you hide Moody? Is he okay?" "He's hiding in a box in my office. I need to make a compound decoction out of his hair, and I need to understand his past, his habits, so that no one will suspect me, so I can't kill him," little Barty said without emotion. Hearing Moody's location, Snape, under Dumbledore's gaze, quickly left and soon brought a tin box, and when he opened it, he saw that the inside had been widened into a large space several meters deep with a traceless stretching spell, and below lay a weak Moody. "Oh, poor Alastor." Professor McGonagall looked at Moody in the box and said in disbelief. Dumbledore looked at little Barty with disgust in his eyes, and then a wand conjured up a rope that bound him firmly. Then he said to Professor McGonagall, "Minerva, you take Elasto to Madame Pomfrey for treatment, and I will deal with the matter here." "No problem." Professor McGonagall nodded, waved his wand, and floated Moody out of the box and quickly took him to the school infirmary. "Severus, you go and call Fudge. We've already asked questions, and then we'll leave it to the Ministry of Magic, and Fudge will definitely want to interrogate Little Crouch himself," Dumbledore said to Snape. "I see." Snape nodded expressionlessly and turned and left the room. Then Dumbledore looked at Harry and Peter, his face relaxed, and said kindly, "You two should come with me first, and you should need to ask you something later." The two nodded. Dumbledore then looked at the wound on Harry's arm and pointed his wand at it, and after a white light passed, the wound disappeared without a trace, as long as the hole in the clothing and the bloodstains indicated that it had been injured. Several people came to the headmaster's office, which was very lively at this time, and the portrait of the headmaster on the wall was discussing Voldemort's return, and when they saw someone coming, they closed their mouths and stared directly at Harry outside the portrait. "Harry? Harry?" A loud voice rang from outside, and Sirius rushed in. "Sirius." When Harry saw him, he jumped up from his chair with great joy and took a few steps to Sirius. "Are you okay, Harry?" Sirius watched Harry carefully, his face full of worry, especially at the sight of blood on his clothes. "Sirius, I'm all right. Only a wound was wounded by Wormtail with a dagger, and now it has been cured by Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry quickly reassured. "Wormtail? This damn guy, hurting you again?" Sirius's face was full of disgust and hatred. "The next time I meet him, I will definitely kill him." "Dumbledore, what the hell is going on?" Sirius asked. Dumbledore told Sirius the original version of everything Barty Crouch Jr. had said, as well as some of his own speculations. Peter sat on the side, looking around boredly, as for little Barty was now bound by a rope, and Dumbledore, quietly waiting for his fate to be judged. Soon, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door, and Fudge pushed the door open and walked in, followed by 2 Aurors. Snape also walked in, and when he saw Sirius, his face darkened, and he snorted in disgust and stood in the corner ignoring people. "Dumbledore, now that you've finished your trial, give Barty Jr. to us," Fudge said expressionlessly, looking like he was on business. "Yes." Dumbledore nodded slightly, but still said earnestly, "Fudge, I hope you don't ignore the facts that have happened and listen to other people's opinions. We've already asked Barty Jr. with a truth-telling agent, and he confessed how he was smuggled out of Azkaban, and Voldemort learned from Bertha Joggins that Barty Jr. was still alive, and found him, asking him to disguise himself as Moody, and use the Triwizard Cup match to catch Harry and send him to Voldemort. Now that his plan has succeeded, Barty Jr. has helped Voldemort make his comeback?" Fluke was stunned. He looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, then his mouth was open and speechless, his eyes stared at him, and then he stuttered and said, "The mysterious man. Coming back? Haha, nonsense. Dumbledore, don't kid yourself. Then he looked at the indignant Harry and Sirius, and the little Barty Crouch who was stationed there, and said menacingly, "This is ridiculous, Dumbledore. You would believe what a child says. He is just trying to win attention. We have to understand the whims of these children. Not to mention that little Barty is a wandering madman. We all know that he is a very loyal Death Eater to the mysterious man. Since the mysterious man disappeared, he has gone crazy, and he can accept this fact. So he thinks that everything he does is in accordance with the mysterious man's will. Listen to me, Dumbledore." Fudge smiled strangely at Dumbledore. "You can't really believe all this. The mysterious man is back? No kidding? After these Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban, they were tortured to madness, and the Death Eaters often shouted inside that they would wait for the day when their masters would return. But how could these crazy people take their words seriously? You fool, Fudge." Sirius rushed to Fudge, glared at him, and said, "Harry told the truth, and does Harry need attention? He's Harry Potter? He's more famous than you, Fudge. Would Barty Crouch Jr. let the top 3 cups turn into a door key just to make Harry spin around in vain and then nothing? Is he as stupid as you?" Fudge was made gloomy by Sirius's words, and he looked at Sirius viciously and threatened, "Sirius, your original suspicions have not been completely cleared. As long as the dwarf does not appear for a day, you will still be suspicious. Don't arrest me to take you into Azkaban again. If you have the ability, you can catch me and try it. If you were strong, you would overturn your own verdict?" Sirius sneered. "You, Sirius, don't say it." Dumbledore interjected. Sirius snorted coldly when he heard this, and stepped back to Harry's side and stopped talking. Fudge seemed to be provoked by Sirius, and after glancing around, he blushed and said, "Dumbledore, I don't know why you want to create this atmosphere of panic, but if you want to use the mysterious man to come back, this ridiculous lie to sabotage everything we have painstakingly managed for 13 years, I will never allow it." Everyone was shocked by Fudge's opinion, and they wanted to pry open his head to see what scrap was inside, so that they would ignore the facts and have such funny associations. Dumbledore looked calm, only to reiterate again, "Fudge, it is an indisputable fact that Voldemort has returned, not that you can avoid it if you want to. If you can accept this now and take appropriate measures, we will be able to change back to the possibility of the situation. The first is to replace the Dementors of Azkaban. They are not what to rely on. As long as Voldemort gives an order, these Dementors will immediately fall to him and release the Death Eaters inside. The second is to unite the Giants, and if it's too late, they will defect to the Death Eater camp." "Ridiculous, simply ridiculous," Fudge said, with a very angry expression. He waved his hand, signaling the 2 Aurors behind him to take little Barty. He looked directly at Dumbledore. "I won't listen to you. Dementors are employees of the Ministry of Magic. They have guarded Azkaban for hundreds of years, and you actually want me to fire them? And the Giants, if I dare to say anything about the United Giants, I will be thrown out of the office immediately." Seeing that Fudge had been rejecting the truth, Snape came over, pulled open his sleeve, and showed him the dark devil mark on his arm. When Fudge saw it, he stepped back in horror, as if he had seen something most terrible. "See? This is the mark that every Death Eater has on his body, and it is the mark of the Dark Lord. This mark has become more and more obvious this year. Tonight the mark has become hot, that is he is summoning the Death Eater. We all know that he is back, and that Karkaroff will run away in a panic, because he betrayed the Death Eater, so he can only escape." Snape said gloomily. "Enough." Fudge didn't dare to go near the dark mark, and he didn't dare to look at it, and he said angrily, "I don't know what trick you're playing, Dumbledore, but I've heard enough. I have to go back to the Ministry of Magic. And I think there's obviously something wrong with the way this school is running, and I need to go back and talk to the trustees about it, and I can't continue like this. Connolly, if you keep going your own way and clinging to it, I'm afraid we'll have to go our separate ways." Dumbledore sighed and said, "You do what you think is right, and I do what I will." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Fudge thundered, as if he were being pointed at by Dumbledore with his wand. "Dumbledore, I have always respected you, but obviously you are going to choose to fight me, so let's walk and see, and I will allow you and your party to destroy this hard-won harmony and tranquility." "Dumbledore, our Minister Fudge is now full of thoughts about you taking his ministerial position." Peter, who had been sitting by the side and watched the play for a long time, said darkly, his face full of playful expressions. "He felt that you were creating public opinion on Voldemort's return in order to destroy his achievements and then take the opportunity to overthrow his dominance, thus taking control of the wizarding world?" Peter continued with a grin. Everyone looked at Fudge in disbelief, saw that he was full of embarrassment and shame of being told a broken heart, and suddenly knew that Peter was telling the truth. "Fudge, your brain has a bag. Will Dumbledore compete with you for the ministerial seat? How did you come to such a conclusion?" Sirius spoke first, looking at Fudge with wide eyes, as if he were looking at a fool. If he had wanted to run for minister, he would have done it a long time ago, so why wait until now? There were many people who supported Dumbledore becoming a minister, but he refused, and now you think so? That's ridiculous. Snape also said sarcastically, despising Fudge's brain. The others also looked at him with fool-like eyes. "Nonsense, Peter York, don't you mess around here." Fudge looked at Peter angrily and said, "You're an adult now, and you're in charge of talking nonsense. Minister Fudge, you have wronged me, but your brain occlusion is so bad that your thoughts are constantly buzzing in my head, and I don't want to hear them." Peter said with an innocent face, "Don't you forget that I have a talent for soul snatching. You can't blame me." "Enough, I need to go back to the Ministry of Magic." Fudge was very uncomfortable with Peter's eyes, and he did not dare to stay any longer, for fear of being seen through the dirtiness of his heart, and urged impatiently, "Orders, bring the prisoners back." Headmaster, Fudge didn't interrogate Barty Crouch Jr., he was going to take it back and give him a Dementor kiss directly, thus eliminating the evidence. Peter looked at Fudge, who was about to leave, and said suddenly. Everyone suddenly looked at Fudge again, looking at him with disbelief. Peter's talent for Dementorship was no secret, so everyone present believed Peter's words for the first time, and they were even more certain when they saw Fudge's heart that was seen through his mind. Dumbledore looked solemnly, looked straight at Fudge, and asked with an oppressive look in his eyes, "Tell me, Corneli, you wouldn't do that, would you?" Fudge was looked at by Dumbledore's oppressive eyes and said, "Of course, Barty Jr. is a Death Eater, and we will judge him, there is no doubt about it. But what the minister is thinking now is that after killing little Barty, there is no proof of death," and then casually explained that little Barty wants to resist, so he must have been executed. Peter grinned and added oil and vinegar. "Peter York." Fudge stared at him fiercely and gritted his teeth. "Minister, I am very scared when you look at me like this." Peter smiled and squinted at Giro's legs. "It looks like I need to contact Amelia, she's the head of the legal division, and it would be most appropriate to take little Barty away." Dumbledore sighed and said that he really did not want to worry about the Ministry of Magic other than dealing with Voldemort, but it seemed that Fudge had been confused by the minister's position and could already be on his side. Then a guardian spirit flew out of the wand and disappeared through the wall. "Dumbledore, are you really going to do this with me?" Fudge's face was very ugly, and his eyes were full of anger. "Connolly, the only thing I have to do to Voldemort," Dumbledore said calmly, "but you are now obviously too confused to calm down and think." Not long after, blue flames rose from the fireplace in the headmaster's office, and then Amelia Burns came out first, with a clerk behind him. "Dumbledore hasn't been seen for a long time." Burns smiled and greeted, "When I received your message, I rushed over, and I didn't expect that little Barty was not dead, which is really surprising." Then she saw Fudge and shouted proactively but not enthusiastically, "Minister, I didn't expect you to be here too." Throughout the Ministry of Magic, the Law Enforcement Division has great powers, and although Fudge is a minister, Amelia Burns, as the director, is not afraid of him. "Director Burns, it's a pleasure to meet you." Fudge had a smile on his face, but didn't look welcome at all. But Burns didn't care either. She looked at the little Barty who was frozen next to him, and said to Dumbledore, "Dumbledore, rest assured, I will personally take him back to the Ministry of Magic and then put him on trial, and there will be no accidents for him during this time." When Fudge heard this, his face became even more ugly. "That bothers you, Amelia," Dumbledore said kindly. "It's just my job." Burns shook his head and said, with a sleek look. Then she saw Peter, her eyes lit up, and she said happily, "Peter, I haven't seen you for a long time, I'm really getting more and more handsome. I heard that you became a top 3 warrior. How are you?" Peter was very fond of the female director, smiled and nodded, took the trophy from his pocket, shook it and said, "I got the championship trophy, but because of some problems, I haven't announced the result yet." When the crowd saw the trophy in his hand, they were surprised, and he thought that the trophy had disappeared, but he did not expect that it was here in Peter. "Congratulations, it's a glory for the school," Amelia Burns said happily. "Thank you," Peter said, as if remembering something, and said, "Lady Burns, please wait, I will bring you someone who should be helpful in your judgment." Then, in the midst of everyone's doubtful eyes, Peter turned to no one and said, "Twinkle, bring old Barty Crouch here." For a minute or so, accompanied by a popping sound, Flash pulled an old man into the office. I saw that this old man's eyes were clear, his hair was meticulously combed, and his clothes were burned neatly, but he looked sad, and the hair on his head had turned white a lot. Barty Crouch. Everyone still looked at the old man who appeared in disbelief. "Isn't he dead?" "Young master, I brought Mr. Crouch back," Flash said respectfully in a small suit. "You've worked hard, Twinkle, you go back first." Peter smiled and touched the glittering ground of his head. Not hard, Shan Shan did what the young master told him to do, and Shan Shan was very happy. Twinkling ears stood up, and their big eyes were full of happiness. Then he bowed to him and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Old Crouch looked at this scene with complicated eyes, and then walked up, bowed deeply to Peter, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. York, thank you for saving my life and letting Shining take care of me for so long." Peter accepted his bow calmly and said plainly, "You should thank Flash, the house elf is a very loyal creature, and I don't want to see Flash work for me, but also for her former master, so I saved you. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered to meddle in the feud between your father and son." "I know, but thank you." Crouch nodded, then sighed, and said, "The only thing I'm sorry for is Flash, but she is dutiful, and I'm not a good host. Later, I also asked Mr. York to treat her well." "Don't worry about her, Mr. Crouch," Peter said coldly. "Twinkle is now my butler, and she is no longer a slave to wizards, so she will certainly be countless times better than before. What you should care about most now is your son, and yourself." Old Crouch heard the words and looked at his son who was bound to the side and could not speak. At this time he was full of horror, looking at the suddenly resurrected Old Crouch in disbelief, and his eyes were full of incomprehension. "Mr. Crouch, where have you been during this time?" Burns stepped forward and asked in great surprise, "The Ministry of Magic has been looking for you for a long time, but there is no trace of you, and we all think you are in trouble." Director Burns, it's a pleasure to meet you. I did almost die once. Crouch said calmly, but his eyes were full of sadness. He looked at little Barty Jr. and said slowly, I have been controlled until I escaped from Hogwarts not long ago, and came to Hogwarts to remind Dumbledore, but in the end I was caught. If it were not for Peter York's help, I am afraid that I would have become a ghost under my sun by now. When everyone heard the news, they looked at little Barty, even Harry and the others who had already known it. It was still difficult to hide their shock. How much they hated their father to kill their own father so hard. Mr. Crouch, do you mean that you were controlled by your son Barty Jr. before, and then you almost killed him? Burns asked again. Crouch shook his head and said, after the 3 cups, I was controlled by the Soul Reaper charm, but it was Voldemort who controlled me. He arranged for Barty Jr. to disguise himself as a school professor to deliver Harry Potter to him, while I was being watched over by his servant Wormtail. So I took advantage of the Insect Tail's lack of preparation and broke free of the Soul Reaper charm and fled to Hogwarts, trying to tell Dumbledore the Dark Lord Voldemort of the news of his return, but it was still a step too late. Hearing Crouch say such astonishing news, most of the people present took a cold breath and looked frightened. Mr. Crouch, you mean the Dark Lord is back? Can you take responsibility for what you say? Burns frowned and said solemnly, do I still have to lie now? Crouch smiled bitterly, mourning more than heart death. He looked like a living dead at this time, without a little spirit. Voldemort lived in my house for a while. He was a monster, full of red and covered with snake scales, wrapped in swaddling like a baby, but at that time he had gradually become stronger. When I was controlled, I heard him say that he wanted to use Harry Potter's blood to resurrect. I don't know if he succeeded. Crouch asked Dumbledore if he didn't know about the Triwizard Cup final. Barty, Harry was brought to Voldemort by your son with a door key in the final 3 cup finals, and he witnessed that Voldemort had regained his physical form. Dumbledore said with a wry smile. Alas, said old Crouch with a sigh and no fighting spirit, in that case we are afraid that we are about to face an unprecedented war. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became heavy. Enough. Fudge suddenly interrupted in a loud voice, looking panicked and angry, and he pointed at the crowd and said, no mysterious person has ever been resurrected. A teenager, plus a crazy Death Eater, you believe such nonsense? Not to mention the old Batty Crouch, who has disappeared for so long. According to the current evidence, he violated the regulations of the Ministry of Magic and quietly rescued the Death Eater Barty Jr., who should have been imprisoned in Azkaban, which is a blatant crime. Fudge pointed hysterically at old Barty and said, as Minister of the Ministry of Magic, I have now decided to suspend Batty Crouch from his position as Director of the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation and to bring a lawsuit against him for harboring Azkaban fugitives. He is now a suspect and is going to carry out the Visangamo trial. The Aurors surrendered his wand and brought it back to the Ministry of Magic for trial. Everyone looked at his crazy appearance and felt that there would be a trouble in the future. Dumbledore looked at Fudge and sighed helplessly. Now Fudge still did not care whether it was to maintain his ministerial status, or for other reasons. Even if so much evidence was in front of him, he chose to turn a blind eye, trying to maintain the apparent peace of the wizarding world now. Minister, I am the director of the Law Enforcement Department, and I should be responsible for this trial. Burns frowned and reminded. Fudge calmed down a little and looked at the crowd, especially Dumbledore, for a long time before he coldly handed over the Crouch father and son to Burns. Old Barty did not resist, and like a stake, he allowed the Auror to take his wand and bring it to the bound little Barty. Father and son looked at each other, and old Crouch looked at little Barty with sad eyes. Little Barty, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief and anger in his eyes. The only one who could move revealed hatred for his father, as if to ask him why he was not dead. Fudge came to Peter's side and threw a bag of gold coins in front of him very coldly. Since you got the championship trophy, then this 1,000 gold gallons is yours. As for the award ceremony, look at the current situation. Before he could finish speaking, Fudge put his top hat on his head and said to the crowd, see you guys, there are still many things to do in the Ministry of Magic, and I will stay. With that, he walked out the door. Minister Fudge, you have another year. Let's take a rare look. Peter suddenly shouted at Fudge, who was about to step out of the door. What do you mean? A year? What the hell are you talking about? Fudge turned his head and asked doubtfully. Peter shook his head and said with a smile, you'll understand when the time comes. So it's mysterious. Fudge looked at him with a playful look in his eyes, and his heart was inexplicably uneasy, but he still chose to ignore it, directly slammed the door shut, and left. What do you mean by a year, you said to Fudge? Harry couldn't help but ask curiously, knowing that Peter had the power to prophesy, and wondered if Peter had seen anything about Fudge's future. The others looked at him with a curious look in their eyes. Dumbledore was particularly concerned, and he looked deeply at Peter, the boy who had always acted as if he knew everything, and which he could not see through. Peter smiled and shook his head, making eye contact with Dumbledore, reminding, Fudge has now chosen to part ways with you, and he stubbornly believes that you are challenging his authority, so how good your situation will be next, you have to pay attention. Dumbledore looked into Peter's eyes, nodded silently, looked still in love, smiled, and said, I'll pay attention, thanks for the reminder. Peter looked at his performance and shook his head darkly. Dumbledore was sometimes shrewd, but sometimes too naive, and then Fudge's trouble for him was smaller than Voldemort's, depending on how he coped. He didn't bother to take care of these things. As long as he didn't provoke him, he watched the drama from the sidelines. Afterwards, Burns took the Crouch father and son with his men, leaving them alone in the room. Peter looked at them as if they had something to discuss, got up from his seat, and said, "Headmaster, and all of you, I'm still bothering you, I'll go back first. Peter, you can stay, and I'd love you to be involved," Dumbledore said sincerely. Peter looked at the people around him, almost all of them members of the Order of the Phoenix, and the members of the Reserve. He smiled and shook his head. "I also used the Headmaster. I first fought against a large group of animals in the labyrinth tonight, and then I fought with Voldemort, and now I am a little tired, so I will go back to rest first. Goodbye, guys." Peter smiled and waved at the crowd, then left the office. Dumbledore watched Peter leave and sighed deeply, looking a little disappointed. "Dumbledore, are you trying to invite Peter to join the Order of the Phoenix?" Sirius reacted and asked in surprise. Dumbledore nodded, looked in the direction Peter had left, and said, "Peter is a very talented child, he is very strong. I have always had the vague feeling that he sees more of the future than we do, so he always has the attitude of a bystander. I had always wanted to invite him to join us in the fight against Voldemort, but he was clearly reluctant to do so." Sirius was very surprised to hear his comment. "Dumbledore, your evaluation of Peter is not too high. Oh, stupid dog, don't think about other people with your walnut-sized brain." Snape sneered. "Peter York is an unprecedented genius. His current strength, even I vaguely feel threatened. Of course you don't know his strength. Dog eyes naturally think that others are very ordinary. Snot, you want to fight, right?" Sirius was furious and grabbed Snape's leader. Snape didn't show weakness either, his wand resting on Sirius's jaw. "Enough! Stop me!" Dumbledore shouted angrily. "This is a time of emergency. We need to unite with each other, and there is no hope for everyone." After listening, the two released their hands, snorted at each other coldly, and stood on both sides looking at each other. Dumbledore looked at them with a helpless expression, and he said to Professor McGonagall, "Minerva, you go and ask Madame Maxime. We need to have a good talk with her, and then the time is urgent, and we need to unite as much as possible." "I see." Professor McGonagall nodded and turned away. Dumbledore looked at Sirius in the room and said, "You go and contact Remus. We need him to go and unite with the werewolves, to get the consent of the werewolves before Voldemort, to ensure that they will not side with the Dark Camp." "I'll be in touch right away," Sirius said, then left the office. At this point there was only Harry, Snape, and Dumbledore left in the office, and Dumbledore looked at Snape. "Severus, you know what I need you to do, if you have no opinion. Are you ready?" "Always ready." Snape's wand-wielding hand tightened, and the green tendons burst out, but his expression was very calm, and his eyes were empty, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. "So, good luck?" Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, with concern on his face, and then sighed and said, "It's just a pity Peter didn't choose to stand with us, and if he had helped, I think we would have been more relaxed." Snape's eyes flickered and he said coldly, "I can't help you, Dumbledore. Don't forget that he's a Slytherin, and your Gryffindor set won't work for him." "I know, I just don't understand his intentions," Dumbledore said, with a puzzled expression. "He was kind to us and would like to help, but whenever I tried to invite him to join us, I firmly refused." Snape looked at Dumbledore's puzzled expression and said sarcastically, "I said that Peter is a real Slytherin, and your theory of love may allow Gryffindor or even others to take the initiative to drive you, but if you want Peter to listen to your drive, then you don't have to think about it. He won't belong to anyone." "Are you saying he'll choose neutrality?" Dumbledore asked, thinking of the prophecy that the Son of the Phoenix would change the outcome, a thing that made him very concerned. "I don't know." Snape shook his head. "Headmaster, are you talking about Peter?" Harry listened to their conversation and couldn't help asking. "Yes, what's wrong, Harry?" Dumbledore turned his head and asked kindly. "Well, there's one thing I don't know if I should tell you," Harry said hesitantly. "When I connected with Voldemort's wand, my parents and they both came out of Voldemort's wand, and they told me to believe Peter, so after I disconnected, I ran backwards according to my father and mother's instructions, and finally Peter saved me in time." Snape heard Harry say that he had seen his parents, and his face was almost unable to hold, as if he had been hit hard, and his body was shaking a little. Dumbledore asked again, "Harry, are you saying that Lily and James are telling you to believe Peter?" "Yes, Mom and Dad, they seem to have said something to Peter, and they say Peter will save me." Harry nodded. "Yes, since it is them, it is indeed good news." Dumbledore laughed, looking happy, as if relieved. "Also, after Peter saved me, he first fought Voldemort with magic and killed several Death Eaters. Then he didn't know how to control Voldemort, and let Voldemort obediently kill a lot of his own men." Harry recalled a tone of admiration with a hint of fear, and then he made a sound that knocked down the rest of the Death Eaters, even Voldemort, who was injured. "By the way, I overheard Peter and Voldemort talking about the petrified Death Eaters at the previous Quidditch World Cup." Dumbledore and Snape heard Harry's words with a look of shock in their eyes. "Harry, are you saying that Peter confronted Voldemort head-on and made Voldemort suffer?" Dumbledore couldn't help asking. He had thought that Peter had escaped with Harry directly, but he didn't expect so many things to happen in the middle. Harry nodded. Dumbledore and Snape looked at each other. "It seems that I still underestimated Peter." Dumbledore sighed and said, "I always thought it would take him 10 years to grow up, but now his strength has far exceeded my predictions. What a terrifying talent." Peter, unaware of the conversation in the headmaster's office, was now back in the Slytherin lounge, and after throwing the championship trophy to the expectant Alan, he sat down in front of the fireplace and roasted the flames. The Slytherin students, knowing that Peter had won the title, went completely insane, cheered and applauded excitedly, and crowded around Alan to admire the trophy. All the students looked at Peter with a tired look, all of them looked at him with uncontrollable eyes, and they all gathered together and held up trophies to celebrate, and many students took out their precious snacks and drinks, and got a bunch of pastries from the back kitchen and directly began to celebrate. Peter looked at Draco Malfoy, who had contributed a barrel of honey, and was celebrating happily with the other students, some sympathizing for him. Tonight he did not have any hands left when he attacked the Death Eaters, and Lucius Malfoy did not know whether he was dead or not, but even if he did not die, I am afraid it would not be very good. Soon he couldn't be happy. The next day, while Peter was having breakfast, the Daily Prophet published news of last night's match, which said nothing about Voldemort, but only about Peter winning the trophy. In the second edition, it is written that the elder Barty Crouch was dismissed from his post and that he harbored Death Eaters, and the words describe the old Barty as a false public and hypocritical person, while the younger Barty is described as a crazy Death Eater who believes that his brain was damaged in Azkaban, so he has always believed that the mysterious man is not dead. In response to Harry Potter, the Daily Prophet used a biased description to describe him as having a brain problem, and because he did not win the championship, he made up a bunch of lies to attract attention. When Peter saw this report, he knew that Fudge had officially made a move, only to see that after a morning of fermentation, most people who encountered Harry walked around him, avoiding his gaze, covering their mouths and whispering to each other. Fudge's method worked, and many people didn't believe Harry's words about Voldemort's return, thinking he was talking nonsense. When it was time to leave the dinner, Slytherin once again won the House Cup, so the auditorium was decorated in silver green. At the long Slytherin table, the students were celebrating happily with each other, and the only one with a sad face was Durmstrang's students, who were absent-minded when they ate, because their headmaster threw them here and fled. In the faculty seat, the real Moody sat there, but seemed nervous, and the slightest movement could scare him, especially when Dumbledore announced that Peter had won the Triwizard Cup this time, and was frightened by the cheers of the students and flew a spell directly out of the wand and hit the wall next to him, startling everyone. In order not to frighten poor Professor Moody again, when it was announced that Slytherin had won the House Cup, the Slytherin students consciously suppressed the cheers so as not to irritate him. Karkaroff's seat was empty, and Madame Maxime on the side was also sad. Dumbledore stood up in the midst of everyone's gaze, looked at everyone, and said in a happy tone, "It's another year is over. I have a lot to say to you tonight, but I must first congratulate our Peter York, who won this championship with exceptional ability in the top 3 cups that have gone through a school year. Of course, we can't ignore the wonderful performances of the remaining 3 warriors, who are also very good. They show the style and strength that the Triwizard tournament should have. Let us applaud them." Everyone looked at Peter and the other 3 warriors, applauding and cheering for them. "Although I don't want to tell you this bad news, I think you have a right to know what's going on." Dumbledore became serious and said solemnly, "Voldemort is back." 13 years later, he once again returned to the wizarding world. He kidnapped Harry Potter on the top 3 cup, but was fortunately discovered by Peter York and successfully saved. "The Ministry of Magic doesn't want me to tell you this." Dumbledore went on to say, "Some parents may also be shocked by what I have done, not even believing that Voldemort has actually returned, or that you are too young to tell you. But I think it's better to tell the truth than to lie. Only if you know the truth can you prepare in advance." Inside the auditorium, the students looked at Dumbledore with shock and fear in their eyes. All of them seemed to have been petrified. Quietly, followed by a whisper, all eyes were moving between Dumbledore and Harry, and some people heard the news that Peter was also involved, and their eyes focused on Peter, who was drinking slowly and methodically. The Slytherin students, in particular, looked at Peter with shock and complexity in their eyes. Especially some of these students, their parents are Death Eaters, so looking at Peter's eyes is particularly complicated. "Chief, is what Dumbledore said true?" The 5th grade chief couldn't help but ask, "Did you really meet the mysterious man?" Peter saw that everyone around him was looking at him, and he helplessly complained about Dumbledore. "If you want to talk about Voldemort, why did you rip him out?" Peter put down his cup, glanced at the grade chiefs, and the curious people, and nodded calmly. "I did see him, and I also met some Death Eaters, and we didn't have a pleasant conversation, so we fought." The surrounding Slytherin students heard his answer and took a breath, their eyes filled with panic, and he certainly believed Peter's words. Peter looked at the students who were in turmoil around him, especially those from pure-blood families, and said calmly, "I know that among you, your parents or relatives are working for Voldemort." The surrounding students heard Peter call Voldemort's name and looked at him in horror. Peter ignored their expressions and continued, "I will not interfere with whether you choose to become Death Eaters or choose neutrality. But one thing is that these disputes are not allowed to be brought to school. Some of you should already know about the night of the Triwizard Cup final, and since I was able to get rid of his servants in front of Voldemort and come back with dignity, it shows that I am not afraid of Voldemort. If you don't obey my orders, you will know the consequences, and I don't want a Voldemort to appear and ruin my tranquility at Slytherin House." Peter's words were light, but all the Slytherin students who heard him shook their bodies involuntarily. Especially the death-eating children, with their heads bowed, dared to look at Peter. As the chief of the 4th grade, Draco Malfoy's face was a little pale with fright, but he still plucked up the courage to ask, "Chief, have you chosen to take the side of Dumbledore?" Peter looked at the nervous Draco, raised an eyebrow, and then smiled and said meaningfully, "Of course, you can see me as a neutral party, or on your own side, as long as Voldemort does not provoke me or my friends. I generally don't bother to intervene in these things." Draco was relieved to hear this, and retracted his seat as if he had completed his task. At York Manor, Peter was sitting in his study, with a letter from France in his hand. "So you're going out again during the summer vacation?" Christine frowned and complained with an unhappy face, "Since you went to that magic school, you have been in the wizarding world most of the time, and now you are going to France. Are you planning to live in the wizarding world in the future?" Peter put away the envelope, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Of course not, and the foundation of the York family has always been in the ordinary world, and I can't give up this side for the sake of the magical world of tens of thousands of people. I went to France only at the invitation of Roger and Nicolome, and the main purpose was to settle my own affairs. I'll be back soon, and you don't have to worry." "Well," Christine nodded, "don't forget that you are the heir to our York family." Then Kristen picked up the Daily Prophet on the table and pointed to the one on it about Azkaban's great escape. The report asked worriedly, "Your magical community looks very unsafe. Will you be in danger when you return to school next semester? Otherwise you don't go to school for a while. It's too dangerous." Peter glanced at the newspaper where Fudge was trying to explain the reason for the escape, attributing most of the blame to the sharp decline in the number of Azkaban's guard Dementors, and made it clear that Peter, with Dumbledore's help, innocently killed most of the Dementors, causing Azkaban's guards to lax and allowing the Death Eaters to escape. Peter was a little surprised to see the contents of the newspaper at first, because the time for Azkaban's escape from prison was much earlier. However, as soon as he thought that he would solve the Death Eaters outside, it was easy to solve them, and if Voldemort did not want to be isolated, he would definitely be the first to rescue his own men, and it was instantly clear. Just looking at the way Fudge in the newspaper tried to clear up the relationship and push the pot to others, he shook his head wordlessly. He had subscribed to the Daily Prophet early on, so every day owls brought newspapers over. During this time, the Daily Prophet, at the behest of the Ministry of Magic, vigorously exaggerated the image of Dumbledore and Harry Potter, saying that the news of the mysterious man's return was nonsense. It is said that a lie can become true 1,000 times, and under the rendering of the Daily Prophet over and over again, almost most people really believe the words of the Ministry of Magic. After all, in the eyes of ordinary wizards, the Ministry of Magic is an authoritative department, and it is impossible to lie. Peter's trip to France was invited by the French Roger family, so he needed to travel to France through the Ministry of Magic this time. When he came to the Ministry of Magic again, the atmosphere in the Ministry of Magic's office hall was solemn, all the staff were in a hurry, and a huge banner was hanging up and down from the ceiling, where Fudge's portrait stood, and then it became emergency. Death Eaters escape from prison en masse, a line of large characters, surrounded by portraits of Lestranges and other Death Eaters laughing wildly. Peter first went to the International Department of Magical Cooperation to get documents such as identification and a wand carry-on permit. Then came to the Department of Magical Transportation, spent gallon, and bought a remote cross-country door key. It was only when Peter had just come out of the Magic Traffic Division with the door key that he met Harry and Arthur Weasley in the elevator. Peter asked in amazement, "Harry, Mr. Weasley, why are you here?" Harry and Arthur were also surprised and asked how did Peter get to the Ministry of Magic? "I was invited to France as a guest, so I came to the Ministry of Magic to do something," Peter explained, and then looked at Harry's worried look, and had a guess in his mind, but still asked, "How did you end up here? Is it to do something?" Arthur shook his head, sighed, and said, "Harry was attacked by a Dementor during his summer vacation, used magic, and now he is going to come to the Ministry of Magic for trial, and we now need to go to the 10th floor of the courtroom." Trial. Peter frowned and looked at Harry. "I remember that the Ministry of Magic stipulated that the first time to use magic outside the school was to receive a warning, the second time to be tried, but it doesn't have to be so serious. The courtroom is used to try people with serious crimes, and the use of magic outside the school is just such a big fanfare. And I remember the warning letter before. Didn't I already take Harry to the Ministry of Magic to cancel it? And did Harry use magic outside the school later?" "Nothing," Harry said excitedly. "I haven't used my wands outside of school since. Only this time 2 Dementors suddenly appeared in Little Huijin district, and they attacked my cousin Dolly, so I had to use the Patroness charm to drive them away. As a result, the Ministry of Magic sent a letter directly saying that it was going to fire me and break my wand." Peter looked at Harry sympathetically. Poor fellow, Fudge, who had made up his mind to drive him out of the wizarding world. However, before he left for a foreign country, he did not hesitate to help Harry, disgusting Fudge. He hadn't forgotten that when Fudge had escaped from Azkaban's mass prison, he threw the pot at him, believing that he had killed too many Dementors to cause the prison guards to be insufficient. He smiled and reassured, "Harry, you don't have to worry too much, this matter is their fault, since we met here. Then I will also accompany you on a trip to see what they really want to do, so eager to judge you." "Really?" Harry's face showed surprise. He had seen Peter stifle the Ministry of Magic officials, and he felt safe if Peter was willing to help. "Peter, aren't you going abroad? This will not delay your time." Arthur asked in surprise. Peter shook his head and chuckled. It's all right, it's not good for me to go a little late. That would be great, it's better to have one more person to help than to be alone, Mr. Weasley said happily. Accompanied by a cry of the Visangamo courtroom has arrived. The three of them came out of the elevator. Peter was familiar with the road here, and he was more like a clerk in the Ministry of Magic than Mr. Weasley, and skillfully led the two of them to turn left and right to a black gate. Harry, go in, this is the courtroom, Mr. Weasley said, and then suddenly remembered, and apologized to Peter in chagrin. Sorry, Peter, I'm afraid neither of us can go in, only members of the Wysangamo and the interrogators can go in. Harry suddenly tensed up, and was very upset to hear that neither Peter nor Mr. Weasley could enter. Peter laughed, pulled a beautifully crafted silver W badge from the Basilisk leather pouch he was carrying, pinned it to his chest, and said, Mr. Weasley, can I go in now? Mr. Weasley's eyes widened and he looked at the badge on his chest in amazement. Peter, when did you become a member of Visangamo? You're only 17, Merlin, that's amazing? Harry was confused, he didn't even know anything about Visangamo. Peter smiled and waved his hand. Not yet, Mr. Weasley, I am only a reserve member of Visangamo, and whether I can become a full member in the future is still two questions. You're too modest to say that, Peter. Mr. Weasley said enviously, the members of Visangamo are only 50, and to become a reserve member at your current age is beyond everyone else. Peter shook his head modestly. Peter actually felt quite abrupt about becoming a reserve member of the Wysangam. The badge was sent to him by Amelia Burns after Peter's Triwizard tournament. The Wysangamo reserve members are recommended by senior Visangamo members and then voted by more than half of the members before they can be confirmed. Peter's referees were Gors de Marchbon, Amelia Burns, and the previous minister, Millicent Barnold, all three of whom had frequent correspondence with Peter and were on good terms. Although Fudge and others strongly opposed it, after Peter won the final of the Tri-Final Cup, most of the members who had been watching, as if they had received some news, voted in favor and became the reserve members of Visangamo with a very high number of approvals. In Ms. Marchibon's words, those who voted for it seemed to be afraid that Peter would not want to, and wanted to try to win him over. Peter certainly knew why, and almost all of these members of the Visangamo were important people in the wizarding world, and the news was very sensitive. What happened in the village of Little Hangerton was still a secret to them, and being able to deal with Voldemort and solve a group of Death Eaters in front of him was certainly worthy of their attention. That's why I immediately changed my attitude. Now that Peter has you with Harry, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Arthur Weasley said, I don't know how they did it, but suddenly the time and place of the interrogation were changed, and we almost couldn't catch up. Of course, Fudge didn't want Dumbledore to come and convict Harry as soon as possible, and then drive him out of the wizarding world, Peter said to himself. Peter motioned for Harry to push open the door and followed him inside. In the courtroom, everyone looked at Harry who had walked in, and Harry was a little confused by these eyes. You're late. An indifferent voice sounded in the courtroom. I'm sorry, Harry said nervously, I didn't know the time had changed. That's not the jury's fault, the voice said. An owl has been sent to your house this morning. Why suddenly and temporarily changed the trial time? This is obviously in line with the regulations. It is said that this morning suddenly changed. Is the Ministry of Magic abusing its power? Peter walked over to Harry and questioned. Who are you? The voice suddenly asked with some confusion. Peter York. Peter replied calmly. When the people present heard him introduce himself, they suddenly whispered and looked at him with curious eyes. Fudge was very annoyed when he saw Peter appear. Peter York, get out. This is the place where the members of Wysangamo will be judged, not where you should come. Peter lit up the badge on his chest and said with a smile, Minister, I am a reserve member of Visangamo, and I also have the right to participate, not to mention that I am now an advocate on the Harry Potter side, and you can still catch me. You are only a reserve member, and only a full member can participate in the trial, or throw him out. Fudge said angrily that he didn't want to see Peter at all. This guy was like his nemesis, and it wouldn't be good to meet him. Minister, don't misinterpret the law. The reserve members are also members of Visangamo, and there is no explicit stipulation that only full members can participate. Unless you can reformulate a detailed rule, only full members are allowed to enter the trial chamber. Amelia Burns sat in the judge's seat in the trial chamber, looked at Peter with a smile, and then said, Minister, it is true that there is no definition in the regulations that only full members are allowed to enter the trial chamber, so Mr. York is right. It is also true that the reserve members are also members of the Visangamo and cannot refuse the addition of the reserves. It's true. Most of the members of Visangamo nodded in agreement, believing that Peter could attend the trial. When Fudge saw this, his face was a little bad, and he didn't know how these members were so active today, and they all spoke for Peter. This made him feel a little at ease in his heart, but he had done enough for this trial, but he couldn't just fail like this. So he gave up continuing to target Peter, turned to Harry, and pretended to be serious. Very good, now that the defendant has arrived, let's officially begin. Mr. Potter, please sit down at your seat at trial and accept the next questioning. Harry heard this and took a hesitant step forward, only to be pulled by Peter. Mr. Minister, Peter stepped forward and looked at the crowd. Before Harry was questioned, I wanted to ask one thing, that is, why did he receive a warning letter like the other students, but was brought here to be tried? When the jury heard this, they all looked surprised and immediately became noisy, and one of the very elderly members of Visengamo asked directly, Mr. York, do you mean that Harry Potter is using magic outside of school for the first time? Peter nodded, that's true, and this time he was forced to do so. Nonsense. Fudge stood up and interrupted, then said, this is not the first time Harry Potter has used magic outside of school. He used magic in the summer before his second year and received a warning letter from us. Yes, Peter looked at him playfully. I remember that time I was personally taken to the Ministry of Magic with Harry Potter, and proved that I had been wronged, and withdrew the charges. Have you forgotten the minister? Otherwise, you can ask the pink-clad Lady Umbridge behind you, who was previously the director of the Department for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic, but she dropped the charges in person. Peter looked at the bald old man in the jury seat and pointed at him. Otherwise you can ask Mr. Saxony, who was the same Lady Umbridge whom he had taken us to find. The old Saxon man in the jury stood up, nodded, and said, yes, I testified that I had taken them to quash the charges, and I had also examined Mr. Potter's wand with a flashback spell, which he had not touched during his summer vacation. If he hadn't used magic outside of school afterwards, the accusation wouldn't have been established. Hearing Saxony's testimony, the jury became noisy again. Fudge's face grew darker, which was different from what he thought. Minister, may I ask if what Mr. York said is true? Was this the first time Harry Potter had used magic outside of school? Burns asked with a serious face, if the situation is true, there is no need for this trial to go down, you just need to send him a warning letter, you don't have to use it so much. Fudge was a little anxious, and he looked behind him at Umbridge, hoping she would give him some help. Umbridge stood up, sorted out his pink clothes, and with a fleshy face, a pair of vicious eyes glancing around Peter and Harry, stepped forward and said in a pretentious voice, Mr. Minister, and all of you, because it was Mr. Saxon who led them to my office, after some threats, I had no choice but to sign the revocation order. But last summer, Mr. Potter apparently blew his muggle aunt into a balloon again, impatiently. Because the minister was worried about Potter's safety, he suppressed the warning letter, but did not revoke it. So strictly speaking, this is indeed the second time he has used magic outside of school. The Ministry of Magic had no problem interrogating him? Yes, exactly as Ms. Umbridge said. Fudge was overjoyed. He thought that this accusation was going to fail. He did not expect such a reason. He looked at Umbridge with great satisfaction. Everyone. Fudge tried to hide his happy expression. There should be no one to oppose this trial now. This is the second time that Mr. Potter has blatantly violated the confidentiality regulations, although the previous time he did not send him a warning letter, but that time I officially warned him in the Cauldron Bar, but he obviously did not listen. Fudge said with a disappointed expression. When Harry heard this, he looked at Fudge angrily, knowing that Fudge had said that he had also pursued his aunt and had not warned him, but now he was talking nonsense, just to convict him. After some discussion, the jury members agreed to Fudge's request for a trial. Okay, now let's start the hearing, Fudge said in a loud voice, his tone looking a little impatient. Interrogator, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, Amelia Burns, Director of the Department of the Enforcement of Magical Laws, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Deputy Minister for Magic. Trial Recorder, Percy Weasley. Defense Attorney, Abbes Dumbledore. A calm voice sounded from the gate. The crowd looked to the sound and saw Dumbledore coming in through the door. The members of the jury began to turn their heads and ears, their eyes focused on Dumbledore, some with distressed faces, some with fear on their faces, and others like Margavin and Saxony waving their hands in delight. Fudge looked a little panicked, and he said, Dumbledore. Here you go. You get us. Well, did you change the timing of the hearing? I would have missed the hearing, Dumbledore said, looking straight at him, expressionless, but then smiled and looked at the crowd and said, but fortunately, I set off early, and I was notified by the well-wishers halfway through, so I quickened my pace and rushed over. With that he winked at Peter. Then I fake. All right. I think it's time to get started. Fudge barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Fudge then used a very tight interrogation method, constantly asking Harry to answer yes or no. The questions were full of bias, trying to prove that Harry used magic outside the school for no reason. But Dumbledore was clearly prepared, and he brought in a witness, a squib named Mrs. Fager, who proved that a Dementor had attacked Harry and his cousin Dolly. I think it's ridiculous, Headmaster Dumbledore, said Umbridge, her voice sharp, like an angry pink toad, her wrinkled face flushed red. Will 2 Dementors run to Little Whitkins to attack Harry Potter? This is ridiculous. Dementors are ministry clerks of the Ministry of Magic, and they only stay in Azkaban. How can they appear in the Muggle community? If the Dementors only take orders from the Ministry of Magic, and the 2 Dementors attacked Harry and his cousin a week ago, I need to express my doubts. Dumbledore looked polite, but looked at Fudge strongly in his words. Why are they there? Who ordered them to attack Harry? Are you suspicious of me, Dumbledore? Fudge was overwhelmed by Dumbledore's sharp eyes, blushed, and shouted loudly, as if to cover up his heart. I didn't think so, Mr. Minister. Dumbledore held his hand flatly and said, I'm just raising doubts based on what you say, unless these extra Dementors are outside the control of the Ministry of Magic. There are no Dementors outside of the Ministry of Magic's control. Fudge's face turned the color of pig's liver, and he shouted, there is no such thing as an attacking Dementor, a child who made a mistake and a squib. There is no credibility at all. The minister asked me a question. Peter smiled and interjected. Then, in the curious eyes of the crowd, he walked up to Umbridge and asked, Ms. Umbridge, I wonder why you brought 2 Dementors from Azkaban last week on the day Harry Potter was attacked by Dementors. His eyes were fixed on her. You still have to retort in a hurry, because there were a lot of wizards who saw this scene that day, and I looked. Winston of the Magic Logistics Department, David of the Aurors, Llewellyn and Abigail of the Department of Magical Accidents and Disasters, Margaret of the Department of Magical Transportation, and so on, and they all saw you leading 2 Dementors to the Ministry of Magic. How do you explain it? How do you know about this? Umbridge said in panic, then reacted, narrowed his expression, and said arrogantly, Sorry, this is the Ministry of Magic's secret work. I don't need to answer your questions. Is it? Peter came to the front of the stage, faced the jury, smiled and said, It's such a coincidence, isn't it? Ms. Umbridge just took 2 Dementors from Azkaban, and 2 Dementors attacked Harry Potter that day, as if they were specially for him. When the people of the jury heard this, they all turned their heads and ears, and looked at Umbridge and Fudge with strange eyes. Peter York, don't you want to slander people here again? Fudge shouted angrily, If you interfere in the interrogation process again, I will expel you in the name of the minister. Don't be so anxious, minister. Peter smiled and said, I didn't say it was Umbridge, or minister. You ordered the Dementors to attack Harry Potter. I was just curious what the 2 Dementors who brought back went to. After all, many Ministry of Magic staff saw Ms. Umbridge take them out for half a day before returning. In addition to guarding Azkaban, the Dementor is used to punish the criminal Dementor kiss. Could it be that there were criminals who were to be executed that day? But I didn't hear such news. This is a secret of the Ministry of Magic, and it has nothing directly to do with this trial, so I have no comment. Fudge said with gritted teeth like a pig's liver. Of course it does, Peter said with a smile. Minister, you said earlier that the Dementors were under the control of the Ministry of Magic, but now there are 2 Dementors who attacked Harry for no reason. The only thing that could be suspected was that the 2 Dementors that Ms. Umbridge had taken away had sneaked into Little Whitkins and sneaked up on Harry Potter and his cousin before she noticed. Nonsense. Fudge stared at Peter fiercely, squeezing only a few words out of his mouth. Of course, Minister, you can also have those 2 Dementors brought over. As far as I know they are still in Umbridge's office. Peter smiled and said, I just know a little bit about Dementors, so I can ask them if it's Harry they attacked. Fudge and Umbridge looked at Peter like 2 steamed lobsters, gritting their teeth as if they were eager to eat him. Dumbledore sat in the trial seat, looked at this scene with a smile, and whispered to Harry, who looked at Peter with adoring eyes, and said softly, I am really ashamed to be a young man who became a preparatory member of the Visangamo at a young age. Harry, you learn from him, deal with these people. Peter is more handy than we are, he can always catch the weaknesses of others, a blow to the sore. Harry nodded, looking adoringly at Peter standing in front of the stage, wondering when he would be able to do the same dang. Accompanied by a hammering sound, Director Burns stood up and announced, given that the jury of more than 2 out of 3 has agreed to set aside all charges against the defendants, I hereby declare, Harry Potter is not guilty. Fudge and Umbridge's expressions at this time were very awkward, as if they had eaten siang, and their eyes were filled with a twisted look that tried to suppress anger, and they barely squeezed out a smile and said, Very good, very good. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. As minister, I don't really want to convict a child, and now it seems perfect, isn't it? Thank you for your tolerance, Mr. Minister. Dumbledore said happily, as if he hadn't heard Fudge's disobedient words. He stood up, and a magic wand eliminated the altered chair. Guys, due to the sudden change in the time of the trial, I came in a bit of a hurry. There are still a bunch of things in the school that are not finished. I am leaving, goodbye. Then he turned and winked at Peter, then just turned away and disappeared outside the door. Dumbledore's sudden departure disappointed some of the people who were ready to come forward and talk to him, and then they looked again at Peter, who was sitting next to Harry, and began to talk to him. Mr. York, I'm Horace Slughorn and it's a pleasure to meet you. A chubby old man came over and shook hands with Peter warmly. I really didn't expect you to become a reserve member of Visangamo at such a young age. I voted for it when I first voted, but we will have to communicate more in the future. Peter looked at the rich old man in front of him, a little surprised, and then politely said, Professor Slughorn, it is a pleasure to meet you. I heard that you used to be the Dean of Slytherin and the Professor of Potions, and it's a shame you retired when I entered. Slughorn's smiling eyes narrowed, and he looked at Peter with a look of precious treasure, and he also looked regretful. I heard that you have been the head of the Slytherin Academy since the 3rd grade. What a talent. As far as I know, Slytherin has never been done in thousands of years, and you're so pretty decent. It's just a pity that I didn't meet you when I was coaching, and I will definitely make you more perfect. Beyond all geniuses? Peter still smiled and responded, this somewhat vain old man, with a habit of collecting geniuses, was greedy for pleasure and admired vanity in personality, but he was not a bad person in his bones, so Peter did not hate him. However, Peter did not have much time to continue to communicate with him at this time, so he said apologetically, Sorry Professor Slughorn, I originally prepared the door key to France earlier, but because of the Harry Potter matter, so I was delayed, and now I need to rush over, so I can't talk to you more. Going to France. Slughorn was surprised, but then the people around him looked at him, pulled Peter aside, and quietly asked with a solemn look, Peter, can I call you that? I learned something from some of my friends, and it is said that you were also there on the day of the Tri-Wizard Cup final. Can you tell me if the return of the mysterious man is true? Peter heard the words and looked at the fat old man, and his eyes were full of uneasiness and fear. He asked strangely, Professor Slughorn, didn't the Daily Prophets say that this was nonsense? How do you not seem to believe it? Well, I understand the habits of the Ministry of Magic. They never tell the truth in order to hide their peace. Slughorn snorted coldly, obviously not impressed by the Ministry of Magic's actions, and his eyes were fixed on Peter. Since Dumbledore said that the mysterious man has returned, it is not untargeted. I have been with his colleagues for decades, and he is not as old as the newspaper describes. I just want to confirm to you again, is the mysterious man really back? Why do you think I know about this, Professor Slughorn? Peter smiled. You may know that I once set up a slug club where I invited all kinds of people or contacts, and they all kept in touch with me after graduation, so I can know a lot of things. Slughorn stared straight at him. Someone told me that you were there that night when the mysterious man returned, and you also made the mysterious man suffer a big loss. So, that's the main reason why you're able to get into Visengamo smoothly. Peter was quite surprised at this time. He looked at this kind-looking fat old man. Professor didn't expect you to be very well informed. You know such a thing. Slughorn was not proud of Peter's praise, but asked more nervously, so, this rumor is true. Did the mysterious man really come back? Peter smiled and nodded. Yes, he did come back, using a very old resurrection magic. Father's bone, servant's flesh, enemy's blood, plus a pot of potions. Professor, you are a potions master. You should know about this, right? The blood of the enemy. The blood of the enemy. Slughorn seemed to be frightened, trembling, and muttering to himself. It seems to be true. He used that magic. This is crazy. No, he wouldn't allow anyone to know his secrets. Professor? Professor Slughorn? Peter shouted. Slughorn replied, then patted Peter on the shoulder, his eyes frightened and uncertain, and said, Ah, Peter, you're going to France, right? Then I won't bother you. You're going all the way? Peter looked at him with a funny look in his heart, but didn't say anything more, smiled and nodded goodbye, and said, Then Professor, we'll see you again. Goodbye, goodbye? Slughorn was absent-minded and casually responded with a confused look. Peter took Harry out of the Inquisition, handed him over to Arthur Weasley, who was waiting outside the door, took the elevator to the Ministry of Magic's Government Hall, activated the door key, and left the place in an instant. After a period of whirlwind, when Peter landed again, he came to a square. The people around him did not notice Peter, who suddenly appeared, and he knew that he had come to his destination when he heard the French coming from around him. Following a guide map, he came to the location of the fountain in the center of the square and knocked on the stone platform of the fountain with his wand. Suddenly, the roots of the trees around the fountain rose up, forming a birdcage elevator around Peter, and then slowly sinking down. When the elevator door opened again, Peter walked out and came to a luxuriously decorated hall. Facing a counter, a beautiful woman in uniform saw Peter. Her eyes flashed with amazement, and then said enthusiastically in French, I am Linda, the receptionist of the Ministry of Magic. Welcome to your arrival. Please ask you the purpose of your visit and... I'm a wizard from England, and I've been invited by a friend here to come to France. Peter smiled and handed over his papers. Oh, a gentleman from England. The French beauty receptionist looked at the name on the document, and then couldn't help but glance at Peter and smile. Peter York is right. Your French is good. Thank you. Peter responded with a smile and waited. The beautiful receptionist deliberately slowed down the time, while still writing something with an automatic quill pen on the visa, while laughing and flirting with Peter, and secretly sending Chubo from time to time. When Peter took the elevator back to the square again, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This French beauty was really too enthusiastic. Peter then followed the map sent by Heyman Roger and took a taxi to the address of Roger's house. Since he could only learn the Phantom Transfiguration next semester, and could not blatantly use the Wind Phoenix abroad, Peter felt the trouble of traveling and felt that the first thing to solve was to solve this problem. Coming to the Jardin du Luxembourg in Paris, Peter followed the magic map, along a path, deep into the park forest, and when he came to the Seine, a huge manor house jumped out of thin air directly in front of Peter. At the entrance of the manor stood an old man, and there were two house elves beside him. When Peter came to the door, the old man walked quickly to Peter, bowed respectfully, and said in a sincere tone, Mr. York, welcome to your arrival. I feel deeply guilty for not being able to pick you up at the Ministry of Magic. Peter waved his hand. Heyman, you still think so? I won't let you pick me up, and the relationship between us is better not to be noticed. Yes, sir, I see. Heyman Roger nodded respectfully and then yelled sternly at the two house elves, Don't you come to see Mr. York. Remember what I said. In the future Mr. York's will always be higher than mine. You must obey his words like your master. Did you hear that? The two house elves heard the words, and their bodies trembled consciously, and then came to Peter with fear in their eyes, bowed respectfully to him, and their pointed noses were about to be cut off to the ground. Peyton/Nana has seen Mr. York. Peter looked at the tattered tea towel cloth on them, his eyebrows wrinkled, but he didn't say anything, and said in a gentle voice, Pat and Nana, just call me Peter in the future, don't be so nervous, I have a house elf named Twinkle and she is my housekeeper. If I have a chance later, I will take her to meet you. Butler. The eyes of the two house elves widened, as if they had heard something unheard of. Yes, butler. Peter smiled and said, she was abandoned by the previous master, so I took her in and made her my housekeeper and managed the affairs of the house. Oh, Mr. York, you are such a benevolent wizard. The two house elves were simple-minded, and their fear of Peter was reduced. Master, house elves are just slaves, you don't have to be so nice to them. Heyman Rozier said respectfully, in a tone that he thought of the house elf. Peter looked at Heyman Rozier calmly, and then said lightly, let these two house elves change into new clothes on their own, so that they will be wearing rags and not lose your house elves. Heyman Rozier looked into Peter's eyes and bowed his head respectfully. Yes, sir, I'll do it right away. Peter then moved into Rozier Manor, where Heyman Rozier entertained Peter with all his heart and did Peter's request. He even arranged for one of Kik's house elves to be assigned to Peter's side to serve him. What about the Thunderbird information I put you in charge of gathering? What about other magical beasts? Peter sat in the living room and asked. Sir, the information we tracked about the Thunderbirds is only one from 10 years ago. After all, this magical creature is a close relative of the Phoenix, living only on the American continent, and the number is very rare. If it were not for the mysterious whereabouts of the Thunderbirds, we would all have doubted that they were extinct. Shook his head and bowed again. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't finish the task you commanded. Peter was not disappointed, waved his hand and said, apologize, and keep looking. What about the other magical beasts? Are there any animals with special abilities that meet my requirements? It is. Heyman looked up and smiled. We got a dodo through the channel. This bird has very little left. We caught one in Southeast Asia. This little guy will teleport, but how to catch it? I don't know if it meets your requirements, sir. Also, after spending a lot of money through my connections with the Ministry of Magic, I can borrow a French Ministry of Magic guard cat. Heyman added, this spirit cat is fast-moving, has strong attack power, and can be transformed into many pieces, which is an important property of the Ministry of Magic, and like the British Dementors, it belongs to the species sold around the river, so I can only borrow it and buy it when I use it. Enough, you don't need to buy a spirit cat, as long as you can lend me for a while. Peter said indifferently. He only sought out these magical beasts to obtain their natural abilities, and did not need to use the animals themselves. Sir, rest assured, the procedures for the adoption of the grey cat are being completed, and you will be able to see it in a few days. Heyman said respectfully. That's fine. Peter nodded satisfactorily, then smiled and looked at him. Heyman, you helped me so hard, do you want any reward? I can help you if I can. Sir said with a smile, everything I have belongs to you, sir. I can be very satisfied if I can help you, sir. Heyman said respectfully, very sincerely. Then he looked out the window at twilight and said sharply, Sir, it's time for dinner. I instructed Parton to prepare a delicious French foie gras and onion soup. Oh, I'm really hungry, let's serve. Peter nodded. Moving to the restaurant, Peter looked at the table full of food, smiled and said to Heyman standing next to him, you have been changing the food for me for a week, so that I don't want to go back. Sit down too. Then he said to the two house elves in the corner of the shift, Peyton still hurt Nana, and you have worked hard to make me so many delicacies. You should also come to eat, don't be so rigid. The two house elves heard that Cheeky Pan had told Heyman Rozier, even if Heyman told them to listen to Peter's words, but Heyman Rozier was their master, so it was necessary to get his consent. Sir said, you do it, what is the pestle doing there? Not yet, Heyman said sternly. The two house elves shook their bodies for a moment, then trembled and climbed into their chairs, standing on it just enough to reach the table. Peter saw this and waved his wand, and the chairs of the two house elves directly became taller, just right for him to sit down. The two house elves saw this and looked at Peter with grateful eyes, but when they touched Heyman's eyes, they instantly retracted their necks and bowed their heads in fear. Sir, this foie gras is the liver of the latest white goose cultivated with magic, and the taste is very good. Only Luxe Magic Manor in all of France has it, so it is very rare for you to try it. Heyman enthusiastically brought a plate of foie gras on the table to Peter's side. Yes, then I'm going to taste it. Peter looked at Heyman and said with interest. Peter picked up a kitchen knife and cut off a piece of foie gras, looked at it and nodded. Not bad, it looks fat. Say it and put it in your mouth. Just as it was about to get closer to her mouth, Nana, the elf next to her, made a movement and let out a scream and knocked over the dinner plate in front of her. Peter put down the foie gras, looked at the frightened house elf, and asked with concern, Nana, what's wrong? Unwell? Nana shook her head, her big eyes full of horror, covering her mouth and allowing herself to speak, but constantly shaking her head, her eyes full of tears. Peyton, another house elf beside him, was now shrinking into a pool, trembling as if he had done something wrong. What to eat? Heyman looked at the two house elves and scolded angrily, Sir, pity you, let you sit at the table and eat with him, but now you have disturbed his dinner, and immediately go back to punish yourself. Then Heyman turned around and said apologetically, Sorry sir, these house elves are always unfamiliar and have betrayed your kindness. Leave them alone, go ahead and enjoy dinner, the foie gras won't taste good if it's cold. Peter looked at the two shrunken house elves, especially Nana, who had been in charge of taking care of him for the past few days, and looked at him with pleading eyes, shaking his head all the time, as if pleading for something but unable to speak. Sir, try this swear onion soup, it tastes good. Heyman brought up another fragrant soup and said enthusiastically. Then he turned his head and said coldly, Don't leave here yet, the province will disturb Mr. Dinner again. Don't drive them, Heyman. Peter said plainly. The smile in his eyes did not touch the bottom. He swept the food on the table. You are too anxious, Haman, so it is easy to expose your own thoughts. Sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Haman had a blank expression. I said let you drink the soup in front of me. Peter pointed to the onion soup that came over, and then inserted the foie gras with a dining knife, or eat it. Huh? Oh well, sir. Was dazed at first, then replied with a puzzled nod. He stepped forward, scooped up the soup with a spoon, and brought it to his mouth, as if he wanted to drink it, but suddenly smashed the spoon directly at Peter and quickly drew his wand, Avada. Peter sat indifferently in his chair, the spoon and the soup stopped in midair in front of him. With another wave of his hand, the tablecloth climbed directly onto Haman's body, quickly wrapping him tightly, directly interrupting his casting and enveloping his mummified body. With a red light, the napkin on Haman's body was instantly torn to pieces, revealing the breathless Haman Roger inside, who stared at Peter with hatred, and the wand pointed directly at him. When did you find out? Haman Roger gasped and gritted his teeth as he glanced at the two trembling house elves beside him. Or did they tell you? These two unripe guys actually dared to betray the grip, really should have been disposed of early. Then you guessed wrong, old fellow. Peter shook his head and smiled, although they just wanted to remind me that they were going to eat these puppet potions on the table. Since you are their master, they can't speak. You have practiced the brain occlusion technique wrongly over the years, and you have actually constructed a fake memory to confuse my Dementor. Peter praised. At first I was deceived by your brain occlusion technique, thinking that the puppet potion in your body was still working, and I was loyal to me. But you are too anxious, although you have not been working on food right away for a few days, but you may want to control me urgently, so there are some things in your words and deeds that do not match those controlled by the puppet potions. Peter stood up and said, the biggest problem is the attitude towards house elves, and you may be used to calling them away, so you're still arrogant after I showed sympathy for house elves. Rather, I should still love ya and woo like a person who is completely loyal to me. This makes me suspect that you have broken free of the puppet potion's control. Haha. I didn't expect that I had carefully prepared for so long, but it was planted on the house elf? What a failure? Haman said remorsefully, and then stared at Peter with dead eyes, his eyes widening. Peter York. You damn, dirty mudseed. 5 years ago you killed my son and took control of me, turning me into your puppet and listening to you like a dog? I have opened the magic array of Roger Manor, and today I will drag you to the funeral with me, even if I can't kill you. As soon as the words fell, I could only see the sky above the manor outside, a huge magic array shrouded in the sky, like a sphere constantly shrinking. The surrounding things were constantly deformed by the ball volume. If you don't stop it, I'm afraid the entire manor will be compressed. Peter knocked on the outside. His expression still did not fluctuate, but instead praised, it is really worthy of the magic family, even the magic array has been made. But, old fellow, I'm afraid you won't be able to realize your idea of ending up with me. Peter looked at the mad Haman Roger, but I can see your heart. As long as I catch you, this formation is not a problem. Want to catch me? Dream? Roger roared madly, then waved his wand. Avadaso? Avada's life. The green light of the Deo was deadly and came towards Peter. Peter dodged a few times, and the surrounding tables and chairs automatically flew in front of him to block the attack, blocking these deadly spells. Peter looked at the tables and chairs shattered by the death curse, and with a wave of his wand, the wood fragments flew into the air and turned into countless sharp blades, and as his hand pressed, countless blades shot at Haman Roger like a rain of knives. Haman Roger was stunned and quickly propped up the protective cover, but still let a few blades cut the wound, and blood left from the wound. Then Peter's next wave of attacks rushed over, and the draperies decorated around him quickly rolled into countless pythons, biting the hands and feet of Haman Roger, and under the control of Peter's wand, they dragged him into the air, like a dead person bound by a cobweb. Now, old fellow, can you stop the magic array outside? Peter smiled and walked up, looking at Haman Roger, who was wrapped around the drapery. Dreaming? You will die with me today. Haman Roger glared at him with red eyes, and then laughed. Your Dementor can't break through my brain occlusion technique, and phantom transfiguration is forbidden here. You can't escape. Peter picked up the wand that belonged to Haman Roger and walked over to him with a chuckle. I'm surprised that you were able to break through the puppet potion, but I want to try to control you again if I add a lot. Haman Roger's pupils narrowed, but then he smiled triumphantly. The puppet potions are all hidden by me. You can't find them. In a few minutes, this place will be destroyed. You don't have time to look for them. Peter looked at him like an idiot, and then with a wave of his wand, the already cluttered room quickly returned to its original state, and even the previous table food was neatly arranged there. With a flick of the wand, the onion soup floated to Peter's side. Thank you for preparing so much food with the puppet potion for me, and I'll give it back as I am now. Peter smiled and saw the soup in the basin rise out of thin air and turn into a thin, long stream flowing into the mouth of Haman Roger. These doses of puppet potions should be able to make you obedient. Haman Roger looked at the soup in front of him in horror, desperately trying to struggle, as if he was about to be forced to drink poison, but his head was fixed by magic and he could only watch the soup flow to his mouth. He had already tasted the onion soup. Please, Peter York. Haman Roger finally collapsed. I beg you to kill me. I don't want to become a puppet in a vacuum. As long as I kill me, I am willing to unlock the magic circle and give you all the family property of the Roger family. Peter looked at him pitifully, chuckled and shook his head. It's okay. If you had calmly fought me before, I might have killed you mercifully, but now I want you to live well and be my most heartfelt servant. Peter's words were light, but in Haemon's ear they were like the voice of the devil. Kill me. I've already practiced the resistance of golem potions, and even if you give me more drinks, I'll break free after a while, and then I'll use the power of the Rozier family. Even if I overthrow the magic world, I'll fight you to the death. He-Man Rozier felt the soup flow into his throat like a thin snake, roaring viciously, and his eyes were full of death. After listening, Peter laughed softly and said indifferently, You don't have to worry about this. I forgot to tell you, I am still a memory master. You should have quietly inquired about me over the years. You should know that I woke up the deranged Longbottoms. I will reshape a complete memory for you during this time, and you will only remember that I am your master. Paired with the golem potion, you should be able to retransform into the very loyal Rozier. You devil! I curse you! Cough cough cough. As the soup was finished, other foods flew over and automatically flew into Haemon's mouth and into his throat. After only a few moments, the look of hatred on Haemon Rozier's face gradually disappeared, and then became dazed, and when his eyes focused again, the look in Peter's eyes was full of reverence. Inside Rozier Manor, Peter was in a secret room, watching the caged ball bird, Dodo, and Haemon Rozier was now standing respectfully behind him, waiting for his command. It had been another week since the Haemon out-of-control incident, and during this time he had been using memory magic to constantly modify Rozier's memories and reshape his personality memories loyal to him. And with the effect of the puppet potion, it is guaranteed that the same thing as the last time will happen again. And in order to be more secure, Peter even signed an unbreakable spell with Haemon Rozier, making swear that if he betrayed him, he would be repulsed by the contract. A rose pattern was then engraved on his wrist, the same principle as the dark mark, which Peter had learned from the memories of the Crown Horcrux. The tagged person can be summoned remotely, and he can monitor Haemon Rozier at any time in the future. After doing all this, Peter finally had time to think about his mission to France, and the ball bird in the cage looked like a grey monster bird that had never been winged, and at this time it was constantly flashing in the cage trying to escape from here, but it was firmly bound by the cage and could only teleport inside. Sir, this cage is inscribed with ancient magic texts, so that it can be bound. If you want to get up close, be careful not to let it escape, or this guy will disappear immediately and it will be difficult to catch it again. Haemon Rozier respectfully reminded. Peter turned his head to look at the old man who had recently vowed to drag him to the funeral with him, and once again lamented the magic of magic. If it weren't for the fact that the Rozier family controlled the channels of magical animal trafficking and could help him get all kinds of magical animals as soon as possible, he could have fulfilled the old man's wish to die. But unfortunately, if you can still use him, you can only be a bad person once, completely turning him into a servant who is always loyal to himself. Haemon, you go out first. Peter said lightly that what he was going to do next could not be seen by others, even if the person was already under his control. Yes. Haemon answered respectfully, and then obediently withdrew from the Chamber of Secrets. Peter arrives at the ball bird, and the little guy in the cage begins to panic and use his teleportation skills to escape the clutches of the humans in front of him. Take it easy, little one, I won't hurt you, Peter said with a smile. He quickly fixed the flickering ball bird with his wand before opening the cage door and holding the stationary ball bird out. System, give me the bloodline gene of the fusion ball bird. Peter summoned the system panel that had not been touched for a long time. At this time, the panel shows that he has 185 points, which can be exchanged for a chance to fuse, and there is only 15 points left before the next time. Confirm if you're fusing the ball bird gene. Confirm. The systems are converging. Please wait. The long-lost warm current poured into Peter's body from the ball bird, and Peter was fluttering, and the cells of his whole body felt as if they were nourished, full of strength. After the fusion is over, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ball bird flashing skill. After the system fusion upgrade, the host can teleport over a long distance. The system prompts. Peter heard the words and smiled happily. He looked at the fixed ball in his hand, stroked its head and murmured, Thank you little fellow, your skill is good, it directly saves me time practicing phantom transfiguration, and it is much safer. At this time, he could feel the sense of space around him, and instinctively felt that as long as he wanted to leave here, he could leave in an instant. He tried to meditate in his mind, and in an instant his figure disappeared in place with a whimper. With his feet on the ground again, he had come to the outside of Rozier Manor. Even the bird with the ball was brought out by him. Sir, how did you end up here? Haemon, who heard the report of the house elf, rushed over and asked in surprise. Peter smiled, then disappeared in front of him in an instant, reappearing behind him. Sir, have you learned the phantom shapeshifter? Haemon asked in surprise. Sort of. Peter said with a smile. Then he handed him the ball in his arms and walked toward the manor. I already have to use it, but this little guy has tied me up a lot. Haemon, you find a good home for it, don't treat it badly. I see, sir. Although Haemon did not understand, he seriously responded to see. Back in the living room, Peter sat on the couch drinking tea, his mind focused on the panel, and the 85 points on it made him a little regretful. If there were another 15 points, he could fuse another skill, and it was also the ability of the French spirit cat that he had already chosen. In fact, he could wait a little longer, and then he could contact the exclusive spirit cat of the French Ministry of Magic and fuse its skills. But considering the current situation in the British wizarding world, he still decided to fuse the ball birds first. Because his main shortcoming now is that he has not yet learned to transform the phantom shape. Although he can easily teleport after becoming a phoenix, he still wants to make his ability to become a phoenix public. His immortal skill is the last life-saving skill that he can't expose. So before that, he had deliberately sought out Ollivander and signed an unbreakable curse with him in a half-threatening and half-lure manner, and would not reveal his affairs. After drinking the tea, Peter looked at the respectful Heyman Rozier, who was waiting at any time for instructions. Heyman, did I get the application for your departure from the French Ministry of Magic? I've done it, sir. Heyman replied, then pulled out a rosette. This is the key to the door to the British Ministry of Magic. Mr. Past, you really don't stay here? Is there anything I'm doing badly? Peter shook his head. I've been here long enough, and now that the British wizarding world is surging and can affect the Muggle world at any time, I'll go back and have a look. Especially Voldemort. I have offended him too much, killed his followers. I am afraid that this old guy will not pay attention to morality and go to the Muggle world to trouble my family. Then he looked at the old man in front of him, and the gorgeous manner scene around him, and pulled out of his pocket a bottle, and in the bottle was a pale golden liquid, which was dotted with stars and looked dreamy. He poured some of the liquid in the bottle into his empty teacup, and then took out a red gem, put the gem into the cup and semi-invaded the liquid, and then kept turning, only to see the liquid in the cup gradually turn red, and the red mist of blood wafting from the cup condensed into a small phoenix on the line, emitting a thin cry, and then dispersed. Peter retrieved the red gem and handed the cup to Heyman. Drink it. Looked at the blood-red liquid in the cup, not knowing what it was, but still drank it without hesitation. At first he didn't feel anything, but gradually he felt a warm current rising in his abdomen, rushing to the limbs and 8 skeletons, and he felt that his old body, like a dead wood in the spring, became full of life. Sir, this is... Heyman looked at Peter in amazement. Peter waved a mirror and floated toward him. Now look at yourself. Heyman took the mirror and saw that in the mirror, he had become 40 or 50 years old, and the white hair on his head had turned brown, and he was dozens of years younger in an instant. Sir, I'm getting younger. Heyman touched his face with great surprise and excitement, and then looked at the cup he had just drunk. There were still a few drops of red liquid left on it, as if he remembered something, and looked at him in disbelief and asked, Sir, is what you gave me to drink is the legendary elixir? Peter smiled and nodded, spread out on the couch, and said lazily, I used the Philosopher's Stone with potion to create an elixir of immortality, made by pure Nicole May. You are the first person. He glanced at the excited Heyman and said, Don't you want to continue your Rozier family? Then I will let you return to youth. You can have another son, so that Rozier's surname can be passed on. How about it? Satisfied? 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 Heyman was thrilled. He was controlled by the puppet potion and loyal to Peter, but his thinking was clear, and the continuation of the family had always been his obsession, and now that he had hope, he was certainly very excited. Well, since you do things for me, then I won't be stingy. This time it is a reward, and if you do things for me well in the future, it will not be a problem for you to live like Nicole Flamel for hundreds of years. Peter stood up and said, and then he squeezed the rose badge in his hand. Next, when you borrow the spirit cat, let me know that I will come back. Now it's time for me to go. Sir, won't you stay one more night? Heyman put away his excitement and said reluctantly, No, it's time for me to go. Goodbye. As Peter injected his magic into the door key, he was taken straight away by the door key and disappeared into place. At 2:23 p.m., from Paris, France. As soon as Peter landed, there was a weak voice from the side. Peter turned his head and found himself in the hall of the Ministry of Magic, with a sign Immigration Office standing in front of him, and a listless middle-aged wizard next to him. Welcome to the British Ministry of Magic. What business are you going to do? The witch reluctantly lifted his spirits and spoke in broken French. I'm British, I'm a guest abroad, and now I'm back, sir. Peter said in English. Oh, you're British, let me see. Hearing that Peter was speaking English, the middle-aged witch finally raised his head, looked at him carefully, and then his eyes lit up, and he suddenly got up enthusiastically and shook his hand. Ah, it turned out to be Mr. York. I didn't expect it to be you. Are you out of the country? Welcome back. Welcome back? Ah, sorry sir, are you? Peter looked at his sudden enthusiasm and couldn't help but ask. I'm Floss Bader, Mr. York. After rummaging through his body for a while, the witch took out an identity badge from his pocket and pinned it to his chest, and introduced himself with a smile. I am a receptionist who specializes in receiving international visitors. Mr. Bader, I don't seem to be so famous. How do you recognize me? Peter said doubtfully. Ha, Mr. York, you're really joking. If you're still a celebrity, who else is a celebrity? As if he had heard the joke, Bader laughed and said, You are the youngest Wiesengamo reserve ever, a cup winner of the top 3 cup, or a winner of the Order of Merlin. So many honors, but others can't ask for it in their lifetime. Sorry, I've been abroad for 2 weeks. Is there something wrong with me? Peter looked at his reaction and couldn't help but ask. No wonder. Bader looked sure, and then took a newspaper from a side drawer and handed it to him. Mr. York, during the time that you were not there, the Daily Prophet specially reported on your special features, and reported all your previous deeds. After we watched it, we found out that there are such geniuses as you in the magic world. You are really good at hiding. How come I didn't find out before? Peter unfolded the newspaper, and on the first page it was written in large letters, Peter York, a genius boy once in 1,000 years. Next to it is a photo of him being single at the Yule Ball. Peter scanned the newspaper quickly with his eyes, only to find that it was really a detailed report of his deeds from the 1st grade to the 6th grade, as well as the various honors he had received in the meantime. In addition, it was also reported that he killed more than a dozen Death Eaters who invaded the manor, solved the Millennium Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and eliminated nearly half of the Dementors. The handwriting described him as a gifted young wizard, saying that if given enough time, it would be a problem to surpass Dumbledore. Peter looked at the various words of praise above, straddling him into a figure that was not in heaven and on earth, and then looked at the signed author, gritting his teeth and spitting out Rita Skeeter. What is this old witch? It's time for Voldemort to come back, and she's making such a big fuss about herself. She's causing trouble for herself? Mr. York, my daughter is an admirer of yours. Can you sign her name? Badger pulled out a picture and said expectantly. Peter looked at the other self in the photo who was blinking at himself. The corners of his mouth twitched, resisted the urge to tear it apart, quickly signed the name, and then quickly left here. Out of the Ministry of Magic, Peter looked around, then meditated directly on York Manor, and with a whimper, he disappeared into place. Oh, God? Peter, you scared me to death. In the living room of York Manor, Christine was startled by the sudden appearance of Peter, and then angrily hammered him with a pink fist. Enough play outside, do you want to go home now? For 2 weeks, 2 whole weeks, you didn't reply to a message, causing us to worry about you. Sorry, Aunt, I was really busy during this time, so I didn't have time to contact you. Peter apologized, but it was still a small project to reshape people's memories, and he operated almost day and night to finally get Heyman Roger done. Okay, you'll be fine when you get back. Christine turned over and pursued the matter again, but instead frowned and said, didn't you hide the manor with a bold and faithful spell when you left before? As a result, not long after you left, Flash found sneaky people outside the manor. She said those people were wizards and let's not go out at will, so during this time Wales and I stayed at home and waited for you to come back. Those wizards look ill-intentioned. Are you an enemy of the wizarding world? Wizard. Peter frowned, then looked at Christine with a worried face, smiled and reassured, don't worry, Aunt, even if these wizards want to get in trouble, then I am not a vegetarian. Didn't we kill a dozen dark wizards in the first place? Not to mention that now that my strength has become stronger, it is not a problem to deal with these people at all. Just pay attention to yourself. You're already an adult, and I'm sure you'll be able to handle it. Christine patted him on the shoulder and said softly. Then the sentence turned, since you're back, help me and Will X to make the kind of bullets that can deal with wizards. The last bullet was not enough. Welsh and I are just ordinary people, but we don't want to be protected by you all the time. The warm atmosphere disappeared in an instant, and Peter spread out on the sofa, looking at Christine helplessly and saying, I have just arrived at home, and you should let me rest first. Besides, I remember that there weren't hundreds of bullets left. How can a few hundred rounds be enough? Christine shook her head and said, your wizard's magic is very strange, and if it weren't for these forbidden bullets you made, we wouldn't have been able to cope with it at all. So at least 1,000 rounds are needed, not capped. 1,000 rounds? Auntie, you want my life. Peter cried out wordlessly, these forbidden bullets are all inscribed forbidden runes by my own hands, and they will be scrapped if I am not careful. How can you let me make so many in a short time? Then lie down on the couch and completely mess up. Oh, dear nephew, Christine grinned and tugged at Peter's hand upwards. We didn't say we wanted it now. You take your time and we're not in a hurry. Your aunt and I are an unarmed weak woman, and in order to hide from these wizards, I can only shrink in the manor during this time, and I can't even go to my favorite shopping, which really kills me. Then he didn't know where to pull out a delicate pistol, shook it and said, you must at least make sure that my pistol has enough ammunition to kill the wizards who come to my trouble, so that I can go shopping with peace of mind. Peter looked at her wordlessly, and this guy is purely a woman. She is very proficient in firearms, she is also proficient in martial arts, and now if you are equipped with forbidden bullets, the unlucky ones must be those wizards who are looking for trouble. Speaking of wizards, Peter's eyes narrowed, these sneaky wizards should not be Voldemort's subordinates, right? Peter's departure from England was no secret, and one need only inquire a little to know. Since he knew that he was not there, and that he was going to come over, it was obviously the idea of beating Peter's relatives. Peter's eyes were cold, daring to beat his own relatives, even if he was Voldemort, he would not let him feel better. In the days that followed, Peter still did hard work, painstakingly carving forbidden runes on bullets. By the time school was approaching, Peter in the arsenal had made more than 5,000 forbidden bullets. Such a large output also made him mentally tired, and he slept for a day before he regained his energy. These bullets can break through the wizard's protective spell, penetrate the wizard, and shoot into the body, and will also make the wound unable to heal the wound with magic, which is powerful enough to deter the wizard. When Peter made it, he thought that if one day ordinary people could make such a forbidden bullet, I am afraid that it would be a disaster for wizards. But fortunately, the production of forbidden bullets must also be done by wizards, and the forbidden runes are now only mastered by Peter, so there is no need to worry too much about the future. When Peter crossed the platform and sat on the Hogwarts Express, he realized that he was already a 7th grader, and that he was graduating from Hogwarts after the school year. What do you want to do after graduation? Peter hasn't paid attention to it yet. It was impossible for Peter of the Ministry of Magic to go, and he was still holding the position of healer at St. Mungo's Hospital, but the wizarding world rarely encountered patients with memory, so it was equal to none. Peter would be a little happy if he could stay at Hogwarts, and there were still many books in the library that he hadn't finished reading, especially the magic books in the Forbidden Area, which were the accumulation of Hogwarts over thousands of years. But if he had just graduated, he would have been 18 years old, and I wonder if Dumbledore would accept his application to stay in school? Peter, what are you thinking? The twins sat down on either side of Peter and shook him awake with a grin. We've all called out to you several times, and you haven't responded. I'm thinking we're all in 7th grade now. Peter looked at his friends around him and smiled. It feels like time flies, and in the blink of an eye we only have a year left, thinking about what I should do after graduation. Oh, what else do you want? Fred exclaimed, look at your results. You are the first place every year, and you have taken 12 all scores of all 0s. This year's Newt you are sure to be 12 doors all 0. You have such achievements, all the work is rushing to choose from you, you have nothing to worry about. That is, George agreed, I really don't know where you got so much energy, but you still took 12 improvement classes, although there is a time converter, but it is also very tired. Don't talk about Peter, said Alan, glancing at the twins, didn't you two guys find your own target too? During the summer vacation, I saw the two of you, sneaking around Diagon Alley talking to the shop owner about renting. Really? Cedric looked at the twins in amazement, you guys were thinking about renting a shop so early. Didn't you say you wanted to rent a place in Hogsmeade? How did you get to Diagon Alley again? Don't say it. The twins said with a look of obscurity. We went to Hogsmeade earlier to ask about renting a shop, and it turned out that the Duke of Honey and the owner of Yoko's joke shop, after learning that we were going to open a shop, said that we were driven out and joined forces to exclude us. So we had to go to Diagon Alley to open a shop. Most of the things you develop compete with the products of their two stores, and they certainly won't welcome you. Peter smiled and said, but they are so jealous of your brothers, it means that your things are good. Come on, I believe your shop must be more popular than them. Peter is right, the canary cookies you have developed, the quick-acting truancy candy, the fat tongue candy, etc. are very interesting and very popular in school. I believe that when you open the store, the business will be very good. Alan agreed. Cedric smiled and nodded in agreement. You say so, our brothers can't wait to open a store. The twins said with great enthusiasm, it's just a pity that there is still a year to graduate, and I really hope that the graduation time will come soon. We are very reluctant to go to school, and you two would like to graduate tomorrow. Ellen smiled and said, alas, it is different in the end. You are all people who are about to become bosses. Naturally it is different from those of us who still have to look for jobs after graduation. The twins were even more proud, and with a wave of their hands, they looked very proud and said, since you are all our good partners, after opening the store, you can all enjoy the 92% discount of the Weasley Brothers joke shop. That's too much of a cut. 92% off? Thanks to the two of you who can say it? Alan laughed and scolded, and then Peter and Cedric joined in the condemnation. The group came to the school with a smile and sat back in their respective colleges. As soon as Peter returned to Slytherin House, he found that the atmosphere was still the same. When some students saw him, their eyes drifted away, and some looked at him with admiration. Others looked at him with hatred in their eyes, including Goyle and Crabbe, two fat men. Peter looked at it, then chuckled and sat back down in the chief position. It looks like tonight's chief challenge will have some fluctuations again. Looking at an old woman dressed in pink on the faculty seat, he only felt that this year's campus life was not calm for 1,000. After eating and drinking, Dumbledore stood up and announced some precautions to the freshmen, and was just about to say something when he was interrupted by a cough behind him. Professor Umbridge, do you have anything else to add? Dumbledore turned and asked in surprise. Umbridge stepped up to the front desk, unceremoniously interrupted Dumbledore's speech, and said with a fake smile, thank you, Headmaster, for saying such a warm welcome. Everyone looked at her strangely, but it was her sharp and pretentious voice, coupled with her pink costumes and large wrinkled face, two hot eyes and disgusting appetite. Well, I must say, it's great to be back at Hogwarts. She grinned and said, the smile on her face floating on the surface, especially when I see these young and happy little faces looking at me, I am so happy. All the students quietly watched her perform alone, and the old woman actually treated them as 5-year-old children, which made these students a little unhappy. I desperately want to get to know you as soon as possible, and I'm sure we'll be very good friends. Umbridge continued, but his face immediately became serious, and the fake smile on his face disappeared, and he spoke quickly in a dry tone, as if he had already silently read it countless times in his heart. Magic has not always thought that educating young wizards is a very important matter. Some of the precious talents you have been born with may be fruitless if they are not cultivated and trained under careful guidance. The ancient memories unique to the wizarding world must be passed on from generation to generation, or they will disappear. Umbridge lied for half a day, making many students sleepy, but the content was very empty and full of truth. Umbridge, as if unaware of the performance of the students below, concluded after speaking for at least half an hour, saying in a condescending tone, Some old habits are no longer suitable for today, so we should abandon them. I was appointed by the Minister for Magic to come to the school to participate in the reform of the school, hoping to keep our teaching moving forward and entering a new era of cheerfulness, efficiency, and reasonableness. Resolutely maintain what should be maintained, perfect, and abandon those that we should prohibit. Hearing her words, some of the more sensitive students began to whisper in each other's ears, and judging from Umbridge's words, it seemed that the Ministry of Magic was going to intervene in Hogwarts. Dumbledore stood up again and applauded. Thank you, Professor Umbridge, for his speech, which is very enlightening. Now it's time for you to go back to your dorm room and have a good rest. The students got up, and the crowd rushed toward the outside of the auditorium. Peter left first. He first returned to the dormitory to briefly tidy up the etiquette, and then slowly walked out of the dormitory to the lounge. By this time the dueling table had been set up in the lounge, and all the students had basically arrived, and when they saw Peter appear, they all looked at him with various eyes. Sorry, it seems that I am the last one to come, and I have been waiting for a long time. Peter smiled and then went downstairs and stood with the students. Now that the personnel are in place, let's start the game. Professor Snape also knew where to jump out of nowhere, and gave an expressionless order. Then a group of ignorant first-year students walked up to the stage and attacked each other with all kinds of crappy little magic. After the selection of the grade chief, the next year students who want to compete for the grade chief automatically stand on the stage and start a new round of competition. As time passed, when Alan of the 7th grade group was successfully elected as the chief of the grade, the lounge began to fall into an inexplicable atmosphere, and everyone's eyes were on Peter. Peter didn't seem to sense these sights, walked indifferently to the stage, looked down at the people below and asked, "Now that it's the Academy Chief Challenge, does anyone want to challenge me?" The people below did not move, and after a few seconds of silence, someone looked up at Peter with hatred on his head and said, "Peter York, you have accepted the challenge of a group of people before. Do you know if you will accept the same challenge this time?" Charlotte Avery. Peter raised an eyebrow. "You want to challenge me? Are you sure? I said you picked up and didn't accept us while challenging you." Peter York? Avery craned his neck and asked. Peter took a deep look at him, then ticked the corners of his mouth, spread his hands and said indifferently, "You are free, one-on-one or many-on-one. I accept it. After all, this is my last year in school. If you don't seize the time, there will be no chance to challenge me in the future." Subsequently, including Avery, one after another students came to the stage, and a total of 20 students in the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades stood opposite Peter. So many people. The dueling platform was not enough. With so many people trying to deal with Peter, the people in the audience were all noisy, turning their heads and ears, and looking at them with incredulous eyes. A bystander Snape frowned and asked Peter, "Are you sure you want to accept their duel request?" Peter shrugged his shoulders and said with a relaxed face, "Professor, you don't have to worry. I won't give them too much weight. I'm sure I can get them into tomorrow's class." Snape glanced at him, and he said it wasn't this, but looking at Peter's look, he knew he was worried. With a wave of his wand, the dueling table instantly expanded several times, enough to accommodate a duel of 20 or so people. "The race is on," Snape announced, "but I must warn that black magic is still allowed, or else don't blame me for sending him to Azkaban." Peter did not take the lead, but slowly approached the 20 senior students, causing the people on the opposite side to raise their wands and look at him warily. Sigh. Charlotte Avery, Rahem Monty, Dryamse, Terrence Higgs. Peter roll-called one by one, and 5th grades Gall, Crabbe, Parkinson, and Malfoy. "Do you think you can beat me by uniting?" Some of the students, including Malfoy, did not dare to look Peter in the eye, but those like Goyle and Crabbe looked at him with hatred. "Peter York, we know that even Synergy is not your opponent." Charlotte Avery stood at the front and said in a loud voice, "But we still have to try our best, and we have obeyed your orders all these years. But how do you do it? You are everywhere toward outsiders, completely disregarding the interests of the college, and even hurting your classmates. Look at Crabbe, Goyle, how much they adore you before. But you petrified their father into a statue with evil magic. Don't try to deny it. We've determined that unsolvable petrification spell is something you do. And Parkinson, not their father, also died at your hands. They don't have a father. All this is caused by you? You don't deserve to be the chief of Slytherin. We're just doing this to show that we won't succumb to your obscenity." When the students in the audience heard this, they instantly took a cold breath and looked at Peter with a look of disbelief, trying to determine if this was true. Peter heard this, looked at the impassioned Avery, smiled and clapped. "What a good speech, Avery. I think you can consider working in the Ministry of Magic after graduation, and maybe become a minister in the future. Don't you change the subject. What I just said you admit or admit?" Avery asked in a loud voice. Peter looked at the people in the audience, then smiled and spread his hands and said, "Sorry, I really don't know what you said. I only admit that during the Quidditch World Cup, I stopped a group of wantonly destructive Death Eaters and petrified them. As for whether there are your parents inside, I know. As for what to kill, it is even more nonsense. I usually don't even dare to kill a chicken." Peter said with a grin. "You." Pansy Parkinson rushed out of the team, pointing at him with hatred and saying, "You killed a lot of people that night in the final 3 cup finals. Including my father." There were still a few survivors who could testify. "You don't want to admit it? Miss Parkinson, I've been wronged by you saying that. You also said that I was playing at the time. How could I have time to kill your father?" Peter denied it, and then he seemed to realize, I'm afraid you've wronged me, Miss Parkinson, but I followed Harry Potter to Voldemort, and there were indeed a bunch of Death Eaters there. But I didn't do it. After all, you also know Voldemort's strength. I only have to hide. How can I still kill so many Death Eaters in front of him? When the students present heard him say Voldemort's name, they looked at him with frightened eyes and looked uneasy. Miss Parkinson, I'm afraid you hate the wrong person. Peter said sympathetically, I remember that Voldemort was very angry, saying that these Death Eaters had completely forgotten his master for pleasure all these years. Then, like crazy, they fired the death curse everywhere, and the Death Eaters did not dare to resist, and many people died at that time. So if you want to hate, you should hate Voldemort. How can you hate me? Pansy Parkinson was confused by Peter's words, and she did not want to believe Peter's words, but she felt that Peter's words were reasonable. Voldemort was a terrifying presence in their eyes, and Peter, no matter how talented, could still be Voldemort's opponent, let alone kill so many Death Eaters in front of him. Coupled with the vague rhetoric of Voldemort who announced the matter, the surviving Lucius Malfoy people also held a tacit attitude, such a strange attitude, so that Pansy Parkinson had to doubt the matter. Even some of the people on the stage who had lost their fathers like Parkinson's began to look unsteady, and their hatred for Peter gradually faded a lot. How do you prove that what you say is true? Why did the mysterious man kill the people who followed him? Another 5th grade boy looked at Peter suspiciously and asked. I remember Voldemort saying that the Death Eaters who were not imprisoned in Azkaban had escaped trial by sophistry, that they had been cast a Soul Reaper, and denied their status as Death Eaters, so he thought they were faithful servants, and I think that was part of the reason for their killing. Peter said with a suffocating look, Voldemort thought that the Death Eaters who had been imprisoned in Azkaban, such as the Lestranges, were the most loyal servants. Of course, the most likely is to kill people. Peter broke out another shocking surprise. Actually, Voldemort is not a pure-blood wizard, but not even a half-blood. His original name was Tom Riddle, his father was a Muggle, and his mother was a squib of the Gaunt family. The Death Eaters knew about it, and Voldemort thought they were unfaithful, so they probably killed them in the name of madness. The people present were shocked by this news. They did not expect that the mysterious and powerful and terrifying Voldemort was actually just born like this. After all, in their eyes, Voldemort should be the kind of person born powerful and incomparably mysterious. Now that the secret has been revealed, the mysterious aura on his body has dimmed a lot. Snape, who watched the whole process, looked at a serious nonsense Peter with shocked and strange eyes. He had a clear understanding of the facts from Dumbledore and Malfoy, and it is said that Voldemort and the Death Eaters were caught off guard by Peter and suffered a great loss, and even Lucius Malfoy was one of the few who survived. This incident was regarded as a disgrace by Voldemort, so the surviving Death Eaters were ordered not to publicize it. So when Lucius and a few others worked hard to bring the bodies of the Death Eaters who died there back to their respective families, they could only vaguely say that Peter York had killed them. That's what it is today. If you don't believe me, I can show you something. Peter said as he pulled out a large crystal ball from his pocket. This is a photo ball, you should know. As he tapped the crystal ball with his wand, the crystal ball immediately flew arrest, and then a dynamic picture appeared in midair like a mirage, with Voldemort's red eyes and frantic use of his wand to use the Death Eaters who were fleeing around to use the Death Reapers to use the Death Reapers. The students saw Voldemort's appearance in the image, and their faces showed fear, especially when they saw his crazy appearance. The bolder people looked at the image with pale faces, while some of the timid ones had already screamed in a low voice, covered their faces and shrunk into a ball, and dared to look again. Oh no, Dad, run. Pansy Parkinson saw his father's figure in the photo and cried out in unconscious horror. But this is only a photo after all, only to see that in the video, Parkinson was very unlucky to be hit by a death curse from Voldemort, and then directly fell down, and the mask on his face fell off, showing an expression of unwilling to be frightened. Also, Dad. Pansy Parkinson rushed straight over, but only touched the air, not his father in the photo. She collapsed and covered her face and cried bitterly, and threw her wand casually on the ground, completely forgetting that it was a dueling table. Now you should know that I was wronged, right? Peter said with an innocent face, and then put away the shadow ball. The shadow ball may still be fake, so if you want to take revenge, go to Voldemort to avenge it. Of course, even I don't dare to mess with Voldemort, so let alone you. Peter looked at the 20 people opposite, and looked at some of them who were overwhelmed. Since I have made this matter public, I am afraid that Voldemort will soon know. If you do not want to be retaliated by him, it is best to inform the family as soon as possible, and then hide it with magic to prevent him from doing everything and solving you too. Some of the Death Eaters who heard this looked frightened and panicked, and seemed to believe Peter's words, afraid that Voldemort would really hunt down their families. No, that's not true. You're lying, Peter York. How could the Dark Lord kill his followers? Avery cried out in a hoarse voice and held up his wand excitedly, as if he were about to cast a spell on him at any moment. Avery, do you think my photo ball is fake? Or is Voldemort's origin a fake? Peter smiled and said, if you don't believe me, I can even swear with the oath spell. Oh, I almost forgot, Avery, your father was a Death Eater in Azkaban, a loyal servant of Voldemort, and of course there will be things going on in your house. Peter said as if he had just remembered. The students around him, who were in the same camp as him, began to look at him with strange eyes, especially some of them began to look at him with wary eyes, afraid that he would immediately send a message to Voldemort, thus tearing Voldemort's face and killing the unfaithful Death Eater families as Peter said. Snape stood to the side, looking at Peter with complicated eyes. He really wanted to open Peter's heart and see what was inside. The students of these Death Eater families were completely crippled by him. With his knowledge of Voldemort, it was impossible to admit that he had been calculated by Peter and then controlled to kill the Death Eaters, so Voldemort must have swallowed this bitter fruit. Coupled with the edited photo ball as evidence, Voldemort's killing of the Death Eater will only be firmly crucified and cannot be overturned. As a father killer, a family of Death Eaters like Pansy Parkinson could not follow Voldemort after that. Instead, they had to hide carefully, afraid of being caught by Voldemort and other Death Eaters. Hiding his shock at Peter, Snape walked up to the stage and said expressionlessly, "Okay, the farce is over. Do you still want to duel now? If you want to duel, hurry up, and waste everyone's time." "Professor, I concede defeat. I quit this duel." A boy raised his hand to show that he had just seen his father killed by Voldemort in the photo ball, and said with a sad and anxious face, "Okay, the one who concedes defeat can go down." Snape nodded in agreement. When the boy heard this, he couldn't wait to jump off the stage, and then he didn't stay any longer and quickly rushed to the dormitory, as if there was something important. The others on the stage saw this and raised their hands. "Professor, I also concede defeat." "I concede defeat too." One by one, they couldn't wait to raise their hands and concede defeat, and then, like the first boy, they anxiously ran to the dormitory. Even Pansy Parkinson, who was paralyzed on the ground and crying with a headache, took care of the tears on his face, quickly conceded defeat, and then took out a delicate double-sided mirror from his bag, and then called for the other side of the mirror while rushing into the dormitory. At this time, only 7 students on the stage stood opposite Peter, looking at Peter with trepidation. They had wanted to oppress Peter with righteousness, and even if they won back, they could crush Peter's prestige among the Slytherin students, but now they had obviously failed. "It seems that there are only a few of you left," Peter said with a kind face. "Then let's officially play now. Rest assured that I will still play a heavy hand," he said and raised his wand. "Senior Peter, I concede." Draco Malfoy trembled and raised his hand to admit defeat, his expression full of horror. Then, in the glare of several Death Eater students, Draco quickly jumped off the stage, and then rushed into the dormitory. He wanted to quickly contact his father and ask if the matter was true or not. "All petrified, except for your weapons. Full body restraint." The 6 students were full of anxiety and shot at Peter at the same time. In the face of several spells flying towards him, Peter's eyes did not fluctuate at all, and he randomly waved his wand, picked the spell away, and then quickly counterattacked, throwing out brilliant magic in silence. "Ah!" With a scream, 2 people in succession were hit by Peter's magic and flew out fiercely, crashing into the stone wall and fainting. "Let's use the Guardian Charm together," Avery shouted. "Guard it all! Guard it all!" The 4 of them gathered together and cast a powerful Guardian spell at the same time, forming a barrier together, successfully blocking several of Peter's spells. Several people smiled when they saw this, thinking that they might have the hope of a draw. Yes, it is really worthy of a pure-blood family, and it also knows the skill of fusing magic. Peter smiled and said, not disappointed at all. "If you think you can stop me in this way, you will underestimate me," Peter said, "and it's late now, I don't have that much time to play with you." As soon as the words fell, Peter disappeared directly into the same place, appeared again, flashed directly behind them, 1 person and 1 spell, quickly knocked all 4 people out, and coincidentally all crashed into the hard stone wall and fainted. "Phantom shapeshifter? Did Elder Peter learn to transform the phantom? It's amazing," a 3rd grader said in surprise. "Stupid, you can still use phantom shapeshifter in school," another student retorted, then looked at Peter on the stage with adoration in his eyes. "This is obviously another kind of magic. The chief is so powerful, and it will be such a powerful magic. Well, is anyone still going to challenge me?" Peter smiled and stood on the stage and asked. The students below shook their heads and looked at him with adoring eyes. "The winner, Peter York. He will continue to serve as the college's chief for this semester," Snape stepped forward and announced. Then he glanced at the 6 unconscious people on the ground, and said to Peter in a bad mood, "Hurry up and send them to the school infirmary while Madame Pomfrey is not asleep, and if they don't catch up with tomorrow morning's class tomorrow, I will settle the account with you." "Okay, Professor." Peter smiled in agreement, then turned to a 2nd-year student and said, "Dolphing Laker, is that your name right? I'm giving you a glorious task now, and you can help me get them to the infirmary, okay?" The little boy named Dolphin, hearing Peter call out his name, nodded excitedly, looked at him with admiration and assured, "Chief, I will complete the task." He then cast a spell on the comatose 6 people with a crappy floating spell, trying to take him away, but only one of them was barely able to do so, let alone 6 people. Peter was helpless and waved casually, and the 6 people on the ground immediately floated up, and with a wave of their wands, a rope quickly tied the 6 people together. Peter pulled the end of the rope over and handed it to the boy. "Dolphin, you have worked hard to take him off to the school infirmary. The little boy nodded his head like a kowtow with a look of even more admiration, and the little face was red with assurances that he would complete the task he had commanded, and then he rushed to drag the rope and dragged the 6 people strung on a rope out of the lounge, completely unaware that several people behind him had hit the wall. Looking at this scene, Snape looked at the smiling young man in front of him with a complicated look, and couldn't help asking, "What you said tonight will not be transmitted to the Dark Lord in a long time." Voldemort. Peter was amazed, then smiled, and shook his head. "I have offended him too many times, and the people he wants to kill most now besides Harry Potter and Dumbledore are probably me. Today's events are just a small plot, nothing more." He looked into Snape's hollow eyes and playfully asked, "Voldemort must have given you some tasks. Did you keep you staring at me? Or is it about finding an opportunity to poison me?" Snape's hollow eyes looked straight into Peter's smirking face, flashed a ripple, and then shook his head and said, "He just asked me to report your whereabouts to him, and he didn't tell me to do anything else. It looks like Voldemort didn't believe you that much." Peter raised an eyebrow, looked at Snape's expressionless expression, smiled, and said, "Professor, you can tell Voldemort of my whereabouts and have nothing to hide." Snape's eyes fluctuated, and he looked deeply at him and asked, "Why? Why help me?" "There's no why." Peter smiled and shook his head. "After all, you're still my professor, and it doesn't affect me. I basically stay in school. He wants to hear what I'm doing in school. Just let him listen." "I see." Snape was silent for a long time before he spat out his words, and then reminded, "Be careful in the future. The Dark Lord hates you very much, and he sees you as another threat, as if he is making plans for you." "Thank you." Peter nodded gratefully to him, then looked out the window at the mermaid who had swam past, and whispered, "Professor, you might as well remind Dumbledore not to just stare at Voldemort and ignore the Ministry of Magic." Fudge sent Umbridge over this time, but not just meddling in the school. He wanted to kick Dumbledore out of the school and take complete control of Hogwarts. If the Ministry of Magic's problems are not solved first, it may become a pawn that Voldemort uses against him. Snape looked at him in surprise, then nodded solemnly, "I'll go and say it." After the beginning of the school, Peter's study life still did not change much, except for the class. There was Umbridge, a pink toad, holding a notebook to write and draw on it, recording the course content of other professors. That is, the 7th grade students began to learn phantom shapeshifting. The Phantom Transfiguration exam was conducted by Ministry of Magic personnel, and the school deliberately lifted some of the Phantom Transfiguration bans, and all the 7th graders were gathered in a very large classroom with several wooden circles on the ground. "Students, phantom shapeshifting is not simple, and it is not difficult to say," the Ministry of Magic instructor said gently. "The most important thing to successfully perform the phantom shapeshifter is to remember 3 principles: goal, determination, and calmness. Step 1, focus your consciousness on your goal, which is the center of the wooden ring. Step 2, make up your mind that you must move to the target. Let the idea of wanting to go there flood your whole body from your brain. The third part, calm mentality, turn around in the same place and feel that your body has become nothing, and then move calmly. Do not be nervous or hesitate in the process. This principle must be followed throughout the process, and the phantom shapeshifting will not succeed, and the more serious one will be careful to occur the phenomenon of splitting. That is, one part of the body reaches the target of the phantom transfiguration, while the other part of the body remains in place." The instructor said in a serious tone, "Phantom shapeshifting is very dangerous and difficult to learn. Saint Mungo often receives patients with physical separation. If you do not want such an accident, you must firmly remember what I just said." Hearing the instructor's words, the 7th graders present all tried to concentrate on their own lives, and none of them dared to relax. Even the twins, who usually giggle and laugh, are carefully recording with a small diary at this time. Peter had a relaxed look on his face. He had known these theories for a long time. He had not had the time and energy to practice phantom transfiguration before, and now that he had learned the teleportation skills from the ball bird, he felt familiar with the same magic phantom transfiguration. After confirming that all the students had memorized the principles and theoretical knowledge of the phantom transfiguration, the instructor finally began to teach practically. He had the students line up one by one, and then had the students try the phantom shapeshifter. The result of the first phantom transfiguration was not satisfactory, and some students did not teleport in the same place after turning in a circle, but remained in place. Some students appear directly in the upper half of their bodies in another place, while the other half of their bodies remain in place. Many of the frightened students screamed, and the phantom shifting students were even more frightened and instantly bloodied, shouting loudly in horror, shouting that they were going to die. The instructor was also startled, but also quickly ran over, put the 2 separate bodies together, and then took out a medicine box and began to treat. Mrs. Pomfrey was also involved as an ambulance crew, skillfully applying the potion to the split position, while whispering comfortingly, "Well, don't worry about the child, this kind of thing is nothing. You just split it in half, and it will be fine soon." The surrounding students looked at this miserable look, and they still forbade their faces to look at each other, and they were full of confidence and a little withdrawn. Peter couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth when he looked at this scene. Such a split body could only be said to be a small problem in the magical world. If it was in the Muggle world, it could be sent to the morgue. The potion worked so well that after a while the boy was cured, put aside to rest for a while, and then continued to let the students practice phantom transfiguration. The students' phantom metamorphosis splits resulted in a variety of strange results, some of which were lighter or where the fingers or ears were missing, and the slighter of which were the hands or legs that remained in place. The worst one is that the whole body is torn apart, and the head is in one place, torso in one place. The limbs are in another place. I don't know how she did it. This accident also made the professors scramble, quickly collecting scattered limbs, and then carefully installing, afraid of loading the wrong hands and feet. As for the person concerned, he had already fainted in fear. The whole process was like a corpse that had been brutally divided, which frightened many timid students to pale. Mom, this magic is so dangerous. The twins stood next to Bide, also with a lingering feeling. Fred said, otherwise we won't learn. I think riding a broomstick, or flying road network is also quite good, at least much safer than this. George nodded as well, Merlin's stinky socks, who invented this ghost magic. If you are still careful, a split will occur. Who can withstand such a risk? Alan and Cedric also looked at the scene with blue faces, their faces full of resistance. Seeing this, Peter amusedly reassured, well, you still have to worry so much. The split does look very serious, but the professors have spent a few minutes to get them back to their original state, and every year many people practice phantom transfiguration, and I have never heard of anyone who lost their life because of the split. You don't have to be so afraid of it. Let me take the lead in giving you a demonstration, so that you don't have to cower like this. Peter said and stepped forward, in the eyes of all, into a wooden circle that no one wanted to enter. With a dexterous turn, accompanied by a cracking sound of air with a poof, Peter instantly disappeared into place, and as soon as he reappeared, he came to the center of another wooden circle. You see, it's actually not too difficult, is it? As long as you have a lot of confidence in yourself, you can easily complete it. Peter stepped out of the wooden circle and said to his companions with a relaxed face. Madame Pomfrey hurried over, examined it carefully, and confirmed that he had not split, not even a single hair. This classmate did a perfect job. Several instructors also applauded happily, and finally someone successfully performed the phantom transfiguration, and used it so well, they were relieved, and if they continued to split, I am afraid that these students would be frightened and unwilling to practice. Encouraged by Peter's successful casting, Cedric, whose strength was second only to Peter's, also successfully performed the phantom shapeshifter, and although the position was slightly off, it was still successful. After Mrs. Pomfrey's examination, it was only found that some hair on some of the head was separated. Then Alan successfully performed the phantom shapeshifter at the cost of an eyebrow. The twins' performance surprised everyone, and both of them successfully performed the phantom shapeshifter unscathed. The two guys were not too big and shifted from the target phantom to their original position, which amazed a crowd. Well done, Fred George. I didn't expect you to be so talented at phantom transfiguration. Peter said in surprise too. That is, and don't look at who we are. The twins looked back on their faces and smiled triumphantly. We are the unique Weasley brothers. Everyone was amused by these two living treasures. The atmosphere in the classroom was instantly renewed, and many students became eager to try it out again, wanting to learn the phantom transfiguration technique as soon as possible. When the phantom transfiguration class was over, all the students laughed and giggled about the various jokes from the practice. When they came to the defense against the dark arts classroom, they instantly closed their mouths, narrowed their expressions, and quickly found a seat and sat down. Because above Umbridge was looking at them with a smiling expression. In the 7th grade class, Defense Against the Dark Arts was one of the few classes that Peter and a few people could attend together, and after seeing Umbridge on the stage, several people looked at each other a few times and quickly found a row of seats where no one was sitting. Good afternoon, students. When all the students sat down, she smiled and squinted. Good afternoon. The students muttered back in a low voice. Sigh. Umbridge shook his head. That's not too good, isn't it? I hope you will be able to answer me with enough energy. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. Please do it again. Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. When the students saw this, they shouted loudly. That's right. Umbridge said in a mocking voice, it's still too hard, is it? I will shout like this in the future when I go to class. Now, put away your wand and take out your quill. Many students looked at each other depressedly, and after putting away the wand, it was basically a very boring theory class. This is especially unpopular in courses such as Defense Against the Dark Arts, which are more practical. Umbridge saw the students take out their textbooks and pens and ink, then turned and tapped their wands on the blackboard. Immediately 2 lines appeared on it. Defense Against the Dark Arts, a return to basic principles. Students, I found that your course has been intermittent and not systematic since then. Teachers are constantly changing, and textbooks are not taught according to the curriculum standards approved by the Ministry of Magic. That's why your magic level hasn't reached the right level, which is really bad. Umbridge whispered, but you will be happy to know that these problems will be corrected. What we are going to study this year is a carefully arranged, theory-centered, Defense Against Magic course approved by the Ministry of Magic. Please copy these words down. She knocked on the blackboard again, and the 2 lines just now disappeared and were replaced by the thing course objectives. 1. Understand the basic principles of magic defense. 2. Learn to discern where magic defense can be used legally. 3. Evaluate magic defense techniques in the context of practical application. The students reluctantly copied these 3 paragraphs onto the parchment. What the hell does this pink toad want to do? At the beginning give us a dismount, and now let us not use the wand, copy what theoretical notes. Does she mean that we will rely on this magic defense theory in the future? George whispered. Classmate, do you have any questions? Umbridge saw George, with a fake smile on his face and a cold look in his eyes, or do you have any opinion on my course? No, Professor. George chuckled and shook his head. I'm just curious, are we going to learn this magical defense theory later? I didn't see a single item on defensive spells above. Don't you just practice and practice the spell? Oh my god, kid, why do you think that? Umbridge seemed to have heard something incredible, and his expression became rich. I don't think my class will require you to use defensive spells. You don't think you're going to get attacked in class, do you? But Professor, we can't stay in your classroom all the time. Can't we always use a theory book to block when we are attacked outside? Fred said with a grin. In my class, raise your hand when you speak. This gentleman? Umbridge looked coldly at Fred, who was interjecting, then glanced at the two of them, smiled, and said, you two are the twins of the Weasleys, and I've heard that you two are the most mischievous guys in school. Since we are in class for the first time, I will not punish you, but please sit down and open the book, to Mr. Weasley. Professor Umbridge, shouldn't the Defense Against the Dark Arts class be a course dedicated to teaching us to use defensive magic? If we can't use magic, how can we practice defensive magic? George did not give up on the question. I said sit down. Mr. Weasley. Umbridge said with a sly smile and a grim look in his eyes, and then announced to the students, this is a study plan specially formulated for you by the Ministry of Magic, designed by wizards who are much older and much smarter than you. You will learn defensive spells in a very safe, risk-free way. Factory. What's the use of that? Fred asked out loud. There is not a single word above mentioning defensive spells. How do we learn spells to resist threats? Or to break those dangerous spells? I repeat, said Umbridge very impatiently, her smile untenable, as if she wished the two brothers would shut up at once. In my class you will not be in any danger. I don't mean to say bad things about the previous professors, but last year it was a crazy man who taught you some very dangerous magic, a dangerous werewolf the year before, a book dealer the year before, and so on. But at least they'll teach us some useful magic, not these useless theories. George was also enraged, and the atmosphere retorted. When we encounter danger outside the school one day, or bump into dark wizards or even Death Eaters, will we use theory to persuade them to surrender? Shut up, Mr. Weasley. Umbridge smiled with a twisted smile. His eyes were cold, and with a wave of his wand, he pressed the two of them back into their seats, and then looked at them again. Let's open the 5th page of the book and officially go to class. But before she could continue, several people in the audience raised their hands, including Peter. Peter then broke the magic Umbridge had used on the twins and raised his hand with a flat expression. Umbridge looked embarrassed, barely squeezed out a smile, looked at the people who raised their hands, and asked, do you have any questions? If you want to ask, wait until after class. Say it and go on. Professor Umbridge, I have a question. Peter said slowly and leisurely, raising his hand. I said I'll ask again after class. Mr. York. Umbridge squeezed out the words with an ugly face, and she didn't want to pay any attention to him. Professor, I just want to ask questions about all the students, Peter continued, ignoring her face. We are all 7th graders, and we will have to take the advanced wizarding level exam before graduation, and when the time comes, will our Defense Against the Dark Arts exams only test theory? Professor, if that's the case, we don't have a problem with your teaching style. Otherwise, when the time comes for the practical examination, we will only learn the theory, and what will you take to ensure our grades? As long as you study the theory very solidly, there is no reason to cast a spell under strictly controlled examination conditions. Umbridge replied with a sly reply to the question. Professor, do you mean that we still need to learn spells? We only need to learn theories, and then when it comes to the exam, we can use the spells for the first time to succeed. Peter asked with a smile. Of course, as long as you have a solid theoretical study, you have no problem. Umbridge said contemptuously. Thank you for your answer, Professor. Peter said satisfactorily, and then took out a photo ball and showed it to everyone. I have recorded Professor Umbridge's words, and then I will send them to various newspapers and weekly magazines, so that we can see what the people in the wizarding world think of the professor's theory. Of course, the professor has assured us that as long as the theory is good, we will get the Newt certificate, and we will listen to Professor Umbridge. Of course, if you can't get it, then we will find the Ministry of Magic together to take charge. Well, we listen to the professor? Only learn theory? All the students laughed and shouted in a cajoling voice. Hand over the photo ball. Peter York, who allowed you to videotape privately. Umbridge couldn't laugh at all, and gave the furious order. Professor, since you have promised us, you naturally need to have a witness. Otherwise, when we graduate, if you turn your face and don't recognize it, what should you do? Peter said with a grin. Thunderbolt explosion. Umbridge suddenly raised his wand and shot at Peter's retainer, completely oblivious to whether it would blow up Peter. The other students were also frightened by this sudden change, and everyone did not expect Umbridge to dare to do so. Blatantly use such a dangerous spell on a student. However, Peter did not panic, calmly picked up the wand, and with a gentle wave, he bounced the explosion spell back, rubbed Umbridge's ear, and blew the lectern behind her to pieces. Professor, your methods are also too vicious. He actually cast such a dangerous spell on me with the Thunderbolt explosion spell. If you are careful, you will to pieces. Professor, are you going to kill me? Peter squinted his eyes and asked with a chuckle. Umbridge looked back. His face turned blue for a moment and turned red for a moment, looked at the pulpit behind him and the hair missing from his ears. His heart palpitated. He turned his head and gritted his teeth and said, Peter York, you actually dare to attack the professor. Obviously you attacked Peter first. How do you beat a rake? Alan stood up angrily and shouted. The other students also turned their heads and looked at Umbridge with strange and wary eyes, thinking that she looked like a crazy woman. Umbridge looked at the reaction of the students below, and he was also a little overwhelmed, secretly regretting how impulsive he had just been. Peter looked at Umbridge with the corners of his mouth hooked, and he just quietly used a small suggestive magic on Umbridge, only to expect her to get out of control so easily. Let him grab the handle. Peter shook the photo ball in his hand and smiled at Umbridge and said, Professor, what to do? I just seemed to have accidentally recorded the image of you attacking me. Umbridge gritted his teeth and looked at him, forcibly torturing the little cub who had made himself suffer several times with a drill curse, barely squeezing out a smile, and asking with some compromise, I said I wasn't attacking you, Mr. York. The teacher apologizes to you now, and after class, I don't know if I have time to visit my office. I want to have a good chat with you. Peter looked at her grudging smile and was silent for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Of course, Professor, I'd be happy to go to your office and sit for a while. Umbridge was obviously discouraged by Peter's class, and after announcing the students' self-study, he left the classroom with a somber face. The students cheered with joy as they watched Umbridge leave, and some of them threw up the magic theory books in their hands without a hint of preciousness. Peter, good job. Peter, you're so good. The students came and patted Peter on the shoulder happily and praised him. Several of the partners were also happy, but then they looked worried. Peter, why did you promise to go to the old's office? Fred asked incomprehensibly. Maybe the old witch is trying to deal with you now, and then destroy your photo ball, and then when there is no proof, she can continue to be a blessing. Yes, Peter, this is too dangerous. Although Umbridge is bent on making us only learn theory, her magical strength cannot be underestimated. Cedric also cautioned, well, you don't have to worry about me. Peter smiled and said, that old lady doesn't have good intentions, but I'm not a vegetarian either. A person like her, although she can rely on the Ministry of Magic to command it, is not a problem for me. What you should be worried about is that, if you are not careful, your Professor Umbridge may be unlucky and sent to St. Mungo's hospital by a spell. After all, don't forget that the position of defense against the dark arts is cursed, and now that the person who cursed is resurrected, the power of the curse must be much stronger. Then we would like to let this old witch fulfill the curse immediately and stay in St. Mungo's hospital for the rest of her life. Several partners said in unison, with a look of disgust on their faces. After that, Umbridge did not appear again during the 2 classes, and the students were seriously teaching themselves magic in the classroom. They were now basically adults, and they were about to face graduation and job hunting, so almost no one could play without heart and lungs like the lower grades. Several of Peter's companions are also trying to learn knowledge. Even the twins who have already decided to open a shop are also wrapped in the atmosphere of learning. When they encounter knowledge or spells that they do not understand, they will ask Peter, the bully, and if they really can't do it, they can also learn from the second master, Cedric. When the students saw this, they also took the initiative to ask Peter about some magic knowledge that they did not understand, and Peter did not refuse, explained to them in detail, and did not hesitate to explain some spell casting skills, so that the consultant would be a treasure. Seeing this, more and more students have asked Peter for advice, and Peter has not discriminated. No matter which college people come to ask for advice, he will teach wholeheartedly. After a whole lesson, Peter was not short of people who had consulted him, and everyone could get answers from him and return to their seats with satisfaction and gratitude. Peter, you guys are so good. So many people's problems, none of them have overwhelmed you? George said admiringly, it feels like there's no magic you know. How can that be? Peter smiled and shook his head. Even Dumbledore wouldn't dare say he knew all magic, let alone me. I just read a little more books than the average person, and I know a little more. Magic is so vast, I can't learn it even for a few lifetimes. Alan rolled his eyes and proposed, why should we set up a club with only 7th graders, and then let Peter be our teacher, who knows more magic than everyone else and can help us pass the NEWT exam? The people around them nodded their heads and said in agreement, yes, Peter's grades are known to everyone, he has always been excellent in everything, and his strength is also strong, and he is more than enough to be our professor. Everyone was excitedly discussing the proposal to form a learning club, and they all wanted to improve their grades as much as possible in the final year so that they could get a good job after graduation. Peter looked at these students who were discussing fiercely, stood up helplessly, waved a spell, and turned everyone into a mute, and then said with a helpless face, you didn't ask me about this party, how did you start discussing with yourself? Recovering his voice, one of the Hufflepuff boys said with a pleading face, Peter, we all know your grades are good, we have only graduated in a year now, and Umbridge doesn't seem to be able to teach us magic, so we can't even pass the NEWT exam. Not to mention finding a job after graduation. We just hope that when you have time, you can guide us a little. We also hope to borrow your name and organize everyone to learn from each other, so that everyone can pass the exam as much as possible. The others also looked at Peter, looking at him with expectant eyes. Peter was helpless, but he still shook his head and said, I'm afraid that your wish will not be fulfilled. Umbridge will not agree. She is with the will of the Ministry of Magic this time, and then she will gradually cancel the school's clubs and organizations, and if she is discovered, she will be expelled from the school. You don't want to be fired in your final year, right? How could it be? Have school clubs always existed? Why did the Ministry of Magic abolish the society? The students couldn't believe that if it weren't for what Peter said, they would have thought it was nonsense. You should have felt it lately. The relationship between the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore has become very strained, and Umbridge has become a professor, which is a sign that the Ministry of Magic wants to meddle in Hogwarts. Peter looked at the adult students and said lightly, next, the Ministry of Magic will try to control the school, so they will first solve some of the unstable factors. Societies or organizations and the like will be considered by the Ministry of Magic to be one of the factors of instability. So if you don't want to get into trouble, don't think about it. Of course, if you have a problem that you don't understand, you can always ask me, or discuss it with other students. You can also ask Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick, who know more than I do and will be happy to help you solve the problem, Peter said with a smile. The proposal to set up a learning support group ended in vain, and everyone walked out of the classroom disappointed. After saying goodbye to his friends and refusing their requests to accompany him, Peter went alone to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and knocked on the door. Please come in. A pretentious shrill voice came from inside. Peter pushed open the door and saw a pink world. The walls inside are decorated in pink, and there are a bunch of pictures of cats hanging, which looks very dazzling. Oh, it's Peter. I didn't expect you to come so soon. Please sit down, Umbridge said with a kind face, a smile on his face that looked as if he had a good relationship with Peter. Peter looked at the pink cushion chair in front of him, frowned, moved his fingers, and the pink cushion turned silver-green before he sat down. Turning his head, he saw that Harry was also here, sitting at a small table, his face full of pain, stirring something with a quill. Harry, why are you here? Peter asked, pretending to be surprised. Peter, I'm being punished. Harry squeezed hard toward Peter. Smile out, and then uncomfortably cover your left hand with your sleeve. But Peter saw that there was a trace of blood there. Oh, forgot to tell you, Mr. Potter did something wrong, so I asked him to come to me and copy something as punishment. Umbridge smiled, waved his wand, got a cup of tea, and put it in front of Peter. How about a cup of black tea first? Mr. York, then we'll have a good talk. Peter took the cup, put it under the Crown Prince and sniffed it, and looked at Umbridge with a smirk. Professor, how did I smell the live hell decoction from the tea? Do you want to charm me and then do something? Umbridge's face was stagnant, and then he directly changed the teacup on the table, and then Tengucket denied. Peter York, you don't drink it. How can you still talk nonsense? How can I have a living hell decoction here? You, as a student, can't be so casually defiling a teacher? Peter Rader continued to argue with her, and said impatiently, Professor Umbridge, you asked me to come to your office. I don't know what to say. If nothing else, I'm going to go back. Umbridge squeezed a smile out of his face and said in a sharp voice, Peter, you are now in the 7th grade, and you don't know what kind of job the Queen of Asia is looking for. Peter was a little overwhelmed by her sudden enthusiasm, and replied coldly, I haven't thought about it yet. I'm not in a hurry for the time being. Well, that's not okay, Umbridge said with a disapproving expression. You are already in the 7th grade, and you are about to graduate, so why not be in a hurry? I heard that your grades are good, but I don't know if you are considering working in the Ministry of Magic after graduation. Umbridge smiled and said, the Ministry of Magic is the most privileged position in the wizarding world, and only the best can enter there. If you come to the Ministry of Magic, as a senior deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic, I can introduce you to a very good job, let you take fewer detours, and your future career will be very smooth, and it is not impossible to eventually become a minister. Peter looked at her strangely. This old was trying to woo him? Then he shook his head and refused. No, Professor Umbridge, the Ministry of Magic is not for me, and I have no intention of working in the Ministry of Magic. Are you sure? Umbridge looked at him in surprise, his eyes full of puzzlement. You must know that the Ministry of Magic is not something that can be entered casually, even if you have very good grades. Even if you enter the Ministry of Magic, you can only become a low-level staff. But if you get help from people like me, the future is bright in the end with your qualifications. Peter listened to Umbridge's words and chuckled. Professor, does that mean that if I listen to you, I can get a good job in the MOFA department? It's really a smart person, a little bit through. Umbridge smiled triumphantly. I still lack an assistant deputy minister in the Ministry of Magic. I don't know if you are interested. Even if you behave well, I can recommend that you become an assistant to the minister. That is, a step to the heavens. Before Peter could answer, Umbridge turned to look at Harry, who was eavesdropping on his neck, and said with a smile, Mr. Potter, your punishment is over. You can leave. Yes, Professor Umbridge. Harry got up, looked at Peter, who was sitting across from Umbridge, and left the room. Well, Mr. York, how are you thinking? Umbridge turned his head and asked. Peter looked at Umbridge, who was sure of his expression, and said with a smirk, Professor, did you deliberately let Baji hear the conversation between us, so that he would be suspicious of me? So why do you think I'm going to accept your invitation? Peter York, you shouldn't have chosen to fight the Ministry of Magic like Dumbledore, would you? Umbridge asked with a bad look in his eyes, and his words were full of confidence. Your so-called evidence may be able to cause me some trouble, but you must know that I am not a factory person. Behind me stood the Mofa Ministry and the Minister. You should have seen Dumbledore look like this time. He is now an old lake in the eyes of the wizarding world. Even if he is the greatest wizard, as long as he chooses the opposite path to the Ministry of Magic, it will be a bad end. Peter York, you don't want to go the way Dumbledore did, right? Listening to Umbridge's threatening words, Peter sat quietly without speaking. Umbridge thought he was thinking about it, and then burst out a big message. Peter York, do you think I was sent by the Ministry of Magic to be a defense against the dark arts professor? She picked up a cat and said frantically, the Ministry of Magic has authorized me as an investigator to deal with the instability in the school, especially Dumbledore. The Ministry of Magic suspects that he has a secret organization in the school to fight against the Ministry of Magic, and as long as I find evidence, I can get him out of the school too, and I will be the next 3 principals. Peter York, you don't want to be expelled from school in your final school year, right? In this way, even if you have excellent grades in the past and do not have a diploma, even the shop in Diagon Alley will not recruit you, Umbridge said with a fake smile. Peter was amused by her words, and the threat of Umbridge was similar to that of the bad professors at Muggle universities who threatened students with their diplomas without issuing their diplomas. Umbridge's threat was indeed very effective for other students, but for him, it was a joke. Peter was curious about where to go next, pretending to be threatened, and asked with a gloomy face, what do you really want? Aren't you afraid that Mahjong will tell Berdoma about this? Haha. Umbridge saw Peter's look, laughed, and then said confidently, of course you can tell him, but Dumbledore can't do anything even if he knew, because the Ministry of Magic is the right to obtain with the support of the schoolmaster, and the Ministry of Magic has the right to manage everything in the school. She looked at Peter with a cold look in her eyes, as if she were looking at a caged bird, and said in a soft voice with a fake smile, no one can disobey the orders of the Ministry of Magic, otherwise they will be punished the most severely. You're a smart guy, Peter, and you should know which side to choose, right? Before you helped Harry Potter in the trial court, the minister and I were very unhappy. But we are all generous people. As long as you turn to us, the Ministry of Magic will welcome you to join. Maybe the bed can become a minister. Professor Umbridge's words are indeed quite seductive. Peter smiled and shook his head, but unfortunately I don't have much interest in the Ministry of Magic and don't want to get involved in your dispute with Dumbledore, so I declined your invitation. What a shame. I thought you were smart. Umbridge's expression sank, and he said darkly, it seems that you have firmly chosen to stand against the Ministry of Magic. She looked into Peter's pocket and said menacingly, if you can take the initiative to turn in the photo ball, I will not pursue your previous offense. Otherwise I'm not sure if one day you'll be expelled for violating school rules, and that would be a shame. Peter was not interested in playing with her any longer, and looked at her coldly and said coldly, Umbridge, Dumbledore can be controlled by you because he obeys the so-called rule bottom line. But I don't. The stereotypes you have made are full of loopholes in my eyes, and I can play them any way I want. Just like that. Snap. A loud slap sounded, only to see Umbridge being slapped to the ground by an invisible force and let out a scream. Umbridge was swept up in the stars, and when she came back, she took out her wand, with a hateful look, and her expression twisted. Peter York, you victorious mud breed, you dare to attack me. You're done? You're going to be fired. Peter smiled and spread his hands, and said innocently, Professor, how do you really talk nonsense? Obviously you fan yourself. How did you rely on me? You see I don't have a wand in my hand, and I can't reach you, so how can I possibly attack you? Don't be cunning, Peter York, I know you'll cast spells without a staff. I know all about your tricks, and those you were outside of school were able to cast spells without a staff, lawless. Umbridge said with a cold look in his eyes and a grim look. There was no way to punish you before, but now on my turf, you have to receive severe punishment. Peter looked at her coldly and laughed, Umbridge, do you think you are capable of dueling with me? He flipped his hand, and Umbridge's wrist was twisted by a force, and he unconsciously released the magic power in his hand. Reaching out and grabbing it, the demon power flew into his hand. Peter looked at the wand in his hand, played with it for a while, and then aimed it at her. You said that if I tortured you with this wand, such as the drill heart charm or something, would it obey? Umbridge's face was instantly frightened, and he finally gave a strong warning to his neck. Peter York, if you dare to use the unforgivable spell, you will stay in Azkaban for the rest of your life. However, how can this be explained by the wand that Umbridge taught you to cast the drill heart charm? Peter said playfully, aren't the laws of your Ministry of Magic about evidence? You say I'll use a drill spell on myself later, and then say to the outside world that you're working, and second, you say that Fudge will choose to keep you or put you in Azkaban prison. You lunatic. Umbridge cried out in horror, his body constantly retreating. I only need to take the vomiting agent to prove my innocence, and you will be put in jail. Yes. Peter seemed to have just thought of this, and then smiled and said to her, thank you for reminding me, I forgot about this. But don't worry, when the time comes, I will give you a little bit of a change in memory, so that you yourself think that you have used the drill heart charm on me, so that you can be sent to Azkaban without fail, and thank Voldemort, who used this means to marry his muggle father to his Yu Gangzi. Umbridge looked at the smiling Peter at this time, and finally realized that she had made a mistake and provoked the wrong person, and she quickly begged for forgiveness. Mr. York, I will pay you. You adults don't remember the villains. As long as you let me go, I will never bother you again in the future." Peter looked at the old woman who recognized her instantly, especially the ugly face that was full of sobs, and felt a pang of nausea in his heart. He waved his magic power and dragged her directly to the front, looked down and said, "Umbridge, you may have been a mighty blessing in the Ministry of Magic for a long time, forgetting that the essence of the magic world is still the supremacy of strength. Dumbledore was bound by the name of the greatest wizard and his own bottom line, so you let you ride on top of his head. But I'm not. You've been working in the Ministry of Magic for so long, and you've probably heard some of my things, and I've never been a disobedient person. Those dark wizards who come to me for trouble, such as the cold grave, have grown grass." The wand in Peter's hand slammed into Umbridge's old face, frightening her into a shudder, afraid that the demonic boy would come down with a spell. "Okay, the game is over." Peter smiled, returned his wand to Umbridge, who was slumped on the ground, and said in a gentle tone, "Professor, I don't care what you do with Dumbledore and Harry Potter, but I hope that in the future, our 7th grade classes will not interfere too much. After all, these students of mine still want to get a good score and then graduate successfully. Don't want to be cannon fodder between you, you know?" Umbridge looked up at Peter in front of him, clutched the wand in his hand, and his face changed several times, and he was the most honest. "Very well," Peter smiled satisfactorily, "I know you are very unwilling and want to get revenge on me." Seeing Umbridge shake his head in horror, he smiled and waved his hand and said, "You don't have to admit it. I seem to have forgotten to tell you that my Dementor mind retrieval technique is not bad, so I have read all your ideas, especially the idea of concocting an army that I formed against the Ministry of Magic is quite good, and I know how to find some Scythian students who are dissatisfied with me to testify, which is a good idea. You can try, Umbridge, to be more frightened. Quickly turn your eyes away, and dare not look into Peter's eyes, lest you be spied on more of the secrets of your heart." Peter shook his head amusedly at this. His mind-reading skills are not something that can only be obtained by looking at each other. Peter walked over to where Potter had just been writing and looked at the sheepskin where it was written, "I can't lie," and the black quill next to it. He picked up the quill and looked at it carefully, turned to Umbridge and smiled. "Pretty good black magic props. Torturing people is quite a set. I don't mind if I want it. Of course, I sent you a poop." Umbridge barely managed to hold up a smile and said, "Thank you," Peter said casually, then walked toward the door, only to come to the door, where he turned his head and said to her, "You are welcome to take revenge at any time. But I can't guarantee that you won't lose control of the tower for the rest of your time, either accidentally contract dragon pox or sleep in a sleep. After all, it is well known that the defense of the dark arts was cursed by Voldemort, and every previous professor was not very good, and there were many dead people, wasn't it, Professor?" Umbridge looked at Peter's smiling face, those cold eyes, the extra flesh of his body could not help but tremble, hiding the unwillingness under his eyes, and quickly nodded. "That. Goodbye, Professor." Peter smiled and waved his hand, and disappeared directly into place. Umbridge looked at Peter, who had disappeared out of thin air, first with a moment of surprise, and then her face became very ugly, because she recognized that this was a skill similar to the illusion transfiguration, but it could teleport inside the Forbidden Castle. This shows that Peter can really appear directly at her side and then quietly solve her. In the corner of the library, Peter appeared here silently. Then go straight to the library exclusion zone, where most of the books in the zone are open to them as 7th graders. But students busy with graduation exams and work placements rarely have time to read these extracurricular books here. So very few people inside. Peter came to a bookshelf and took down all the dozen or so books on it, which he had not read before. Now, in order to score points, he needs to grasp the contents of these books in a short period of time. Peter is still 12 points short, and the group can make up 300 points to redeem 3 blood veins. Roger of France had informed him that he had borrowed a civet cat, which was a guard of the French Ministry of Magic and was strictly controlled, so it took a lot of effort for Heyman Roger to borrow one, and the borrowing period was only half a year. Peter's main way to get points at present is to read books, and as for becoming the head of the academy, he can only get 1 point, which is better than nothing. Peter intended to read and integrate these dozen thick magic books in a month's time. If he had followed the previous method, he really would not have been able to do it. But since having Ravenclaw's crown, it's not a problem. Now Voldemort was hiding in the shadows, and the Death Eaters who had joined forces with the prison escape didn't know what was planning. Peter knew his contradiction with Voldemort, and he was now not afraid of Voldemort, but after all, there was still a gap in strength. The magic strength could not be improved in a short time, and he hoped to be able to fuse more magical animal bloodlines with the help of the system, so that according to these natural skills, he would have the strength to fight against Voldemort. Peter frequently chose to face Voldemort, not that he was really jealous and hateful, but compared to reading books and learning this method of slowly earning points, fighting against Voldemort and standing on the upper hand, the large amount of points obtained was Peter's eye. This reward of dozens of points and dozens of points made Peter can't help but go to Voldemort's wool again and again. If there was no reason to do anything to Dumbledore, Peter would really like to try it on him, and whether he could get the wool. Meanwhile, in a sumptuous manor house, Voldemort was sitting at the head of a long table, while a group of Death Eaters watching him feverishly sat on either side of the room. Voldemort touched a large snake at his feet, and after scanning the circle with red eyes, he smiled and said, "You are my most loyal partners. We are gathering in BB, and we have discussed the direction of the bed. Master, are we officially going to announce your return to creation?" In the deputy's position, a tall thin woman looked at Voldemort with fascination in her eyes and asked in surprise, "Don't worry, Bella." Voldemort shook his head. "Now that the Ministry of Magic Fudge and Dumbledore are in the same situation, we will take advantage of this time to take a good rest, and when the time is right, it is time for us to appear. Now, there's one thing I don't understand, so I want you to think about it with me." Voldemort looked at the crowd, turned his head and shouted at the doorway, "Wormtail, speed up!" Only to see the doorway, the little dwarf with the mop, quickly threw the mop down, hurriedly ran to Voldemort's side, and carefully shouted, "Master." The Death Eaters also looked at Voldemort curiously, not understanding how Voldemort could call this insect tail that they could not afford to come over. "Folks, you all know that Wormtail escaped from Hogwarts and came to Albania to find me and help me come back," Voldemort said softly, as if praising Pettigrew's merits, but then stared at Pettigrew with a cold look, as if he were exploring something. "Master." Pettigrew looked into Voldemort's eyes, and Battlecirk shouted, not knowing what he had done wrong. "I found something very interesting in the head of Wormtail," Voldemort said. "He was cast with a forgetting spell and tampered with memories, a very effective and powerful memory spell. Then I discovered that the person who had reckoned with the memories was Peter York, one of my enemies. He first grabbed the worm's tail, and then after reversing the case for Sirius, he quietly released the worm's tail and asked him to come to the Albanian forest to find me and help me resurrect. Tell me, what is the reason for this, Peter York, who is known as the most genius of all time, for doing so?" Voldemort said. When the Death Eaters present heard Voldemort's words, there was an uproar, and their eyes were focused on the overwhelmed little dwarf. "Master, is he doing this to vote for you?" a Death Eater said incredulously. "Traverse, if your brain wasn't eroded by Dementors, you should remember that he killed some of our companions not long ago." Bellatrix looked at him sarcastically and said, "Have you ever seen someone who wants to do this?" Then Bellatrix turned to Voldemort and said with adoration and fascination, "Master, I think that boy from York is just being overpraised and trying to find you, and I don't think you need to send him too much. Bella, don't underestimate this Peter." Voldemort shook his head and narrowed his red eyes. "Once I was his teacher for a while. This man is very cunning and talented. Even I have suffered his losses several times. I must not underestimate him. Since this little breath has hindered the Master's way, as long as the Master gives you an order, we will immediately find an opportunity to solve him," Bellatrix said firmly. "The dish, Mrs. Strange, that Peter York is very strong, and when the Master is resurrected, he will be forever Perkinson. He is still a few people," Pettigrew stuttered to remind Hwideo. "That's their uselessness," Bellatrix said contemptuously. "These guys immediately denied the identity of the Death Eaters after the disappearance of their masters, and in the past 10 years, they have been drunk and gold, and I am afraid that they can't even use magic." "All right, Bella," Voldemort interrupted, with a serious look. "This Peter York's strength is indeed not small, although he has not yet reached my level of magic attainment, but his invincible strange magic even finds me tricky. I'm afraid you're not his opponents." Hearing Voldemort's evaluation of Peter, the Death Eaters were even more surprised, and some Death Eaters asked worriedly, "Master, since this Peter York is your enemy, will he take Dumbledore's side and enhance their actual experience?" Severus brought me good news that Dumbledore did invite Peter York to join his Order of the Phoenix but was refused. Voldemort smiled and said, "I've gotten to know Peter York as a man. He's very proud, and I've tried to invite him, but he refused because he didn't want to be subservient." "Master, I've heard that Snape is very close to this student. Is his news worth it?" a Death Eater questioned. "Severus may not be as loyal as you, but you can still believe it," Voldemort said confidently. "He brought me a lot of useful information, including a lot of information about Peter York. Master, since this little boy has chosen to oppose you, are we looking for an opportunity to kill him, lest he have a chance to grow in the future?" Bellatrix said excitedly. "Don't worry, Bella." Voldemort narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly, then looked at the Death Eaters. "Our main current threat comes from Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix. Now that Fudge and Dumbledore are at odds, let's put a fire on them. Lukewood, you continue to lurk in the Ministry of Magic, and it is best to let the contradictions between the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts intensify to facilitate our next operations. I know the Master." Below a middle-aged witch with a gloomy face and a hair arrangement. "Brother Carlo, you're going to contact Fenrir Greyback. We need the help of the werewolves next," Voldemort continued to command. "Yes, Master." The two brothers and sisters below, Amicus and Ericto, replied excitedly, as if it was a great honor to be assigned a mission by Voldemort. "Rodolphos, you and Walton go and connect with the giants and get them to work with us," Voldemort said. Then with a grim expression, "Don't those guys like to eat people? As long as they have agreed to cooperate with us, they are allowed to go to Muggle towns to hunt?" "Yes, Master." Rodolphe Schneider nodded respectfully. At the same time, after a month of hard work, Peter finally earned enough 10 points, reaching 100 points, and could be exchanged for a chance of blood fusion. Taking advantage of the weekend, Peter immediately summoned Phoenix Field and took him to Dizzy Manor in France. Phoenix's teleportation ability was indeed beyond doubt, and Peter only felt a blink compared to the vertigo of the door key, and he instantly came to the outside of Rozier Manor. Receiving the notification, Heyman Rozier had already waited outside the door, and seeing that he had happily introduced the manor and refused the reception of Heyman Rozier, Peter directly offered to see the cat and spend time alone with it. Coming to the Chamber of Secrets again, Peter saw for the first time the appearance of a grey cat, pitch black, hairless, blue eyes, sharp claws, and looked like a black cat with faded fur. Sir, the spirit cat's temperament is uncertain, be careful not to provoke it. These guys are able to devour most of the magic attacks, and attacking it with a spell will only provoke it and cause it to split into countless doppelgangers. Seaview Rozier reminded, and then he took out a small handful of bright green grass with cat's ears, handed it to Peter, and said, "This is catnip, and the civet cat likes it very much, so if you want to touch it, sir, use this to seduce it." "I see, you go out first." Peter took the catnip and said. After Rozier left, Peter slowly came to the cage, and the cat in the cage instantly arched up and made a warning sound. "Little fellow, don't be so vigilant, look what I've brought you." Peter opened the cage with a smile and put Yamint in front of him. The spirit cat smelled the fragrance of catnip, instantly relaxed its vigilance, and unconsciously came to the catnip, intoxicatedly rubbing the catnip with its body, making a purring sound. Peter saw this and tentatively reached out to touch the spirit cat, and when he saw that it was addicted to catnip, he smiled, and while stroking the spirit cat, he silently said in his heart, "System, give me the blood of the fusion spirit cat." Ding, discover the magical animal civet cat, are you sure if it is in line with the spirit Ya bloodline? The system prompts. Confirm. Confirmed, start fusing bloodlines, please wait. Again by the time Peter walked out of the door of the Chamber of Secrets again, Heyman had been waiting here for a long time. Peter looked at Heyman with a smile on his face and said, "I'll go back first, I've seen the spirit cat, you can return it." Seaview Rozier didn't know why Peter had bothered to find these magical creatures, but he didn't ask much, but asked with a reluctant face whether he would finish eating here and then go back. Peter shook his head, "No, I'm still a student, and I should still be at Hogwarts at this time, and if I stay any longer, I'm afraid my companions will think I'm missing." Saying that, Peter summoned Field, his ears disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye back at school, Peter had just come out of the bathroom when he bumped into an anxious-looking Alan. "What's wrong with you?" Peter asked curiously. "I don't know exactly, but it seems like something happened to George and their father, and we bumped into Harry Potter just now, and he said he saw Mr. Weasley in the illusion being attacked and was very badly injured." Alan said. He swore that he had also approached Professor McGonagall to confirm whether Mr. Squire was really injured. When Peter heard this, he instantly remembered that this was supposed to be Voldemort's pet snake, Nagini, who attacked Arthur in the Department of Mysteries. "So what's going on now?" Peter asked with concern. "We don't know." Alan shook his head and said, "When Dumbledore received the news, he seemed to really believe Potter's words and immediately sent someone to the Ministry of Magic to confirm it, but there was no news yet, so Joyu was anxiously waiting for the news. Let's go see it," Peter said, and then took Alan to the twins. Just arrived at the Gryffindor common room, I saw that the West brothers were here, and the usually active twins were also uneasy at this time, waiting for the news. "Haven't there been any news yet?" Peter asked. The twins shook their heads, barely squeezed out a smile, and jokingly said, "Not yet, maybe it's just a false alarm, it's just Harry's daydream. After all, Harry had never shown a talent for divination, so how could he suddenly see that my father was injured?" Peter didn't say anything, he patted the brothers on the shoulders, and sat down. After a while, the loungers opened and walked in Professor McGonagall, who said to the Weiss with a solemn expression, "Arthur has been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital. Dumbledore has temporarily opened the Flying Road network of the principal's office. You go directly to the hospital through the Flying Road network. I think Ya just needs you to accompany him." Hearing this news, the Wessians could not sit still, wanted to rush to St. Mungo's Hospital as soon as possible, and ran outside the lounge. "George, Fred and Ron, you wait, I'll send you straight over." Peter shouted loudly and stopped them. Looking at the brothers' doubtful eyes, Peter clapped his hands, and Phoenix Field appeared directly in the Gryffindor common room. Professor McGonagall saw the phoenix resting on Peter's shoulder, first surprised and then clear, and said to several Weasleys, "The ability of the phoenix to lead people is really good, since Peter's help. Then you don't have to go through the Flying Road network, the way of the phoenix is more convenient. George, Fred, Ron, you all come over and grab Field's tail," Peter said. After the three of them had finished their grasp, Peter nodded to Field, and then the four of them, led by the phoenix, were instantly surrounded by flames and disappeared in place. Appearing again, Peter and the four had appeared in the hall of St. Mungo's Hospital. Facing the surprised eyes of countless onlookers, Peter took the three brothers of Westgate to the emergency department. Coming to the door of the emergency department, at this time, Mrs. Wesley was standing alone outside the emergency room, waiting with an anxious face, seeing the arrival of several people, and was surprised. "What's your?" "It was Peter who brought us here with a phoenix," George said, and then he looked at the door of the emergency room and asked very worriedly, "Mom, how is Daddy doing? Is there any escape from danger?" Mrs. Weasley looked at the twins taller than herself, as if she had found Ezra, and the tears flowed instantly. "The therapist said that your father is not out of danger now, and is now being rescued. "Don't worry, Mom, Daddy will be fine." The twins' faces were heavy, but they still comforted their mother. Peter looked at this situation, lit his clothes with his wand, and instantly changed into a theater's costume, and then said to several people, "Rest assured, Mr. Wesley will be fine. I will go in now to see if I can help a little." Then I pushed the door straight in. "Peter, this is..." Mrs. Wesley looked hesitantly at Peter, who had disappeared into the emergency room. "Almost forgot, Peter is still a healer at St. Mungo's. He always has a lot of ways, sure to cure Dad." Fred was pleasantly surprised and confident in Peter, and in the emergency room, several healers were busy wielding various healing spells with their wands to keep Arthur Wesley alive. When he saw someone coming in, he originally wanted to reprimand him, but when he saw that it was Peter, he was surprised and asked, "Mr. York, how did you get here?" "I'll see the patient, how is he doing?" Peter looked at Arthur, who was lying on the emergency bed, and asked, "Mr. York, do you know this patient?" The attending therapist asked curiously, saw Peter nodding, sighed, and said, "This patient looks like he was bitten by a poisonous snake, but we have no idea what kind of poisonous snake this snake is, but the venom of this poisonous snake is too complicated. We have never seen such a venomous snake, maybe only the legendary heavy basilisk venom can be stronger than it. So now we can only barely use magic and potions to maintain the patient's life, unless the venom in the patient's body is removed, otherwise we can only maintain this state, in the situation of frequent death." Hearing this, Peter was a little surprised. In his memory of Mohu, Arthur's attack this time was only a brushstroke in the plot, but he did not expect it to be so dangerous. He walked over and looked at the pale face, the wound on his neck that had been bitten by the snake's teeth, and the wound emitted a thick black magic, preventing the wound from healing itself, and the blood kept flowing out of the wound. "Is there no way to heal this wound?" Peter asked, puzzled. "There's no way for you for now." The therapist shook his head. "Can you let me try it?" Peter said. "You, Mr. York, do you have healing magic in addition to your memory?" The attending therapist asked in surprise, with some disbelief in his tone. Peter didn't care about his tone, smiled and said, "I've taught myself some healing magic, but I haven't practiced it yet." The attending therapist was a little hesitant, although Peter was well known in St. Mungo, especially with his unrivaled memory therapy skills. It can be said that the Dean of St. Mungo personally invited him to become a therapist, which can be said to be quite powerful. But in terms of emergency treatment, he wasn't sure if Peter was capable. After thinking about it again and again, looking at Peter's indifferent look, the attending therapist still nodded in agreement, but still reminded, "Mr. York, the patient is still in critical condition. If you want to treat, please be very careful, otherwise it will destroy the previous cycle of healing magic and make the patient's condition more dangerous." Several therapists then looked solemn, holding their wands in their hands, ready to save the patient's life in the event of a problem. Peter looked at them with a stern look, smiled, and then took the wand and pointed to the wound on Arthur's neck, on which he felt a very strong black magic, which was the breath of a Horcrux. Peter was so familiar with this that he hadn't expected to turn Nagini into a Horcrux so quickly. Peter's wand pointed to the wound and read out obscure and complex language, sounding like singing, ethereal and natural, accompanied by incantations. The wand emitted a warm white light, there was no wind around, and there was a faint sound of birds singing in the stream, making people feel as if they were in nature in an instant. White light soaked into Arthur's wound, forcing streams of black gas out of the wound and turning into an ominous cloud of snake-like smoke that refused to dissipate. Peter let out a cold cry, and the wand waved, speeding up the chanting of the incantation, and finally the serpentine black smoke dissipated with an unwilling whining. "Druid magic," the attending therapist blurted out in surprise. Peter raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Klaus, didn't you know druid magic?" The attending healer waved his hand and said, "I'm ashamed. I only saw Dean Mungo perform a family heirloom druid magic decades ago, and successfully rescued a patient who had been hit by black magic, and I don't understand this ancient magic." Then he looked at Peter with a look of amazement. "Mr. York, you are really powerful, you even understand this kind of druid magic, and you are really worthy of being invited by the Dean himself." Peter modestly waved his hand. His healing magic was learned from the Book of Merlin. It belonged to the ancient druids, and the advantage was that the healing effect was very strong, especially the healing effect on black magic was very obvious. But the disadvantage is that the spell is smelly and long, obscure, and even Peter, who has a prophetic talent, is very disgusted with this spell, and it is no wonder that these ancient magic methods will gradually be lost. "Well, now that the black magic on the wound has been removed, the wound can be healed without bleeding," Peter said lightly. "But Mr. York, the snake venom has spread to the patient's whole body, and we can't get rid of the toxin from the whole body." The attending therapist frowned and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." Peter smiled and pulled out a small glass bottle containing a crystal clear liquid. He opened the bottle and poured 3 drops of liquid into the wound. I saw that after the wound was dripped into the liquid, it healed quickly as before. Arthur's white face gradually became rosy, and the weak breath became strong and powerful. Peter saw this, leaked a satisfied smile, and closed the bottle and put it in his pocket. "This, Mr. York, is the liquid you just poured into Shimix? The effect is so dramatic." The Chuangbath balneologist asked in surprise. "It's the tears of a phoenix," Peter explained with a smile. "No wonder. The attending therapist suddenly realized that the tears of the phoenix are the most effective healing artifacts, which can save poisoned, injured, and dying people, which is the most coveted thing for therapists. It's just a pity that there are very few people who can subdue the phoenix, and naturally it is rare to see the phoenix's tears on the market. Of course, phoenix's tears are not everything that can be cured, especially the wounds made by Horcruxes. The healing effect of phoenix tears is not obvious, which is why he has exhausted his efforts to use the Jingdian Druid Fascian Balnea therapy. Peter waved his wand, examined Arthur's body, smiled and said to the therapists around him, "It seems that the patient's body is recovering well, and when he wakes up, he can be discharged from the hospital for a few days. Mr. York, it's all thanks to you that you were cured so quickly," a therapist said admiringly. "Yes, we desperately tried to save the patient's life, but we only barely saved the patient's life. But Mr. York, you cured him so quickly?" Another therapist also praised. "Before we all thought you were unmatched in memory therapy, but now I look down on people." The attending therapist also smiled and said, "It seems that the dean is still oversized. Mr. York, your achievements in treatment are much stronger than ours, and you are still so young, it is really unlimited." Peter hurriedly waved his hand. "A few of them are too much of a thumbs up. If it weren't for your superb medical skills and saving Mr. Weasley's life, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to wait for my arrival. Such credit cannot be easily piled up on me." Several people routinely checked the patient's body again, after confirming that there was no second time to go out of the emergency room. "Mr. Klaus, how is my husband doing?" As soon as Wei Tianren saw the therapist come out, he hurried forward to inquire. "Congratulations, Mrs. Weasley, the patient is now in no danger and can be discharged from the hospital for a few more days," the attending therapist said with a smile. Hearing this good news, the Wessians present collectively breathed a sigh of relief, and then they were all happy. Mrs. Wesley wept with joy and thanked the Balnea Therasts. "Heavenly man, you should thank Mr. York. If it weren't for his help, we would have been able to force Mr. West not to die. But with his help, Mr. Wesley is no different now than he was before he was injured." "Thanks to him?" Klaus said. All the Wessians looked at Peter with surprise and gratitude. "Oh, thank you so much, kid." Mrs. Weasley hugged Peter excitedly. "You saved Arthur. I really don't know how to thank you." "Hey, brother, we knew you could do it." The twins walked over, said with a happy face, then hugged Peter and whispered thanks. "Thank you, Peter, if it weren't for you, we really can't imagine." "No thanks, you are my best friends." "Isn't that what it should be?" Peter said with a smile. "Did you hear George? Peter said we were his best friends." Fred chuckled and said, "I'll be sure to tell Alan and Sid when I get back to school. We are Peter's best friends. Jealous of him? That's right, we, the Weasley brothers, are loved and charismatic, and of course Peter's best friend." "Best brother?" George also smiled and giggled, and then brushed the hair of Ron next to him. "You say, Ronnie baby. Shut up, you two. I'm going to throw up anymore?" Ron looked at the two rejuvenated brothers and rolled his eyes and said in disgust. The cheerful atmosphere was restored at the door of the emergency room, especially when he saw Arthur pushed out by the nurse. Seeing that he was just in a deep sleep, the Westdish family even gave his last breath, together pushed Arthur into the ordinary ward to wait for him to wake up. Before Arthur woke up, Dumbledore also rushed over, in the favor of the Westdish people. Dumbledore first looked at Arthur's condition, then happily sat down on a chair next to him, handed a small transparent bottle to the Westdish Tianren, and said to Peter, "It seems that Peter, you and I want to go together. Since Arthur is all right, then my bottle of Phoenix Tears is useless, just give it to Jasmine, it is also a separate use." Mrs. Wesley looked at the Phoenix Tears in her hand, a little confused, and did not dare to accept. "Headmaster Dumbledore, this is too precious, we can't ask for it. Take it, Jasmine, it's a little compensation for me." Dumbledore looked at Arthur on the hospital bed and said with a look on his face, "This time Arthur will appear in the Department of Mysteries, and he was assigned by me." "Dumbledore, you don't have to feel the money, this is what it should be." Mrs. Weasley shook her head and said, but at Dumbledore's insistence, she still cherished the tears of the Phoenix. Then Dumbledore looked at Peter and the others, smiled and said, "I would like to thank Peter. If you hadn't helped Fred George come over, I'm afraid I would have to discuss the security of the Flying Road Network with Professor Umbridge. She was such an intractable person that I finally turned to Professor McGonagall to break free of her entanglement." Then he looked at Peter and said, "Peter can please you one thing, that is, when you return to school later, Shun 293 will take your classmates back. Now the Ministry of Magic has monitored the school's Flying Road Network. If Ms. Umbridge is caught leaving school without cause, you may be expelled." Peter looked at the tired look in Dumbledore's eyes and nodded calmly. "Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore, I'll send them back to school safely." However, he still couldn't help but say, "Headmaster, I think it's better for you to be a little tougher. Umbridge and Fudge have become more and more arrogant, and they won't stop kicking you out of school. The consequences of your compromise with them, I'm afraid the situation will only get more and more refined." Dumbledore heard Peter's words and thought about it, but shook his head. "The wizarding world is now about to usher in darkness, and we need to unite more people so that we cannot be invaded by darkness. Although Fudge is a bit stubborn, I believe that when the truth is revealed, he will have the right choice to stand in my three sides." Peter saw this and did not say much more. He and Dumbledore were not the same in terms of ideas, and it was meaningless to say more. Dumbledore looked at Peter and sighed helplessly. He had always wanted to invite Peter to join the Order of the Phoenix, but looking at the current appearance, there was no chance, but he still reminded, Peter, pay attention to the safety of your relatives recently. It is best to let them not go out easily. Because your words at the first challenge of the beginning of school have caused some changes within the Death Eaters, and some people are thinking of repaying you. In particular, pay extra attention to a man named Fenrir Greyback, who was a loyal follower of Voldemort and a werewolf. He has a very special sense of smell tracking. Even if it is used by magic, he can track it. And he has a lot of werewolves under him, not a person to deal with. When Peter heard this, he looked serious and said gratefully to Dumbledore, "Thank you for the reminder, I will pay attention." Then his eyes were cold. He looked out the window at the Muggle Street scene and muttered, "Greyback. Werewolf? I heard that he likes to bite people everywhere, so I will see if he has the ability to bite me, or if I have broken my teeth." As time passed, Umbridge's promotion to senior investigator at the Ministry of Magic became tense. Umbridge, under the authority of the Ministry of Magic, kept issuing ordinances, almost filling the walls outside the auditorium with notices. She announced the dissolution of all student organizations, associations, teams, and clubs. And the definition of such an organizational group is that 3 or more students meet regularly, and violators are immediately expelled. A rally of more than 3 people? Meaning that our group of 5 people is breaking the law? The twins looked at the contents of the notice in disbelief, and then cursed angrily. What the hell is this old witch trying to do? Don't we even have the right to get together? Peter calmly looked at the notice, and then looked at the ugly-looking wave trio on the side, and suddenly understood something. However, he didn't care too much, and said to the 2 of them indifferently, "You don't have to worry too much. I have already talked to Umbridge before. He won't take care of our business. I can do whatever I want." Had a good chat? Are you sure there is not a little coercion? The twins looked at Peter strangely. They had been friends for so many years, but they knew Peter's character very well, and they were definitely not a loser. "Well, maybe a little bit," Peter said with a smile. "Well done, bro. I thought wolf to teach this old demon woman." 2 twins smiled and patted Peter's shoulder and said. Then the 2 brothers looked at Potter's back as they left and said sympathetically, "I really sympathize with Harry. They have just formed a study group, and it is really unlucky to receive such a dissolution notice." Study groups? Harry, when did they love learning so much? Peter asked, pretending not to know. It's not to blame the old witch at Umbridge. The defense against the dark arts class only talks about theories that are of no use, and doesn't even teach a defensive spell. And Harry, they are about to take the WER exam now. If they want to go on like this, how else have they passed? So I secretly organized a learning support group. Fred whispered, "But don't tell anyone. If Umbridge finds out, Harry will be fired." Peter shook his head and said, "Then you're worried that it's too late. Umbridge will issue this notice, and I think the most likely one will be against Harry." "You mean Umbridge already knew about Harry and their group?" the twins said in surprise. Peter nodded. "Obviously, Harry, they just formed a study group on the front foot, and Umbridge on the back foot issued a notice to disband the group. Could it be that some members have tipped off Umbridge?" The twins widened their eyes and angrily guessed, "No, we have obviously signed a confidentiality agreement. Who dares to be high secretive will be punished." "Who will do this?" "What do you mean by punishment?" Peter asked curiously. "Whoever tells the truth will have a face full of acne," which Jimin said when he came up with Kang's second bath. Peter shook his head amusedly. These people are really the idea of children, and a punishment for acne wants everyone to keep it a secret. He reminded, even if all the members do not take the initiative to inform, you must not forget that there is something like a truth-telling agent that allows those members to tell the secret. Spitting agent? Wasn't that something strictly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic to be used privately? Umbridge dare to use? The twins said in disbelief. "Well, I've seen Umbridge punish Harry with a black magic prop, and that quill pen has a scar on Harry's arm that I can't lie." Peter said sarcastically, "Umbridge, this woman is not a good stubble, and you had better let Harry and them be careful not to get caught with evidence." "We know, we'll remind Harry of them." The twins nodded solemnly. "But then how did you 2 get mixed up in Harry's organization? Do you still have magic you don't understand to ask Harry?" Peter asked with a smile. "We were just curious about their mutual aid group, so we signed up." The 2 brothers laughed and said, "And we also told Harry about the Room of Needs so that they had a place to practice Mahabharata." "Then you'd better be careful not to leave the list of members and the like at random, otherwise if you are caught one day, the members on the list will suffer," Peter casually reminded. After that, Umbridge's methods became more and more radical, and even more than 3 students were punished by her for attending classes together, and all the organizations and clubs in the school were forcibly dissolved. The only exceptions may be members of Peter's 5, who often get together and play by the lake or in the classroom. But Umbridge acted as if he hadn't seen it, and just looked for someone else's Mashan. The treatment also caused speculation among many students, with some believing that they had reached some private agreement with Umbridge, while others believing that Peter had caught Umbridge's handle so that she could ignore Peter's group. One day when Peter was returning from the library, Alan stopped him. "Peter, lately there has been an undercurrent of students within Slytherin, and they seem to be following Umbridge against students from other houses, and now the Shields of Scarin and the other 3 houses are rising again." Peter heard this, frowned, and said coldly, "It is said that the people of Slytherin are cunning and judge the situation, and I see that they are all stuffed with grass before they follow Umbridge to do things. You go and help me call the chief of the grades, and I'm going to have a meeting." Alan nodded. Go and help Peter contact the chief of the other grades. In the Slytherin common room, Peter transformed a small round table into a long conference table, then sat in the main seat, quietly waiting for the arrival of the first grades. Not long after, the chiefs of all grades who received the news rushed over one after another. The money earners received the first notice of Peter's meeting, with a look of surprise and doubt on their faces. All coming. Peter looked at the grade chiefs sitting on either side of the long table, folded his hands, and looked at everyone faintly. I recently found that some of Slytherin's students seem to be a little disobedient and joined Umbridge's so-called investigation team to bully students from other colleges, right? When the chiefs of the grades heard Peter's words, some of them bowed their heads weakly, especially Draco, who was the chief and prefect of the 5th grade, and his eyes were drifting, and he did not dare to look directly into Peter's eyes. "I don't care if you're active or passive, but now give me an immediate stop to this, you know," Peter said coldly, then with a tick on his lips, "I know that some of you have parents who work with Voldemort, and that someone may have asked you to provoke a conflict between the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. But I will never allow you to draw Slytherin in opposition to the other 3 houses." The students present heard Peter call Voldemort's name directly, took a cold breath, and looked at him with frightened eyes. Peter ignored the look in their eyes and continued, "I won't care if you want to join the Death Eaters in the future. But as long as I'm still in school, I won't allow Slytherin to be isolated by the school because of your actions, and eventually those who don't want to go to war will have to be forced to join the Death Eaters." Peter suddenly looked at the 6th grade chief and said coldly, "Floss, I heard that you have been in your grade all this time, preaching the deeds of the Dark Lord. And also ask others to believe in Voldemort as much as you do, bullying classmates who don't approve of you?" The 6th grade chief Floss, at first, looked panicked, but then seemed to have the confidence, looked directly at Peter, and replied with a straight face, "Yes, we are the students of Cyrnolin, and the Dark Lord is Cyrillin's descendant, and he is still the most powerful wizard. Shouldn't we follow him? Only by following him can we restore our former glory and pursue a higher Mahabharata." Saying this, Floss stood up excitedly and shouted, "I have already seen the Dark Lord during the summer vacation. He is so powerful and unfathomable. He had promised me that as soon as he turned 17, he would officially mark me with the Dark Devil mark and become a member of the Death Eaters. So you think you have Voldemort standing behind you and can be unscrupulous?" Peter squinted. Floss was startled by the look in Peter's eyes, but still craned his neck and said triumphantly, "Peter York, I call you chief, and you really think you can cover the sky with your hands in SICAI linear? The Dark Lord has returned, his strength is not comparable to yours, and he will lead the Death Eaters to wipe out all those who stand in his way. As long as he dared to oppose the Dark Lord, he would not have a good end. You're the same factory. Do you all think that way?" Peter ignored Floss and turned to look at the others. "Do you really think Voldemort will take you back to the so-called pure-blood glory?" The people present had different expressions. Some obviously had an idea with Floss, and some were uneasy and did not know how to choose. Seeing this, Floss was even more proud, and he held his head high to Peter and said, "See, the Dark Lord is invincible, and if the students of Slytherin did not choose to join the Dark Lord, would they still want to follow Dumbledore's old man? Peter York, your strength is good. As long as you promise to follow the Dark Lord, I will recommend you to the Dark King. You have too many words." Peter waved his hand expressionlessly, and Floss's mouth stuck straight together and he could no longer speak. Woohoo! Furrows wiped his mouth in horror and tried to unravel Peter's spell with his wand, but he hadn't even learned to cast a silent spell, so naturally he couldn't unravel it. "Chief." The others looked at the scene, a little surprised, and Peter smiled and took a black quill from his bag, floated it to Fellows with a piece of parchment, and said, "This is the quill I got from Umbridge, and if you want to open your mouth again, then write on the parchment that Voldemort is a bastard. Every time you write it, your mouth will loosen a little. Of course, if you don't want to do that, then go ahead and be dumb." Hissing, the others looked at Peter in horror, and such a poisonous method was also thought of by Peter. If Floss dared to do this, he wouldn't want to join the Death Eaters in the future, and I'm afraid it would be nice not to be killed by Voldemort. Alan covered his mouth and laughed, and reminded, "Peter, what if he finds someone not to be afraid to solve the calendar? Don't worry, this is a little magic that I improved from the permanent paste spell, and he won't try to unravel my magic unless he's looking for Voldemort or Dumbledore." Peter said lightly, but the voice of everyone present could hear, "If he tries it himself or lets others try to unravel it with magic, every time he tries, or after a day, one of his eyes or ears will quickly stick together, and eventually become a deaf, dumb, and blind cripple." Peter's voice was very soft, but everyone present involuntarily gave a stir and looked at Floss sympathetically. Floss also looked at Peter with horror in his eyes, pleading in his eyes. But Peter ignored him, floated the quill and parchment to the table in front of him, and reminded with a smile, "I will put these 2 things here, and I don't need to follow you. But remind you that if you haven't made a choice by this time tomorrow, one of your eyes will be stitched together and you'll go on. Well, we don't have to deal with Floss anymore." Peter buckled the table, reminding the others that he looked at the grade chiefs present and said with sharp eyes, I don't care if you think the same way as Floss, but as long as I'm still in school, Slytherin is no longer a reserve army for the Death Eaters. Many of Slytherin's students were forced to take sides and eventually had to join the Death Eaters. But in my case, Slytherin is always just a place to learn and live, and no one is allowed to put their hand into the academy. Otherwise I'll let him know what it's better to live than to die. Hear that? Peter's momentum was in full swing. Heard, Chief? The crowd quickly nodded in agreement. Then the meeting is over, and you will convey my words to the students of all grades, you know. Peter waved and said. The crowd nodded and then left the lounge. Even Floss fled with the others, leaving only the genuine quill and parchment untouched. He didn't write it, Peter. Alan chuckled. Don't worry, he'll take the initiative to write it in a few days. Peter said with a determined smile, then turned the long table back into a small round table, and then waved his wand. Now I put this quill and parchment here, and see when he will do it. It's yours. Alan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Peter, what expression did you have when he found that the words written on the quill would be transferred to the skin? Wait a few more days and you'll know, Peter said. Before the next day, at night, Floss ran out of the dormitory in horror. One of his eyes and one ear blended together, turning into a one-eyed dragon. This look stunned a kind of onlooker. Floss looked at the quills and parchments in the common room, and finally he was not satisfied, and ran to the heavy medicine office to ask Snape for help. But when Snape appeared in the lounge with Floss, who had become deaf, the seniors who were quietly waiting for the news knew that Professor Snape had not unraveled the spell either. Snape tugged at Floss's collar and asked with a gloomy expression, "Who can tell me who did this?" None of the students around them spoke. They didn't know who did it, and they waited curiously for someone to do it. The chiefs of all grades who knew about this matter looked strange at this time, because they found that they could not say that Peter had done it, and some of the grade chiefs who wanted to say it were red-faced and still could not say Peter's name. Alan, who saw this, turned his head to look at Peter in amazement. What magic did you cast on them? How can I not speak one by one? Nothing, just a simplified version of the unbreakable curse that makes him unable to say my name. Alan was even more curious. Unbreakable curse? When did you sign the contract with them? How did I not know? It was all said that it was just a simplified version, and it was signed at the same time when they replied to me before they finally left. Peter explains. You're really getting tougher. Alan exclaimed. Such a force method is only something you can think of quickly. Snape glanced around, saw that no one answered, and his expression became more somber, and then he focused his eyes on Peter, and after looking at him for a while, he said in a bad mood, Peter, you are the head of the academy, and you are responsible for solving the matter of Floss. Then he turned away, leaving Floss, who was crying without tears, looking at Peter in horror. Peter, you say, did Professor Sink know that you were in charge? Ai Hua was curious. What do you say? Peter glared at him. They all threw people at me, which means I don't go too far. So what now? Alan looked at the trembling Floss and said happily. What else can he do, of course, is to wait for when he chooses to write, when he can unlock the magic. Peter said affectionately. Then he stood up, came to Floss, pulled him to the small table, pressed him heavily into the chair, as if he were operating a doll, held his hand, picked up the quill, and went directly to the spread parchment. Come, Floss, write as I say. Peter's voice sounded like the language of a demon, and Floss watched in horror as his hand uncontrollably wrote on the parchment. Voldemort is a bastard. The word. Then he felt a pain in the back of his hand, and then the words he wrote were engraved on the skin and deep into the texture. Alan also walked over curiously, and then looked at the words written by Floss, pretended to be surprised and took a cold breath, and exaggeratedly shouted, Floss, you really have courage, you actually dare to drive the Black King is a bastard. Hearing Alan's words, the students in the lounge rushed over, saw the parchment written on the parchment, Voldemort is a bastard, immediately took a cold breath, and took a few steps back in horror, as if afraid of being cursed. Then looked at Floss with the eyes of a madman. And the grade chiefs who knew the truth of the matter looked at Floss with a sympathetic face, and then looked at Peter who was smiling, only to think that Peter's methods were too poisonous, which was simply a curse. Floss looked at the words on the back of his hand, weeping in despair, and his sealed mouth whimpered and wailing, but the quill in his hand kept writing on the parchment 3 times that Voldemort was a bastard. Look, Floss's eyes are loose. Carefully, the students saw that Floss's sealed eyelids were gradually loosening, and it didn't take long for him to blink freely. Woohoo! Floss's eyes were filled with tears of despair, and the movements of his hands kept stopping. Peter whispered in his ear, look, if you had done it the first time last night, you wouldn't need to write it so many times now. What would you do if you said it were to spread to Voldemort? Floss trembled, clutching his quill in horror, and writing in acknowledgement. I have forgotten the pain of the back of my hand being cut by a knife. Finally, after writing no less than 100 times, Floss's eyes, mouth and ears finally returned to their original state, and after stopping the pen, Floss spread out on the table soaking wet, looking at the words on the back of his hand that were clearer and more obvious because of the constant rewriting, and could not help but cry. Peter put away his quill, smiled and patted him on the shoulder, and said, well, don't be so desperate, maybe you will thank me later. You should inform your family early and let them go into hiding. Otherwise Voldemort would not be a good temper, and he would not have cooled what you did in the day. Floss heard the words, cried, and ignored the onlookers, and quickly ran into the dormitory. You guy, it's really bad. Alan smiled and said, just cut off the road of people's Death Eaters, just now people's cries are tears, too pitiful. I am persuading my classmates to return to the right path, I am doing good deeds, and you can't wrongfully accuse me. Peter retorted solemnly, and then he couldn't help but laugh. The great chiefs around them, who knew the whole thing, looked at Peter who was playing with Alan with shock in their eyes, full of awe. Later, the students in the school found that the Slytherin students who had followed Umbridge were gone, and only Umbridge and Filch were still fighting alone. It was only then that from the mouths of the Slytherin students, the students of the other houses learned that Peter himself had given the order to restrain the Slytherin students. Peter became more popular at Hogwarts, because without Slytherin's involvement, Umri and his 2 men did not have much energy to manage the whole school. The students were relieved again. Umbridge did not dare to go to Peter's trouble, but apparently she was not willing to give up, and she quickly organized some people from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and then continued to search for students and professors everywhere in the name of investigation. A few weeks had passed, and Peter was still in the library's forbidden book area for a long time, and he had successfully passed the Phantom Transfiguration exam for the first time, and had already obtained the Phantom Transfiguration license. The Phantom Shapeshifter license is like a driver's license in the Muggle world, and wizards in the Wizarding world will be fined a large amount of money if they are caught unlicensed in the form of a phantom. When Peter came out of the library, he found that there was a large group of Aurors in the school, all of whom looked like they were fighting at any time, led by Minister Fudge. Ignoring Professor McGonagall's request to inform Dumbledore first, the group forcibly broke into the castle. Peter watched them rush to the top of the castle, raised an eyebrow, and followed. Coming to the 8th floor of the castle, Peter saw a large number of rubble and bricks in the Room of Needs, as if it had just undergone 3 indiscriminate bombardments. He continued to the stone statue in the principal's office, looked at the open door, and walked straight in, his body gradually fading into the air. Inside the headmaster's office, Fudge and his party faced Dumbledore head-on. Umbridge and a Ravenclaw senior, dragging a blue-nosed Harry, holding a list, triumphantly said something to Fudge. Okay, the society. Dumbledore's army? Fudge looked angry and excited, and he took the list of societies and said to Dumbledore, Dumbledore, how do you explain? You are secretly organizing students and want to push the law department my way. Dumbledore took the list, looked at the title written by Hermione on it, was silent for a moment, then smiled and raised his eyes. It looks like it's all over. Are you asking me to write a written confession, Fudge, or is it enough to make a statement in front of these witnesses? Fudge looked very satisfied, and he waved his hand, with a very sad look, and asked, I ask you again, Dumbledore, are you the shop that admits to organizing these students? Yes, I organized it. Dumbledore said happily. You recruited these students into your army, didn't you? Fudge asked again. That's right. Dumbledore said with a smile. No, cried Harry, not understanding what was going on, why Dumbledore had lied and taken the blame for him. But Kingsley and the Auror quickly gave him a warning look, and Professor McGonagall opened his eyes and told him not to speak. Harry suddenly realized Dumbledore's intentions. He was protecting him from being expelled, but he could not let him do so, so he explained loudly, No, this has nothing to do with Professor Dumbledore. Don't make a sound, Harry, or I'll have to let you out of my office. Dumbledore said quietly. That's right, shut up, Potter. Fudge shouted, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore with a smile on his face. Very good, very good. I wanted to come here tonight to fire Potter, but instead, you could have arrested me, wouldn't you? Dumbledore smiled and said. It's like losing sesame seeds and picking up watermelons. Aurors. Fudge shouted loudly, and he screamed with joy, disarm Dumbledore's wand and take him to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore, you will be formally indicted for secretly organizing an army in an attempt to push it to the Ministry of Morpha. Then you will be sent to AZ Pressure class to wait for the judgment. Yeah, that's right. Dumbledore smiled and said, but I'm afraid I won't do that. Well, Fudge, you seem to think I'm going to sit still. But I didn't want to be locked up in Azkaban at all. To be honest, I have a whole bunch of things to do, so I can't waste time with you here. Fudge's face was flushed, as if he had been blinded, and his eyes were a little lost, but then he drew his wand and shouted, Delix. Shaker, get him? But Dumbledore only raised his wand slightly, and the magic that rushed toward him dissipated in an instant, and then with a wave of his hand, a silver flash swirled around the room, accompanied by shouts from several portraits, and the sharp voice of Umbridge. The silver light exploded, blasting everything away, and in the dust of the sky, accompanied by several screams, someone smashed heavily on the floor one after another, and the giant did not move. When the dust had settled, except for McGonagall and Harry, who were still standing, the other Aurors or Fudgium-Rich were lying quietly on the ground. It's a shame I had to cast a spell on the king's dish, otherwise it would look too suspicious. Dumbledore whispered, and then he looked at the 2 men. Well, they'll wake up soon, and it's better not to let them know we have time to talk, and you have to pretend that time hasn't changed, as if they've just been knocked to the ground. Of course, it would be even better if you could help a little, Peter. After all, you're a master of memory spells, aren't you? The second Dumbledore said with a smile to the air in the corner of the 3 berths. Dumbledore, you've always been so sharp. I didn't expect that the invisibility I had practiced for a long time was still useless in front of you. Peter's voice came from the air, only to see him smile and appear in the figure of one, Peter. Harry and McGonagall exclaimed that they hadn't expected Peter to be here. Hey, Peter greeted him with a smile, then looked at Dumbledore and asked, Dumbledore, what are you going to do next? Before long you'll be wanted by the Ministry of Magic. Don't worry about me, smiled Dumbledore. I won't run far away and hide, and I'll go on with my business, and before long I'll believe Fudge will think it would be nice if they hadn't driven me away from Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore. Harry spoke, with a look of guilt on his face, and he didn't know what to say. Is it to say that he regretted starting a society and was in trouble for such a day? Or is it that Burdett has not allowed him to be expelled, and the crime he has taken on is extremely uncomfortable? Dumbledore seemed to see through his thoughts, intercepted his words, did not have the slightest expression of blame, but said eagerly, Harry, listen to me. You have to do your best to learn times brain occlusion. Do you understand my words? It's all about the safety of all of you. Very important. Then he looked at Peter with a pleading look. Peter, I never asked you for anything, but this time I want you to help Harry. He said in a cryptic tone, for that reason they now have some kind of strong connection, through which they can see what the other person is seeing. But this connection depended on the strength of the two sides, and Harry was not an opponent at all. I hope you can help Harry practice brain closure as soon as possible so that he can be safe. Professor Dumbledore, haven't you already arranged for Professor Snape to teach Harry? Peter didn't refuse, but asked anyway. Dumbledore shook his head, looked at Harry with a confused look, sighed, and said, Harry and Severus have irreconcilable contradictions. They have been practicing brain occlusion for several months, but to no avail. I'm afraid that if I continue like this, things will change. So please, if Harry wants to, I'm fine. Peter said indifferently, it's just that my level of brain occlusion is definitely not as good as Professor Snape's, and I hope you will not be disappointed. Yes, I do. Harry nodded eagerly in agreement, saying that he had been tortured by Snape enough during this time and was eager to escape. Then please. Dumbledore said with a sigh of relief, then looked at Harry and repeatedly instructed, Harry, remember my words, practice every night, close your brain, don't let go, so that you don't have nightmares. You'll soon know why, but you have to assure me that you're trying to isolate those nightmares, and you can't tell if they're true or false. Suddenly, Delix, who was lying on the ground, let out a groan and was about to wake up. That's it, Dumbledore said, grabbing Phoenix Fox's tail directly, as the three fires subsided in the warm room. Peter looked at the people on the ground who were already showing signs of awakening, smiled, and said, Dumbledore is really sure I won't help. Alas, I'm really hardworking. As he waved his wand, a silver thread flew out of the wand and quickly passed through the heads of Auror and Fudgium lying on the ground, and then picked up the wand and collected the silk thread. Then he looked at McGonagall and Harry, who were watching, and said, Don't worry, I just changed their memories a little bit. They just think they've just been knocked down. You can just cooperate a little. Thank you, Peter. Professor McGonagall said gratefully. You're welcome. I just don't like these Ministry of Magic guys either. Peter smiled. Then he looked at Harry. Since Dumbledore has asked me, you'll start tomorrow night, and every day after 7 o'clock in the afternoon, come and find me in the room of requirement, where I'll train your brain occlusion. If you don't want me to see your little secret, train up. Harry nodded, looking pleased, preferring to come to Peter than to go to Snape. Where is he? Fudge shouted and struggled to get up from the floor. What about Buldu? Where is he? I don't know. Kings jumped up and said loudly. He had woken up early, and since he was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Peter had not altered his memories. No, he can't be phantom shifting. Umbridge shouted, you can't do that in school. Noise? Of course he could get out of here, and don't forget that Dumbledore had a phoenix, and the phantom shape-shifting ban had no effect on the phoenix. You can't catch him. Peter watched a group of Aurors search around the room and stood in the doorway and said sarcastically, It's you, Peter York, how did you end up here? Fudge then realized that Peter was standing in the doorway, watching them with a watchful face. Of course I was very curious that you came here with such fanfare, so I came here on purpose. It turned out to be such an interesting picture. Peter leaned on the doorframe and grinned. You say Dumbledore escaped through the Phoenix. How do you know? Say, did you secretly help Dumbledore more? Delix rushed over, his wand against Peter's chest with a gloomy face, and pressed the question in a tone of voice. This Oro, are you suspicious of me? Do you have proof? Peter narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in his eyes, and I don't like people pointing their wands at me. Well, I'm a Ministry of Magic clerk, and I'm on official business now. Delix ignored Peter's warnings, and as the elite of the Ministry of Magic, Oro, he let Dumbledore escape in front of him, and he continued to vent at the object. Peter laughed, his face changed in an instant, and with a wave of his hand, he directly threw Delix away, and the stone fell to the ground after hitting the wall, and he was crying out in pain. Peter York, what are you doing? Is it to rebel? Fudge shouted in panic. Peter looked at him coldly and said expressionlessly, Trouble, you guys will take care of your subordinates in the future, don't come out and bite people without moving. You. Fudge blushed angrily, shaking and unable to speak. Umbridge curled up behind Fudge, avoiding Peter's sight and not daring to speak. If you want to capture Dumbledore, hurry up, or in a little while he may flee to another country. After all, the Phoenix has no distance limit, and you may need to find his traces in the whole world. Peter said playfully. Then he ignored them and waved his hand and left the principal's office. Minister, do you want to catch him? Delix stood up with a pained face, gritted his teeth and looked in the direction of Peter's departure. Catch him? For what reason? Attack on the Aurors? Fudge said in a nonchalant manner, and then looked at McGonagall, who was looking at the joke. Minerva, I think your friend Dumbledore is doomed. He's about to become a wanted man? Do you think so? Professor McGonagall said contemptuously. Fudge didn't seem to hear her, looking around at the ruined office. The portrait of the headmaster on the wall booed at him with displeasure, and even a few of the rough gestures made by Fudge turned black and said to Professor McGonagall with a bad attitude, "You'd better take Potter down. There's nothing for you here." Professor McGonagall didn't say anything and left the office with Harry, leaving Fudge to search the room with the Auror, trying to find more evidence of Dumbledore's incriminating. The day after Dumbledore escaped, Umbridge, with the support of the Ministry of Magic, quickly became the headmaster of Hogwarts. This caught many students off guard and asked well-informed people about it, especially Harry, who was at the scene at the time, and became the object of everyone's inquiry. In the end, the students didn't hear much, except that Dumbledore had escaped after subduing several Aurors, Umbridge, and the Minister of Magic and his junior assistant. Some of the details became more and more distorted, and even rumors spread that Fudge's head had been transformed into a pumpkin by Dumbledore and was now lying in St. Mungo's. Umbridge's becoming headmaster was not good news for the students, but when Umbridge triumphantly took his things and entered the principal's office, he could not pass through the monster statue. The principal's office was automatically closed, and she couldn't get in. In the end, Umbridge had to return to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and used it as the new headmaster's office. Later, with the promulgation of the 29th Education Order, Umbridge became even more unscrupulous in the school, directly blocking all the flying nets in the school, and monitoring all the students' off-campus correspondence, preventing students from discussing the Ministry of Magic and the school, and even forbidding male and female students to talk closely. Because of Peter's order, the Slytherin students withdrew from the investigative action group. However, it is still impossible to stop some students from various colleges who like to be inflammatory, so these members of the investigation team who have been given the right to deduct points and punished by Umbridge have arbitrarily deducted points and even used this to bully other students. Because of Peter's presence and the large number of pure-blood students, Umbridge directly ignored them, and the people of the investigation action team naturally saw the wind and did not dare to provoke the students of Slytherin. At a time when the students of the other three colleges were overwhelmed by the educational order, SICAI's Helen was in a quiet corner. At night, in the room of needs, Peter was sitting on the couch, and he looked at Harry, who was a little angry, and smiled and asked, "Are you ready, Harry?" Harry nodded, ready. Well, Peter drew his wand and pressed it against his head. Dementors. Then Harry's mind kept flashing back memories of the past, including his life in the Muggle world Dursleys, and the events after school, until the memory came to the memory of last night when Umbridge forced Harry Dumbledore to ask where Dumbledore was with the truth agent, and a strong thought took Peter's thoughts out. Harry gasped and spread out on the couch behind him, as if he had experienced a marathon. Very well, Harry, after all this time of practice, your brain occlusion has improved rapidly. Peter withdrew his wand, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "I just used all my strength to spy on your brain, but in the end you were able to successfully drive my Dementor out, which is very good." Peter had learned that Harry was talented since he had promised Dumbledore that he was going to teach Harry the art of times brain closure. The reason why the brain occlusion technique that had been studied for several months had not progressed was only because of the contradiction with Snape, which made Harry and Snape angry and unconsciously closed their brains. Now after coming to Peter, after Peter's step-by-step guidance, the progress is obvious. Your current brain occlusion technique can already resist the general Dementor, and if you want to improve later, you need to practice it yourself from time to time. Peter smiled and said, "As long as you remember Dumbledore's instructions and use brain occlusion every day before going to bed, you won't have any more nightmares." "Peter, do you mean I won't use it anymore?" Harry asked, his expression a little reluctant. He had learned very comfortably from Peter, but he felt that time had passed too quickly. "Well, no need for this expression." Peter smiled and said, "Soon you will be taking the Ordinary Wizarding Level exam, and you had better get more certificates, otherwise it will be difficult to find a job later. And we also have to take the Advanced Wizarding Level exam, and then your brain occlusion technique depends on conscious practice, and others can't help you. Peter, you're about to graduate, what are you going to do next?" Harry asked curiously. "I don't know." Peter shook his head. "I've got my Oxford diploma and maybe I'll find a job in Muggles, and of course I also have a job as a therapist in St. Mungo, which is not bad." "Peter, you're awesome. Hermione said that you are the first 7th grade student in 100 years to take all the courses, and you can get a full 0, excellent, grade, and no job will refuse you," Harry said adoringly. Hermione praised. Peter smiled and shook his head. "I haven't taken the exam yet, who knows what the outcome will be. Okay, let's each cheer up." Peter patted Harry on the shoulder and smiled. "Today's training is over, after that you don't have to come here." Peter waved his hands and walked toward the door. "Peter." Harry looked at Peter's figure, hesitated, but couldn't help shouting, "What's wrong, Harry?" Peter asked back in confusion. "I don't know why I've been dreaming lately of being in a room full of prophecy balls and keep coming to the shelves in row 97, as if looking for something." Harry said, "I feel like Voldemort is looking for something. I can sometimes see things about Voldemort in illusions." Peter was a little surprised, and then looked straight at him. Harry, didn't you listen to Dumbledore and isolate these illusions with brain occlusion? Harry was dumbfounded by the look in Peter's eyes, and he explained, I just think that since I can see Voldemort, maybe I can use this to grasp his whereabouts and sabotage his plans in advance. Peter looked at him, sighed, and said, Harry, have you ever thought that since you can see Voldemort through this connection, is it possible that Voldemort can also see what you see, even mislead you with false illusions? Hearing his words, Harry's eyes widened. You mean Voldemort can monitor here through me? Why not? Don't forget that he is a very powerful wizard. Harry, you can't underestimate him. Peter said, I can only give you one piece of advice, Harry, and that is to listen to Dumbledore and not to make a claim. Well, go back to bed early, Harry. Peter said, then pushed open the door and disappeared into the darkness. It's June, and both 5th and 7th graders are going to take exams. Students of both grades were gathered in the auditorium, invigilated by the Ministry of Magic examiners, and conducted intense examinations. Peter was the only student to take 12 exams, so the time was very tight. The Newt exam was very easy for Peter, so he still finished the exam paper quickly, and in the classroom where the divination exam was handed in advance in the envious eyes of many students, Peter was called by name and calmly walked to the chief examiner, Professor Marchbann. Long time no see, Peter, I didn't expect you to graduate so soon. Professor Maccaben greeted him with a smile. I was impressed by your 5th grade divination exam, now show us your divination talent. The witch next to her, who was also the one who had invigilated Peter, also looked at Peter with expectant eyes, wanting to see if he would have any premonition this time. Peter looked at the crystal ball on the table, came to the table, and gently stroked it with his hand, only to see a faint flash of light, and the fog in the crystal ball slowly dispersed, revealing a picture. Both Marsiban and the witch noticed the movement and asked curiously, Peter, what did you see? Tell us about it. Peter looked at the scene above, his eyebrows furrowed, and he said plainly, I saw the Ministry of Magic, where there was going to be a fierce battle. This battle will change the status quo of the wizarding world, darkness will surface, and the legal world will not be quiet. Fighting? Ministry of Magic? The two examiners looked at the crystal ball with shocked faces, but in their eyes, there was still a fog in the crystal ball. Suddenly there was a change in the crystal ball, which attracted Peter's attention, and he looked down, only to see a stone arch appear in the picture. The stone arch looked ordinary, only a layer of shabby sloe hanging from the arch, but Peter could hear a lot of whispers from inside, like there were a lot of people inside. Peter knew it was a stone arch in the Department of Mysteries, but to his surprise there was a man who fell into the drapery and disappeared. This person was not serious in the plot, but Peter himself. Peter leaned closer to see who had shot himself down into the stone arch, but the picture was so fragmented that he couldn't tell the truth about the end. What's wrong? Did you see anything? Professor Marsiban asked. Peter looked back, looked at the two of them with curiosity and concern, smiled, shook his head, and said, No, I've only seen so much. Subsequently, he successfully used tea leaves to divinate, and analyzed the lifeline and wisdom line on the palm of Professor Maccaben's hand, and successfully completed the divination exam. In the astronomical examination, Peter spent only a few minutes, as if memorizing the answers, accurately drawing all the constellations and finding the correct positions of the 8 planets in the sky. After spending less than half an hour, Peter left the astronomy tower in the eyes of all his classmates. When Peter came downstairs, he was preparing to return the book he had read yesterday to the library. He saw 6 figures walking across the meadow toward Hagrid's hut. The first of these is Umri. Peter frowned, and this Umbridge was now becoming more and more unscrupulous. He turned and followed, and his body gradually merged with the darkness in the night. Umbridge rushed into Hagrid's hut with 5 Aurors, and after a while, accompanied by a burst of anger in the house, several Aurors ran out of the house. Hagrid also rushed out with a face full of anger, waving his fists and shouting angrily, Coward! You want to dream about Dumbledore from me? Aurors, knock him unconscious! Umbridge screamed and shouted, and then first sent a thin red light to hit Hagrid. Hagrid was surrounded by 6 people, all of whom fired a series of red lights at Hagrid, seemingly trying to stun him with a coma spell. Only to the disappointment of Umbridge, the spell hit Hagrid and instead catapulted out. Hagrid still waved his fist around without incident, and the teeth under his feet were also frantically facing the Aurors. Be sensible, Hagrid! An Auror shouted. Damn reason, you don't want to just grab me like that, Delix! Hagrid roared. Again and again, Tooth pounced on the wizards surrounding Hagrid, trying to help Hagrid, but was eventually hit by an Auror spell and fell to the ground. Hagrid saw this. Furious, he rushed over and threw the Auror out with one punch, and did not stand up again. Catch him! Catch him! Umbridge screamed from the sidelines. How dare you! Suddenly, an angry cry came from afar, facing the moonlight, and Professor McGonagall ran and shouted, How dare you do this? Let go of him! Here no, let go of him! Professor McGonagall arrived angrily. Why are you attacking him? He didn't do anything to give you a reason to be right. Aurors, stun her? Umbridge ignored McGonagall's words and gave a cold command. As soon as the words fell, 4 red rays of light shot from the Auror to McGonagall, and in an instant, under the red light, Professor McGonagall's expression of horror and disbelief was illuminated brightly and clearly. The screams of the students were heard from the tower not far away, and everyone was frightened by this unbridled change. However, before the Auror's attack reached McGonagall, it strangely stopped at a position only a few centimeters away from McGonagall, and when he looked closely, he found that there was a faint barrier blocking the attack. Professor McGonagall stared at the scene with wide eyes. This magic was not cast by her. She quickly looked around, wanting to see who had saved her, but no one was seen. Suddenly, a slight voice came from behind her. Professor McGonagall, just stand here and don't go forward. I will teach these people a good lesson. Peter. Professor McGonagall heard a familiar voice and immediately heard it was Peter's voice. But Peter didn't answer her again. Umbridge and the Aurors were also confused by this scene, but suddenly a spell was fired out of thin air, hitting one of the Aurors, lifting him up in the air, and then holding his back heavily on the ground, without moving. The remaining 3 Aurors were momentarily alert, holding their wands and looking around. Umbridge was also frightened, screaming, "Who is it? Who would dare to attack the Ministry of Magic staff? Don't pretend to be a ghost, come out of shape. Vice Minister, you must have cast the illusion charm." Delis reminded Hoshido, and then confidently said, "Such a small trick will not overwhelm me. Prove it to me to see who is blocking the Mofa Ministry from doing mold." No sooner had they finished speaking than a spell shot out of thin air, hitting an Auror. "Got you, right there. Attack in that direction." Delix shouted excitedly, and at the same time the wand in his hand quickly attacked in the direction of the spell. Another Auror and Umbridge followed suit and bombarded in that direction. This scene made Professor McGonagall very worried, afraid that Peter would be hit by their attack. However, after the attack stopped, there was no one there who was originally confident that Delix was also dumbfounded. Ahem. A cold hum sounded around. Then a spell with a flash of red light shot at them out of thin air, and before they could react, a spell was shot out of the other direction, followed by a spell, and then in the other direction, and the spell was only a second before and after. With a humming sound, and a sharp cry, the 2 Aurors were also hit by the coma curse and fell to the ground. And Umbridge was hit by 4 or 5 spells in succession, with a frightened expression, slammed heavily on the ground. No longer moving, Hagrid was still waving his fist, only to look at the people in front of him who had all fainted, a little stunned and overwhelmed. And the big dog Tooth, hit by a spell that shot out of thin air, woke up, and then barked angrily, and saw a pink Umbridge lying on the ground, and bit down on her ass. "Teeth can't bite, it will stain your mouth." Hagrid quickly pulled the teeth of Umbridge over and reprimanded. "Well, Hagrid, get out of this order, you're not safe here anymore." A voice said out of thin air. "Who? How is it so familiar?" Hagrid listened to a familiar voice and asked doubtfully. The invisible Peter said helplessly, "It's me, Peter." "Hagrid, you hurry up and get out of here now. Otherwise Umbridge will catch you when they wake up." "Oh, it's you, Peter. I thought who it was." Hagrid suddenly realized, smiling and scratching his head. "Thank you for saving me, Peter, you are so good." Then he looked at the Aurors on the ground and spat at them angrily. "These Confucians, who don't dare to deal with the Death Eaters, like to oppress us. Let's go." Peter said helplessly. "The Aurors are about to wake up." "Okay, I'll go." Hagrid nodded, then looked at the teeth and said reluctantly into the air around him, "Peter, can you please take care of the teeth? I can't take it with me. I'll ask the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest to take care of it, you don't have to worry." Peter replied. Assured, Hagrid waved at McGonagall not far away, causing him to strode toward the Forbidden Forest and disappear into the woods. Professor McGonagall waited for Hagrid to leave, momentarily relieved, looked at the Aurors and Umbridge lying on the ground, his face full of dissatisfaction, and whispered around, "Peter, how do you solve this now, Joe?" "Professor McGonagall, you don't have to worry about it, as long as you insist that you don't know." Peter said. "Well, Professor, I'll go first, and I'll leave it to you here." "Peter? Peter?" McGonagall shouted tentatively around, but without a response, knew Peter was gone. She came to the unconscious man and snorted coldly, but waved her wand anyway and took the 6 unconscious men to the infirmary. Harry and the others, who watched the whole process on the tower, tested who had helped Hagrid and Professor McGonagall stealthily. With the end of the last exam, the 5th graders rushed out of the classroom happily, while the 7th graders were caught up in the mixed emotions of leaving school. "It's finally over." Several people came to the lake to relax. Fred breathed a sigh of relief and said, "After working so hard for so long, I don't know how many Newt certificates I can finally get." "Are you trying?" Alan looked at him with disdain and said, "You 2 guys thought about giving Umbridge a lesson before and then leaving school. If Peter hadn't stopped you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in school now, so what would you be trying to do? Whoever called Umbridge that old witch is so hateful. We have all prepared a lot of magic flowers, ready to touch the next old clam, only to be blocked by Peter. Otherwise I am afraid that I would be opening a shop in Diagon Alley now." Joe said with emotion when he thought of Umri. "So you weren't fired early, or was it my fault?" Peter said slowly. Looking at Peter's smiling eyes, the twins instantly recognized, smiled, and ran over to him on the shoulder. "How is it possible? We all know Peter, you are for our own good, and you have also taught us that old witch a lesson, haven't you?" "Peter taught? What did he do? How do we not know?" Alan asked curiously. "Do you remember last month that Umbridge didn't appear for a week? Fred said happily, as if remembering some funny memory. Didn't she claim to have returned to the Ministry of Magic? But in fact she was under Peter's spell, and her face became like a clam touch, and she grew a lot of disgusting pimples, and she kept flowing pus. The old witch was so frightened that she shrank in her office and refused to come out, and then she covered her face and sneaked to the infirmary at night to seek treatment from Madame Pomfrey. As a result, the old witch also threatened Madame Pomfrey and did not allow her to reveal the matter. George then said, then Pomfrey Tianren directly poured her a lot of strange potions, and made her pull her stomach for another week. Haha. Everyone laughed at the colorful description of the twins, and when they calmed down, looking at the calm lake and Ime Castle, everyone breathed in unison. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. We were about to graduate and leave school. I don't know if I will have a chance to come back in the future, Cedric said reluctantly. Yeah, I used to think that time was slow, but before I could react, I was about to graduate. Alan nodded and sighed. Oh, why are you so suddenly sad? The twins were not happy, and Fred rolled his eyes, looked at Cedric, and said with a grin, the most important thing you need to worry about now is your girlfriend, and she still has a year to graduate. You are not in school for a year, be careful when the time comes, Akiharu does not want you. You two crow mouths. Cedric hammered the two brothers in disgust, and then said triumphantly, we have decided to get engaged when she graduates, so no one can take my girlfriend away. What? Are you sure? Everyone looked at Cedric in amazement. Of course. Cedric said with a smile on his face. Well, said, why can't you think so much? Actually married young and early? The twins shouted with a funny face, and the hippie smile accused, you have betrayed our single team, look at our 4 single dogs, you are naked showing off. George, don't you have Angelina? When was it single? Cedric asked. Pride, don't mention it. George seemed to remember something sad when he heard this. Angelina and I broke up. She couldn't tell the difference between me and Fred, so she gave up. When the surrounding partners heard his words, they laughed instead of comforting him, and Ellen also said with a mean face, who told you two to look exactly the same, but also to imitate each other, have been friends for so many years, I still can't tell who you two are who. In case George, you and Fred's girlfriend can't tell the difference between the two of you, and the two of you live together, that's bad. You evil snake? Fred beat him up? George's face flushed, and he waved his fist in exasperation to punch Alan, and called for Fred to help. Alan is then chased by the twins and begs for forgiveness while asking Peter for help. It's just that Peter and Cedric are completely watching the drama, smiling and watching him being pressed by the two brothers on the grass and tickling, breathlessly begging for forgiveness, while the students in the distance are looking at Peter with envy, because in school, only Peter and they dare to get together so brightly and honestly, without being punished by Umbridge. Suddenly, Peter's eyes glowed slightly blue, and after a while the blue light faded, and Peter returned to his senses with a mysterious smile on his face, but this scene was not seen by several companions who were playing. Peter shouted at his friends, if you've had enough fun, go back to the castle first, I want the Forbidden Forest 3 supers. Several people stopped fighting, ran over and asked incomprehensibly, what are you going to do in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid asked me to take care of his pet, Tooth, but this guy had been hated by her for biting Umbridge and had been trying to get a chance to kill him for the last few days. Peter explains, so I need to send it to the Centaurs tribe and they'll take care of it for me. I'll probably be back late, so you don't have to wait for me. The Centaurs are so xenophobic, but they are very enthusiastic about you, and the truth is so admirable to us. The twins looked envious, and then said dissatisfactorily, at the beginning, we also quietly went to the Forbidden Forest to visit the Centaurs tribe, and brought a lot of delicious gifts, but they ignored us and took us out of the Forbidden Forest. If I were a centaur, I'd drive you two mischief makers out. Save the centaurs from making a mess of them. Alan chuckled. Alan, did you eat the nonsense potion today? How the words are always so annoying. The twins angrily chased after Alan again. Peter looked at them, then at the distance, then turned and left the pasture and entered the Forbidden Foresters. Not long after, Harry's trio ran over breathlessly, and when they saw Fred and them, they asked anxiously, Peter, isn't he with you? Where did he go? What are you looking for Peter to do? He had just gone to the Centaurs tribe. Fred said doubtfully. Can you help us reach Peter? We have something very important to ask him for help with. Harry asked anxiously. Ellen and Cedric turned to look at the twins. Fred, George, you should know where the Centaurs are. After all, you've all planned to visit the Centaurs before. The twins shook their heads and smiled bitterly. We don't know, we were sneaking past Peter, but we were stopped by the patrolling centaurs just halfway through. Moreover, the Centaurs tribe is deep in the Forbidden Forest, and if there is no one to guide it, it is difficult to find it. Only Dumbledore, Hagrid, and Peter knew the address of the Centaurs tribe in the school. But none of the 3 of them are in school now, so what to do? Professor McGonagall is not in school today, so how do we save Sirius? Harry was in a hurry and blurted out. Save Sirius? What the hell is going on? George asked Ron with a frown. I don't know, Harry just started yelling during the exam. He then said he had seen Sirius captured by Voldemort, and also in the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. Ron shook his head and said, see, Harry, you mean you saw Sirius again like the last time you saw my dad injured? Second Fred also asked solemnly. Harry nodded, his face full of concern. Sirius spends most of his time in Grimmauld Square, but this time I contacted him with a double-sided mirror and didn't respond. Kreaker then summoned the house elf to inquire, and it said that Sirius had gone out early and was not at home. I saw Sirius from Voldemort's point of view, and he was being tortured by Voldemort. Harry, I think you should calm down first. Cedric said calmly, Peter told us about your nightmares, didn't you already learn brain occlusion? How can you still see illusion? Harry looked a little embarrassed and said, well, the brain occlusion technique is indeed very effective, but I looked at Sirius, they were very busy lately, and I thought that I could use my special contact with Voldemort to see things on Voldemort's side, and then help Sirius them. George looked at him with a disapproving expression. Harry, since Dumbledore and Peter have both stabbed you many times, you should listen to them, because you're not sure if the illusion you're seeing is true or not. I don't care about that. What I'm thinking about now is how to rescue Sirius. He is now in Voldemort's hands, life and death. He's my only relative, and I can't let him have anything to do. Harry's grumpy hole. So what are you going to do? Fred asked. I'm going to the Ministry of Magic to save him. Harry shouted. Are you sure, Harry? Alan walked up to him and said, I'm not belittling you, but you can't beat us now, and you want to break into the Ministry of Magic alone and rescue Sirius from Voldemort. So what can I do? Harry grunted, Dumbledore, they're not in school, and Professor McGonagall and Peter can't get in touch with them right now. If I don't save it, there will be no one. Harry Potter. A sharp cry came from a distance. Oops, it's Umbridge who's coming. Hermione shouted anxiously. What's going on? Fred asked. We wanted to make sure Sirius was home, so we had to lure Umbridge away and then contact Kreaker through Umbridge's office fireplace to confirm that Sirius was no longer home. Hermione said, now Umbridge should have found out, she's coming to get us. Only to see Umbridge hurriedly walk over, both hands still dragging Ginny and Luna, looking at Potter and the others with a sinister smile. Potter, you let the two of them attract my attention, and then secretly used my fireplace to contact the outside world. Say quickly, who are you contacting? Is it Dumbledore? You'd better give me a satisfactory answer, or you'll be fired today, including these two little girls. The twins looked at their sister, who was being dragged in the hands of Umbridge, and with an angry expression, shouted, let go of my sister. Umbridge looked at them, glanced around, and after finding that there was no one there, he unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and then said evilly, Wesley, are you ordering me? Now I am punishing students who violate the rules. If you don't want to be punished, just stand aside and don't talk, otherwise I will punish you together. Old demon, I've put up with you for a long time. George looked at Ginny, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth in Umbridge's hand, and angrily pulled out her wand. You dare to bully my sister. I'm going to give you a taste of punishment. At the same time, Fred also drew his wand and aimed it at Umbridge. You're rebelling. Umbridge's face turned gloomy, and then he threw away the two girls, then pulled out his wand and said contemptuously, do you think that with the strength of a few of you, you can be my opponent? Cedric and Alan saw this, and walked up to Harry, drew his wand, and aimed it solemnly at Umbridge. Now, Professor, the four of us should be able to fight you 3 times, right? Umbridge looked gloomy, raised his wand warily, and shouted a threat. You'd better put down your wand obediently and hand them over to me, or you'll wait to be fired. Fred grinned and reminded, Old Witch, you may have forgotten that we have all finished our exams, and now we are considered TOA. Your firing case is of no equal use to us. Find death? I'll send you to Azkaban and shut you up. Umbridge roared, and then a red spell shot at Fred. Armor Talisman. Cedric blocked the attack in time with a talisman charm. Well done, sighed. Fred was startled by Umbridge's sudden attack and immediately raised his big female finger at Cedric in gratitude. Let's fight back together? Just follow the way Peter usually fights against us, and knock this old clam down together? Alan reminds Stardoke. As soon as the words fell, the 4-man game appeared in a semi-arc and pressed against Umbridge, and Fred and Alan, standing in the middle, were responsible for the attack, constantly firing spells. George and Cedric, who were standing on either side, were in charge of the defense, and the two of them worked together to erect a tough protective shield and constantly push towards Umbridge. Umbridge originally still had the upper hand, but as the 4 men coordinated with the orderly way of fighting, they were forced to retreat constantly, and the most appreciated was Fred 3 times to disarm her staff. 4. You have dared to attack the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic and your headmaster. You are committing a crime. You will be punished. Umbridge couldn't believe that he would be disarmed by a few students, and when he looked back, he pointed at them with his fat fingers and said evilly, You were the first to attack us. We had to fight back in order to protect ourselves? Alan retorted, then pulled out a photo ball, swung it in front of Umbridge as if showing off, and said with a grin, This is what I borrowed from Peter. I didn't expect to use it. Peter York. Umbridge gritted his teeth and looked gloomy, then looked at his wand, which was being casually toyed with by Fred, and roared angrily, Give me back my magic power. I won't pursue today's events. Fred and the others looked at each other a few times, then shook their heads, smiled, and said, That's not okay. I'm afraid that if we just give you the wand, you'll deal with me. We don't believe you, so we feel like we're going to tie you up somewhere for a while so that it doesn't bother us with what we're going to do next. Fred grinned, then shouted at his companions, Brothers, tie up our most respected Professor Umbridge to the Forbidden Forest for a while. That way, no matter how much she yells, she won't make any other noise. A few of them waved their wands, tied Umbridge firmly, and led her to the forbidden forest in the stunned eyes of the Potters. Umbridge screamed and scolded, and several people hung her upside down on a large tree on the outskirts of the forbidden forest, and then clapped their hands and left the place. Hermione looked back at Umbridge, who was hanging in midair like a fat clam, and said worriedly, "Fred, if you do this, I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble, and just hang her in the forbidden forest, if there is an accident too." "Rest assured, Hermione." The twins huddled on either side of Hermione and said with a grin, "We've cast a powerful expulsion spell near that old witch, and the animals in the forbidden forest can't threaten her. And after a day the rope will automatically disappear, and we just let her suffer a little. Besides, we've finished the exam now, and even if she wants to expel us, it won't matter. She couldn't have gone to the Department of Examinations and Education to make fun of our grades, and Professor Marsiban wouldn't have given her a good look. Fred, thank you for helping us block Umbridge. We're going to the Ministry of Magic now to save Sirius?" Harry said, with a scar on his head, and said bitterly, "I felt Voldemort's anger. Sirius refused to give him a prophecy ball from the Mysterious Affairs Department's Prophecy Hall, and he was now torturing Sirius." "Then how did you get there?" "The Ministry of Magic is in London, and since it's far from here," Cedric asked with a broken eyebrow, "we can go through that fireplace in Umbridge's office and have direct access to the Ministry of Magic," Ron suggested. "No, the Ministry of Magic has monitored all the fireplaces in Hogwarts, and if we pass like this, we will be discovered immediately, and we will not be able to reach the Department of Mysteries." Hermione shook her head and said, "Then what to do? Time is urgent. I will definitely get to the Ministry of Law as soon as possible." "Sirius is still there?" Harry said anxiously. "We can ride the night horse over," Luna said suddenly. "Night-chi." Everyone looked at her. "Night horses fly fast and are very clever. As long as you tell them where to go, it will take me to the destination of Luna slowly said. Eventually, led by Luna, the group came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and, at Luna's behest, took some bloody raw flesh from Hagrid's hut. In the group, only Luna and Harry saw the Night-chi, while the others watched in amazement as the raw flesh they brought disappeared out of thin air. "Fred, are you really going to come with us?" Harry asked in surprise. "Of course, after all, our stinky brother Ron is going to go with you, and we can't just let you people go to the Ministry of Magic." The twins grinned. "I'm going too," Ginny said. "Impossible? You can't go anywhere, just take it with you at school?" Twins and Transfiguration said at the same time. "You can't keep me shut," Ginny insisted. "I've been playing Umbridge with Luna before, and I can go directly to the Ministry of Magic through the fireplace." "Me too." Luna also stood next to Ginny and said, "We just helped. We can't leave us now. We're not playing adventure games." Fred said angrily, "There will probably be Death Eaters and Voldemort waiting there." Ginny obeys. "You take Luna back to school with you, and then wait for Peter to return to the castle, and Peter will save us. You also said that it was dangerous there, and since you were all desperate, why couldn't we?" Ginny insisted angrily. In the end, despite Ginny's insistence, Fred and George agreed to let Ginny and Luna follow, otherwise the two would not wait peacefully in the school, etc. "Wait for me?" Suddenly Neville came running out of breath and said, "I'm going too." "Neville, go back. There's nothing for you here." Harry saw this and quickly said that he didn't want to drag more people in. The Ministry of Magic was the Dragon Pond Tiger's den, and if it wasn't for the insistence of Hermione and Ron, he would have wanted to go alone. "No, we're part of the community." Neville shook his head and insisted, "And Ginny, they can all pass, why can't I?" Eventually, one more person went to the Ministry of Magic. "Alan, Cedric, are you sure you want to go too?" George frowned and asked. "We went because my brothers and sisters were going to go, but this matter has nothing to do with you two, so you don't want to go. You should stay in school." Cedric shook his head, smiled, and said, "It doesn't matter, you two are our friends. Friends are involved in danger. We have no reason to watch, do we? And we can't watch Harry and his apprentices take risks." Said, "Well, we can't let you go to risk, but we can't stop you from passing. Then we can only go together, and then we can take care of each other." Everyone sat on the night horse one after another, and when Ginny and Luna just climbed onto the night horse's back, they each hit a petrified spell unguarded. The Wesley twins, who cast spells, conjured up a jump rope, tied the two girls to the Night-chi, and then whispered to the Night-chi, "Trouble you to send them to the castle." The night horse made a chirping sound as if agreed, carrying the two bound people slowly towards the castle. Then the two of them said to the surprised companions, "The previous promise was to deceive the two of them. They are still too young to let him take the risk." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was true that Ginny and Luna were only 14 years old, still girls, and indeed did not go as well. With the 8 Night-chi flying in the air, 8 people flew in the direction of the Ministry of Magic in the wind. And in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, in the Centaur's tribe, Peter and the tribal elders were sitting by the fire, quietly watching the statue of Harry in the trap. "So, you didn't just ask us to take care of Hagrid's dog today, but you also came here to hide." The Centaur elder smiled and said, his long white beard shaking with the sound of his words. "Sort of." Peter smiled and said, "I just didn't expect that because of my participation, the fate line has changed somewhat. The elder took a sip of his cigarette with his pipe, and then pointed to Cedric in the flames with a smile. This person should have been the person whose lifeline had long stopped, but under your intervention, you escaped the pursuit of the god of death, but this time, the eyes of the god of death came to him again. I don't know if you will predict. He's my friend. Peter said firmly. Then he's lucky to have such a magical friend as you. The elder smiled and said, then looked at Peter enviously, you are the most amazing wizard I have ever seen, outside the line of destiny, easily playing with the direction of fate. Unlike us, who are given the ability to watch fate, but are powerless to intervene, like a bystander, just silently recording fate, but unable to tell it. But it's not bad to be in such a safe corner, isn't it? Peter smiled and said, by fate, even if the Hela human race disappears and another race is born, you still have no seat to watch the clouds rise and fall. Yes, said the elder, looking at the sky in the distance, and trembling out of the Shinto way. I don't know if the ancestors did the same when they signed a contract with fate. All right, elder, I think I should be leaving too. Peter stood up and said. He looked at the flames in which Potter and his party had reached the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise these reckless guys may not be able to hold out, Dumbledore, when they arrive. Ding. As the elevator door opened, Potter and his party stepped out of the elevator. The only sound that could be heard was the constant rushing sound in the golden fountain, which erupted from the pragmatic wands of men and women, from the arrows of the centaurs, from the tips of the goblin hats, and from the ears of the house elves, falling into the circular pool. It's strange how the Ministry of Magic looks like there is no one there. Alan held his wand and looked around warily, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. The wand security checkpoint and security guards were gone. Don't stay here any longer, let's go to the Department of Mysteries as soon as possible. Harry also noticed something unusual, but he was anxious to save Sirius, and he couldn't take care of it anymore. The group crossed the hall to the elevator, and waited for everyone to enter before pressing the number 9 button. When they arrived at the Mysterious Affairs Department on the 9th floor, they were faced with 12 doors. A few people who did not know the location of the Prophecy Hall could only enter one room after another according to the stupid method. Successively, we entered the Brain Hall filled with brains, the Death Hall with only a stone arch, a locked room, and the Time Hall full of clocks filled with dripping sounds. Finally, when the 5th door was opened, he entered the Hall of Prophecy. When they all entered the Hall of Prophecy, a spark flashed outside the door, and with the appearance of a phoenix, Peter's figure appeared from the flames. He looked into the room where Potter and his party had just entered, and then walked toward the door of the Time Hall by the birth side. When Peter walked inside, he felt like he had come to a watch shop, the clock ticking and ticking, the clock shining with a brilliant diamond-like shimmer, and at the end of the room, there was a tall bell-shaped glass cover. Peter came to the glass cover and looked at the little bird inside, repeating the cycle from birth to death in a flickering light. However, Peter's attention was not in the glass cover, only that he turned to look at the wooden cabinet on the side, and through the glass window, he could see dozens of exquisitely shaped hourglass necklaces. This is it. Peter muttered to himself and then smiled. One of the main tasks he came to this time was the time converter inside, and his time converter was orthogonal before the exam. Time changer is a bug prop, very useful for Peter. As far as he knew, the time turner would all be destroyed in this battle of the Ministry of Magic. So Peter needed to get a few before he was pushed down. Peter did not open the wooden cabinet at the first time, but gently tapped the wooden cabinet with his wand, and then it was bounced away by a huge force, and Peter almost did not hold his wand. Sure enough, Peter said. However, he was not disappointed. The protective spell on the wooden cabinet was not difficult to undo, perhaps because the people of the Ministry of Magic were confident that no one would dare to break into the Ministry of Magic, so the protection imposed on the time converter was not too strict. Waving his wand, Peter kept undoing the spell little by little. Meanwhile, the people entering the Hall of Prophecy followed Harry's memories to row 97, except that they did not see Sirius, who was supposed to be here. He's on the far side, said Harry, his voice a little dry at this point, and he should be right there. I saw. Hermione next to Harry tried to call him, but Harry didn't answer, just rushed over and looked around, trying to find Sirius. He should be right here. Somewhere. Harry said in a dumb voice, or maybe. He said and ran to another aisle and looked. Harry, I guess Sirius isn't here. Come here. George said, his expression from the more serious, turned his head and whispered to his partner, be alert, we may be in a trap, someone wants to lead Harry over. Fred, Cedric, and Alan drew their wands for the first time and looked around warily. The slightly dull Neville also quickly pulled out his wand, and looked solemnly guarded the darkness. Harry ran quickly in one direction through the rows of shelves, then shuttled through the shelves in a different order, trying to find Sirius. It was just that he looked around and found nothing, not even a trace of a fight. Harry, get over Kong. The second time he said to Harry, who was the one who pitted me. What? Harry finally stopped, his voice dry, a little afraid to look up at the crowd, afraid that they were all accusatory eyes, or that he was very much, or that they should go back to Hogwarts. Come and see, here's your name. Ron said. My name. Harry's expression was confused, and in the direction Ron was pointing, he saw a crystal ball on the shelf. The surface was dirty, as if it had not been touched in many years, but the slide inside made it a little shiny. And underneath the crystal ball, there is a yellowed label. It says the time and date of 16 years ago, and also marks the Dark Devil and Harry Potter. What is this? Ron asked, How did your name end up here? Then he looked around at the shelves and labels. There's no my name on the shelf, or someone else's name, huh? Come and see, there's still Peter's word here. Peter. Upon hearing Ron's words, Cedric and a few others ran first, following the dim light, and saw a slightly newer crystal ball on the shelf, and the base read June 13, 1993, Peter York and the Son of the Phoenix. June 13, 93. Alan looked at the time and was surprised. Didn't we just finish the 0W exam at that time? Harry, I don't think you should touch it. As Harry reached over, Hermione shrieked. The eyes of the crowd gathered again on Harry's body. Why shouldn't it? Harry said, it's about me, isn't it? Then, despite dissuasion, he directly grasped the dirty crystal ball with his hand. I know what this is. Cedric suddenly said, this is the prophecy ball. My father had told me before that there was a prophecy hall in the Department of Mysteries, and it was filled with many prophecy balls, all of which had been prophecies made by many prophets since ancient times. So the one in Harry's hand should be the Dark Lord and Harry's prophecy? About my prophecy. Puzzled, Harry looked at the prophecy ball in his hand, brushed away the thick dust on it with his hand, and wanted to see if there was any mystery inside. But suddenly, in their right rear, a lazy voice came to mind. Very well, Potter, now turn around slowly and give it to me. Lucius Malfoy slowly stepped out of the darkness, his wand pointing directly at Harry. At the same time, in the aisles around them, a dozen dark shadows were rapidly approaching them from all sides, the tips of their wands glowing, aiming at their hearts, as if they were about to fire Kamba at any moment. Give me the oracle ball, Potter. Lucius said slowly, his palm reaching upwards, looking at them. We're serious. Harry's heart sank, but he still clenched the prophecy ball and insisted on asking. Hearing this, several Death Eaters laughed, and among the Death Eaters, a woman standing in the shadows said triumphantly, the Dark Lord always expects things like gods. Give it to me, Porter. Lucius Malfoy said again, his eyes dead as he held the single prophecy ball in his hand. I want to know where Sirius is. Harry said, I know you took him. I want to know where Sirius is. Bellatrix Parrot said with a tongue-in-cheek, then laughed and spoke in a baby-like voice. Little baby Harry was frightened to wake up, and thought the dream was real. Sometimes it's time to understand the difference between reality and dreams, Potter. Lucius said sarcastically, and then his face changed and he said gloomily, give me the orb of prophecy. Otherwise I'm going to use the staff. Harry's heart tightened and his stomach pounded, and if Sirius really wasn't here, he was leading his friend to a senseless death. But before he could do anything, Bellatrix, who was standing next to Lucius, suddenly shouted, prophecy the ball flies. Armor talisman. Harry reacted quickly, he was wary of the woman, and although the prophecy ball slipped to the tip of his finger, he was still caught by him like a golden snitch. I told you, don't do this. Lucius Malfoy yelled at Bellatrix, that's what the master wants. In case you break it. It's now. Fred suddenly roared loudly. Before Harry could react, George Allen and Cedric raised their wands at the same time and attacked the Death Eaters who surrounded them in all directions. Fred and George, and instantly took out a few black things from their bags and smashed them back into the Death Eaters. The Death Eaters instinctively used their armor to protect themselves from blocking the flying black balls, and as a result, these black ball stones smashed into the protective barrier, exploded, and turned into a foul smelling thick black smoke, which directly made some of the unresponsive Death Eaters drool and nausea. Taste our masterpiece again. The twins took out a bunch of water balloon-like things and kept smashing them around, only to see that after the water balloon landed, it directly cracked, and a very sticky and slippery liquid flowed out of it, slipping the unresponsive Death Eater. Then the four of them concentrated their fire on knocking all the Death Eaters out of the aisle, and said to Harry, who was still in place, quick. When Harry saw this, he quickly returned to his senses, following Fred, and they kept firing spells backwards and running in the direction of the gate. Waste. Don't chase it yet. Can't let them escape. Bellatrix shouted angrily, and at this time her body was stained with some foul-smelling slime that splashed over, making her jump like a thunderbolt, angrily cursing several Death Eaters who had slipped and fallen to the ground, and then chasing after Potter and the others. In the time hall, Peter finally unlocked the protective spell on the wooden cabinet. He opened the wooden cabinet, looked at the time converter neatly arranged inside, and wanted to sweep away the place, and thought about it, or only took two. Then he closed the wooden cabinet door again, cast a simple protective spell, listened to the fierce movement outside, and walked toward the door, gradually disappearing into obscurity. Suddenly, the door of the Hall of Time opened and rushed in the three Holly Fred Georges, who quickly hid behind the pendulum clock, and the door of the Hall of Prophecy, which looked like they had scattered with the others, opened again, rushing in a few Death Eaters, searching around. If you don't see them, have you already run to the hall? Yen-san said the Death Eaters. Check under the table and behind those cabinet clocks. Another Death Eater said. When the two Death Eaters ran to Harry's hiding place and didn't even see them, Fred and George quickly emitted a red light from each other, hitting the Death Eaters. One of the Death Eaters fell directly to the ground and did not wake up, but the other smashed the bell-shaped glass cover behind him very upside down, and the head fell directly into the glass cover, and then the head was like a bird on the side, constantly circulating from the baby's head to the old man, looking strange. As soon as the two remaining Death Eaters saw them, they quickly fired a spell and attacked the three of them. Get out of the way, Harry. George shouted loudly, and then, in conjunction with Fred, cast the armor talisman charm to fend off the attacks of the 2 Death Eaters, and the clocks around them were shattered by the ejected spells. One of the spells hit the wooden cabinet on the wall impartially, and the wooden cabinet shattered, and the time turner inside fell down, cracking into pieces, but then it was restored to new, returning to the intact wooden cabinet, and then it was shattered by the spell, shattered to the ground, and so on and on. Except for your weapons? Harry took the opportunity to disarm one of the Death Eater's wands with a spell. Nice job, Harry. Fred praised, and he followed suit, using a coma spell to directly stun the Death Eater without a wand. The only remaining Death Eater saw this, turned and ran to the door, trying to call the others over. But Fred and the 3 no longer hid, and the 3 of them fired a spell at the Death Eater at the same time, and the 3 spells hit the Death Eater who had just arrived at the door, knocking him unconscious before he could shout. Let's go, we can't stay here anymore, George shouted. Immediately after the 3 of them left, the door opened again not long after, and Peter came in, the bag around his waist bulging, looking to contain a limited movement of things. He looked at the time turner that was in a constant cycle and smiled. He was just waiting for this result, only then would the 2 time turners he follow would not be known. Looking at the 3 Death Eaters on the ground who had been knocked unconscious, Peter still felt that the 3 of them were too benevolent, and then he let out a cold cry, waved his wand, and directly threw the 3 Death Eaters lying on the ground into the time loop time cycle. All 3 are seen in the time loop, rapidly growing from a baby to an older baby, and then becoming a baby again, repeating the growth before the cycle. If you could, it would be very interesting to let Voldemort into this time loop. Peter looked at the cycle of time and whispered, but now is a good time to take advantage of the chaos to touch the fish. There are simply too many good things in this mysterious affairs department, and I am embarrassed not to take them away. Peter left the room invisibly again. In the Hall of Death, Harry was already in opposition to the Death Eaters. By this time Harry held the Oracle Ball and was surrounded by Death Eaters. In the Death Eater camp, the twins, Alan and Cedric, were being held to the head by several Death Eaters with their wands, several of whom had blue noses and swollen faces, and had obviously fought with the Death Eaters, but unfortunately they were caught. Hermione and Ron, as well as Neville, were among those who had been captured, and Hermione's hair was clutched by Bellatrix, constantly struggling to resist. Quieter, little girl? Otherwise I don't mind rewarding you with another drill spell. Bellatrix pulled at Hermione's hair and said cruelly. Potter, look at your companions, do you want them to die for your recklessness? Lucius Malfoy stepped forward and said playfully, you have nowhere to go now, so you should obediently hand over the prophecy ball. You probably don't want to see your friends do something wrong, right? Can't give it to them. Fred shouted in unison. Shut up. The Death Eater who suppressed them kicked them in disgust. Potter, hurry up and hand over the prophecy ball. Otherwise we don't mind torturing your companions one by one and seeing how long they can hold out. Bellatrix said threateningly. You'd better kill me right away. The corners of Fred's mouth were bleeding, and he was very angry at Bellatrix, struggling to attack her with his fists. Killed you. Bellatrix smiled cruelly and shook his head. It's just a simple death curse. That's too merciful. My favorite is the drill heart charm, which can prove that life is better than death, which can make me feel most pleased. She looked at Neville, who was looking at her with hatred on her face, and smiled. You should be Longbottom. I remember when your parents were tortured by us, and the 2 Aurors ended up becoming insane lunatics, which is really funny. My parents are already well. Neville glared at her and said, they will avenge me and bring you to justice. Drill the heart and cut the bone. Bellatrix 207 Tess looked gloomy and sneered directly to Neville and the drill heart. Neville screamed, his legs curled up to his chest, convulsing and screaming in pain. Let him go. Fred's 7th graders struggled and roared, kicking at the Death Eaters who were clutching them like crazy, twisting violently. It's just an appetizer. Bellatrix stopped casting and turned to look at Harry with a pained expression. Okay, Potter, now either give us the Oracle Ball, or just look at your friends, and the factory will die in front of you. Harry had no choice, and with a determined look he handed the prophecy ball in his hand. Lucius Malfoy jumped up and came to Harry, eager to take the Oracle Ball. Suddenly, the door suddenly opened and rushed in Sirius, Lupin, Moody, Tonks, and Kings. These people quickly attacked the Death Eaters who were holding Fred and the others, and then turned into a white smoke and quickly messed around the room. At the same time, the Death Eaters also turned into black smoke, and the black and white smoke was entangled with each other, and from time to time they issued various spells, thrillingly rubbing over Harry and the others. In the small room, 5 members of the Order of the Phoenix and a dozen Death Eaters fought fiercely, raining down spells. Fred, George and the others quickly found a place to hide and huddled together to avoid these dangerous spells. The members of the Order of the Phoenix are all powerful wizards, who can be won onto, but the strength of the Death Eaters is not small. Basically they are the backbone of the Death Eaters, and the duels between the 2 sides are very fierce, and they dare not have a little distraction. Harry held the prophecy ball in his hand and carefully advanced along the steps. But suddenly a spell dangerously brushed his ear, hitting the stone slab not far away, blowing the stone slab out of a large pit. The explosion of the huge sky shook his head a little before he could breathe a sigh of relief. A thick and powerful arm tightly stuck to his neck. It was a Death Eater with a pure face, called Dorohotien. Give me the Oracle Ball. Harry's tears were choked and he couldn't breathe, while Dolikov's other hand fumbled with the prophecy ball over Harry, trying to snatch it away from the None of the members of the Order of the Phoenix who were fighting above noticed Harry's condition, but several Freds on the ground noticed, especially Neville, who was closest to Harry, because he had not yet found the demon, so he could only crash into Dolohov with his body and grab Dolohov's face with his hands. Fred and the men finally found their respective wands, saw Dolohov's wand glowing green, and invariably cast the spell they could think of at the first time. Fainted. All petrified. All petrified. Crushed to pieces. Dolokhov managed to dodge Cedric's coma spell, but was then hit by the twins' 2 petrification spells, and finally by Alan's smashing spell, blowing the arm holding the wand into pieces, a scene that stunned everyone on the ground. Nice job. Sirius defeated his opponent, landed on the ground, and blocked the 2 coma spells that flew towards them, shouting, "You need to get out of here now, it's very dangerous here." As soon as the words fell, a green light almost hit Sirius, and it was Bellatrix who moved, only to see her standing proudly on the stone pillar, smiling triumphantly, and then joining the warlord again. But as the weakest member of the Order of the Phoenix, Tonks, is hit by a coma spell, the people of the Order of the Phoenix gradually fall into the ascendancy. Harry and the others, with the help of Sirius, finally got together and fled to the door. However, the Death Eaters obviously did not want to see such an outcome, and they pressed against Harry and the others, so that Sirius had to join the battle against Harry's 8 people surrounding each other to prevent Death Eater. Fred, be careful. George's face suddenly changed drastically, and his eyes shouted in horror. Avadaso. A Death Eater shoots a green light into the ground in midair, targeting the defenseless Fred. Transfiguration. A clear voice rang out from the doorway, only to see Fred and a stone pier on the side exchange positions in the blink of an eye, and the green beam hit the stone pier, shattering it in the warm room. Peter. Alan turned to the figure in the doorway and shouted in surprise. His words made everyone in the room move and look in the direction of the door. I saw Peter looking at everything here with an angry face, and the wand in his hand remained raised. Peter was very angry at this time, on the one hand, angry that the Death Eaters almost killed Fred, and on the other hand, he was also annoyed by his own carelessness. Ever since he walked away from the Time Turner in the Time Hall, he had the idea of fishing in muddy waters. After seeing and making sure they were not there, he ran to the other rooms to find some precious and useful magic items and materials. The Department of Mysteries is the most mysterious place in the Ministry of Magic, where the Silent Man is much like a Muggle scientist, silently studying ancient and advanced, even forgotten magic. They are not quick-to-do magic politicians, but people who stay out of the way and have the heart to explore the depths of magic. So Peter found a lot of magical materials that were no longer in circulation in the market, such as precious materials such as mithril. In the circular room, he found the records of the explorations and ideas of various magics of the silent people of the past, all layered in the room. Peter was ecstatic about these very precious notes, but fortunately he carried the Book of Merlin with him, and it took him a lot of time to rely on the Book of Merlin to copy all these silent notes and transfer them to the electricity of Merlin. Although the Department of Mysteries belongs to the Ministry of Magic, it has existed longer than the Ministry of Magic and is the only department that is not ordered by the Ministry of Magic. There is something in this that only the Silent Man can know. And Mo Ren also signed a confidentiality contract after he entered the company, and he was not allowed to tell the secrets here, even the minister. Now that Voldemort was there, no one was there, and Peter certainly wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Except for the locked room and the legendary invisible 13th door that did not go in, Peter had already walked around one by one. As for the locked room, Peter had learned some rumors about it, saying that it contained the most positive emotions of human beings' love, and its energy was so great that it even surpassed that of Mahema. Peter didn't know if the rumor was true or not, but as he tried to open the room, he could feel the warmth of the sun coming from behind the door, like a sun was hidden. Peter instinctively felt that if he opened this door hastily, there would be unpredictable consequences, so he gave up with his life. As for the legendary 13th door, Peter tested it many times with magic, and only 12 doors were found, so he could only take this rumor as a rumor for the time being. Given the wasted time, when Peter reacted, he remembered that Harry and the others were in danger, and rushed to the Death Hall, only to see Fred almost being cut. The next moment, Peter, who was standing in the doorway, disappeared directly, and instantly appeared next to Fred, looking at these Death Eaters in midair with cold eyes, and turned around and disappeared in place. In the next instant, it appeared directly behind the Death Eater who had almost killed Fred just now, accompanied by a scream, and the Death Eater fell straight to the ground. The limbs twisted as if twisted by a powerful force. Peter appeared directly in front of the Death Eater, took off his mask expressionlessly, looked at him, and sneered, "McNeil, last time you didn't die in Little Hangerton, count your life, but this time you should not be able to escape." McNeil looked at Peter in pain and horror. He remembered the man who had caused the Death Eater and Voldemort to suffer a great loss, and when he heard Peter's sentence, Yen trembled and pleaded, "Please spare me." Peter ignored him, and with a flick of his hand, McNeil floated up in horror, and then quickly flew towards the stone arch, accompanied by an unwilling scream. McNeil disappeared directly into the slowness of the stone arch hanging down, without even a ripple. The Hall of Death suddenly fell silent, and they all looked at him with various eyes. "Peter York? How dare you come here?" Bellatrix laughed, as if to see a surprise. "The master said you are a genius. Today I am going to have a good fight. Do you deserve his praise?" Peter looked at this somewhat insane woman with a strange look in his eyes, and he remembered that among the cursed children, this woman also bore Voldemort a child? I don't know if it's happening in this world. In an instant, Peter was surrounded by the brothers Bellatrix and Caestrin from 3 sides, all 3 of whom were the elite of the Death Eaters, and the combined power was not small. Facing Peter, the 3 of them did not have a slight attitude of contempt, and with the continuous execution of fatal attacks on Peter, the green light of the Deo rushed towards Peter intensively. Peter did not panic when he saw this, and disappeared into the circle of 3 people in an instant with a turn. Be careful, this boy can be apparitioned here. Bellatrix warned loudly, and the policeman looked around. Rabstein, be careful. Rodolfo saw Peter suddenly appear behind his brother, and as soon as he shouted, he saw Peter knock him down with a spell. Peter solves Rabstein rock strange, easily dodges Rodolfo's and Bellatrix's death curse, and disappears into place again. The Les and Ranches did not dare to be careless any longer, and leaned back against Peter's surprise attack. Peter didn't have time to spend more time with them here, turning his head to look at the other Death Eaters, especially seeing that there were also Death Eaters who wanted to grab the prophecy ball in Harry's hand, and appeared directly next to Harry, knocking the 2 Death Eaters unconscious in 3 or 2 clicks. Mr. Malfoy, I haven't seen you in a long time. Peter looked at the Death Eater in front of him with a smile on his face. Peter York. Lucius Malfoy had an ugly face, and he had the heart to leave, but because of Voldemort's orders and fear of him, he did not dare to leave until he got the Oracle Ball. Lucius snatched the prophecy ball from Potter's hand, and will hold it down. Bellatrix surrounded Peter with 4 Death Eaters and shouted at Lucius Malfoy, "You think you can stop me?" Peter sneered. Wielding his magic power and sweeping at the 4, a series of various magics flew out of Peter's wand, accompanied by uninterrupted teleportation, but instead a person surrounded the 4 Death Eaters and attacked them from different directions. The 4 Death Eaters were completely unable to grasp the direction in which Peter would appear next, and could only be vigilant and passively defensive. But after a long time of keeping, with 2 screams, the 2 weaker Death Eaters were hit by Peter's magic that suddenly appeared and flew out heavily. One of them also had the misfortune to crash into the slowness of the stone arch, but the city completely disappeared after the factory silk chain was raised. Peter looked at the couple as if he were a dead man, and the wand in his hand kept throwing out a deadly spell. The Royce-Ranges are one of Voldemort's most trusted Death Eaters, even if they are inferior in the duel with Peter, but the 2 cooperate tacitly, and they resist Peter's attack with difficulty without losing. Peter was also a little impatient by the couple's defense, directly waving the spell, summoning a blue eerie flame from the wand, and the moment the flame landed on the ground, it suddenly stepped up like oil, quickly became larger and condensed into the shape of a phoenix, and rushed towards the vegetable strands. Devil Flame. Bellatrix and Rodolfo's looked terrified, immediately gave up the counterattack, and flew away in 2 black smokes. But Rodolfo's took a slow step, and was chased up by the Devil Flame in the form of a phoenix, and in the instant of getting it, he was burned into a grey Devil Flame or a fierce fire before he could even get out of the call, unlike ordinary flames that needed incendiary material, and could almost destroy anything on its burning path. If it was not controlled, it would hardly be extinguished. At this time, the demonic flames under Peter's control grew larger and larger, and in the form of a phoenix, they raged in the room. Everyone who saw it was frightened, and the Death Eaters and members of the Order of the Phoenix, who had been fighting fiercely, stopped, hiding from the flames in horror, afraid of being burned to the ground. But soon the members of the Order of the Phoenix found that the flames were deliberately avoiding them, but instead beat the Death Eaters, and they were immediately relieved. Then he looked at Peter, who controlled the Devil Flame with admiration, although they could also release the Devil Flame, but this flame was difficult to control, and it was most likely to regurgitate the Master. 2 or 3 people don't dare to try to cast a fierce fire. The Death Eaters in the room fled outside the door one after another, not daring to stay here, and Peter did not have much energy to pay attention to the escaped Death Eaters at this time, because this Devil Flame was really not easy to control, especially to avoid hurting the innocent, and it was even more important to be careful, otherwise if these members of the Order of the Phoenix or Harry and others were burned, Dumbledore would probably have to find himself desperately. After using the Devil Flame to solve 5 or 6 Death Eaters, Peter still withdrew the Devil Flame, and with the movement of the anti-curse, the huge blue phoenix-shaped flame gradually retracted back into Peter's clutches, as if it had happened 3 times from the bed. The rest of the Order of the Phoenix didn't stay long, and with the exception of Sirius, the others chased after each other to catch the Death Eaters. Fantastic job, Peter, this trick of yours has helped us a lot. Sirius flew down and gave Peter a thumbs up. Peter smiled at him and nodded, let's get out of here as soon as possible, it's not safe here. Sirius nodded, then walked over to Harry, asking with concern about his status. Suddenly Harry covered the scar on his head and cried out in horror. The ground is coming. Avadaso. Not far away, on the stone pillar, Bellatrix, who had long since left, shot a green flash at Peter and them, targeting Sirius standing in front of Harry. Sirius had just turned his head and looked at the death curse that was being fired at him, his expression still a little confused and frightened, just when he thought he was going to die. A figure blocked in front of him, quickly using his wand to condense the rubble on the ground into a thick stone wall in front of him. Seeing that his attack had failed, Bellatrix looked regretful and wanted to turn away. As soon as I turned around, I heard a voice from the side, just attacked someone, just leave. Avadaso. Without saying a word, Bellatrix fired a death curse in the direction of the sound. It's really worthy of Voldemort's right and left arm, and it's unceremonious to do it. Peter's voice came from the other direction again. Drill the heart and cut the bone. Peter appeared directly behind Bellatrix, hitting her with 3 strokes of gold. Ah! With a scream, Bellatrix fell from the stone pillar, then climbed up with a bloodied face, and as soon as he looked up, he saw an expressionless Peter and the crowd that had rushed over and pointed his wand at her. Sirius stepped forward, looked at Bellatrix, and pleaded with Peter, "Peter, can you leave her to me? Casually, she almost killed you just now, and you're the victim." Peter calculated and said it didn't matter, and then gave up his position. "Bella, I really didn't expect to see you again in this situation." Sirius looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated look and sighed. "Haha, dear cousin, are you going to take revenge on me?" In the face of so many magic powers pointing at him, Bellatrix did not have a look of fear, but instead looked at Sirius sarcastically. "You had better kill me, or I will kill you." Sirius shook his head, looked at her pitifully, and said, "I won't kill you, I'm not as crazy as you, and your fate will be to spend your life in Azkaban. Now that your husband is dead, you will be alone and there will be no one to send you. Haha, you don't kill me? You'll regret it, Sirius?" Bellatrix laughed wildly, and then looked at Peter who was watching the play, his eyes showing hatred, but then he showed a very happy smile, as if he had completed some task, and shouted, "Master, it is now. Avadaso." A gloomy voice suddenly sounded from behind Peter, and green light flashed and fell directly into Peter's back. "Harry, Harry, how dare you? Stop, Harry." Peter turned and looked at Harry with a sinister and triumphant look on his face, with a look of surprise and confusion in his eyes, and his body fell backwards. However, the strange thing is that the time he fell was like being pressed the slow forward button, slowly falling into the stone arch, disappearing behind way slow. It was as if a fierce wind had just blown through, and then calm was restored. Peter, Fred and George rushed to the stone arch, trying to pull Peter back from the slow back, but are held tightly by Alan and Cedric. "Let go of me, I'm going to save Peter, he just walked in." Fred and Joyu desperately cleaned up. "It's too late, Fred, George, this is the gate of death, and the people who go in have never come out." Alan and Cedric had red eyes and hugged their waists tightly, not letting them pass. Bellatrix ran. Hermione exclaimed. But at this time, everyone had no time to take care of her, and Sirius was unbelievably removing the wand from Harry's hand, looking at Harry, who was very strange at this time, and hugging him to prevent him from hurting the innocent. "Haha, Peter York is dead. Peter York was killed by Harry Potter?" The frantic voice of the second Bellatrix echoed throughout the room. The 4 of them looked at Haim slowly, grief-stricken, and listening to Bellatrix's echoes, turned and ran to Harry, who was surrounded in the center, and rushed towards Harry with red eyes, but was blocked by Sirius and Chime Ron. "Why, Harry, why did you kill Peter? He trusts you so much." The twins roared in grief. "Calm down, please calm down. That wasn't Harry's intention, he wouldn't have done it." Sirius stopped the 4 of them and shouted. The Hall of Death was in chaos. The 4 of them formed a confrontation with Sirius. Hermione, and Ron and Neville were stunned by the sudden change, and gathered around Harry to watch his expression change, one moment showing a look of contentment, the next moment struggling to resist. "Stop, listen to me." Hermione looked at Harry, as if thinking of something, and shouted loudly at the confrontational people with her wand around her neck. Harry looked under control. "Come and have a look." Hearing Chi-Min's words, Fred and the others also stopped and quickly gathered around Harry, who was on the ground. Harry's eyes suddenly turned cold after Ichigo struggled, and he looked around at the people around him and said triumphantly, "Kill Peter York today, and see who will dare to oppose me in the future. You're not Harry." Hermione looked at the strange Harry, especially by those eyes, as if stared at by a poisonous snake, and in horror, she took a few steps back in horror, pointed at Harry, and said, "You are Voldemort." As soon as the people around them heard Hermione's words, they looked at Harry, who was completely strange, took a cold breath, and took a few steps backwards. "Clever little girl," Harry said approvingly, his voice growing cold and hissing as if a snake were talking. He looked at the terrified people around him and said with a wild smile, "We will meet soon, when the Dark Lord's name will cover the entire magical world, and you will be the witnesses of the ascension of the great Lord Voldemort to the highest." When he finished, the blood in Harry's eyes disappeared, and the vicious expression disappeared. "Harry, is that you?" Sirius asked cautiously and tentatively. But Harry did not answer his words, but looked at the slowness of the stone arch and murmured in disbelief, "I killed Peter. I really killed Peter." His eyes were blank, he looked at his hands in shock, as if he saw the blood that did not exist on them, and began to frantically wipe his hands with his robe. Looking at Harry's own hands, Sirius pulled him in pain. "Enough, Harry, it's not your fault, it's Voldemort who did it." But Harry turned a deaf ear and muttered that he had killed Peter. This scene made the 4 Fred people, who were originally looking for Harry desperately, stunned in place, looking at the crazy Harry with a complicated look, without moving. "Harry, please calm down." Hermione hugged Harry with tears. "It's not your fault, no one thought Voldemort would be able to control you, it's his premeditated favor." "Voldemort? Voldemort? I'm going to kill you." Harry suddenly fell silent, then snatched his wand and ran frantically outside, despite the obstruction behind him. Harry, don't." Sirius and the others hurried after them, but Harry had already pressed the elevator up and left the floor. Following Voldemort's induction, Harry came to the main hall, and before the fence door was fully opened, he couldn't wait to squeeze out, looking around, and didn't see Voldemort's figure, only to see the members of the Order of the Phoenix fighting with the Death Eaters. Bellatrix was laughing and shouting that Peter York was dead, while occasionally meddling in the battle between the two sides. Seeing that the Death Eaters who were in decline did not help, they frantically tried to go to the fireplace in the main hall. Seeing Bellatrix, Harry had a hateful look in his eyes, and he remembered that when this woman came to him, his scars ached violently, and then Voldemort appeared in his head, controlling his body and casting a death curse on Peter. Harry dodged one spell after another and quickly rushed to Bellatrix in the distance, and with a strong hatred, he came to Bellatrix and roared, "Drill the heart and cut the bone." Bellatrix screamed and fell to the ground. But then he stood up, looked at Harry with a dark look in his eyes, and said with a sly smile, "Never used the unforgivable spell, did you, little baby? You need to give them evil powers, Potter. You need to really create pain to be handy, and legitimate anger cannot torture me for a long time." Bellatrix shouted, "I'm happy that you helped us kill Peter York. I'm going to give you a demonstration now, how about that? Make you feel the real pain." At the mention of Peter, Harry's heart was filled with endless resentment, both for Bellatrix and for Voldemort. And for himself, he dodged Bella's attack and shouted again, "Drill the heart and cut the bone." Bellatrix felt endless pain this time, fell to the ground and curled up, constantly screaming, and the triumphant expression had disappeared, leaving only the expression of pain and tranquility. Looking at Bella's pained expression, Harry felt the pleasure of the heavens, and he felt a trace of the endless resentment in his heart. He couldn't help but read again, "Drill the heart and cut the bone." "Enough, Harry, stop." A calm voice rang in Harry's ear, and Dumbledore appeared here at some point, holding Harry's shoulder and saying kindly, "Don't let yourself fall into hatred, that will make you doomed." Harry saw Dumbledore and stopped his hand, as if he had seen Yi, tears streaming from his empty eyes, and said bitterly, "Professor Dumbledore, I killed Peter. When he was defenseless, I took him." When Dumbledore heard his words, he looked a little surprised, and just when he wanted to say something, there was no wind in the main hall, and a black smoke gathered and condensed into Voldemort. "Dumbledore, you're really in time." Voldemort stared at Dumbledore with red eyes and said in a sarcastic tone, "You may be able to come a minute late, so that I would like to see how many drill spells Potter can cast. After all, I see endless resentment in his heart, and when those hatreds are released, perhaps your savior will become a demon head more dangerous than me. Tom, Harry is different from you. He's not going to go down this path, you're going to waste your efforts." Second Dumbledore looked at the heaven and earth demon and said calmly, "Haha, I'm afraid you're late." Voldemort said with a triumphant smile, "Didn't you hear Potter just now? He killed Peter York, who had no defense against him. I'm afraid I'm the one who leads, but it's him who does it. Look at what he looks like now, how painful it is." Peter's friends would not forgive him, and the others would no longer believe in a savior who killed his friends. A savior full of negativity in his heart. "Dumbledore, do you think he can still be my opponent?" Voldemort said contemptuously. "I'm going to kill you, Voldemort." "I'll kill you?" Harry raised his wand in hatred and shot a spell at Voldemort, but Voldemort easily picked up Dumbledore 167 and pressed Harry, saying in a heavy tone, "Tom, it was a mistake for you to come to the Ministry of Magic today. The Aurors are already on their way. I'm not going to be finished, Dumbledore, but you're not necessarily going to die here," Voldemort said very evilly, and immediately threw out a deadly spell. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the statue of the witch in the pool came to life, a few steps between the two, and the curse only exploded the head of the statue and then catapulted into the wall. The headless statue of the witch continued to rush towards Voldemort, dodged by Voldemort's flash, and reappeared. Voldemort appeared at the base of the wall, a row of armor spears as ornaments quickly floated up, and then turned into dense flying arrows, shooting at Dumbledore and Harry. Dumbledore raised his wand and formed a barrier in front of him, and the spear that crossed the barrier instantly turned into a soft rope and landed on the ground. With another wave of the hand, the ropes shot at Voldemort as fast as they could and quickly wrapped themselves around him. When Harry thought Dumbledore had caught Voldemort, Voldemort snorted coldly, and with the sound of a hissing snake, the rope on his body turned into a poisonous snake, and as Voldemort fired the death curse at Dumbledore, he quickly rushed towards Dumbledore too. Voldemort's death curse and Dumbledore's curse collided together, sparks splashed everywhere, and the thick red-green flash of light really didn't open their eyes. Both were desperately pressing spells against each other, but they were evenly matched. "Dumbledore, be careful." Harry, who was hiding behind Dumbledore, barely opened his eyes and saw several poisonous snakes bouncing and biting at Dumbledore, and quickly warned him loudly. The serpent's fangs were about to approach Dumbledore when they were shot high and quickly turned into fly ash. The two silently broke off the connected spell and quickly threw the spell again. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the statue of the witch in the pool suddenly emerged from behind Voldemort, trying to catch him, but he passed him back, and Bellatrix was not so lucky. The centaur statue kicked her wand away and crushed her to the ground. "Don't try to kill me, Dumbledore," Voldemort said angrily. He didn't care about the situation of his most loyal men. "You will never be able to destroy me. We all know there are many ways to tear a man down, Tom." Dumbledore still said quietly, as if the man in front of him was just an unreasonable person. I must confess that just taking your life will not satisfy me. That depends on whether you have this ability. Voldemort roared, and then the demon power was raised high, and the surrounding glass suddenly shattered to the ground, and quickly floated up, facing Dumbledore with a sharp face, and then at a speed invisible to the naked eye, countless glass shards shot at Dumbledore. Harry couldn't help but take a cold breath as he looked at the shards of glass, but Dumbledore remained unmoved, and the tip of the wand fired a barrier that could envelop the two of them, and then the shards of glass that crossed the sky turned into fragments after passing through the barrier, hiding the figures of Dumbledore and Harry. Voldemort tried to shoot a death curse into the dust-shrouded area, but the water in the pool next to him rose up and directly swept him into it, forming a large, constantly rotating water ball, trapping Volta inside. But Voldemort was obviously not such an easy person to be trapped. With a jolt, the water ball directly shattered. Voldemort fell to the ground with some embarrassment. He looked at Dumbledore very much, and then looked at Harry behind Dumbledore, smiled coldly, and disappeared in an instant. Professor Dumbledore? Voldemort ordered Harry to ask in a hurry, thinking he had escaped. But then he felt the sharp pain of the scar on his forehead, just like the feeling he had just felt in the Hall of Death, and he sensed an uninvited guest in his head. He shouted in horror at Dumbledore, Dumbledore, Kintimo is in my head. But before he could finish speaking, Harry's expression changed, becoming very cold and crazy, and the wand in his hand was quickly raised, Avada. But before he could finish reading it, his expression changed again, and he struggled bitterly. No, Voldemort, I will not let you hurt the people around me again. Haha, useless. Porter, you're too weak now to resist me. Harry's expression changed again, and he said triumphantly. Dumbledore frowned, quickly disarmed Harry's wand, then took him in his arms and said gently, Harry, listen to me, don't give up resistance, this is your home, you have to be steadfast in your conviction to banish him from your body. Useless, Dumbledore. Harry looked at Dumbledore's face and said triumphantly, kill me now, or you won't have a chance later. Dumbledore ignored Voldemort's words and said more lovingly, listen to me, Harry, you have to cheer up, think of your friends, they are waiting for you. I'm sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry said again, controlling his body again but with an unusually difficult expression and a gloomy look. I killed Peter, and I can't forgive myself. Originally, you and he had told me to close my brain. But I didn't listen, and I thought I could find out Voldemort's secrets. It also put my friend in danger. Sorry. Hug, am I late? Suddenly a clear voice came from the quiet hall, which attracted the eyes of everyone present. Only to see Peter and his phoenix field suddenly appear in the main hall, and behind him, there are 10 statues. A closer look, only to find that these statues are the appearance of Death Eaters. Among them Lucius Malfoy, Pettigrew, Carlo brothers, and sisters, are important members of the Death Eaters. It's just that they all turned into statues like stones. In order to catch these guys, it took half a day's effort to hide one by one in the various floors of the Ministry of Magic, which is really difficult to find. Peter said as he put down all the statues, and came to Dumbledore with a smile, looked down at Harry with wide eyes, and showed a kind smile. Harry, why is it so decadent? If you want to say goodbye to me, hurry up. Otherwise, if Voldemort really controls your body, you won't have a chance to do it. Harry's originally controlled pure look disappeared in an instant, revealing a light in his dim eyes. Harry looked straight at Peter in disbelief. Peter, is it really you? Am I not dreaming? Peter laughed and patted his head with his hand. Of course it's true. Have you forgotten that I can also prophesy? How can it be so easy to die? Okay, now get the guy out of your head. But I'm going to have a good talk to him. Harry looked at Peter's smile. The negative emotions in his heart instantly dissipated. He felt that he was suddenly full of strength, and the giant snake that had already strangled him tightly seemed to have become weak, and easily broke free of the shackles. Harry felt his body again, and he saw Dumbledore and Peter smiling. Harry, are you okay? Dumbledore asked with concern. I'm all right, Professor. Harry stood up with a relaxed look, and apart from feeling a little tired, he was feeling well now. He looked at Peter, and was about to speak to him when Peter turned and looked at Bellatrix. Dear Professor Riddle, what are you doing when you leave in such a hurry? Don't you want to have a good chat with me as a student? Peter seemed to have seen a friend he had not seen for a long time. His expression was surreptitious, but the movements in his hands were not polite at all, and several pea shots in succession were directly targeted at the ground where each of them had rescued Bellatrix. Peter York. Voldemort had to stop Peter's spell and looked at him with gritted teeth. I obviously killed you, and I watched you fall into the door of death. How did you do it? Peter shook his head, and the wand in his hand kept throwing out the deadly spell, while saying, Professor Riddle, since you are so curious, let's wait for me to let go of the gas first. After all, you sneaked behind your back and gave me and the death curse. That taste is not to say how uncomfortable. Voldemort looked at Peter and Dumbledore behind him, had the heart to leave, and said with an ugly face, Peter York, do you want to stop me? Tom, you almost killed me, so wouldn't it be nice to just leave? Peter said with a smile, but the hands were not polite, and the moves were all deadly magic. And don't you save these men of yours. Without them you would be a light rod commander. Avadasso. Voldemort angrily responded with a death curse and tried to save the trapped Bellatrix from leaving. But Peter obviously did not allow each of them to let him go, and he had some fear and anger in his heart at this time, because he had indeed died once. The man who was successfully attacked and fell into the slow stone arch was also him, to be precise, his own. Voldemort's strength was strong, and Peter was a little stretched to fight alone, but he did not panic, only to see him shake his body, and another identical Peter split from him. Feeling this sympathetic doppelganger, Peter directly threw out his other wand to him, and then the two cooperated tacitly, attacking and defending, constantly switching and approaching Voldemort step by step. What kind of magic are you? Voldemort's eyes widened as he looked at the two identical Peters in front of him, unable to tell who was real and who was fake. It's called Fen. It's my unique magic, and it's not an insult to you today to fight your mighty Dark Lord. The two Peters spoke at the same time and said triumphantly. As he spoke, he did not forget to throw a fatal spell at him. Is this the magic you created? Voldemort asked in disbelief. He had never imagined that there was such magic in the world. Peter did not speak, and he could not say anything systematic, so he constantly dodged Voldemort's spell and matched his own body with the heavens and the earth. Voldemort thought that Peter had acquiesced, and while appreciating it, he was even more jealous, and looked at Peter coldly and said, "You really keep surprising me, Peter. When I first improved the wishing spell I taught you, I thought you were a genius. Now that you can create such powerful magic, I admit that I don't have the talent of yours. Maybe give you a few more years, and your strength will surpass mine. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can live to that time. Even if it's two of you, don't try to beat me." "Yes, what about one more?" Peter said with a smile, only to see his body shake again, jumping out of another Peter. Peter didn't say a word and threw a more handy wand at the doppelganger. The people present were even more shocked to see this scene, especially Voldemort, who had thought that Peter would at most conjure up another self. After all, he had seen Peter use the wishing spell to conjure up another self to deceive himself. But now it was clear that he had guessed wrong, and Bode's body technique was even more advanced. Peter looked at his two doppelgangers at this time, and he also had some feelings. The strength of the doppelganger was much weaker than the body, just the strength of ordinary wizards, and did not have the ability that Peter inherited from the magical beasts. There were more and more incarnations, but Peter's own magic did not increase, but was scattered into 3 bodies. Therefore, if you do not defeat your opponent as soon as possible and delay it for a long time, you may run out of Peter's magic and be defeated by your opponent. So although he can split into more doppelgangers, it will not improve the battle, but will reduce his strength. And second, the number of his 2 or 3 now is more suitable for dueling with Voldemort. The attacks of the 3 Peters were very intense, and suddenly changed the decline of the battle, but instead vaguely suppressed Voldemort's head. Suddenly, a row of fireplaces on the wall of the main hall suddenly raised emerald green flames, and a series of male and female wizards came out of the fire and looked at the 2 sides that were fiercely fighting, especially after seeing Voldemort, took a cold breath and retreated in horror. "He's here, the mysterious man is here." 3 witches in scarlet robes shouted in horror at Voldemort. Voldemort looked at the large number of Ministry of Magic staff that appeared, frowned, went deeper, waved the purple-shirt wooden wand in his hand, blocked the attacks of the 3 Peters, and then quickly turned into a cloud of black smoke and came to Bellatrix, who was pressed under the statue of the centaurs, trying to save her from here. "Voldemort, don't be in a hurry, the duel between us is not over yet." Peter smiled and flashed directly next to the pool. A spell interrupted Voldemort's rescue, and then the 3 of them waved their wands, rolling up the water in the pool into a long waterspout, and then quickly froze, turning into a frost bud, very biting Voldemort. "Oh, Merlin? Who's this?" some wizards exclaimed, looking at Peter in disbelief. They didn't expect anyone to dare to attack the Heaven and Earth demon. You know, they don't even have the courage to do it. "He's Peter York? 3 Peter York?" Someone recognized Peter, but looking at the 3 identical Peters, there was also a bit of a lost lake. Peter couldn't take care of these people at this time. He and the 2 doppelgangers stood on the frost python, while controlling the python to attack Voldemort, and 2 were directly responsible for attacking Voldemort with the spell. Voldemort originally wanted to leave, but was repeatedly stopped by Peter, and in exasperation, he directly released a monstrous flame and quickly cut into a huge fire snake. The 2 giant pythons of ice and fire collided together, intertwining and biting each other, and the interweaving of ice and fire produced a large amount of thick fog, which quickly made the surrounding line of sight mold the lake. Looking at this thick mist of water, Peter stopped, and the 2 doppelgangers dispelled the thick fog around him. Avada. A green light shone from Peter's left, hitting the left doppelganger directly. Peter had a look of pain on his face as he looked at the doppelganger lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, and the ice plugs in his eyes. He and the doppelganger are both mentally connected. The pain of the doppelganger being hit by the death curse he will also feel at the same time, and there are 3 kinds of unpreparedness that the soul system is about to be taken away. Peter raised his wand, very swinging, and the ice python that was fighting with the fire instantly disbanded, turning into a piece of ice blade, flashing sense and sharp. Quickly rushing to the face of Voldemort, Peter flashed to the right of Voldemort, and the doppelganger cast a crushed bone spell on Voldemort, with the countless ice blades that quickly shot in, forming a 3-sided attack. "Peter, do you need my help?" Dumbledore appeared behind Voldemort at some point and said with a smile. "It is really necessary, Dumbledore. Today we will take this opportunity to see if we can keep Voldemort behind." Peter smiled and then stepped up the attack, with Dumbledore filling the only vacancy. Peter felt that at least Voldemort could suffer a big loss. Watching Peter and Dumbledore join forces, Voldemort looked uncertain, looked at Bellatrix, who was crushed under the statue, and wanted to leave directly, but did not want to abandon this very loyal servant. Suddenly he saw the Ministry of Magic staff hiding from them in the distance, and a smile appeared on his face. A powerful barrier was erected directly to block the intensive attack of Peter and Dumbledore, and the grumpy fire python did not come to deal with Dumbledore or Peter, but directly turned to attack the crowd of the Ministry of Magic. Along with the screams and chaos of the Ministry of Magic personnel, Peter did not react, still constantly attacking Voldemort, and even conjured up 5 more doppelgangers, instantly increasing their vitality, and the magic in his body was rapidly depleted at a speed that could be perceived, but the power of the attack also increased a lot. Voldemort looked at the 5 more Peters, looking shocked at the same time, looking at the crumbling protective barrier, adding the Sky Python's change of attack history. Looking at the helpless wizards facing the fire in the distance, Dumbledore sighed and looked at Peter with a hug. "Boo Peter, I need to save them, we can't let the innocent suffer." Then disappeared in place. Peter looked calm, he was not surprised by Dumbledore's choice, looked at Voldemort with a sneer, and said, "Your plan is good, it seems that you can't stay today." Voldemort did not show a proud look, looked deeply at the 6 Peters around him, his scarlet eyes narrowed, and said to him, "Peter York, you really surprised me today, but I will not give you another chance to grow, and the next time we meet, it will be your death. My time of death." Peter smiled coldly, "I'm afraid you don't have such a chance. Even without Dumbledore's help, you wouldn't want to leave so easily?" As soon as the words fell, the 5 doppelgangers instantly dispersed into 5 directions to surround Voldemort, and at the same time raised their wands high, fiercely inserting themselves into the ground. All spells are over. A fluorescent transparent barrier rose from 5 directions and quickly closed together to form 3 wrapped around Voltiper. 10,000 spells are the anti-spells of most of the spells, even the black magic fire spell can be ended, so powerful wizards basically have this high-level spell. The formation of the light grass made Voldemort's protective magic inside instantly lose its effect, but Voldemort was not a person to be killed, and all the spells could not stop the death curse, and Voldemort's 2 life spells directly killed Peter's 2 doppelgangers at once. "Peter York, no matter how many of your doppelgangers you have, I will kill you. See how much more you can conjure up?" Voldemort looked at the 2 doppelgangers who had fallen to the ground and said contemptuously to the remaining 3 Peters. But he looked at the 3 Peters in front of him and suddenly reacted, "No, what about the other one? On your head." Suddenly a voice came from above, and Voldemort looked up and saw Peter descend from the sky, holding his wand in both hands, and the tip of the wand spawned a long blade of light, which was very much slashed at Voldemort. At the same time, the 3 doppelgangers on the ground also shot out spells at the same time, locking him to death. Faced with 3 oncoming fatal spells, Voldemort had nowhere to hide, holding his wand to burst out with the most powerful force, blocking all 3 spells out of the wand. Even Peter, who was holding a blade of light above, was blocked on top, and he could not cut it down for a long time. Peter, your strength is good, but without Dumbledore's help, it would be impossible for you to beat me alone." Voldemort looked up at Peter above. "Is it?" Peter above suddenly revealed an eerie smile. Voldemort felt uneasy, and just when he wanted to be alert, there was a wave of magic behind him, and he dodged as fast as he could, but then a red blade of light slashed from behind. "Ah!" A cry of samsara suddenly rang out in the main hall, which immediately attracted the eyes of the witches and wizards not far away, and then they covered their mouths and looked at Peter and Voltima with wide eyes in disbelief. Only to see Voldemort at this time, the entire right arm began from the shoulder, was completely cut off, and fell to the ground. At this time, Voldemort's left hand covered the bleeding right shoulder, and the strange thing was that Voldemort's blood was pitch black blood, and it did not look like a human. "Peter York, you wait? Today's shame I will make you pay back 100-fold?" Voldemort's pale face was even paler, and his scarlet eyes seemed to be about to drip blood. "It's a pity that I only cut off one of your arms," Peter said with a disappointed face, and then pointed to the 2 doppelgangers on the ground, counting the time in the Hall of Death. "You killed me 3 times, I only broke one of your arms." I was indebted to Voldemort looking at Dumbledore who had solved the fire python in the distance, and then looked at Peter in front of him. The gloomy red eye stared at him tightly, and then reached out and grabbed it, and summoned the wand in the broken arm on the ground, and then rolled up a storm. Rolled up the Bellatrixans next to him, and disappeared directly into the main hall. This time Peter did not stop Voldemort from leaving, because there was not much left of the physical causes at this time. Peter looked around and saw that the wizards in the distance had rushed to his side, turned his head to look at the 2 doppelgangers beside him, and the sympathetic doppelganger nodded at him, and then approached him, like a lump of solution that quickly melted into the body as soon as it was attached to the body. Looking at the 2 doppelgangers on the ground that looked like corpses, Peter sighed, leaned over and reached out to cling to the doppelganger, and the already dead doppelgangers on the ground also instantly returned to their bodies, and the wizards who came from not far away looked at this scene with fear and shock, especially when they saw the miserable white broken arm on the ground. They took a cold breath, and looked like they wanted to see it but did not dare to look at it. This is the arm of the mysterious man. It was horrible. An old wizard in a blue robe with rimless glasses looked at the broken arm on the ground, then at Peter, and exclaimed, Dumbledore squeezed out of the crowd, came to Peter, looked at the broken arm on the ground, and gave Peter a thumbs up. Peter, you are so surprised that you can hurt him so badly. I am afraid that only you can do it. Peter smiled and shook his head, but it is only because he is defenseless that he has such an effect, and it will not be able to do it later. After all, my current strength is not equal to his. The mysterious man has appeared in the Ministry of Magic, which is incredible. Fudge came from behind breathlessly, as if running a marathon, looking at the damaged environment around him in confusion, with a panicked face with fear. I mean, how is this possible? Gosh, why is he here? If you go downstairs to the Department of Mysteries, Connolly, Dumbledore looked calmly at Fudge, you'll see some Death Eaters bound there, waiting for you to dispose of him. And, of course, these Death Eaters that Peter caught. Death Eater statues, Dumbledore said, pointing to the statues not far away. They are all trapped by Peter's magic, and you can receive and dispose of them without any effort. Dumbledore? How dare you show up here? Fudge jumped up, looked at the Auror behind him, and shouted, hold him for a long time. Peter looked at the shouting Fudge and was eager to cast a drill spell directly. If it weren't for the existence of this group of waste, Voldemort wouldn't have thought of encircling Wei and saving Zhao. Otherwise, if he and Dumbledore joined forces, they might actually be able to capture Voldemort. Connolly, I've turned around and fought another battle with your people. Dumbledore said, but, a few minutes ago, you also saw with your own eyes the facts that I have always told you throughout the year. Voldemort is back, and you've been catching the wrong people for the past 12 months. Now it's time for you to learn to use your brain. I don't good. Fudge said breathlessly, his face swollen like a pig's liver, and his eyes looked around, hoping that someone could give him advice. But the people around him didn't notice him and didn't respond to him. Peter, in the eyes of the crowd in awe, walked up, looked at Fudge with a sneering face, and said, Honorable Minister, don't you still want to catch Dumbledore? The question is, do you have the strength to do that? You must know that he is the third most powerful wizard. Fudge looked at Peter and then at Voldemort's severed arm behind him, his eyes showing dead awe, but still stiffening his neck and saying, Peter York, I'm the Minister of Magic, don't talk to me in such a tone. Soon it won't be. Peter sneered, do you think that after so many people saw Voldemort's return, the wizards who had been deceived by you for a year would still let you sit in this position? Remember what I said to you a year ago, you only have a year, and now it's almost time. Fudge heard this, his face turned pale in an instant, and he looked at the people around him in panic, but found that the people around him were no longer surrounded by him, but instead stood far away from the wall to watch Harry not care about the others at this time, and rushed over, heard Peter in front of him, with a happy and ashamed expression on his face, and said to Peter, I'm sorry Peter, I was. Well, Harry, you don't have to do it, it's not your fault, I know Voldemort did it. Peter interrupted him directly, smiled and waved his hand, looking unconcerned. Harry Potter? Why is he here? Fudge glared at Harry and asked. I'll say it all, said Dumbledore, when Harry returns to school. Dumbledore walked over to the pool, picked up the head of the statue on the ground, pointed his wand at it, and said, Mentos. The head glowed blue, shook, and then returned to silence. Dumbledore, you're breaking the law. Fudge, as if caught in the evidence, pointed at him excitedly and said, you don't have permission to use the door key. You can't do that openly in front of the Ministry of Magic, you. Dumbledore glanced at Fudge domineeringly from above his half-moon glasses, and he immediately stuttered. You're going to send an order for Dolores Umbridge to leave Hogwarts. Dumbledore said, you have to tell the Auror to stop investigating Hagrid and get him back to work. I want you, said Dumbledore, taking his pocket watch out of his pocket and glancing at it. I can spare half an hour tonight, and I think we can talk about all the problems that are going on here. Then I had to go back to my school. If you need more help from me, of course, instead of coming to Hogwarts to find me, you should write to me and indicate that the principal has received it. Fudge's eyes had never been so big, his mouth was open, and his expression had returned to the color of pig's liver. You? Dumbledore turned and ignored him. He first handed the statue's head to Harry. Take this door key, Harry. Your friends have already gone back with the others, we should see each other in an hour. But what about Peter? Harry hugged the statue's head and looked hesitantly at Peter on the side. You don't have to worry about him, Peter has countless ways to get out of here, and he looks like he still has something to do. Dumbledore looked at Peter on the side and smiled. Peter glanced at Dumbledore, then smiled and said to Harry, yes, I do have something to do, so Harry, you go first. When we get to school, explain the situation to Fred first, or they will have to go through my teachings. All right, Harry, get ready, 1, 2, 3. Harry held the statue's head and disappeared into place in an instant. Peter and Dumbledore turned to look at Fudge and the crowd at the same time, and the two looked at each other and smiled, and Dumbledore's old naughty boy made an exaggerated gesture toward Peter. I am not in a hurry to talk with Fudge first, Peter, if you have something to say first. Peter nodded, and without prevarication, he first came to Voldemort's severed arm, floated it with his wand in disgust, and then floated it to the crowd with a grin. Folks, this is Voldemort's arm, unique, are you interested in collecting? As long as it is well preserved, you can also brag to future generations in the future. Just 1 gallon, very cheap. The opportunity is not healed when the second time will not come. Is anyone willing to buy it? When the middle wizard saw the broken arm, as if he had encountered the plague, he quickly dodged and retreated, with a frightened expression of fear of touching it. Hearing Peter's shouting again, his eyes widened and he shook his head in a collective dreamy frenzy. They all knew the horror of Voldemort, so frightened that they didn't even dare to call his name, let alone collect his broken arm. Dumbledore looked at this scene with a smile and a very happy expression. In the end, no wizard had the courage to buy that broken arm, and Peter could only shake his head with regret when he saw this, with an expression that you did not know the goods. It is a pity, no one actually bought it. Then it can only be destroyed, saving it from continuing to pollute the air. And saying that, Peter gently waved his wand, and the amputated arm directly turned into fly ash. Okay, now back to the point. Peter's expression instantly became serious, and he directly pulled out a few small crystal balls, waved his hand, and floated in front of Burns, the director of the Ministry of Magic's Legal Enforcement Department. Ms. Burns, this is the evidence I recorded at school about Umbridge. Peter said, there are records of her punishing students with black magic and forcing them with truth-telling agents, as well as her wanton interception of all the students' letters at school and the forcing of the students because they do not know whether these things can make resend 21 to the punishment of the law of the Ministry of Law. Burns looked at the images flashing in the 3 photo balls in front of him, a serious look on his face, and nodded at Peter. Of course, if she does these things, it will be enough for her to stay in Azkaban for a while. That's fine. Peter nodded. If you want to be certified, you can go to the school and ask the students. I think most people don't mind pointing to Umbridge. Burns nodded, and then put away the photo ball. Fudge's face on the side became even more ugly, because Umbridge had done these things with his support, and if Umbridge was sanctioned, he would not be able to escape the tie. Okay, my mission is done. I think I should go back to school. Goodbye, guys. Peter smiled and then summoned the Phoenix. The song of the Phoenix continued to resound in the hall, and with the power of courage, everyone felt that the fear was no longer there. Everyone looked enviously at Peter's Phoenix, such a treasured pet that could fly people, ignore the prohibition of teleportation, sing to boost morale, and tears could save people. Mr. York, I wonder if you can recover these petrified Death Eaters. Scringer, the director of the Horror Division, suddenly shouted, and he pointed to the Death Eater statue next to him, with a bitter smile. Your petrification spell is so weird that I can't make his expensive mofa. Peter looked at them, looked at these Death Eaters who were no different from the stone sculptures, and said smoothly, wouldn't it be nice to let them keep it like this, and there will be no need to blame others in the future. But, Mr. York, even if they are criminals, they must go through the trial of Visengamo, and we cannot just take the statue to trial. Scrimgeour said helplessly. Peter did not have any ill feelings for this Scrimgeour, and had caused some contradictions before, but as the minister who succeeded Fudge, he firmly chose to fight against Voldemort until he was murdered by the Death Eaters. Peter did not want to help the death of the 3 or 2. He went directly to the statue of Joe, spit a few mouthfuls directly into the face of the statue, and calmly explained in the strange expressions of the crowd, this magic of mine can only be lifted by my saliva. If you have a way, you can also try other methods. He didn't mind that these people knew the secret, and with his current strength, even Voldemort or Dumbledore wouldn't want to trap him. And he blatantly explained the reasons for this, and he had his own purpose. The crowd who heard Peter's explanation were suspicious, but were surprised to see that the petrified Death Eaters had gradually regained their blood color. But at the thought of Peter's strange magic, everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. The petrified Lucius Malfoy, Pettigrew, and the Caro brothers and sisters, the first time they regained their senses, they found that they had been captured, and their faces were suddenly gray, and he knew that he would face Shoghazi next. Peter looked at these people, and with an expressionless face, he reminded the star, petrification has been untied for you, don't let me make a hard arrest, and then let them run away again, and increase Voldemort's wings. Rest assured, we will use the strictest means to detain them and will not let them escape. Scrimgeour swore assurances. Peter snorted and didn't say anything more. He really believed that it was the fool Irma Dharma 117 white these people have been unable to stop since then. However, he didn't care if these people ran or not. After today's battle with Voldemort, he already knew that the gap between himself and Voldemort was not too big. As long as he continues to improve his strength, he believes that he can fight Voldemort more easily in the future. And most importantly, he has received a reward of 50 points in the system for the first time this time, and the total points have reached 80 points. As long as he is working hard, he can redeem another blood fusion opportunity. Thank you so much, Wool Tycoon Voldemort, Peter thought to himself. Every time Voldemort's wool was plucked, he could be given Kyoki. Peter bids farewell to Dumbledore and some known Ministry of Magic officials, and disappears from sight under the influence of the Phoenix. By the time he was down to earth again, Peter had arrived at Hogwarts Castle. Show me the way. Peter waved his wand and found Fred in the school infirmary. Peter then walked quickly, and when he reached the door of the infirmary, he heard a voice coming from inside. Believe me, Peter really didn't die, he was still in the main hall just now. Fight Voldemort. Harry argued. It's over, Harry is crazy. What to do? Ron's voice came. Harry, you're sober. We all know Peter has left us, but you have to cheer up. It's not your fault, we all know it was Voldemort who controlled you. Hermione said with tears in her eyes. What I said is true, how come you don't believe me? Harry sounded like he was going to break down. Just wait a little longer, and when Dumbledore and Peter return, you'll know I'm telling the truth. Peter was able to conjure up several of his own at that time, and I think that the only thing that entered the stone door at that time was his factory double. Twins? Well, Harry, we know. Hermione said perfunctorily, take a break, and when you wake up tomorrow, everything will be fine. Why don't you believe me? Harry sounded crazy and shouted frantically. Peter listened outside the door and couldn't help but laugh. Then he pushed open the door and walked in. Guys, I'm back. The people in the infirmary saw Peter coming in, and they were momentarily quiet, their eyes wide open, looking at him in disbelief. Peter, you're finally back. Harry jumped up from the bed excitedly. I said you were okay, but they didn't believe it and thought I was overly sad. Peter looked at the silly twins, Alan and Cedric, laughing and saying, what, scared to see I'm not dead? Do you want to come over and touch me and see if it's the ghost of the Kvix? Peter walked toward them, only to have the guys take a few steps back, then raise their powers and look at him warily. Who are you? Why pretend to be Peter? Peter looked at them and couldn't help but feel amused, and instead of moving forward, he asked with a smile in his eyes, then how do you believe that I am true? You say you are Peter, so tell me who among us is the third person you met in the fa? Where did you meet it? To Cedric asked. Of course it's Sidhu, and we met in Madame Morkan's shop. Peter said with a smile. Say something that only Peter and we know, the twins said in unison. Well, Peter thought for a moment, and then laughed. It seems that when I was a guest at your house, Fred quietly put the nonsense potion into Percy's soup, and was mistakenly drunk by Mr. Weasley, and then he complained at the table that Mrs. Weasley had arrived in menopause, and as a result, Mr. Weasley could only sleep pitifully in Bill's room, and then you let me keep it a secret. Enough, enough. We believe you're real. The twins quickly interrupted. It turns out you two did it. Ron jumped up and said, I'm going to tell Dad that he was thrown out of the room by Mom for more than a week. If Daddy had known, he would have spanked your ass. Little Ronnie, I'm sure you won't say it right. After all, we are sad today. You wouldn't cross the river and tear down the bridge like this, would you? And we're still your dearest brothers? The Yen twins said with a grin. And I haven't verified it yet. Alan said loudly. He laughed and protested, looking at Peter, pretending to be serious. Cough, know that Peter is my roommate, and there are a lot of secrets between us. Now tell me something that only Peter and I know. Are you sure you want me to say it? Peter asked playfully, and then before Alan could stop it, he said in a loud voice, I remember when I was in 2nd grade, you had a spring dream in which you shouted the name of the 7th grader in Ravenclaw at that time, and made me impatient and gave you a throat lock curse. Then the next day, early in the morning, you quietly ran to the washroom to wash your underwear and win. Before Peter could speak, he was gagged by Zongguo Kang's receiver. Haha, Alan didn't expect you to have such a secret. The twins laughed, and Fred said in a flirtatious tone, Alan, you're still developing quite early, and you're only 12 years old and have spring dreams. Did she have something happen to his sister in his dream? Alan's face turned red, and then his brain became angry and hammered Peter a little, let you say secret things, but did not let you say this. It is a shame to die. Peter rubbed his shoulders and replied angrily, you guys have known I'm real for a long time, but you still have to play these 3 sets with me. Man, I'll just have to play with you guys. I can't blame it. Peter, you already knew we were acting. The twins asked in surprise. Don't forget that this guy has mind-reading skills, just look at it to see what you're thinking. Alan said angrily, yes. Peter smiled innocently, and the Stalwatch Hall did not do it himself. After laughing, Alan hugged Peter and said happily, it's good that you're okay. We really thought you were dead. The twins also hugged up together, red eyes, and said in a joking tone, we are all starting to consider giving you a chase, but you, a cockroach guy, always can't die, and we are worried about it. Peter patted the brothers on the shoulders before looking at the smiling Cedric, opening his hands and revealing a kind smile, don't you come to hug the horse. Cedric hugged him and didn't say anything more, just happily said, welcome back, Peter. Several Potters on the side quietly watched their hugs. Their relationship is so good, Hermione said enviously. Ours is not bad too, Ron said, but was still very happy that Peter had returned safely. Harry looked at Peter and the others, then at his companions, and smiled in agreement with Grace's words. Looks like I'm missing something funny. Dumbledore's voice came from the doorway, and he was standing there smiling, under the half-moon glasses, a pair of pleasant blue eyes. Dumbledore! Harry shouted excitedly. It was a busy night, wasn't it? Dumbledore smiled and said, you have gone through a dangerous journey, although it is very dangerous, but you have finally returned safely. Listening to Dumbledore's words, Harry gradually lowered his head, not daring to look at Dumbledore again, for fear of seeing his condemning eyes. Dumbledore noticed Harry's expression, sighed, smiled and said to the others, can you let me talk to Harry for a while? And you need to rest too, it's late now, let's go. Peter looked at Harry and spoke first, then Kong left the infirmary. The next day, Peter and Ellen woke up very late. They have already finished the exams, and they have more than half a month to graduate and leave school, so there are no classes now, and the time is very free. At lunchtime, Dumbledore appeared in the auditorium, which made many teachers and students very happy, and they applauded and cheered. It wasn't until the daily newspapers of the prophets were delivered to the students by owls that the students quieted down and looked at the reports in disbelief. The first page had the big headline, The Man Who Can't Say is Back. In the newspaper, Fudge officially announced the return of the mysterious man and led the Death Eaters into the Ministry of Justice. The students took a cold breath and looked at the report above, and some timid girls even screamed. "Peter, look at the report on it." Alan handed the newspaper over and pointed to the location of the second page, which had a picture of Peter holding a wand and fighting seriously. "Peter, did you really cut off one of the arms of the Dark Devil's head?" Alan read the report and asked in great surprise. "You cut off one of his arms, what's wrong?" Peter nodded and said indifferently. The students around Slittering heard Peter's reply, took a cold breath, and looked at him with reverence. "Peter, you're so tough? Actually able to hurt the Dark Lord? No one has ever done it? Not even Dumbledore?" Alan gave a thumbs up to the other and said softly with 3 faces. "It's not that he was destroyed. This injury can't hurt Voldemort by half a point." Peter calculated his shoulders and said without any concern, "And that is only because he did not have to defend himself, and it will not be so easy in the future." He was also very excited at first last night, but after a night of calming down, he also figured it out. Not to mention that Voldemort's current appearance is no longer human, this hurtful word has no effect on Voldemort at all. Not to mention that Voldemort had already reached the state of immortality by relying on those Horcruxes, and unless all the Horcruxes were destroyed, even if he was successfully killed, Voldemort would be able to return again. "Peter, you're completely famous." Alan looked at the newspaper and said excitedly, "The Daily Prophet says that you are the 3rd wizard of this century to reach the level of a great magician. The first 2 are Headmaster Dumbledore and the Mysterious Man. They evaluate that you have unlimited potential, and now that you are only 18 years old, you have such strength, and you will definitely surpass him. Listen to them blow." Peter said with a disdainful face, "Great magician level? How did I not know that I had such strength?" The prophets, BEA dailies, were clearly ill-intentioned, and they wanted to make me another savior in order to mitigate the negative effects of the news of Voldemort's return. "Isn't that bad?" Alan asked with a puzzled face. After all, in his opinion, if Peter could receive such an honor, it was like Dumbledore was called the greatest wizard, which was the object of everyone's envy. "I don't want to carry the name that the safety of the wizarding world has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for you friends, even if Voldemort turned the magical world upside down, as long as it didn't bother me, I would call him a terrible flad." "Too," Peter said coldly. "Leave that to Harry and Dumbledore. Now my headache is that if Voldemort saw this report and turned the spearhead at me in a daze, it would be bad luck." Peter wondered, "I only want Voldemort to be smarter, or to target Dumbledore, a weak man like me. There is no way to deal with him." Alan looked at him worriedly and said, "As far as I know, you have almost completely wiped out all of the Dark Lord's henchmen." Looking at Slittering's seat, "There are many students who frown early in the morning. I think the Dark Lord will definitely hate you. After all, he should not have many subordinates around him." "Thank you so much, Crowmouth." Peter gave him a blank look. Meanwhile, in a manor house, Voldemort was pale and pointed his wand against the position of the broken arm, constantly chanting the spell, only to see the broken arm, a dark sprout of flesh, continue to grow, and finally became a novice. Voldemort gasped, his scarlet eyes full of fatigue, and it looked as if the magic of the rebirth of his broken arm had drained him of strength. The Master Bellatrix knelt not far away, his eyes wide with concern as he watched the weight of the earth. "Okay, Bella, I'm all right." Voldemort waved his hand and said, then looked at the empty room, his eyes narrowed, and asked, "How many of our members have successfully returned?" Bellatrix's eyes hesitated, but under the intimidation of Voldemort's eyes, he replied dryly, "The members who went to the Ministry of Magic have not returned except me. Lucius, the Carlo siblings, and others were eventually captured by Peter York and are now imprisoned by the Ministry of Magic in Azkaban. And this is the Daily Prophet this morning." Bellatrix hesitantly handed him the newspaper. Voldemort took the newspaper and slowly read it, did not speak for a long time, and finally stared at Peter in the photo with evil eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "Peter York. Ever since the Ministry of Magic officially announced Voldemort's return, the wizarding world has been in a state of trepidation. The Daily Prophet, at the behest of the Ministry of Magic, portrayed Peter as a wizard who, after Dumbledore, had the strength to confront Voldemort. He also recalled Harry Potter, the boy who is hard to die, instead of the previous demagogic and ostentatious person. Although Fudge desperately tried to take a series of measures in order to keep his ministerial position, but the wizards, caught in fear, concentrated their anger on Fudge. Because not long ago, Fudge also vowed to announce that this was just a rumor, but now that the facts have surfaced, his reaction has also overturned him like a flood. The wall fell and everyone pushed it, and it wasn't long before Fudge stepped down amid the scolding of the people of the magical world. Even Umbridge was ousted, and under Peter's influence, she faced a series of charges, most of which were sentenced to Azkaban. The only unfortunate thing is that Azkaban's Dementors rebelled not long after the Ministry of Magic night raid. So Azkaban became guarded by people, no longer the horrors of the past. He was leaving school in a few days, so Peter took advantage of this time to use Merlin's book to go to the forbidden area of the library, and copied all the books inside and put them into Merlin's book. To say that in the Ministry of Magic night raid, the only winner is probably Peter. Although Dumbledore was named, some of his members of the Order of the Phoenix were seriously injured and admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital. And Voldemort's side lost a large number of elite members, such as cold and dark straight wounds. Of course, the worst loss was the Ministry of Magic, and in the Daily Prophet, the director of the Department of Mysteries announced bitterly that many of the Ministry's precious magical materials had been plundered, and precious magic items had been completely destroyed in the attack, including dozens of time-turners that remained in the world. Such a strange thing, the Ministry of Magic did not think about it, so it threw the pot to Peter Voldemort and a few partners who played idly by the lake for a long time before slowly returning to the dormitory. As soon as he arrived in the lounge, 2 Slytherin students stopped him, and with a look of fear in their eyes, Yenwei Hong said, "Chief, can I talk to you for 3 minutes?" Peter looked at them, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Crabbe, Goyle, what are you looking for me for?" The chubby 2 looked nervous and swallowed for half a day before they finally plucked up the courage to whisper, "Chief, can you untie the magic on my father's body? Make them back into living people? What do you say?" Peter seemed to have heard something incredible, and then looked at the 2 men who were trembling, looked at them condescendingly, and chuckled, "Why do you think I will grant your request? Let them reply, run to Ren Devil and fight against me?" When the 2 heard Voldemort's name, they trembled in fright, then quickly shook their heads and said, "No, no. As long as you undo the magic on them, my father and they won't fight you again." "Hustle," Peter laughed, as if he had heard something funny, and then looked at the 2 men with a grim face and said contemptuously, "Your father is a Death Eater, and you think they can refuse Voldemort's orders and not oppose me?" The sophomore and Crabbe were speechless and stood there anxiously not knowing what to say. "Well, if you have nothing else to do, I'll go first," Peter said, then looked around at a group of students who were doing their own thing, and the corners of his mouth ticked. "Of course, you can also reply to the people behind you. If you want to ask me to dissolve those who are petrified, then use sincerity. If you don't sincerely want to send me away with a sentence, do you think I'm a fool?" After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving only the 2 stupid and the other students with good faces. What did he mean? Crabbe, Goyle asked stupidly. "I don't know, he said to be sincere, but what is sincerity?" Crabbe also shook his head in confusion. "Stupid, he obviously meant to tell your mother that if you want to rescue a petrified person, you must give him a satisfactory reward so that he will agree to lift the magic." Draco Malfoy appeared behind them and explained in a nonchalant manner. Then looking in the direction in which Peter had disappeared with complicated eyes, his father Lucius was now imprisoned in Azkaban, and the man who had captured him was Peter. "Ah, but wasn't he the one who unleashed this petrification? Why do you want money now?" Crabbe and Goyle said with puzzlement. Draco was speechless. If he saw that they had always been his own subordinates, he did not want to pay any attention to these 2 brainless guys. He did not say angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, you will reply to your mother verbatim with Peter's words, they are, the rest of you don't have to care." "Oh, got it." The 2 silly big ones nodded sheepishly. The time soon came to the day before leaving the school, and everyone was sitting in the auditorium. Peter did not sit in the chief position, but sat with Alan in the 7th grade position behind the long table. The twins on the other side are holding pumpkin juice and toasting them with their eyebrows, while Cedric is flirting with his girlfriend at the table. Seeing this scene, Alan directly complained. "This guy said, heavy color and light friend, spent the night there with Chu Jong, secretly sent Chu Bo, and did not pay attention to us at all. Well, after all, he and his girlfriend can't see each other for a long time. Of course, we must seize the time to deepen our feelings." Peter smiled and said with a sigh, "I didn't expect us to graduate so soon, and after one more night's sleep, we would no longer be students. But speaking of which, you and Cedric are surprising. Both chose to work in the Ministry of Magic, one in the Department of Magical Transportation, one in the Department of Law Enforcement, trapped to become an official." "Hi-er," Peter said with a smile. "Don't talk about us, we're curious about your choice." Alan smiled and stared at him curiously. "What kind of work do you really want to do in the future? Now that we have all graduated, don't you still want to understand? I'll be a therapist at St. Mungo's Hospital for the time being, and it's never too late to think about what I'm going to do later." Peter shook his head and said, "Also, with your 12 course achievements, all the positions can be chosen by you, not to mention that you have now cut off one of the Dark Lord's arms and become a celebrity in the wizarding world. Even if you want to become a senior official of the Ministry of Magic, I am afraid it will be very easy." Alan said enviously. "It's not that outrageous." Peter smiled and waved his hand. The feast ended quickly, and as Peter prepared to return to his dormitory, Dumbledore's voice came from his ear. Peter looked at Dumbledore in the distant faculty seat with some surprise, only to see him glance at himself. "Alan, go back first, Dumbledore seems to have something to do with me." Peter turned to his partner and said, "Huh? Oh, okay." Alan nodded and followed the flow of people away. When the men were almost done, Dumbledore said goodbye to the professors and then sped toward Peter. "Professor Dumbledore, are you looking for me for anything?" Peter asked. "There's something I want to talk to you about, but how about we talk as we go and go to my office for a glass of mead? Rosmerta Tienren has just brewed a new batch of wine, which tastes great," Dumbledore said with a kind smile. "Yes." Peter nodded indifferently. "I remember when you first entered the school, as if it had happened just yesterday, but I didn't expect you to graduate so soon. Time is a wonderful magic, always fleeting." Dumbledore sighed as he walked alongside. "Principal, you have to face the departure of students every year, and you should have been used to this kind of thing," Peter said, "and the brief separation, just for a better reunion. Maybe one day, we will still meet here. After all, this is also our other home. The brief separation is just for a better reunion, and that's a good thing to say. Dumbledore chewed on the words, then looked at Peter in amazement and sighed. I'm just borrowing words from other people. Peter retorted. The two talked and walked, and when they entered the principal's office and sat down, Dumbledore began to get into the right topic and said what he meant. Professor Dumbledore, you want to hire me to be the professor of the Black Morph Defense class for the second semester. The second Peter looked at Blydo in amazement. Dumbledore nodded and said with a smile, I noticed that you didn't have a target job after graduation, and the school's defense against the dark arts professor for the next semester has not yet been found, so I would like to invite you to stay on campus. I believe that with your excellent results and strength, teaching the defense against the dark arts is more than enough for you. But I'm already working at St. Mungo's, so I don't have a job. Peter retorted. I talked to Dean Mungo about you, and he said that he invited you to St. Mungo's to be a healer, and he only allowed you to do the second job and not disturb you to keep you. Dumbledore seemed to be smiling. Cough, Peter explained somewhat awkwardly, this is mainly a memory spell. Wounded patient is very small, so usually a little idle. Dumbledore did not dwell on this, but returned to the main topic. You have no goal in the wizarding world for the time being, otherwise you will stay in the school. After all, you are familiar with this place. There is a suspicion of boasting, but Hogwarts has always been a pure place in everyone's heart, and this is a good place for you. What do you think? Consider staying on as a professor? Professor, don't I remember that if a student wants to stay on campus, he needs to go out for at least 2 years. After all, I'm only 18 now, so wouldn't I look too young? Peter hesitated, although he did not have much interest in being a professor, but if he could stay in school, he still felt good to see Peter's expression. Dumbledore smiled and said, rules are dead, but people are alive. Moreover, with your current strength, being a professor is more than enough, and excellent people always have some privileges, don't they? Dumbledore winked at him. If you're really dissatisfied with the job by then, or if you find a new one, I won't stop you. Dumbledore added, you can decide your own time at will, except for class time. What do you think? Would you like to accept my invitation? Peter scanned the overheard portraits on the wall and said with a smile, since you said so, Headmaster, I still have a reason to refuse. Dumbledore had a happy smile on his face, got up and opened the cabinet next to him, took out a bottle that looked like gold water, conjured up 2 tall crystal glasses with his wand, poured the liquid in the bottle, and handed it to Peter. This is the mead sent by Rosmata this morning, with the tail needle of the billywagger worm, and when you drink it, there is a feeling of crispness and numbness, and the body is going to float up. Come and taste it. Peter took a sip of it curiously, and suddenly felt that his tongue was crisp and numb, and his body seemed to have lost gravity for a while and was about to float up, which was very magical. It's very nice, with the sweetness of honey, with a small amount of billywagger's tail needle, and a sense of weightlessness, which is very interesting. Peter commented, and then couldn't resist taking a few more sips. If you like it, I'll give you this bottle. Dumbledore said generously. How funny is that? Peter said politely, but without hesitation, took the remaining mead over. Dumbledore twitched at the corners of his mouth, but still took a piece of parchment from the drawer and said, this is your letter of employment. As long as you sign your name, you will become a professor at the school. Peter looked at the contents of it, then picked up the quill pen and signed his name. Only then did I look up and smile and say, I was still a graduate who had not yet left school, but I didn't expect to become a professor in the blink of an eye, and the time interval between changing identities was too short. Dumbledore smiled and copied the offer and put it back in the drawer. His heart was very happy. After all, with Peter's current strength, it can be said that many parties want to win over. Now that he is a professor in school, he is naturally on their side, which makes him more confident about the future. Peter was not unaware of Dumbledore's purpose, but considered that the Great Hogwarts was the focal point for future events, and it was more conducive to his accumulation of praise points. And he also had no feelings for the Ministry of Magic and Voldemort's side, so he didn't care too much about them. Since Peter, you are allowed to become a professor, before August, you need to decide on the defense book textbooks that you will use for the next semester and send them to Minerva, and then she will be added to the purchase list for the next semester. Don't forget this, Dumbledore said. I see, Headmaster. Peter nodded. Then you'll go back first, said Dumbledore with a smile. Enjoy the last night of your student days, you will be a professor in the future, and your students will call you Professor York. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Bobbitter picked up the True Peak honey wine and smiled and waved away. Goodbye. When Peter left, the headmaster's office became quiet again. Dumbledore was in his chair, his sharp blue eyes flickering behind his half-moon glasses, as if he were thinking about something. Dumbledore, haven't you given up on his intention to join the Order of the Phoenix? Principal Blake on the wall asked, and the goatee was constantly shaking, which was funny. No, Phineas, said Dumbledore slowly, I know that Peter is a young man with a very good idea, and since he has already declined my invitation, I will invite him a few more times, and he will not change his mind. Then why are you so eager to invite him to become a professor at the school? Remember that Hogwarts has never had such a young professor. The portrait of Principal Armando Dipete asked incomprehensibly, he is only 18 years old, and he has not yet experienced outside the school. Is this too sloppy? Argando, you're too cautious, Dumbledore said with a smile, shaking his head and laughing. Peter was only 18 years old, but I thought his vision was broader than that of everyone in the wizarding world, even more than mine. And his strength is also very strong. The daily newspaper of the prophet is not exaggerated. His current strength is not much different from mine and Tom, and all he lacks is time, experience and proficiency in magic. I believe that if I give him a little time, he will surely surpass us and reach an unprecedented level. So before that, I need to make sure he's on our side. Otherwise I can't imagine what a terrible sight it would be when he became another Tom. Dumbledore murmured, the son of the Phoenix who prophesied to determine the fate of the Phoenix. Destruction or hope. There can be no loosening? The next day, on the way home from the Hogwarts Express, the 7th graders watched reluctantly as the school gradually disappeared from sight, and it was difficult to have a chance to return to school in the future, so everyone was sad and silent during the factory. Peter had not yet told his companions about his stay at the school, so he looked at them with a sad look, quickly changed the subject, and asked the twins, Fred, George, have you decided where your joke shop is going to open? When it came to this topic, the twins no longer gave up, but instead said with excitement, of course, it is selected, just in the 93rd Diagon Alley store. Thanks to Peter's sponsorship of your 1,000 gold gallons, we bought the entire storefront directly. When we get home, we will start decorating, officially open the store on August 1st, and I will send you an invitation letter when the time comes, and you will all come? Really? Congratulations. Alan said in surprise, and then the price was too high for him. I didn't expect, Fred, George, that you have all become the boss. Your things are very interesting. It will definitely sell, and remember to give us a discount later. Cedric said with a smile. Didn't Madame Wesser object to you? Peter asked curiously. She always wanted you to work in the Ministry of Magic, but was she persuaded by you? Peter, you crow's mouth, you don't say we can be happy for a while. The twins held their mouths and said, and then sighed with a long face, in order to open the store, we and my mother have been in a cold war for a month, and we have not written 3 letters to us so far. Such a long time. Alan was surprised. Mom thinks we're not doing the right thing, and he wants us to follow Percy's example, get into the Ministry of Magic, and become decent clerks, instead of opening a shop to sell some joke props. The twins said with a bitter smile on their faces. Hearing this, the straight people looked at them sympathetically. Rest assured, Peter patted the brothers on the shoulder, your stuff is very popular in school, and I'm sure it will be very popular in Diagon Alley. When the time comes, as long as the money is earned, Mrs. Wessie will change her attitude. Peter is right, adults always think that working in the Ministry of Magic is decent and stable, but it is not at all. Alan agreed, my dad used to work overtime until late at night to come home, and he wasn't paid much. If it weren't for my mom running the family business, my dad wouldn't even be able to buy the outfit on him. After several people's encouragement, the twins regained their confidence and showed everyone the joke products that were about to be sold. When the train arrived at the station, Peter and the others got off the train and saw the members of the Order of the Phoenix guarding the area, apparently protecting Harry. And in it, Peter also saw the Longbottoms, and when the two saw Peter, they also smiled. However, due to the task, he did not come up to say hello. When the other members of the Order of the Phoenix saw Peter, they all smiled kindly. One of the women with pink hair looked at him with interest, and Peter remembered that she was the Nifidora Tonks with the gift of transfiguration Margus. When Peter and his party walked over, Tonks greeted Peter with excitement, and then asked in an impatient tone, I heard that you have the talent of transfiguration Margus, right? Peter looked at the woman who seemed to have ADHD, smiled, instantly turned into another Tonks, smiled at her, and then changed back. Are you talking about this? Wow. Tonks opened his mouth wide and then said with a look of admiration. You're so much better than me. I can only change my hair and face until now, and it's easy for someone else to wear. You've completely turned into someone else. That's a tough thing to say. No wonder you were able to defeat Voldemort. I heard you cut off all his arms, right? Do you have any other means? For example, Nefathera, you're still on mission. Don't bother Mr. York. The one-eyed Moody stared at the twittering Tonks and interrupted her question. Oh, Tonks, obviously afraid of Moody, obediently shut his mouth and shrank back, but his eyes kept looking at Peter, looking very curious. Of course, Tonks was not the only one who was curious about Peter, and at this time, as long as the people who recognized Peter on the platform looked at him curiously with their own vague eyes, wanting to see what was strange about Peter York, who could hurt Voldemort. Peter didn't pay attention to these eyes, and after saying goodbye to several of his friends, he teleported away directly on the platform. He now has a phantom shapeshifter license and can teleport away at will. With a sound, Peter appeared directly outside the manor, and in his eyes, the manor appeared out of thin air from the empty Sloane Square, as if squeezed out, rapidly expanding and enlarging. This was the reason why Peter had used the bold loyalty spell to hide the manor, in order to prevent the Death Eaters from coming to the door to hurt his family while Peter was not there. Back at the manor, the long-awaited Aunt Christine and the housekeeper Welsh were the first to pick up Peter's wind and dust, and the house elf Flash was also happy that Peter was allowed to have dinner. Since you graduated, you'll all be at home after that, right? Christine asked happily, you are now an adult, you need to take over the family business, you can't always hire a professional manager to manage those industries. Peter explained, with a helpless wry smile, I have accepted the invitation of the headmaster of Hogwarts to teach magic to students as a professor next semester. Christine frowned and said unhappily, do you really want to be like those who entered the wizarding world to study, and then abandon the ordinary world and choose to integrate into the magical world? Don't forget that you are still the owner of the York family. Peter smiled bitterly and quickly explained, and, you misunderstood, I have no intention of giving up the ordinary people's world. Here is my route, how could I possibly give it up? I mean, it's safer to keep the family's property in the hands of professional managers, after all, I don't think I can do better than them. In this way, except for the time when there is an unsolvable problem, they are still responsible for the rest of the time, and I just need to make sure that my interests are not damaged behind the scenes. As for my work as a professor at Hogwarts, I can now go back to the phantom shape without having to live in the school, so it is equivalent to just teaching at Hogwarts during the day and coming back to rest at night. Auntie, what do you think? Christine listened to his words, and his tight frown was slightly relaxed, but he still said worriedly, professional managers are still good in a short time, but if they do a long time, it is easy to promote selfishness, and they cannot be trusted. Hearing his aunt's concern, Peter smiled drunkenly, Aunt, have you forgotten that I am a wizard? When it comes to controlling people, I don't think there's anything more effective than Morpha. Since these professional managers are not trustworthy, just turn them into trustworthy people. Peter said calmly, I have some experience in this, find time to meet them, and then even if I am an enemy, I can turn him into the most loyal person. Christine looked at the nephew and smiled with relief, now that you've figured out how to do it, do it. The two nephews looked at each other and smiled, and Peter took a bottle of wine from the small bag with the traceless stretching spell, smiled, and said, this is the honey wine of the magical world, it has a very fragrant flavor, and you taste. After spending half a month in comfort on the manor, Peter had thought that the rest of the day would be like this. Peter received a phone call, and when he heard the words inside, his brow gradually tightened, and after a few words in reply, Peter hung up. What's wrong? Who's calling? Christine was lying on the couch watching TV, turning her head and asking, Auntie, you can tune to channel 3 to take a look. Peter said. Christine's face was puzzled, but he did it anyway. I saw that the TV was reporting the collapse of a bridge, and in the video screen, the bridge seemed to have been overturned by a huge force, directly broken into 2 pieces, and many vehicles on the bridge were all planted in the sea. Although efforts are being made to rescue them, it is obvious that the people in these cars have little hope of survival. Oh my god, didn't this bridge last less than 10 years? When experts said it could last at least 100 years, how did it collapse now? And it's so weird. Could it be a hurricane? Christine looked at the report on the TV and exclaimed. Peter frowned at this moment, in his eyes, in the video, but a dozen wizards who had turned into black smoke had collapsed the bridge. And with Peter's keen eyesight, he clearly saw that the wizards still had skull masks on their faces, and their faces were wanton, and they regarded human life as if they were nothing. Logically, Voldemort's elite Death Eaters were all almost solved by him. Where did these Death Eaters come from? Peter was very confused. Peter, you haven't answered me yet. Who just called you? Christine suddenly remembered and asked. It was the Queen who called. Peter said. The Queen? What did she call you to do? Christine asked with a puzzled face. It's the report of the collapse of the bridge you just read, and there are traces of wizards in it. The Prime Minister contacted me through the Queen and wanted to invite me to see the scene, whether it was the wizard who did Arian Peter said. What about your opinion? Of course I'm going, but the Queen gave me a big gift, and looking at her face, I have to come forward. Peter said, but then his eyes flashed, and I want to know something. In the south of London, a bustling street is bustling with shoppers and tourists. Suddenly, the originally clear sky quickly darkened, and some girls wearing short clothes and short sleeves were the first to feel a cold breath. Then I was surprised to find that I actually exhaled fog in the summer. But before they could react, a group of people wearing black robes and skull masks suddenly appeared, and then they unscrupulously waved their wands and fired spells at the people around them. With countless screams, the streets suddenly became chaotic, and all the ordinary people desperately tried to escape, but they could not run through the deadly spell attack. Under the wanton attack of the 7 Death Eaters, several people died in a short period of time. Haha, it's so funny to look at these muggles, they're like pigs waiting to be slaughtered. The muffled voice of one of the Death Eaters spread wildly through the streets. The other Death Eaters laughed and echoed, their magic power constantly firing wildly, and all muggles they saw relentlessly fired deadly spells. A mother with her daughter shopping is terrified to hold her daughter's mouth to prevent her from making a sound, because at this time she is hiding behind the garbage can not far from the Death Eaters. The woman does not know how the 827 world is. Suddenly a group of people will appear out of thin air, and as soon as they appear, they will use the stick in their hands to shoot out the green light of Sensen and kill people everywhere. She hugged her daughter tightly behind the trash can and secretly prayed that the terrorists would not find them. Roger, see what I find. Suddenly, a man with a skull mask appeared above the garbage can, and his eyes looked playfully at the mother and daughter below. A muggle mother and daughter. They thought we hadn't found out, it was so stupid, haha. These dirty muggles, don't know the Mafaz Gia at 3 points. NAK, don't play, get rid of them. We're going to get to the next one. The leading Death Eater said. Well, I wanted to play with these 2 muggles. The Death Eater named NAK said in a disappointed tone, and then pointed his wand at the mother and daughter, revealing a contemptuous smile. It's time to send you away, Muggle woman, rest assured that my death curse is good, and you will not be in pain. Please, spare my daughter. Just let her go. The woman hugged her daughter tightly and pleaded with frightened eyes. However, the Death Eater turned a deaf ear, and the tip of the wand in his hand revealed a green light, Avada Kedavra. Before Nak could recite the spell, a green light shot out from the side, hitting him directly. Nak still had an evil smile on his face and fell straight down, without any sign of life. Attack! Get on alert! The other Death Eaters were also frightened by this sudden change, and quickly closed together, pointing their wands at the dark alley opposite, and then invariably fired a dense change of fire. A spell that shone brightly illuminated the alley, but there was no one there. Are you looking for me? A cold voice suddenly came from behind the Death Eaters. All the Death Eaters were startled, and quickly turned around to fire the spell at the first time, but their attacks were not as fast as each other's, but in the day of turning around, 3 more of the Death Eaters died at the hands of the other party. When the Death Eaters saw each other's appearance clearly, the leading Death Eater's eyes widened from the skeleton mask and shouted in horror, Peter York? It's you? The body unconsciously took a few steps back. Noisy, I didn't expect anyone to know me. Peter laughed and looked at the 5 Death Eaters coldly. You dare to slaughter muggles so brazenly. It seems that Voldemort is almost healed. Where did you summon, you crooked melons and cracked dates? Go fast, just get out of here with the phantom shapeshifter. The leading Death Eater shouted directly, then turned and ran. The other Death Eaters heard him and tried to use the phantom shapeshifter to get out of here, but then they were horrified to find that they could not use the phantom transfiguration. Phantom transfiguration is forbidden here. A Death Eater shouted in panic. Peter watched their movements quietly, and then revealed a sneer. This place has been locked firmly by his magic. None of these Death Eaters want to leave here to see and escape. The leader of the Death Eaters gritted their teeth and shouted loudly, Peter York, we are just ordered to attack some muggles, and there is no conflict with you. As long as you let us go, we will see you in the future to hide far away. Okay. Roger, are you begging the enemy for forgiveness? The master will kill you if he knows. The Death Eaters on the side said angrily, and then the wand pointed to Peter not far away. We have 5 people here. He only has 1, and if we join forces, we will definitely be able to kill him. Shut up. Roger stopped in horror, but he is Peter York. Don't you read the Daily Prophet or inquire about the outside world? He cut off one of his master's arms head on. Do you think the 5 of us alone can be his opponents? The Death Eaters around him heard his words, took a cold breath, and looked at the young Peter on the other side, their eyes full of awe. Just muggles. Peter's eyes grew colder, and then he smiled coldly. Since you regard muggle life as nothing, then you will taste the taste of being plundered today. Since Voldemort had so much energy to wreak havoc, I would continue to cut his wings. As soon as the words fell, Peter's wand was waved, and the shattered glass blocks on the ground around him quickly rose into the air, and then turned into blades, like a rain of knives, shooting at the Death Eaters at more than the speed of sound. The speed of the glass shards was too fast, and when the Death Eaters barely propped up the protective cover, many wounds had been cut by the broken blades on their bodies, and one of the unlucky eggs was also cut by countless glass shards, and finally a very long piece of glass was inserted directly into the heart, lying on the ground breathlessly trying to ask for help. In normal times, it only takes a spell or a bottle of potion to save it, but at this time, under Peter's oppression, these Death Eaters have no extra time to save their companions, so they can only watch him slowly dry up and die of blood and pain. Peter looked at the 4 Death Eaters who were struggling to support him, and sneered, didn't you just have the pleasure of slaughtering muggles? Now it's your turn. It tastes like a return? Without waiting for the other party to beg for forgiveness, the wand spiraled toward the ground, only to see a super tornado quickly formed around the Death Eater, driving the surrounding glass shards and trapping the 4 people dead in the tornado. Peter waved his wand again, and the glass fragments in the tornado quickly lengthened, turning into pieces of sharp blades, turning into meat-cutting blades in the center of the tornado, and attacking the 4 people. The 4 people looked at this terrifying scene in horror. They were already very reluctant to ensure that they would not be caught in the tornado at this time, and they had no intention of stopping those sharp knives from speeding towards him. With a few mournful cries, the tornado was stained blood red, and Peter slowly controlled the tornado with his wand, letting it run to the vast ocean in the distance with a bloody rain. Peter snorted coldly, and these Death Eaters should be sent to feed the fish in the sea. Then he looked at the surrounding scene, especially the dozens of innocent and tragic deaths, and sighed. These Death Eaters are really not shallow. If he had not arrived in time, I am afraid that more people would have died. Peter went straight to the trash can and looked at the mother and daughter hugging each other tightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't kill us. Please, don't kill my daughter. The woman begged for forgiveness in horror, and the little girl in her arms looked at Peter's staff with 3 faces of horror. I'm not going to hurt you. Those terrorists have been solved by me. You don't have to worry. Peter reassured, but in order to avoid your psychological shadow, especially your daughter, I will let you forget this unpleasant memory. Forget it all. After dealing with the good things, Peter lifted the magic ban around him, then pulled out a mobile phone and unplugged the number. Mr. Prime Minister, I have solved the matter here, and the next mold is up to you. I see. Thank you, Mr. Earl of York, for if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have known how to stop these lawless wizards. A low voice on the other side said, You're welcome. After all, I was entrusted by Her Majesty the Queen, and as a person with a conscience, I will not watch such tragedies continue to happen. Peter said quietly. Mr. Earl, in addition to this, we would like to invite you to see Cornwall in the south, where it has recently become often gloomy and cold, and there are a dozen or so people who have become vegetative for no reason, which is very abnormal. I hope you can help us see if it's also the masterpiece of those wizards, please? The voice on the other side pleaded. Gloomy cold? Vegetable? Peter frowned when he heard this, his brain lit up, and asked, in addition to these, do you still feel that the emotions of happiness will suddenly disappear, leaving only negative emotions? Nice? Some local residents have reported this. Mr. Earl, do you have any eyebrows? Is it really related to wizards? The person across from him asked. I probably guessed what it was. Peter replied, but I'll have to check it out until I get sure. Do we need to send a military plane to take you there? After all, it's still a long way from Cornwall, London Road. The person on the phone said. No, Mr. Prime Minister, have you forgotten that I am also a wizard? I'll be there right away. Peter refused. Then he looked at the surrounding scene, sighed again, and then the warm room disappeared in place. Not long after, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic hurried to see the destruction around them, frowned, and said, we are late, the Death Eaters are gone. Mr. Scrimgeour, here is the body of a Death Eater. An Auror shouted loudly by the trash can. There's also the body of a Death Eater here. In another place, an Auror was also discovered. Scrimgeour quickly ran over, looked at the corpse lying on the ground wearing a skeleton mask, took off the mask with a puzzled face, looked at the unfamiliar face, frowned and asked, do any of you know him? Mr. Scrimgeour, I know him, his name is Nak, the owner of a second-hand wand shop in Tipping Lane, and I didn't expect him to be a Death Eater too, a middle-aged Auror said in surprise. Another body was also recognized, also a resident of the upside-down alley. Another Auror ran over to report. Are they all people who tip over alleys? Scrimgeour frowned, and then suddenly said, it seems that the Dark Lord's manpower is scarce now, and a new group of followers has been recruited. Just who the hell is that? Stopped the Death Eaters' attacks and killed them before we arrived? Scrimgeour was even more puzzled. After thinking about it for half a day, he had no idea, and then arranged, leave a few traces of the Auror cleaning here, and the others will erase the memories of the muggles around them who witnessed this as soon as possible. Then we also had to go to Cornwall to see where there were rumored to be Dementors. Yes, Director. When Peter teleported to Cornwall, looking at the overcast weather and the cold breath in the sky, he was more certain of his guess. He had seen the scene where the Dementor appeared, and it was this eerie cold, as if the sky had gone to the Happy Kiwan. Muggles don't see the Dementors, so those who suddenly become vegetatives are likely to have their souls sucked away by the Dementors. Peter looked at the surrounding sky, and there was no trace of the Dementors, but Peter could be sure that the Dementors were nearby, and the number was huge, which would cause such weather. Peter came to the town and looked at the inhabitants around him with a heavy face, not at all happy, and looked deeply affected by the Dementors. Show me the way. Peter wanted to use magic to track the Dementors' whereabouts, but apparently to no avail, and it appears that some wizards used magic to erase the Dementors' tracks. Since he couldn't find the Dementors, Peter decided to go to the homes of those who had turned into vegetative people first and see if anyone was ruined. When he came to a man's house invisibly, he looked at the vegetative person lying on the bed and did not move except breathing. After measuring the body with a wand, it was found that there was indeed no soul in the body, and now there was only a shell left. Peter found no other clues than to be sure that the Dementors had done it. However, when he was ready to leave, he found traces of the forgetting curse at the vegetative family. Peter, as the master of the memory spell, such a rough forgetting spell was very conspicuous in his eyes. Peter quietly hypnotized the family, and then came to the person who had been cast the forgotten spell, pulled out his memory with a wand, and carefully searched the forgotten memory. When Peter searched the memory, he finally got the answer. He had thought that the Dementors had been sent by Voldemort to deliberately pick up the chaos. But I didn't expect that there were wizards following in these Dementors. In the memories he searched, 2 Death Eaters were responsible for following these Dementors, and would often appear in town with Dementors and come here to find food. The unbound Dementors directly treat the entire town as food, while the 2 Death Eaters are responsible for removing the town's memories of the Price and the Dementors. It is no wonder that the few agents sent by the government before have achieved nothing, and if it were not for the fact that a dozen people in a row had become vegetative people attracted the attention of the government, I am afraid that I do not know what would have become here. Peter left the house and followed the memory to the seashore, his eyes looking at the empty sea in the distance. From the memories of those people in the town, he found that in the sea in front of him, there should have been a small island. It's just that now there's nothing here, and the island in the memory seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Peter certainly knew that the island could not disappear for no reason, and the only possibility was that the island had been hidden by magic, just as Peter had used the loyalty spell on York Manor. Peter was now more and more curious. These Death Eaters, or Voldemort, had so carefully hidden the island and were also related to Dementors. I don't know what I'm whispering. Peter doesn't have the address of the island, so naturally he can't get inside. However, he was not in a hurry. According to the memory of the townspeople, these Death Eaters would come to the town every 3 days to find food, and they would randomly select a person as Dementor food to be sucked out of their souls. So he just had to wait quietly, and it just so happened that today was the day when the Death Eaters and Dementors should come out. Peter returned to the town again, then went invisible to the square and sat in a chair waiting for the Death Eater to arrive. As time passed, when it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the town spoiled by the clouds had already lit up its street lamps, just as Peter thought that these Death Eaters should not fail to speed up, and the air around them suddenly became colder. Looking at the mist he was spitting out, Peter was still, and he looked at the Dementors in the sky, and his eyes narrowed, because the number of these Dementors was a bit large. 83-0. Haha, finally can come out again, really choke me, all day with these Dementors, I feel like going crazy. You can have a good time venting tonight. A robed Death Eater shouted cheerfully. Buck, quickly put a mask on me, if someone sees you, he will bring me a smooth one. 3 Death Eaters with cool skull masks said gloomily. Bode, you're too careful, said the Death Eater named Buck, and we're all under our control, and no one will find out. Besides, if someone sees it, it's a big deal to use the Forgotten Curse, or just kill it. Bode snorted coldly and did not persuade him again. He thought the same thing. It was only because of his cautious personality and the Dark Lord's advice that he had to be careful. Buck looked at the Dementors flying around the sky, tightened his robes, and said, Hiss, it's too cold, let's go to the tavern and find some wine to warm up. Otherwise, if you keep following these guys, Chi-Sing will be frozen to death. But the master asked us to take good care of these Dementors, and if something went wrong, the master would not let us go. You better go first, and then bring me a few bottles of wine. Bode shook his head and said, Oh, let's go. Bakral looked at the Dementors in the sky at the tavern and said dismissively, Don't worry about these guys, we've given them a small town muggle for food, so they don't want to leave here. Otherwise, if they are discovered by the people of the Ministry of Magic, they will have nowhere to hide. Bode pondered for a while, but was still persuaded to follow Buck 2 to the tavern, not noticing that there were 3 invisible people behind him. Arriving at the tavern, the 2 Death Eaters directly used the confusion charm to drive everyone out of the tavern. Looking at the people who had left in a trance, Bode said in disgust, If it weren't for the consideration of leaving the Dementors for food, I would have wanted to wipe out the muggles in the whole town. I felt like I had these muggle smells on me. Well, don't worry. After completing the master's task, the rest of us can deal with it as much as we want, and now we are still a little patient. Buck said with a smile, and then used his wand to get 2 glasses of wine, and these muggles are also quite flavorful, and when the mission is over, I will get a whole room of wine to drink well. The 2 Death Eaters drank more and more, and even used the drill heart curse to torture the tavern owner, and when they heard the tavern owner's voice, they laughed even more happily. Peter sat aside, looking at the 2 men coldly. If he hadn't yet reached the address of the island, he would have wanted to kill them now. Oh, Bode, why do you say that the master let us sneak to such a remote place to raise these Dementors? Does the master want to rely on these Dementors? Buck asked with a drunken look. The host certainly has his own ideas for doing things, we can't speculate. Otherwise you will be punished. Bode woke up slightly and said seriously. Of course I know, Buck said. I'm just curious, these Dementors don't do much except guard Azkaban and absorb souls, why does the master still pay so much attention? Let's also feed these Dementors with muggle souls. We've all been here for over a month and we're so tired. I don't know, and that's not what we're supposed to ask. Bode shook his head and said, We just need to listen to the master, and when the future is accomplished, the master will give us glory. Hey, that's what I said, laughed Buck, and we have to thank Peter York for that guy, because if he hadn't killed the elite members of the Rocks, Lucius, and others, it wouldn't have been our turn to serve the master. Shut up, Buck, you've drunk too much. Bode interrupted with a frown. Never say such a thing in the future, or if the master or Bellatrix hears it, we will not have good fruit to eat. Yes, I drank too much. Buck also realized that he had said the wrong thing, patted his mouth, and then got up and said, I went to scatter the urine and choked me to death. Do you need me to go with you? Bode asked. Go to the side, don't you still want to see me pee? Buck laughed and scolded. Then he walked slowly into the toilet of the tavern. When Peter saw this, the corners of his mouth ticked and he got up and followed. When he came to the toilet, the invisible Peter came directly to Buck's back, directly hit the sleep curse, and then quickly caught him with the floating spell, without making 3 movements. Looking at the unconscious Death Eater in front of him, Peter pressed his wand against his temple, then picked out his memory, and searched carefully for a fragrance but still could not find the location of the island. It's really worthy of the curse of boldness and loyalty, unless the confidential person personally tells it, others can't find the address. Peter muttered a little disappointed, but then revealed a confident smile. The keeper is Bellatrix, which is not easy, but it is not so troublesome to go to the island. As he spoke, his body shook and he instantly changed into the appearance of Buck the Death Eater. Turning the real Buck into a sister worm, he swept it into the dirty toilet, and then left the toilet and went to the tavern. I thought you were glued to the toilet. Bode saw Buck reappear and said angrily, It's not too early now, those Dementors should have eaten enough, we should go. Ah, this is gone. Buck said pretentiously, or we'll sit a little longer, and it'll be 3 days before we come out next time. Okay, you scattered ghost, late will change, we can't delay any longer. Otherwise, if something happens, the Zhuang people will not spare my yen. Bode and warn him. Buck, as if frightened and sobered up, quickly nodded, let's go. However, during the conversation, he still used his wand to get several bottles of wine from the wine cabinet, and shrunk them into his pockets. For the action of Buck, Bode was not surprised, but did not urge angrily, go quickly, you wine. Buck smiled cheekily, and then the net personally healed the law. As the two men walked out of the tavern, Bod pulled out a bone whistle and blew a sharp whistle into the sky. I saw Dementors absorbing human pleasure everywhere in the town, rushing in the direction of the whistle. Hiss, let's go, come on. Buck shook his body and hurriedly urged, staying with these guys is like staying in an ice cellar, it's really cold. Bod nodded, and then the two of them blew their bones as they walked, drawing the saint to the letter. When he came to the beach, Bod looked at his partner with a drunken look and shook his head helplessly. After stretching out his wand and reciting a complicated incantation, a stone bridge connecting the island appeared out of thin air. Let's go. Bod took the lead in stepping onto the stone bridge. Oh, wait for me, Buck said drunkenly, putting his hand on Bod's shoulder. I'm dizzy, you hold me a little, or how will it be if you fall into the sea? How did you get shallower today and get drunk so easily? Bod was a little surprised. Usually this guy is a few bottles of wine down is no problem. It should be the same wine today, Buck said faintly, with a drunken look. Hey, Muggle wine is really good, and when the task is completed, I'm going to empty the wine here. Seeing his look, Bod let go of his doubts, looked at him in disgust, let him put his hand on his shoulder, and the drunkard accidentally fell off the save, and the two stepped onto the stone bridge, leading the Dementor floating in midair behind him to the island hidden in the fog. Along the way, Buck is a drunkard, led forward by Bod without a sense of direction. After walking for a while, the two finally stepped on the soft dirt. Okay, it's already on the island, can you let go? Yen Bod said without anger. Buck smiled as if he had just returned to his senses, and withdrew the hand that was resting on his shoulder, and then his eyes swept around the island. But after seeing the situation on the island, there was still a look of surprise in his eyes that could not be hidden. Only to see that on the island, there are densely packed Dementors, several times more than the Dementors who go out to eat. The large number of Dementors directly made the island foggy, and the weather seemed to be in the cold winter. Bod, how did the number of these monsters increase so much? Buck, how could you ask such a stupid question? Of course, they are multiplied in large numbers. Bod frowned and looked at Buck, puzzled as to how he could ask such a question. Haven't you seen them multiply before? Yes, I seem to have forgotten the money. Buck smirked. I think you've been burned out of your brain by alcohol. Bod said with a smile, and then his tone changed and he said seriously, the number of people the master wants us to breed is going to reach 1,000, and now we only have more than 600 Dementors here, which is far from enough, so tomorrow we have to go out and catch some Muggles. These Dementors breed without Muggle effects. Catch a Muggle. Buck's eyes flashed cold, and he asked in a faint tone, how many more arrests? If you're missing 400 Dementors, of course you're going to catch 400 Muggles. Bod looked at Buck with an idiotic look. For every time these Dementors reproduce, they need to eat a human soul. Buck, don't you count? So you've caught more than 600 Muggles before. Feed the souls of his souls to the souls? ARER has already said quietly. What made me arrested, didn't you? Bod instinctively retorted, then looked at Buck warily for an instant, while jumping far back and pointing his wand at him. Who are you? What happened to Buck? What do you call me who I am? Bod, you're drunk, I'm Buck. Buck said with an innocent expression. No, you're not Buck. He was involved in the Muggle hunt and would not be unaware. Say, who the hell are you? How did it end up here? Bod shouted warily, and at the same time, his other hand grabbed the bone whistle hanging on his chest, and blew out a sharp and piercing sound. Suddenly, the surrounding Dementors flocked to hear. Hundreds of Dementors shrouded the surrounding area tightly, and the temperature dropped in an instant directly froze the surrounding plants into frost. Surrounded by so many Dementors, Buck didn't panic at all, smiled at a wary Bod, clapped his hands approvingly, and said, no wonder Voldemort will entrust such a task to you, not Buck, it seems that you are much smarter than him. Bod looked at the man disguised as Buck, with a relaxed look. Evil said very much, I don't know if you are from the Ministry of Magic or the Order of the Phoenix, but if you dare to appear here, don't think about leaving today. Even if your guardian spirit spell is magical, don't try to block the attack of these hundreds of Dementors. Ministry of Magic? Order of the Phoenix? Buck shook his head and said playfully, then you guessed wrong, I'm not their person. I'm just curious, Voldemort went to great lengths to make you breed so many Dementors. What is it for? Do you think I'll tell you? You still have to die with doubts? Bod smiled darkly and blew his bone whistle again. The surrounding Dementors were given the order to attack and rushed toward Buck, opening their mouths to suck his soul. Peter looked at the Dementors pouring towards him from all over the sky, frowned, and said with a cold look, I said that in the future, if the Dementors touch me, I will let the Dementors all be extinct. It seems that it is time to take the oath. Then he waved his wand, call Godguard. A silver giant with wings soared into the sky, biting down on the first Dementor to rush over, and the long poisonous fangs plunged into the Dementor's exorcism, infusing the poison of light. With a sharp cry, the Dementor's body quickly became like broken porcelain, corroded by the poison of light, and finally only 3 tattered ear canopies slowly fell in the wind. The Dementors were shocked by this situation and stopped attacking. And Bod, who was originally victorious, saw the silver-feathered snake guardian spirit. His eyes suddenly widened, looked at Buck in horror, and shouted in panic, you are Peter York. Oh, did you recognize me so quickly? Buck had a bored expression on his face, then his body shook and changed back into Peter's. What do you say I should do with you, Bod? Bode saw Peter and looked very frightened. He and Buck had just talked about Peter. This star actually appeared here. It was really old. Being able to fight his master and cut off one of Voldemort's arms, such a strength. He did not think he had the slightest hope of victory. Looking at Peter as he approached, Bode was nervous, thinking about how to escape from here, and then quickly reported the incident to Voldemort. You're quite loyal, and you haven't forgotten to inform your master yet. Peter smiled and said, it's just that a wise person like you can choose to become Voldemort's servant. It's a pity. Bode looked at Peter's menacing gaze, knew that his thoughts were being read by the other person, quickly shifted his gaze, and then quickly closed his brain. Then he took a deep breath and fired a death curse at Peter, then grabbed the bone whistle and blew it desperately, and the whistle made a sound with eerie magic that made the person who heard it feel dizzy. The Dementors, as if they were under control, rushed towards Peter again without hesitation. At the same time, Bode took advantage of the fact that Peter was besieged by many Dementors and fled. Peter looked at Bode, who wanted to escape, sneered. His body shook slightly, and the two split apart, grasped the wand that Peter threw over, and said it. Focusing on the Dementors again, Peter sensed the strangeness of the Dementors, which looked a little different from Azkaban's Dementors, all of them irrational. And under the control of that bone whistle, Peter's patron saint slaughtered the Dementors in all directions, as if into no man's land, biting and killing the Dementors around them. It took more than an hour for the battle to finally stop. At this time, the Feather Snake Guardian spirit had become very dim, but its record was also remarkable, only to see that the ground was already full of Dementors' broken cloaks. Even the cold environment has warmed up a little. Peter retracted the patron saint and looked at some of the Dementors who were hiding him in the distance. These Dementors were different from the previous irrational Dementors. They looked very clever. They were not controlled by the bone whistle, but hid in the small castle on the island. However, at this time he did not have time to think about these Dementors, and instead looked at the mist in the distance, because he sensed that the doppelgangers had returned. In a few moments, the two Peters emerged from the fog, and behind them, the Death Eater Bode was tied motionless, floating in midair with a floating spell. You've worked hard. Peter looked at Bode behind him and smiled at the two of them. It's weird to say hard to yourself. The two doppelgangers smiled and said that the two of them approached Peter and quickly melted into the body. Peter smiled helplessly, then looked at Bode, who could only move his eyes, and untied the restraints on his mouth. Now we can have a good chat, can't we? Peter York, as long as you let me go, I am willing to be your servant. Bode said, with a look of surrender, I am the heir of the Bode family behind the Overturning Alley. As long as you let me go, I can help you gather the forces of the Overturning Alley and become a tool for your hands. Tipping Alley. Peter was a little surprised to hear this, and then suddenly realized that the place of Overturning Alley was mixed with fish and dragons. Dark wizards were everywhere, and the Ministry of Magic Pudging had tried many times to rectify Overturning Alley without success. It seemed that the forces behind these were secretly operating. You answer me some questions first, and if I'm satisfied, I can consider not killing you. Peter said quietly, I wonder why Voldemort bred Dementors in large numbers. What is he going to do? When Bode heard this, his face was ugly, and he hesitated for a moment, looking at Peter's indifferent eyes. His body could not help but look at him, and said with difficulty, we don't know the Lord. What the Dark Lord was going to do. He just gave us some Dementors, and then let us go to the place of the eccentrics, use Muggle souls to breed Dementors, and when they reached 1,000, they informed Bella Cruz. Give it to you. So, there are others who have adopted a group of Dementors like you, and then took charge of a large number of reproductions? Peter frowned and continued to ask. Yes, there were several other people who were also given the Dark Lord's mission, but their positions were elsewhere, and they all required a full stream of reproduction before they could go back. Bode replied. As far as I know, there are only a few Muggles in this town who have been sucked into souls by Dementors. Where did the souls you fed the Dementors come from? Peter asked coldly. Yes. We had captured them from a few small towns and villages next door, and the Dark Lord had told us not to attract the attention of the Muggle government, so we scattered our Muggles and took them to the island to feed the Dementors. Bode said, it's just that these Dementors are not very easy to control, and they are very greedy, and several times when we are not paying attention, they have sucked the souls of several people in the town, attracted the attention of the Muggle government, sent people over several times, and finally we used the magic lake to get over. Hen, you're still pretty smart. Peter sneered that he had decided not to keep this Death Eater after the inquiry, and actually took the lives of more than 600 ordinary people, which can be said to be mad. Now, tell me, where are the other places where you raised Dementors? Bode shook his head and said with a wry smile, I don't know. We are not allowed to know the location of others. Only Bellatrix has gained the trust of the Dark Lord and is responsible for contacting us personally. Then it looks like you don't know anything. Peter said lightly, and then the corners of his mouth were slightly ticked. So you don't have any use. Bode heard something was wrong and struggled with a look of horror. You want to kill me? You don't talk about credit. You promised to let go of my bundle. Peter sneered at the struggling Bode and said, I said that if you satisfy me, I can consider letting you go. But the problem is that you don't know what you ask, which makes me very dissatisfied. The kings and you've killed so many people. If I don't kill you, my conscience will be troubled. Raising the wand in his hand, the tip of the wand glowed green. No, I don't want to die. Please, spare me. I have a lot of golden gallons. You just let me go. They are all yours. I can swear to you that I will be a slave all my life, like a house elf who obeys you. Bode shouted in horror. Peter stopped the wand in his hand, and in Bode's happy eyes, he smiled and said, I almost forgot, if you use the death curse, you will be dead 100, there is no pain at all, this bed is too cheap for you. When I think about it, I still think it's better to let you live, and it's better to live longer than anyone else, and it's better to live than to die. What do you think? Listening to Peter's slow words, Bode's eyes widened, and he looked at the smiling Peter in front of him in fear, as if he had seen a demon in hell. I have a petrified magic. I believe you should have heard of it, Peter said with a chuckle. After all, many of your Death Eater predecessors have been hit by this magic of mine, and have become a statue of a statue. Even your master Voldemort can't solve this magic. Peter's eyes turned into yellow-orange vertical eyes, and with breathtaking power, he looked at Bode with frightened eyes. I'll turn you into a stone statue, but keep your mind conscious, and then throw you to the bottom of the ocean. So you can feel the flow of time, but you can only be trapped in the body of this stone statue forever, slowly watching the body drive by the seawater, enduring endless loneliness and pain, until the final consciousness is extinguished. Please, spare me, spare me. Bode looked at his petrified body, prayed in horror, and finally turned into a weapon of fear, shouting hysterically, You are evil? You this favor? I'm friendly with you. Peter retracted the basilisk's eyes, looked at the statue of Joe in front of him with a pure expression, and sneered, You Death Eaters who kill people without blinking, you will one day regard me as a demon, which is really ironic. Then he summoned Field, gently stroked his feathers, and then pointed to the statue next to him and said, Field, help me sink this statue into the center of the Atlantic Ocean, so that he will never see the light of day again. Field nodded, and after rubbing Peter, he grabbed the statue of Bode and disappeared in place. Having dealt with the matter, Peter looked again at the small castle on the island, where there were still some dementors that he needed to deal with. When Peter came to the castle, he instantly felt a biting cold, indicating that there were many dementors inside. And Peter remembered that when Sirius escaped from prison, he found some dementors with intelligence comparable to humans, and those dementors hiding here now seemed to have no low intelligence. Peter put his wand around your neck and coldly shouted into the castle, Are you cowering in it and not coming out, because you want to wait for me to drive you out with the patron saint? Peter's voice reverberated throughout the castle, causing the dementors inside the castle to stir and roar. When Peter thought the dementors were stubbornly resisting, the castle gate creaked, and then a dementor floated out of it. The dementor looked terrified of Peter, and did not dare to come forward from a distance, but only made a harsh low-pitched sound, revealing an air of decay and gloom. Peter fused the dementor's bloodline, understood its meaning, and spoke in the same hissing voice, You mean they are afraid that I will directly destroy you, so they sent you to negotiate with me. The dementors did not expect Peter to speak the language of the dementors, and suddenly became excited, and as I roared, Dear wizard, we have no intention of making enemies of you. As long as you let us go, we will go back to Azkaban and guard the prisoners for you as in the past. Hearing the dementor's words, Peter sneered, and the wand in his hand clenched even tighter. You have sucked so many human souls, now you want me to let you go so easily. Don't you think it's funny? The dementor whimpered anxiously, Dear wizard, we are born to feed on human emotions, and it's not our fault. Moreover, those sucked souls were also forced to eat by the Dark Lord in order to create more dementors. The bone whistle in your hand was made by the Dark Lord with the exorcism of our dementor leader, and I had to obey him. Dementor core. Peter looked at the bone whistle in his hand, and Bisenson's breath was cold. You mean this bone whistle can control you? Yes, honorable wizard, as long as you promise to spare us, we are willing to obey your leadership. Dementor said. Peter looked at the bone whistle, and then sneered, It seems that there is a terrible guy in your dementor, who actually deceived Voldemort and made him think that this bone whistle can really control you. But in fact, it can only control those dementors who have no wisdom, and for those of you who have wisdom, it is of no use. I am talking about the right code? The dementor representative panicked, not expecting this to be discovered by Peter so easily, and quickly explained, Dear wizard, we have no other meaning, and we have no choice but to temporarily submit to the Dark Lord. As long as you are willing to accept us, all of our dementors will surrender to you, and you will be the leader in the future. We have 115 intelligent dementors here, and in addition to the other 4 places, there are also about a certain number of intelligent dementors. We're not like those dementors who understand the emotions, we can do anything for you if you need it. At that time, we will be the toughest weapon in your hands and no one will be your opponent anymore. Wait. Peter interrupted the dementor's words and asked with a serious look. You just said 4 other places. So you know where other dementors are? Yes, dear wizards, we dementors have unique contact details where we can sense each other from great distances. The dementor replied cautiously. That's fine, Peter smiled, as he stared at the dementor in front of him, turned his wand in his hand, and said, You take me to a few other positions, and when I have solved the Death Eaters, as long as you promise to surrender to me, I will let you go. Such as back? Suddenly there was a roar from inside the castle, and Peter couldn't wait to promise him, in Peter's ears. We said yes. Sound. Hearing the opinions of the same people in the castle, the representative of the dementors also excitedly said, We have agreed, and we are willing to surrender to you. No rush. Peter waved his hand, a sharp glint in his eyes, but quickly disappeared. You first take me to other places, so that the other dementors will also submit to me, and I will agree. Otherwise, you won't have enough of this to plug my teeth. Okay, host, we can go now. The Dementors shouted happily, and then roared inside the castle, causing all the Dementors inside to come out to see Peter. Then, hundreds of Dementors hesitantly floated out of it, gathered in front of Peter, and then respectfully shouted at Peter on the ground, "Master." Peter's eyes flashed with sarcasm, but his face was a look of triumph and happiness, and he raised his hand and said, "Okay, let's all get up, remember to obey my orders in the future, know the horse." "Yes, Master." These intelligent Dementors replied with a look of respect. Seeing this, Peter pulled out a large leather suitcase directly from the small bag he carried, put it on the ground and opened it, and then ordered the Dementors, "Except for the Dementors who lead the way, all the other Dementors have hidden inside for me, and we can't be discovered with great fanfare." Looking at the suitcase that had been cast with the traceless stretching spell, the Dementors were agitated, hesitant to enter. "Are you disobeying my orders? I can't obey my commands now, so how will I trust you in the future?" Peter said coldly. The wand in his hand emitted a silver light, and the threat was self-evident. Seeing this, the Dementor representative let out a long roar, and the other Dementors floated into the suitcase. After all but the Dementors representatives who led the way had entered the suitcase, Peter smiled and closed the suitcase, and then said to the respectful Dementor representative on the side, "Good job, you will be the leader of my Dementor Corps from now on. Now I'll give you a name, Seiko, how's that?" The host, Seiko, loved the name. The Dementors represented a look of delight. "If you like it, then lead the way. We needed to get to other locations as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Voldemort found out, it would be a big loss," Peter urged, with a look of impatience. "Okay, Master." I sensed that the nearest location was in the northeast direction. The Dementor Shike obediently led the way in front, with 3 conscientious looks. Peter, who was following behind the Dementor, kept flashing and moving with the phantom shapeshifter, and where the Dementor could not see, he looked down at the suitcase he was carrying. His eyes were full of frost, the corners of his mouth were raised, and he showed a cold smile. In a small town in Suffolk in the east, Peter teleported here with the Dementor Seiko, looked at the clouds in the sky, turned to the Dementors and asked respectfully, "Seiko, tell me, where is the Dementor base here?" The Dementor stretched out his dry hand and point to the mist-shrouded mountain in the distance. "Master, I sense that many of my kind are gathered there." "Oh, on the mountain." Peter looked up at the mountain peaks of the town in the distance, which were shrouded in clouds and mist, and it was completely impossible to see the movement inside. "Let's go and have a look." Saying that, Peter directly grabbed the Dementor and teleported to the past. Guided by the Dementors, Peter easily entered a cave hidden by the Death Eaters with the bold loyalty spell, and without much effort, directly solved the 2 Death Eaters responsible for raising the Dementors. When he saw the Dementors here, Peter couldn't help but take a cold breath. Because the situation here is even more shocking. In the cave, in addition to the number of Dementors who are about to fill up, there are hundreds of ordinary people in several cages, and deeper inside the cave, hundreds of human shells that have no souls lie there quietly. As a man with a bottom line, Peter's heart was full of anger, and these Death Eaters were completely mad and no longer regarded Muggles as human beings. Look at those who are still alive, their faces are yellow and thin, their eyes are unfocused, and some explosive food is forbidden to absorb his positive emotions. Peter regretted that he had directly killed the 2 Death Eaters with the death curse, and then looked at the Dementors who were still sucking the emotions of the living. Peter's eyes flashed with cold. A fluorescent feather snake guardian god like a flying arrow, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, passed through several Dementors who were sucking. Accompanied by screams, several Dementors vanished. Other Dementors suddenly moved, especially those who had no sense, seeing Peter's breath of this living person, rushed to him, greedily opening their mouths, wanting to suck his emotions. Peter snorted coldly. The feather snake guardian spirit, which was originally only the thickness of an arrow, quickly expanded, became as big as a train, opened its huge mouth, and swallowed the Dementors one by one. In the illusory transparent feather snake guardian's stomach, you can see those Dementors who were swallowed, like the food that was eaten quickly corroded. The master Dementor, Shike, wanted to stop Peter from slaughtering the Dementor so wantonly, but because of Peter's murderous face, he did not dare to come forward. Peter looked at the Dementors who were being hunted down and killed by the guardian spirit of the feather serpent, and with a calm expression, he looked at the Dementor who led the way, and said quietly, "I only need wise Dementors here. As for these irrational Dementors, except for adding chaos, I am of no use to me. Something that is useless should not exist, you say, Seiko?" The Dementor named CK by Peter looked at Peter's faint tone, somehow uneasy, but now that he had chosen to follow Peter, naturally there was no chance of remorse. It just suggested, "Master, these Dementors have no spiritual intelligence for the time being, but as long as they give them time to grow, there is still a chance to evolve and become as intelligent as us, and then the Master will not add more subordinates." "Time to grow? Do you mean for me to learn to feed you with Muggle souls like Voldemort?" Peter's tone grew colder, and the look in the Dementor's eyes was full of danger. "Of course not, Master." The Dementor CK quickly shook his head. "I just hope that in the future, Master, you can hand over your enemies to us, so that more intelligent races will be born in our clan, and as long as the Master gives you an order, we will charge for you." "Sounds tempting." Peter laughed, the corners of his mouth drew an inexplicable smile, looked at the respectful Dementors in front of him, and the wise Dementors who were far away from the guardian spirits. His eyes flashed sharply, and then disappeared again. If you can make them submit to me and obediently enter my suitcase, I will consider letting them go. Otherwise I wouldn't mind wiping them all out, Peter said coldly. I'll convince them, Master. Wait a minute. The Dementor Shike quickly assured the word, and then drifted towards the Dementors who possessed wisdom. In the end, the Dementors represented Shike, and did not know what method to use, and soon let the Dementors here float to Peter one by one and crawl to the ground, surrender to him, and take the initiative to enter the suitcase that Sanson had opened. After watching the last Dementor slip into the box, Peter closed the suitcase satisfactorily and then expressed his appreciation to Sicko. Looking at the hundreds of terrified ordinary people in the wooden cage, Peter sighed and used the forgetting charm to erase all their memories of this time, and let them follow the path down the hill back to the town. Looking at the devouring cave behind him, he was silent for a while, and finally he used magic to ignite the cave and burn the evil inside clean. Then the Dementor with the guide, Nishiko, disappeared into place. After that, Peter painted a scoop according to the gourd, and successively dropped 2 Dementors hanging feeding strongholds. The 4 caught Death Eaters broke their hands and feet and threw them into boxes and gave them to the Dementors as food. Now there was only the last Dementor stronghold left, but when Peter came to the last stronghold according to the guidance of the Dementor Sicko, he looked a little surprised, because this was Azkaban. Azkaban is located on a small island, and after the wizards discovered the island and the Dementors on the island, they built a prison for criminal wizards. The Dementors, on the other hand, choose to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic and become the guards of Azkaban, on the condition that they feed on the emotions of the island's sin shadow criminals. But with the escape of the Death Eaters and the betrayal of the Dementors, there should have been no trace of Dementors here, but now there is a Dementor breeding base, which cannot be described as ironic. Who? A phantom of Azkaban's prison guards transfigured in front of Peter and looked at him warily with his wand. This is Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic stronghold. Please don't get close. Otherwise I'm going to attack. I'm Peter York and I want to come here to visit the prison. Peter looked at the young warden who appeared in front of him and explained with a smile. Visiting the prison. The warning became more vigilant, taking a few steps back, the wand in his hand ready to fire a spell. We did not receive a notice from the Ministry of Magic that someone was going to visit the prison one day. Stop, Jacques. Suddenly, a middle-aged prison guard phantom appeared between the 2 men and shouted at the young prison guard to stop them. Then he turned to look at Peter and said in a very enthusiastic tone, Mr. York, I didn't expect you to come to Azkaban. I am Kito Kaida, and it is a great honor for you to be here. Oh, you know me? Peter asked. Of course, Mr. York, you are so famous that it is difficult not to know you. Kurtok said enthusiastically, especially the last time you had a big battle with the mysterious man in the Ministry of Magic. I was there, and such a thrilling scene is still hard for me to forget. The young prison guard on the side heard the words of the middle-aged prison guard, looked at Peter with wide eyes, and asked in disbelief, You are Peter York. Of course, is there anyone else who is not afraid to pretend to be me? Peter smiled. Don't care about Jacques, Mr. York. This kid is a stunned young man who has been in Azkaban, so he doesn't know you. Toko said with a laugh. Then his eyes rolled and he asked Peter, I don't know whose prison Mr. York is here to visit. If you don't have a letter of approval from the Ministry of Magic, we can let you visit first, and as for the Ministry of Magic, I can help you complete the formalities later so that there will be no problems. Captain, this is not in accordance with the rules. The young prison guard looked straight, and the Sirius was the star path. Of course it was in order. Dirk interrupted the young prison guard and said with a smile, Mr. York is a big man, of course, he needs a special agent. As long as he completes the formalities later, there will be no problem. By the way, forgot to ask Mr. York whose prison do you want to visit? I can take you straight over. Peter looked at the 2 guards, smiled, and said, I'm going to visit the prison of the Saint Dementors. Dirk paused and then laughed, Mr. York, you really like to joke. Azkaban has no Dementors now, these guys defected from the Ministry of Magic, and now they are all gone. There won't be a single Dementor here. Really? But I have a Dementor here, and I say that there is no shortage of Dementors hidden in Azkaban, and it is located below the prison. Peter pointed to the Dementor Sicko, who was hidden in the night not far away, and said with a smirk, Dementors. The young warden was startled when he saw this, and his wand pointed at the Dementor, and then looked warily at Peter. The middle-aged prison guard Kitok's expression changed, and he instantly returned to normal, shook his head, and said, Mr. York, you got this Dementor, but obviously you guessed wrong. Azkaban doesn't have any Dementors now, let alone 1,000. Ever since you killed a lot of Dementors, Mr. York, the number of Dementors in Azkaban has been in the hundreds, less than 1,000. Really? Maybe Mr. Dirk, you don't know, there's a special connection between the Dementors, so they can sense each other at great distances. That's why I'm here. Peter smiled and said casually, I used to have this Dementor, and I have already solved 4 bases for breeding Dementors in all of England, and now this is the only one left. After the middle-aged prison guard heard Peter's words, he couldn't help but take a cold breath, looked at Peter in horror, and then looked at the Dementor who followed, and then he was a little confused, squeezing out a smile and explaining, Mr. York, if you say it is true, it is really scary. Do you have to raise so many Dementors? Yeah, I was surprised at first, but knowing that Voldemort did it, I did understand. Peter chuckled and said with a sneer, his eyes oversaw the middle-aged prison guard, and said in a joking tone, after all, I have solved so many Death Eaters before, and now it seems that Voldemort has been made by me to almost become the commander of the Light Rod, which is why I can't wait to use Dementors as his subordinates. Oh Mr. York, you're really joking. The middle-aged prison guard said without smiling. Then, as if he had made some decision, he warmly invited Peter, since Mr. York, you suspect that there are Dementors hidden here, please. He said indignantly, if there really are Dementors hiding here without us noticing, it would be terrible. You have to be out of health? Let's go. Peter smiled and walked toward the prison, accompanied by 2 guards. The Dementors, on the other hand, obediently lead the way in front. Azkaban's prison is measured above the top of the island, but Peter and the others, led by the Dementors, are getting lower and lower. Until he reached the deepest part of the prison, the Dementor stopped in front of a stone wall and made a whole sound towards Peter. Mr. York, there is no road here. Do you see if this Dementor is looking for the wrong one? Keetoke couldn't help but say wait, but Peter ignored him, but instead frowned and asked the Dementor, you mean that you sense that behind this wall, there are many of your kind? The Dementor nodded, then yelled at Peter again. It's quite a stealthy version, and it seems that this last breeding base is here. Peter smiled and said, but this time it was not hidden with the secrecy charm. Is it very confident in yourself? Then just blow it up. With that, Peter raised his wand and cast an explosion spell on the stone wall, which was accompanied by a loud rumble, and a large hole was blasted open by Peter's spell. Avadaso. A gloomy voice came from behind Peter at the same time, and Peter had been prepared, and a flicker appeared next to Dirk, who had cast a spell on himself, and smiled and said, I can't help it so soon, I think you will hold on to it more. Peter York, I have informed Lord Dark Lord that he will be here in no time. You're stuck in the wings? Dirk said with a triumphant smile. Dirk, you. What the hell are you talking about? Are you a Death Eater? The young prison guard on the side looked a little emotional, looking at the captain, who suddenly changed his face in horror, as if he couldn't believe it. Of course, I was given a very important mission by the great Dark Lord to come here as a prison guard. Dirk said of Voldemort, with a look of admiration and fascination, and then gritted his teeth and looked at Peter. I won't be able to complete the task in a short time, but I didn't expect Peter York to appear and destroy the plan of the Black King Tianren. But as long as you can die, I believe that Lord Dark Lord would be more happy to see your death than to lose some Dementors. Dirk said with a sly smile. Peter looked at the Death Eater and chuckled. What illusion makes you think you can stop me? Toke said confidently. Now do you see if you can still transform the Phantom? Peter tried it and did find that there was no way to cast the Phantom shapeshifter, but there was no problem with the teleportation skill inherited from the ball bird. You turned on Azkaban's Phantom transfiguration ban. Peter said with a disinterested expression, looking at Dirk with contempt. Even if you can't transform the apparition, do you think you can stop me from leaving? Or before Voldemort arrives, I'll kill you and leave. It's not just me. Dirk said confidently. Then a series of deadly spells were fired at Peter from the exploded hole, and after Peter dodged these attacks, he saw the people coming out of it and showed a surprised look. Little Dwarf, Carlo brothers and sisters, Luke Wood, I didn't expect that you had been rescued by Voldemort, and you were put in charge of raising monsters. Then he smiled contemptuously and said, don't you think that just a few of you Death Eaters can defeat me? Of course we can't. Dirk replied, but what if you add them? Peter looked down and saw a dozen guards and some aura-looking men walk in, their staff pointing at Peter. Peter looked at them, especially his eyes blank, and frowned at the triumphant Toke. You cast a soul-snatching spell on them? Of course, this attention is still spoken by the little dwarf. Toke smiled triumphantly, looking at him. They are all innocent warnings and auras. If you kill them, even if the Ministry of Magic compares you to a savior, you will have no place to live in the wizarding world in the future. No nonsense, Dirk. Hurry up and get on together. Can't let him run until the master comes? Luke Woodpie shouted with an eyebrow. As soon as the words fell, the 5 Death Eaters unleashed a deadly attack on Peter, and the prison guards and aurors, who were controlled by the Soul Reaper, also cast the death curse on Peter. Looking at the Death Eaters who used the aurors and the guards as meat shields, Peter was also a little tied for a while. He was still very unsympathetic to kill these innocent people, and as these Death Eaters said, if he were to kill these people, I am afraid that with the help of the Death Eaters, he would become a public enemy of the magical world in the future. Haha, he didn't dare to give a heavy hand to these people. Increase the change of attack. The word of Toko Kimsha. Peter dodged another death curse, his face showed impatience, and sneered, do you really think you just held me like this? I don't have much time to play with you. You're going to die. Haha, Peter York, are you really going to kill these innocent people? If you really dare to kill the killer, we have these people to accompany the funeral and be satisfied. Toke laughed maniacally, sure he didn't dare to do it. Then take a good look at what I do. Peter sneered, and then his eyes turned yellow snake eyes, and he looked at the crowd gloomily. In a seductive language, he said, how about looking at my eyes? Illuminated by the beam of the wand in his hand, Peter's eyes were very conspicuous in the dim prison, and everyone instinctively looked into his eyes. Close your eyes, his eyes can petrify people. Little Dwarf cried out in horror that they had been petrified by Peter with the same trick when they were in the Ministry of Magic, and if Scringer hadn't tried to judge these Death Eaters to get Peter to unpolluted, they would have become a stone statue like Goyle and Crab. It's just that his reminder is too late, and chasing the light source is human instinct. Except for Pettigrew and the wary Lukewood, who closed their eyes and did not touch Peter's eyes, everyone else saw Peter's yellow snake eyes, and then watched in horror as their bodies quickly petrified. Just a moment's effort, the whole prison depths, dozens of statues appear here. Peter walked through the statue with his snake eyes wide open and smiling, and as he walked toward Little Dwarf and Lukewood with his eyes closed, he said, "Now there are only 2 of you left, I don't know if you can stop me more." Lukewood did not dare to open his eyes, but his hand shot a rope in the direction of Peter's voice until Peter waved his hand gently, and the petrified Amicus Carlo blocked the attack and was instantly blown to pieces. "It's a pity, Lukewood, that your accuracy was a little inadequate, and you actually blew Amicus Carlo into pieces. He couldn't be saved now," Peter said with a smile. Direct teleportation then appeared behind Pettigrew and Lukewood, and the giant was a moss. With a scream, Pettigrew was directly hit by Peter's spell and collapsed to the ground, petrifying into a statue by Peter's eyes at the moment he opened his eyes. Lukewood closed his eyes in time to dodge the attack, and then fired the attack in all directions, trying to force Peter back. Truly worthy of Voldemort's right-hand man, Lukewood, your reaction is very sensitive. Peter smiled and praised, and then said playfully, "I just don't know if Voldemort has ever woken you up. In addition to being careful of my eyes, my voice is also very dangerous." As he spoke, Peter opened his mouth slightly, and made a cry similar to that of a very sharp baby, which resounded throughout the room. Lukewood, who did not dare to look directly into Peter's eyes, had not yet had time to close his ears, and the sharp and piercing sound instantly reached his ears, as if to turn his brain upside down, and then fell to the ground. Peter looked at Lukewood's unconscious appearance and snorted coldly, if it were not for the fact that he had deliberately controlled the degree of harm of the cry of Mandrake grass in order to avoid hurting the innocent, I am afraid that it would have been a corpse by now. After tying the 5 Death Eaters together and unloading their wands, Peter looked around at the equally petrified guards and Aurors around him, and gave up on his intention to get them back for the time being. Turning to the Dementor who had been hiding earlier, Heiko said, "You'd better let the Dementors inside surrender to me within 10 minutes like the other Dementors, or I won't bother to dust them off." "Rest assured, Master, it won't take so long for our Dementors to see that their minds can be connected, and in just 2 minutes I'll be able to get them to come and surrender to you," Dementor Nishi confidently assured. "Then go, hurry up, Voldemort is coming soon." Peter nodded, then said in a cold tone, "I don't want to wait until Voldemort arrives, they haven't made up their minds yet. Otherwise you know the result." The Dementor nodded and quickly drifted back inside. And Peter did not go in. He looked at the dozens of warning and Auror statues around him, sighed helplessly, and had to spend a lot of saliva, as the Aurors and the guards were petrified by Peter and forcibly broke the Soul Reaper charm on them. The warnings and Aurors regained consciousness. According to these people, they had been controlled by the Death Eaters with the Soul Reaper charm a few months earlier, and then continued to maintain the appearance of Azkaban being controlled by the Ministry of Magic. In fact, this place has been controlled by the Death Eaters, who were previously imprisoned, in the eyes of the outside world and the Ministry of Magic, but have actually untied their shackles, received Voldemort's orders, and secretly performed unknown tasks in Azkaban. The Dementor CK moved quickly, and in less than a few minutes, the intelligent Dementors flew out of the depths of the prison, bowed to Peter, and then entered Peter's box. The awakened prison guards and Aurors avoided these Dementors and retreated, and looked at Peter with awe, able to subdue the Dementors, which had never been done before. "Seiko, your task is very good, I am very satisfied." Peter closed the box and praised the Dementors on the side. "That's what I'm supposed to do, Master," the Dementor said on behalf of the tamer suit. Peter patted the suitcase he was carrying, and with a very pleasant smile on his face, he played with the Snakewood demon power in his hand and slowly walked to the Dementor. "You successfully helped me find all the Dementors with wisdom, which is a great help to me. I have to thank you very much. So, I'm going to reward you." Peter stepped forward, his wand clenched in an instant, and a sharp arrow transformed by the patron saint of the feathered serpent instantly passed through the Dementor's body at a speed invisible to the naked eye, leaving an empty gap. "Master, you," the Dementor, obviously not expecting Peter to suddenly attack it, let out a scream, "Why are you killing me?" The guards and Aurors who were watching from afar were also shocked by this scene, and looked at Peter with puzzlement, knowing that they had already surrendered to him when they saw these Dementors, so why did they want to strip it away? "Okay, Seiko, or the leader of the Dementors, don't pretend to be dying." Peter looked at it sarcastically and said, "This bit of my patron saint power can't kill you. To the extent that you have swallowed hundreds of souls, the attack I just made is probably only a small wound to you." Originally a Dementor who was going to die, after hearing Peter's words, his body paused, and then slowly straightened his body, and his body quickly became larger, becoming 4 or 5 meters high, and the tattered head canopy on his body covered its body, making people unable to see its expression. "How do you see that?" the Dementor asked in a squirrel-like human language, staring straight at Peter. "I don't recognize anything that I've shown." "Ha, the problem is that you're too clever, Seiko." Peter sneered at the huge Dementor. Look at the Dementors who entered my box. Although they have wisdom and know how to avoid evil, they are not as good as you, and they are even very understanding of human feelings. I think I'm not as strong as Voldemort, but since you dare to use Voldemort to strengthen your own race, I don't think that just by killing some irrational Dementors, you can surrender so easily. You're in a little too much of a hurry, Seiko. If you can show a tough negotiation, even a wise Dementor or two, before you are willing to surrender to me, I wouldn't be so skeptical. Peter looked at the Dementors playfully and smiled, but I have to thank you for letting these Dementors all go into my box. Without your help, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to kill the Dementors so easily. You want to kill my kind? The Dementor roared and rushed toward Peter, revealing a mouth as deep as a black hole, sucking toward Peter as if to suck Peter's soul out. As the Dementor's suction increased, Peter felt as if the soul in his body was about to be forcibly extracted. Peter shook his head, turned back, snorted coldly, and summoned the guardian spirit again. The huge feathered serpent guardian god wrapped the Dementor tightly, and the sharp poisonous fangs continued to inject the poison of light into the body of the Dementor leader. Peter looked at the Dementor leader who was bound by the old man and sneered, Seiko, the guardian spirit can't kill you anymore, but you are a dark creature after all, and the guardian spirit curse is still your nemesis. You can't save your kind, and don't try to escape. The leader of the Dementors struggled desperately under the entanglement of the feather serpent guardian, and angrily yelled at Peter, why are you doing this to us? I have used you, but only to reproduce my kind and let my people evolve wisdom. But you are going to extinguish our hopes. Pen, increase your kind. Evolved intelligence? Peter looked at it in disgust and said with a cold look in his eyes, if you want to achieve your goal, I am afraid that you will need thousands of human souls to provide for you, right? Before in Cornwall, you ate the souls of hundreds of people. Nearly 1,000 muggles in Suffolk were sucked into their souls. In the next two places, Gengren has also become a soulless exorcism, not to mention the AZ pressure class here. You feed on humans and want to evolve more intelligent people. Do you think I will give you this opportunity? There were still some sympathetic Dementors around them, and when they heard the numbers, they raised their wands, and this monster that fed on humans caused hostility from everyone. The guards and Aurors who work in Azkaban will have a patron saint spell, so for a while, in their wands, various guardian spirits such as owls, free children, and cats are gathered around the Dementor and constantly attack it. In such an environment, the leader of the Dementors is like a ghost exposed to the hot sun, emitting a cry of pain, trying to escape from being killed by Peter's serpent guardian. Seeing this, he quickly took out a blue glass bottle from his pocket with silver runes engraved on it. Peter opened the bottle and aimed it at the Dementor. Seeing this opportunity, the feather snake guardian god quickly grew several times larger, opened his mouth and swallowed the Dementor leader into his belly, and then like a bird snake, it quickly shrunk and burrowed into the glass bottle. Peter squeezed the rune-engraved cork into the mouth of the bottle, watched the little Dementors inside frantically crashing around, and smiled and said, Seiko, just stay inside. When I find a way to kill you, I'll let you go. You evil wizard, when I come out, I will definitely eat your soul one bite at a time. You wait? The Dementor leader roared madly in the bottle. Rest assured, you don't have that chance. Peter smiled and then shoved the bottle into his pocket. Mr. York, can this bottle of yours really trap that Dementor? There was Auror asking worriedly, such a powerful Dementor he had never seen before, so he was very worried about which 3 days it would run out. Don't worry, I cast all kinds of magic on the glass bottle, and unless I die, he can't run. Peter smiled, but then his face changed and he frowned and looked up at the sky, only to see a black smoke quickly cut through the sky, landing at the highest part of the prison, looking down at Peter below, with a very dark smile on his face. Peter, we have not seen each other for a long time. Are you here to die today, Black Dark Lord? He's coming? Looking at Voldemort, who suddenly appeared, all the guards and Aurors fell into panic. Voldemort ignored these people, and came quickly from the tower to Peter, looking at the petrified Death Eaters behind him, and his scarlet eyes were even more human. At the same time, hundreds of Death Eaters also turned into black smoke, followed by Voldemort. They landed around the prison, the wands in their hands were all pointed at Peter. As long as Voldemort gave an order, the wands in his hand would emit all kinds of deadly black magic. Peter looked at Voldemort and Death Eaters who came and said with a smile, Tom, you are in such a hurry to come here. Are you going to talk to me about the past? That's a little bit more enthusiastic. Peter York, no matter how clever you are, you don't want to get out of here alive today. Voldemort smirked. Didn't the Ministry of Magic honor you as the second Dumbledore? Then without Dumbledore's help today, I would like to appreciate the strength of your proud son of heaven. With that, Voldemort shot a fluorescence into the sky, instantly transforming into an arc-shaped mask, enveloping the two inside. When the other Death Eaters saw this, they also raised their wands at the same time, and used their own magic to strengthen this light shield, making the illusory light shield seem to freeze for a while. I've prepared this law for you, Peter York. Looking down at the barrier around him like a wall of light, he looked triumphantly at Peter. I know that your phantom transfiguration is very special, even if it is a forbidden place, it will not work for you. But now in this hood, your methods of escape are useless. Today there is only one of us who can get out of this hood alive, and that person is destined to be me. Peter tried his teleportation skills and found that the space around him was as if it had been cut and indeed could not teleport away. The look also became serious. It seems that Voldemort, you have long been prepared, in order to be able to trap me. So hard for you, it is really difficult for you. Hen, York, you're smiling so happily when you're dying. Voldemort looked at Peter fiercely, and the wand in his hand took the lead in shooting a death curse at Peter. Originally, I admired you very much, and even wanted to cultivate you. But if you don't know what to do, and you destroy my things again and again, then I can only shut you up and die? Peter deftly avoided Voldemort's attack, casually passing by with a death curse, which was also dodged by Voldemort. The two fought fiercely inside the mask, while outside was a one-sided victory. Under the attack of hundreds of Death Eaters, the prison guards and the Aurors were defeated one after another, and after a while, they were surrounded by the Death Eaters, and finally they were cast again by the Soul Reapers, standing with the Death Eaters, using magic to maintain the light shield that locked Peter, not letting him escape from Peter and not sighing. These prison guards and Aurors were really useless, not even a person who successfully escaped. The elite members of the Death Eaters were almost destroyed by him, but in the face of these ordinary Death Eaters, they were still not opponents. Looking at Voldemort, who had already treated him as an urn, Peter was not nervous. Although his teleportation skill could not be used, he instinctively felt that his phoenix form could leave here. Of course, in this case, the secret of his phoenix could not be kept. Everyone in the wizarding world knows that the phoenix is an immortal creature that can constantly be reborn in Nirvana. Once someone knew that Peter could turn into a phoenix, it was easy to think about whether he had mastered the secret of the phoenix's immortality. Man's quest for immortality has never stopped, and Nicholm was known to everyone because he created the Philosopher's Stone that could live forever. Nicholme has held funerals and homes for himself countless times to avoid trouble. So this is also the reason why Peter has always been reluctant to let others know that he has the phoenix form, and even made Ollivander make a vow to keep it a secret for him. Once the fact that he cannot die is known to outsiders, I am afraid that it will cause a lot of trouble. Voldemort, in particular, who was afraid of death, would be even more frantic, and might give up targeting Harry and Dumbledore and devote all his energy to Peter, just to obtain the secret of eternal life. After all, compared to the many drawbacks of Horcruxes, the immortality of the Phoenix is more coveted. So unless he had to, Peter didn't want to show the form of a phoenix in front of Voldemort, otherwise he was deeply afraid that Voldemort, a guy who was afraid of death, would turn to him, but at this time Voldemort's fierce attack, he didn't have time to think about these things anymore. He directly opened the Spirit Cat Twin skill, instantly conjured up two doppelgangers, and worked together to fight against Voldemort, barely pulling back some of the situation that was in the ascendant. Ha, Peter, this magic of yours is really good, but even if you conjure up 100 doppelgangers today, you don't want to escape from here. Voldemort said confidently. The attack in his hand was more fierce, laughing wildly like Peter, and the three of them approached Peter. Originally wanted to petrify Voldemort with the eyes of the Basilisk, but obviously Voldemort was not stupid, and nodded at his mouth with his wand, and his tongue instantly became a forked snake letter, and his eyes were closed, but it was as if he could see Peter, and he cast a spell on Peter's position very accurately. Seeing that the Basilisk eye did not work, Peter used the Mandrake skill again, but it was obvious that Voldemort had been prepared, and Peter's death sound could not reach Voldemort's ears at all. Even the Death Eaters outside the light shield were fine. Obviously Voldemort had already made a series of preparations for Peter. Seeing that Peter's successive magic spells were useless, Voldemort laughed wildly. I didn't expect it. Peter York, is it that the donkey skills are exhausted? I didn't expect your way at first, but do you think I will be defenseless now? Now, you should die. Voldemort's wand fell back, and the dirt on the ground tumbled up, and then turned into a giant hand, and with Voldemort's left hand gesture, the giant hand also tightened towards Peter in the palm of his hand, as if to pinch him to death. The two doppelgangers quickly used the magic barrier to prop up the grip of the giant hand, and Peter transformed into a small bird, through the gap between his fingers, to the outside of the giant hand. In Voldemort's surprised eyes, waved to the ground, countless grass and trees rose up, flew to the earth giant hand, rooted in it, quickly became larger, and decomposed the giant hand into countless pieces of earth. But these plants did not stop growing, but grew larger and larger, turning into tall tree people, waving thick trunks towards Voldemort. Tree roots turned into spikes that broke out of the ground, trying to pierce Voldemort. It's a nice activation. Voldemort praised, throwing out two spells to smash the two nearest tree people to pieces, and then showed a contemptuous smile. But this is of no use to me. Saying that, the wand in his hand flew out a fire snake, as if it had been poured with oil, and quickly lit up all the tree people. The fire snake also grew larger and larger in the flames, eventually becoming a very large fire snake, and the fiery flames burned Peter's face red. Looking at the fire snake coming at him, Peter smiled. This is an island, and the most important thing nearby is water. When the two doppelgangers restrained the fire snake, they saw his wand move towards the sea water not far away, and a waterspout quickly formed. With a surprising momentum, the wolf fell from the sky and landed on the fire snake. Peter's staff stirred, and the sea water that landed on the ground turned into a water cloth, and quickly swept towards the fire snake, wrapping the fire snake layer by layer, and then quickly froze, turning into countless sharp ice spikes, piercing through the fire snake, and the fire snake fell to the ground with an unwilling roar. Seeing that the fire snake had been defeated, Voldemort had a gloomy expression and said with a sly smile, "It seems that the Ministry of Law has not sung for you, except for me and Dumbledore. I am afraid that in the legal world, your strength is already second to none. Give you a few more years, and I'm afraid you will be where I am and Dumbledore. You can't be given a chance to grow anymore, Peter York. Your presence has given me a new sense of crisis, and today must be your death date," Voldemort said, approaching Peter with a straight line. "Now it's time for you to see what's the gap between me and you." Speaking of Voldemort, Voldemort flew out of thin air, not like the slowness of the floating spell and the instability of the phantom shape, but the real volley. Holding his wand, he flew around Peter and his body at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and one after another flashed a dazzling green light, as if throwing at Peter without spending money. Voldemort's speed was too fast, and the afterimage made him look like he had a body. At this time, Voldemort, who was in full swing, made Peter a little unresponsive, only to hear two muffled sounds, and his two doppelgangers were hit by Voldemort's two death curses and fell directly to the ground. A death spell dangerously grazed Peter's ear, hitting the reticle behind him, causing a chain of ripples. Peter let out a sigh of relief, rolled over again, and quickly dodged an attack. Peter finally realized Voldemort's strength at this time, because he had suffered heavy losses several times before, and unconsciously Yen had a contempt for Voldemort. It was also thanks to the fact that after fusing so many magical creatures, his physical quality had been greatly improved in order to dodge these attacks, otherwise he would really have to suffer two big losses. Looking at Voldemort who was furious, Peter directly cast a fierce fire spell, and the fierce fire grew in the wind, transforming into a blue firebird and rushing towards Voldemort flying in midair. Voldemort's attack was interrupted by the raging fire, and Peter was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Voldemort kept waving his wand in midair, repelling the fire that was burning at him. Seeing this, Peter increased the output of magic, but the fierce fire burned more and more fiercely, and he smiled and said to Voldemort above, "Voldemort, let me add a fire to you, so that this fire will burn more and more vigorously." "Hen? Your fire spell is good, but if you want to hurt me, I'm afraid I'm dreaming," Voldemort said coldly, and then the wand pressed against the fiercer and fiercer fire. "All spells are over. All spells are over. All spells are over." Suddenly, a scene that surprised Voldemort appeared, only to see Peter suddenly conjure up 5 doppelgangers, chanting the final spell together, and inserting the wand into the surrounding light shield. "Voldemort, you've been fooled." Peter's body smiled triumphantly, and the wand finally magically chanted to Voldemort, "Transfiguration," only to see that the original raging fire suddenly turned its head and burned towards the light shield that locked the two people, and Voldemort's end spell also followed the guidance of Peter's wand in a strange way, hitting the light shield. The light shield that envelopes Peter and Voldemort is hit by Peter and Voldemort's final spell at the same time. Two people, one was the most powerful wizard in the legal world, and the other was Peter, who was slightly inferior, attacked with full force at the same time, causing the light shield maintained by the Death Eaters to shatter directly with one blow. Peter felt free again, and before Voldemort and the Death Eater could react, he disappeared directly into the same place, reappeared, and came to the back of the Death Eater, and said to Voldemort with a smile, "Thank you for your help, otherwise I alone would not be able to break the magic array you set." Voldemort's pale face appeared red, scarlet eyes seemed to be oozing blood, and he looked at Peter with a sinister face. "Peter York, you are really a good means. This is not a big deal, after all, you have wasted so much effort to catch me, you are the most powerful." Peter smiled and gave him a thumbs up, and then rolled his eyes and revealed a strange smile. "Today is really a thrilling day, Tom, you have given me such a big gift, if I don't return the gift, I am embarrassed. Say look at the Death Eaters around with bad intentions." Voldemort looked at Peter's expression, suddenly feeling bad, and quickly shouted at the Death Eaters, "Don't look at his eyes, close your hearing." But it was too late for his reminder, only to see Peter open his yellow basilisk eyes and sweep toward those around him. At the same time, the mouth opened slightly, making a sharp and piercing sound like a baby crying. Suddenly, all the people who saw Peter's eyes turned into stone statues, and those who were lucky not to see the eyes were directly fainted by the cries of Mandela's grass and fell to the ground. Avadaso. Voldemort angrily fired a death curse at Peter, but was easily evaded by Peter's teleportation. Peter looked at Voldemort with a smile and said, "Don't be so angry with Tom, they're not dead yet. After all, there are a lot of innocent people who have been controlled by the Soul Reaper curse, and my heart is too soft, so I control the strength and do not kill." Looking at most of the petrified images of Death Eaters, Voldemort gritted his teeth and looked at Peter with hatred. "Peter York, you have once again caused me a heavy loss, and I am inseparable from you." "Well, don't say that." Peter quickly waved his hand. "I didn't take the initiative to trouble you, this time it was only because your Death Eaters were making too much trouble in the Muggle world, and the Muggle government asked me to come forward to solve it, and then I just saw that you were breeding Dementors with Muggles, and I intervened. Don't wrongfully accuse good people. If you're looking for trouble, go to Dumbledore or Harry Potter, who are your real enemies. I'm just a spectator, don't look for me, I'm afraid of trouble. You're here for Muggles." Voldemort frowned and said sarcastically to Peter, "Don't forget that you are a wizard, are you going to betray the law and choose the Muggle camp?" "Voldemort, don't give me a singing." Peter looked at Voldemort coldly, took out the glass bottle, pointed to the Dementor leader inside, and said sarcastically, in order to strengthen your own power, you choose to cooperate with the Dementors, and feed these monsters with hundreds of Muggle souls, so that when they reproduce, don't blame me and you for being Muggles to my parents. Do you think I will treat Muggles as pigs and dogs like you? Don't forget that you also have half of the Muggle blood flowing on your body. You are so disgusted to look down on Muggles. Why don't you kill yourself first? After all, you have that dirty Muggle blood in your body, don't you? Shut up. Voldemort seemed to have been stabbed in the sore spot, and with a vicious expression, he shot a death curse at Peter. Peter teleported to another place, looked at him sarcastically, and continued sarcastically, your father, Mr. Tom Riddle, is really unlucky. Obviously he already has a fiancée, and he obviously loves each other. As a result, an ugly witch from nowhere, seeing his appearance, controlled him with ecstasy. When he woke up, he returned home, married his lover and had children, and almost forgot the nightmare. His son came back and killed him and his family with his own hands. You say, is it a human drama? Shut up, I'll kill you, Peter York. Voldemort frantically chased after Peter and attacked, his scarlet eyes full of hatred staring at Peter's figure. The two people quickly disappeared and reappeared on the island, and the green light of the Deo Deo was constantly shining. As Voldemort teleported after Peter to a high place, Peter suddenly stopped, turned, and looked at him with a smile. Voldemort, overwhelmed by anger, unceremoniously hit Peter with a death curse, looking at Peter who had lost his life on the ground, with a cruel smile on his face. Only when he felt something was wrong, a cry came from behind him, Avada Kedavra. He hurriedly ducked to the side, saw Peter suddenly appear behind him, and without thinking about it, he cast the death curse again. Peter dodged the death curse and shot the spell at Voldemort again, and then the phantom disappeared into place, and a flashing green spell exploded a large pit in the ground. Voldemort decided that this was Peter's body, and flew up with his wand, chasing after Peter like a petrel in the blink of an eye, grabbing Peter's collar and putting the staff on Peter's back. Peter York, I'll let you know what it's better to live than to die. Drill 2. Voldemort, I'm here. Suddenly, Peter's voice came from behind Voldemort, shooting a spell at him. Looking at the other Peter who appeared behind him, Voldemort looked at Peter who was smiling in his hand. His expression became more sinister, and the tip of the wand in his hand lit up with a green glow. Arvada. Look over here, Voldemort. Another Peter appeared in another place. It's all doppelgangers? Haha, Peter York, do you want to hide in the dark and not come out? Voldemort looked at Peter in his hand and Peter in two other places, thinking that he had seen through Peter's plan. Maybe not, Tom. A faint voice came from the side. Voldemort instinctively turned his head and looked at Peter, who was being picked up by him, and saw that Peter's eyes had turned into yellow snake eyes, and he was full of teasing. Voldemort looked at Peter's yellow eyes, feeling bad, but it was too late to close his eyes again, only to see his body rapidly stiffening and petrifying. Finally fooled? It's not easy, Peter sighed in relief. Peter York, you lowly man, actually used a ruse. Voldemort yelled at Peter with anger, his eyes seemed to be eager to swallow him alive, and he has a bit of a panicked look. He wanted to raise his wand, but his already stiff arm was completely out of control. The speed of petrification was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, petrification spread to Voldemort's face. It was only when Peter thought Voldemort would become a statue like everyone else. Voldemort made a hissing sound at the last moment of petrification, and Peter understood his call, and just as he was about to take the opportunity to solve him, a phantom shape-shifting voice came from behind him, and there was also a sound of Avada's death. Peter disappeared, dodging the attack from behind, and when he reappeared in another place, he found that the attacker was Bellatrix, and behind her were several masked Death Eaters. Bellatrix, seeing Voldemort's petrified appearance, hurried to his side, his eyes filled with worry and anger. Master? What's wrong with you, Master? Then he turned his head to look at Peter with hatred. Peter York? What happened to my master? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. He frantically fired the death curse at Peter, and shouted at several Death Eaters behind him, what are you still stunned about? Come with me to avenge your master. Peter looked at these people and said with a smile, Bellatrix, your master can be defeated by me. Do you think that you and a few people behind you can avenge your master? Bellatrix turned a deaf ear and attacked Peter in a frenzied manner, and several Death Eaters behind him also cooperated with each other to besiege Peter. Peter originally thought that these Death Eaters were ordinary members and did not pay much attention to them, but with the attack of several people, Peter found that their strength was not small, basically similar to the strength of elite Death Eaters like Bellatrix. Even the Death Eater at the head was a few points stronger than Peter Bellatrix. Peter thought he had already pit Voldemort's elites almost the same. How could there be several Death Eaters with such strength? And they cooperate with each other tacitly, like elite Aurors who have been carefully trained. It was said that the horizontal was afraid of death, and Peter was also temporarily regressed by Bellatrix's lifeless play. Coupled with the coordinated attacks of the masked Death Eaters, Peter could not take them for the time being. Mrs. Lestrange, don't dwell on him too much. The most important thing is the safety of the master. The masked Death Eater at the head of the group reminded with a rough voice. When Bellatrix heard his words, he also calmed down a little, and his attack on Peter was no longer so desperate, but instead he took the phantoms of the crowd to the side of the ground and protected him. Peter also heard the words of the leading Death Eater, frowned, and his eyes were tightly fixed on the leading Death Eater. Listen to your accent, are you an American? When did Death Eaters reach the United States? The leading Death Eater narrowed his eyes and retorted, you heard me wrong, I'm Scottish, not a Yankee. Hen, if you change your southern accent first, I'd like to believe you're British. Peter sneered, and then looked at him and a few masked people behind him sarcastically. I said that Voldemort's elite-level Death Eaters should be left, where so many powerful Death Eaters have come from, and now it seems that you foreign wizards are involved. Why, did you Americans also like Voldemort's pure blood theory, and want to kill all the American hemp chickens? I see that you are well trained, and you have the shadow of the Auror when you fight. You are the Auror of the American and French churches. How could you get mixed up with Death Eaters? Or is it that the American and French associations behind you intend to unite with Voldemort to overthrow the British Ministry of Justice? Peter said with a smirk, his sharp eyes looking at them as if they could see through. Instead of answering Peter's question, the masked Death Eaters attacked Peter even more violently, intending to force him back. Without Voldemort's pressure, Peter was much more relaxed in the face of these Death Eaters, constantly harassing these Death Eaters, and setting up a phantom transfiguration band to prevent them from taking away Voldemort's petrified statues. But these Death Eaters are obviously not the previous wine sacks. They know Peter's strength, so they are very cautious, with tacit defense at Voldemort's side, together with a protective spell, so that Peter for a while they can't do it. Suddenly, a hissing sound caught Peter's attention, and he tilted his head to find a giant snake 12 feet long, out of nowhere, crawling quickly behind the Death Eaters. Nagini. Bellatrix happily lowered his voice and brought the python to Voldemort. You come and watch over the master with us. After the python came to Voldemort's feet, in the eyes of everyone's surprise, it bit down on Voldemort's right hand, accompanied by the swallowing of the snake letter and the hissing sound of frustration. On the petrified Voldemort's body, a stream of black smoke visible to the naked eye flowed along the body to the right hand, and finally fell into the mouth of the giant snake. As the black smoke passed, Voldemort's body gradually returned to flesh. Seeing this, Bellatrix was pleasantly surprised, and carefully approached the master. Voldemort's scarlet eyes suddenly widened, revealing the happiness of the rest of his life, and instead of answering Bellatrix's words, he looked at Nagini at his feet. His eyes flashed with reluctance, but then he looked firm, and with the giant snake smoking black smoke, chanting incantations with words in his mouth. I saw that the black smoke on his body was shifting faster and faster, and all of it poured into the mouth of the giant snake. Eventually Voldemort regained his freedom, and the giant snake was petrified, grey, and looked like a snake carved from stone. Peter was very surprised to see this. He did not expect Voldemort to have such an operation, and he could transfer more petrified curses on his body to Nagini. Voldemort, who had regained his free body, looked at Nagini at his feet in pain, and looked at Peter with hatred in his eyes. Peter York, you made me lose my pet. You damn it. Well, it has nothing to do with me. Peter smiled and waved his hand. Obviously you transferred the petrified curse on your body to it. How can you blame me? He looked at the angry Voldemort and the tiger-eyed Death Eater, smiled and waved his hand. It's not early in the day, you have a chance to see you again. Then a turn disappeared into place. Only a few follow-up death spells blew the ground out of a large pit. After returning to the manor, Peter lived a leisurely life as always. After eliminating several wizards and werewolves who appeared outside the manor in a row, there was no trace of other wizards around. Peter didn't think that since Azkaban's affair, Voldemort would give up on killing him. So he simply shrunk down in the manor, and in addition to reading magic books, he read the daily newspaper of the Prophet and the newspaper of Singing and Singing. Just when he thought there was nothing else to do before school started, a letter from Hogwarts was brought in by Flash, a house elf. Peter opened the letter and found that it was written by Professor McGonagall, who had asked her to go to the school on August 1st, and was in charge of going to the newly enrolled Muggle family with her, communicating with the parents, and helping the students with their admissions. I knew it was such a trouble, so I didn't promise Dumbledore to be a professor. Peter watched his vacation go by, grumbled on the couch in frustration. And tomorrow is August 1st, and I don't give him any extra vacation time at all. If Professor McGonagall hadn't been nice to him at school, he wouldn't have wanted to reply to her letter. Speaking of time, Peter remembered that Fred TNZ's opening date was also on August 1st. It seems that we can only go to the school tomorrow and then go to Fred's opening ceremony. Hogwarts on holidays is very quiet, and the castle staircase corridor is no longer noisy in the past. Taking advantage of the rising sun, Peter teleported in front of the gate of the castle, where a man was standing on the bridge waiting. Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry you've been waiting. Peter walked quickly to Mirava McGonagall and said with a gargle. McGonagall looked at the handsome young man, smiled, shook her head, and said, No, you came on time. And now you are also a professor, my colleague, and you will call me Minerva in the future. Oh, Minerva. Peter eliminated some uncomfortable heads. McGonagall did not care about Peter's restrained appearance, looked at him carefully, and said with a look of praise, I have heard about Azkaban. You alone sabotaged Voldemort's plan, and you also caused him a lot of losses. Such an achievement is very great. I didn't quite agree with Dumbledore's decision to let you stay on campus after graduation, but now it seems that Dumbledore is still superior. This matter should not have been announced to the outside world by the Ministry of Law. Professor, how do you know? Peter asked in surprise. The abduction of Azkaban by the Death Eaters was a huge scandal for the Ministry of Magic, especially the Dementor thing, which almost killed thousands of Muggles, and the responsibility was also on the Ministry of Law, so the Ministry of Law has always been secretive about this matter. Even in order to keep Peter secret, the new minister, Scringer, personally wrote to see Peter. It's just that Peter's temple has to take care of these politicians, so he simply refuses, only to let them not disturb themselves, and he will not tell the outside world about it. I have friends who work in the Ministry of Magic. McGonagall smiled and said, the Ministry of Magic has been very busy these days, and I heard that in order to keep you from talking, Minister Scringer also held a secret meeting to discuss how to win you over. Hen, these politicians are all the same, so I directly closed the manor, and there was no way for them to find me. Peter sneered that he didn't have any good feelings for these Ministry of Magic people. Scringer, in particular, was elected minister, and the only difference he differed from Fudge was to show the public that the Ministry of Magic and the Death Eaters were at odds. However, the policy has always promoted the achievements of the Ministry of Law, maintained a superficial stability and peace, and tried to conceal the actions of Voldemort and Death Eaters. Even in order to strengthen the prestige of the Ministry of Magic, Scringer wanted to win Harry Potter, Dumbledore, and Peter over, hoping to make them side with the Ministry of Magic and thus increase his support. It's just that Dumbledore and Peter are not fools, and certainly will not let Fabsy use themselves. Scringer was a bit strong and ambitious, and he had come to Hogwarts some time ago to get Dumbledore to support him, but apparently not as he had hoped. McGonagall said as she walked. The two men arrived at Professor McGonagall's office, and Professor McGonagall handed him a pile of envelopes and said with a smile, Dumbledore has not been in school lately, so I am going to take care of the affairs of the school in his place, and I don't have time to guide the new students for the time being, so this task falls to you. Peter looked at the pile of envelopes, at least the number of 20 or so, and asked involuntarily, don't the other professors have time? Professor McGonagall, as if aware of his reluctant thoughts, explained with a smile, Professor Sprout is going to take care of her precious herbs, and has no time to take care of anything else. Professor Flitwick's words are not very suitable for Muggles, and he is not in the country now. As for Professor Snape, he seemed to have been by Dumbledore for something else. Although it is not good to say so, but with his face in the past to meet the parents, I can't recruit a new student from a Muggle family in bearing year. At the thought of Professor Snape's dead face, Peter couldn't help but nod his head in agreement. In the end, Peter took on the task, with a total of 23 letters in his hand, all of which were to be delivered to the new students before the start of the school year, and took them to Diagon Alley to buy admission materials. Fortunately, the new students of the wizarding family did not need to be led by a professor, otherwise Peter would not have had a little rest in August. Professor McGonagall then took Peter to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, which would be where Peter would work next, and there was a small room behind the office for rest. Looking at the surrounding pink walls and the cat picture frame before he could get off, Peter looked at McGonagall with a strange look in his eyes. Professor, wasn't this Umbridge's office horse before? Why haven't you removed these decorations? When Professor McGonagall saw this, he also said with some embarrassment, I was too busy to forget about this place. And promised, next I will let the house elves renovate this place, and you can tell them what kind of decoration you want. After all, it was his own office. Peter still found a house elf in charge of decoration, spent half a day and described them clearly, the office style he wanted. Peter left the school. Peter did not visit the newborn family at the first time, but teleported to Diagon Alley and walked along the street. Perhaps because of the effects of Voldemort's return, Diagon Alley was somewhat depressed, and there were even several shops with sales information posted on their doors. However, before coming to the store at 93 Diagon Alley it became lively. The door number of the Weasley Brothers joke shop is engraved on the door, and there is a huge wooden idol of Fred or Tenji on it. The puppet holds a singing voice in his hand, and a large white rabbit stands on top of the puppet's head, greeting the people around him. Very funny. Through the window glass, you can see that in the 2 floors inside, many young wizards are happily holding the products in the store to pay for it, and some students and adults are also visiting the shop with great interest. Quick-acting truancy sugar, coma flower sugar, fever sugar, nosebleed cow candy, spitting sugar. Just CK? You can leave from a boring class? Fred shouted, and there are no side effects. It is the best medicine for skipping class. And self-defense suits, self-defense cloaks, self-defense singing, etc., which can help you resist the attacks of magic and ensure that you will leave a life under the attack of the dark wizard. Limited in quantity, there are currently only 50 pieces, on a first-come, first-served basis, while stocks last. George was also drinking hard. You two guys, how dare you so blatantly peddle truancy candy, not afraid of being known to Professor McGonagall and banning your candy. Peter walked over to the two of them and said with a smile, Peter, there you are? The twins were very surprised to see him, and hugged him happily. I thought you wouldn't come to heaven. Today is the day you open your store. Of course I'm coming. Peter smiled and said, but it looks like you're doing a good job, and the whole street is the liveliest you have here. This is a shop opening gift for you. I hope you like it. Peter said and took a small gift from his pocket and handed it to them with a smile. What is this? Looking at the small gift that Peter handed over about a few centimeters in length and width, the two said curiously. Then I opened the gift and found that inside was a very miniature book, and even the handwriting on it was very small and could not be seen clearly. Peter took it and opened the mini book from the middle, and the book suddenly doubled in size and thickness. Flip it over again from the middle and double the size and thickness. After turning it over several times, the book changed from a small mini to a large and thick book. You sent us books. The two brothers looked at each other. Neither of them liked to read, so why would Peter send them books? Take a closer look. Peter pointed to the name of the book in disgust. Junior Alchemy, Prank Prop Making. The twins looked at the words on it curiously, then opened the book, and the two heads huddled together to read the contents. Merlin's beard, biting teacups, farting cushions, broomsticks, and cursed mirrors? So many prank props production methods. This book actually has all of them? The twins looked at the contents above, their eyes widening in surprise and joy. The two men struggled to remove their eyes from the book and looked at Peter in disbelief. Peter, where did you get this book from? It's incredible that there are so many prank products in it, enough to open a prank store. I got it from a friend in France, and I think it should be of some use to you, so I gave it to you as a gift. Peter smiled. It's not just useful, it's just too useful. The twins said happily, and the two excitedly hugged Peter and lifted him up. We used to grope alone to make joke products, or to buy Yoko or Honeyduke products to imitate. But now with your book, we no longer have to be blind and can invent our own products faster and more. Thank you so much, dude. All right, put me down. Peter was lifted in midair by the two guys and said somewhat helplessly, Peter, your book has helped us so much, or we'll give you 30% of the store. The two brothers looked at each other for a few seconds, then said gratefully, Stop, I said it was my shop opening gift to you. Peter quickly interrupted, and you have already given me 30% of the share before, and if you take it, the shop will be renamed. If you really thank me, just study the above, and then invent more interesting things, and then give me a discount. Oh, Peter, you are our lucky star. The twins did not say anything more about the division when they saw this, but instead laughed and said exaggeratedly in an aria tone, If we were girls, we would marry you right away to repay your kindness. Looking at the funny look of these two brothers, Peter rolled his eyes in disgust. You're not repaying but revenge, of course. If you want to change girls, I can go to Professor Snape for help. I've seen something called a transformation potion in a medicine book, maybe it can be made. When the time comes for you to fulfill your desire to become a girl, how about it? Is there really such a potion? Where can I find it? The twins were not frightened, but showed an expression of interest. If you can improve and make products such as candy, then the Weasley Joke Store will add another interesting product. Peter was defeated by their spirit of research and promised to send them the potions book, only to be let go by the two guys. By the way, Peter, what the hell do you think? How could he have agreed to become a professor of defense against the dark arts? Fred asked with a worried face. We all know that position is cursed, and if you look at all these years, few of the sects who have served as the Dark Devil Defense have a good ending. Why don't you want to be this professor? Even, I don't know what Dumbledore thought. How could he make you such a dangerous position? George also said with a disapproving face, even if you go to be a professor of Muggle studies, you are better than this. Otherwise, go and be a divination professor. Your prophecy is more than Trelawney. Peter looked at them worried, smiled, and comforted. You don't have to worry about me so much. The curse of the dark arts defense is not simple, but for me now, it basically has little impact. I can now deal with Voldemort himself. Is there no reason to be afraid of one of his curses? And Professor Lupin is also familiar to you. He was a professor for a year. Isn't he okay now? Hearing Peter's words, the two of them also relaxed a little, and George thought about it and nodded. Indeed, Peter, your current strength is not much worse than Voldemort. Even he himself is not afraid, let alone just his curse. Speaking of the excitement of the two people's looks, they looked at Peter with admiration. Peter, I heard that you recently let Voldemort suffer a big loss. Almost caught him? Isn't it really you? How do you know? Peter asked strangely. How does it feel that everyone knows about him, and that this matter is not strictly kept secret by the Ministry of Justice? That's true. The two of them suddenly became excited, gave Peter a thumbs up, and said admiringly, You are so powerful. We've been living in Sirius's house all these days, and we've heard Snape say it in a meeting, and we all thought we'd heard it wrong. I didn't expect you to really do such a big thing. It's just a blessing. Peter shook his head. The next time you have a defense, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do it. You're too modest, Peter. Fred said disapprovingly. Come to think of it, no one has ever done what you sit down. You cut off one of his arms before in the Ministry of Justice, and this time you almost caught him. Not to mention the Death Eaters you solved. Dumbledore has never achieved such an achievement. That is, my dad, they often have meetings and go outside to fight the Death Eaters, but they are far worse than you. I heard Dumbledore say that your strength is not much different from his, and with a little exercise, in a few years, even he will not be your opponent. Ji Chang's hand looked at Peter and said, Dumbledore is so praised, I'm still far behind. Peter shook his head and said that he knew that he was able to surprise Voldemort several times with the skills of magical creatures, but as long as Voldemort was on guard, his skills could not be used. He could only guarantee undefeated in the face of Voldemort now, but it was impossible to gain the upper hand and even defeat Voldemort at present. Without dwelling on these things any longer, looking at the busy appearance of the store, Peter did not want to disturb the two brothers' money. He picked out some interesting products from the shelves and smiled at Fred. I'm going to visit the freshmen now, and they should like the product you invented. How much is it for me? The Thompson family on Cottrell Street in Warwick County got up early today, deliberately changed into suits and dresses, and sat absent-mindedly on the sofa waiting. Until a doorbell rang, the little daughter Mia jumped up from the sofa, leaving a sentence of "I'm going to open the door," and rushed to the door to open the door. The Thompsons also got up from the couch and looked nervously at the door. When Mia rushed to open the door, she saw a handsome boy with blonde hair standing in the doorway, wearing a blue trench coat, smiling at himself. Mia swore she had never seen such a handsome man before, and even the stars on TV weren't as good-looking as he was. She blushed a little shyly and asked, "Hello, are you?" Peter looked at the shy little girl in front of him and said gently, "Hello, you are Miss Mia Thompson. I am Peter York, a professor at Hogwarts, who has come to explain your parents' confusion and take you to the legal world to buy admission materials." "You're a professor at Hogwarts?" Mia's eyes widened, and she looked at the handsome man in front of her in disbelief. Although she was very tall, she looked only 17 or 18 years old, which was completely inconsistent with the appearance of the old wizard with a beard in her heart. Peter smiled and asked kindly, "Won't you invite me in, Miss Thompson?" "Oh, please come in. Teach." Mia blushed shyly, and opened the door in embarrassment, giving way to Peter to come in. In the living room, the Thompsons sat together, looking at the young, excessively young man across the street. "So you're really a professor at Hogwarts? Teacher at the school where magic was taught?" Mr. Thompson looked at the young man in front of him and asked in some disbelief. Peter nodded, smiled, and said, "Yes, I'm the teacher at Hogwarts who teaches the Black Defense course. You should have received an acceptance letter from the school, and since you are not a wizarding family, I need to come and answer some questions and take you to buy the new student admissions." "Wizard, do I really mean there is magic? And not some trick or something?" Mr. Thompson said with some hesitation. "When we received the admission letter from the owl, we thought it was a prank." After all, Mia had never had a supernatural thing since she was a child. Peter looked at the expectant and adoring little girl on the side, took out his wand and nodded at the teacup in front of him, only to see that the teacup instantly turned into a beautiful, chirping and flying, circling the room a few times before flying into the little girl's hand, rubbing her hand affectionately. The Thompsons looked at this scene in amazement, wondering if they were hallucinating. Then look at the little that is bouncing around alive, and look at Peter in disbelief. This is transfiguration, one of the technical courses that Mia will learn after entering school, and she can do it after learning it. Peter laughed and waved at the fireplace next to him, which instantly burst into flames. "This is the ignition spell, something you will learn in the spells course. Hogwarts has a history of more than 1,000 years, is one of the most famous magic schools in the world, where you can learn a lot of legal knowledge, and learn to control the magic in your body." Peter introduced Hogwarts to the family in detail, looking at the expectant Mia and the shocked Thompsons. "I don't know, Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions?" Eventually, Peter took the Thompsons to see them get in a car and head to London. After wandering around, the group finally reached the Broken Cauldron bar. Entering the bar with a curious Thompson family and looking at the thick dirt and blackened walls on the floor and the hesitant look on the Thompsons, Peter could only reluctantly explain that it was the bar's specialty. "Ah, Professor York, you're here again with the freshmen, and you're really busy, aren't you? If you want a drink, I'll treat you." Tom, the owner of the bar, greeted him warmly. "No, Mr. Abbott, I'm going to take the freshmen to Diagon Alley." Peter shook his head, avoiding the stained glass in his hand. Turning to the Thompsons, he said, "This is the owner of this bar, Tom Abbott. The others are very good, and you can ask him for help in the future when you have problems here." Afterwards, Peter took the Thompsons to the backyard patio, crossed the stone walls to Diagon Alley, and then took them to Gringotts to exchange coins. "Ah, Mr. York, are you here for any business?" The goblin on the counter saw Peter and asked very enthusiastically. "No, Mr. Lawan, I'm bringing freshmen to exchange money this time." Peter shook his head and gave way, bringing the Thompsons behind him. "Ah, Muggle freshmen." The goblin's enthusiasm instantly subsided, and he looked at the restrained Thompson family and said coldly, "Show me the admission letter, this is a necessary procedure." Looking at these goblins who watch people cook, Peter is also a little helpless. The goblins are naturally very obsessed with money. In their view, Muggle paper is a piece of waste paper, and to exchange these waste paper for gold gallons is to empty gloves in their pockets. When the coins had been exchanged, Peter and Thompson separated at the door of Mrs. Morkan's shop to help her buy the necessary materials for admission, and then met at the Ollivander wand shop. Peter had already guided several freshmen before, so he quickly bought the necessary things for admission. As he prepared to go to Ollivander's shop, he almost bumped into a girl with a thick textbook. "Sorry, I didn't notice." The blonde girl quickly bowed her head and apologized, but as soon as she looked up and saw Peter, she was surprised and said, "Senior Peter. It's you, Miss Burns. I haven't seen you in a long time." Peter said with a smile, then waved his hand, floated up the textbooks that Susan Burns had dropped on the ground, and handed them to her. "Thank you, Elder Peter," Susan Burns said with a red face, taking the book that Peter had handed him. However, when her hand accidentally touched Peter, Peter suddenly stopped, and his eyes flashed blue, and he fell into a state of atheism. Peter, are you okay?" Susan looked at Peter, especially her blue glowing eyes, with some curiosity and concern. After a while, the blue light of Peter's eyes went out, and Peter looked back again, frowned and looked at Susan with a confused face, and asked, Susan, is your aunt, Ms. Camellia Burns, living alone? Yeah, my aunt has never been married, so most of the time Yen lives alone outside, Susan said puzzled. Then I suggest you go back immediately and tell your aunt that she is very dangerous now. The Death Eaters will sneak up on Lady Burns' address tonight and prepare to kill her, Peter said in a solemn tone, and you are not safe, although their purpose this time is Lady Burns, but it is difficult to ensure that the Death Eaters will not find you. Ah, how is this possible? Susan's eyes widened in disbelief, but looking at Peter's serious look, she gradually became panicked. She knew that someone like Peter would not be aimless, and looked at Peter helplessly, as if she had caught a life-saving straw. Elder Peter, I know you are very powerful, do you have a way to save my aunt? Calm down, Susan. Peter gave her a sobriety spell, then thought for a moment and said, I suggest that you can contact Dumbledore, for as far as I know, Lady Amelia has a good relationship with Dumbledore, and he should have a way to keep you safe. Of course, I also suggest that you can use the secrecy charm to hide your house, and hide for a while during this time, trying not to go out. I see, thank you Peter. Susan looked nervous, but barely calmed herself down, and said gratefully to Peter, if it weren't for your reminder, we would have suffered without a little preparation. My aunts and uncles and their children were brutally murdered by Death Eaters. My aunt has always been very kind to me, and I don't know what to do if something happens to her. Looking at Susan in a hurry, Peter reassured, don't worry too much, since we already know the danger in advance, it is easy to avoid. The main thing for you now is to hurry home and inform your parents that they will know what to do. Okay, Peter, I'll go. Susan nodded at Peter, then grabbed the book and hurried home. Peter looked in the direction Susan had left and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Susan who had just picked up Susan and accidentally turned on the power of foreknowledge, he would have almost forgotten that Amelia Burns had been killed. This lady was one of the few people Peter had a good feeling in the Ministry of Magic, although she was a pure-blood family, and she was also the director of the Law Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Law, with a high status and second only to the minister. But he was fair, honest, compassionate, and helped Peter a lot. Since he knew the time of her attack, Peter was certainly happy to save her life. When I arrived at the wand shop, I saw that the Thompsons had arrived and were already testing their wands. Oak, dragon heartstrings, try this one. Ollivander drew a slender wand from the box and handed it to Mia Thompson. But as soon as Mia reached the wand, a beam of light burst out of the wand, shattering the vase behind Ollivander. No, it's not. Ollivander withdrew his wand and took out a wand again, pearwood, unicorn hair, 11 2/3 of an inch long, very balanced, come and try this one. I'm afraid not, Mr. Ollivander, I heard that the rod was not very willing. Peter said with a cocoa smile. Don't disturb my business, Peter, it's one of my few pleasures. Ollivander looked at Peter in disgust and said, and then changed into another wand, smiling and squinting at the wand to change stubble after stubble. When the new students were tossed to no temper, they suddenly realized that they found the wand of birch unicorn hair from the wand and handed it to the little girl, and finally succeeded in finding the right wand for her. After choosing the wand, the Thompson family's shopping trip was completed, and Peter officially bid them farewell after handing over the textbook materials and the like to the Thompsons. After carefully following the 9 3/4 of the way to enter the platform, Peter stood at the door of the Ollivander shop and watched them leave, relieved that today's guidance task was finally completed. Ollivander came out and looked at Peter with a smile. You, the youngest professor ever at Hogwarts, don't you seem to deserve it? How does it feel to be caught? The new life of more than 24 Muggle families is enough for you to toss. Peter rolled his eyes in disgust at his schadenfreude and retorted, you better care about yourself first, you are very unsafe now, be careful that one day you will be caught by the Death Eaters. Do I have anything to do with the Death Eaters, and what did they do to arrest me? Ollivander said indifferently. It doesn't matter, have you forgotten the connection between Voldemort and Harry's wand? Peter squinted at him and reminded, that's a wand, you can't kill each other, you as a wand master can't be unaware of this. Voldemort was bent on killing Harry, and since his purple shirt wood wand couldn't kill Harry, he was definitely going to find a wand that suited him again, and the most suitable person was of course you, the wand master. Ollivander listened to Peter's words, and his face became solemn, and he looked at Peter with a panicked look. You mean he wants to find me and make a staff for him again? Of course, his purple wood wand was bought from you, and if he wanted to change it for a wand that could kill Harry, the first one would definitely think of you. Peter looked at him sympathetically and said, and he certainly no longer satisfies the ordinary wand, but wants to find the most powerful wand to use for him. After all, besides Harry, he has the most powerful opponent, Dumbledore. Between their strengths, if Voldemort can find a powerful wand, the balance of victory will tilt towards him. What do you think he will do? No, I have to hide. Ollivander nervously said, can't let him find me, or I'll die. Frightened by Peter's words, Ollivander turned pale and hid in the shop trembling, looking nervously outside, as if someone would come and take him away at any moment. Peter was a little embarrassed by this old man who was afraid of death, and quickly reassured, well, Mr. Ollivander, you don't have to be so nervous. Now that Voldemort and his Death Eaters are still wanted by the Ministry of Justice, and Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix are looking for their tracks, Voldemort will not take you for the time being. It's only temporary, the ghost knows which day I am sleeping, and when I wake up, I am tied up to the mysterious person. Ollivander said worriedly, no, I have to get ready as soon as possible and find a safe place to hide. My old bones can't withstand the torment of the mysterious man. Mr. Ollivander, if you want to hide, how can you come to me? I have safe houses in the United States and France, and the secrecy is mine. You know my peculiarities and should know that no one can get information out of my mouth. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Peter said with a smile on Mimi. You. Ollivander looked at Peter. What do you want me to do? Nothing, just want you to help me make a dozen wands that work for me. Peter said lightly. A dozen. Ollivander's eyes widened, as if he had heard it wrong. What do you want so many wands for? You already have 2 wands that work for you, isn't that enough? This is not the licorice wand in the Weasley joke shop. Can you eat more than ordinary? I didn't expect Mr. Ollivander to like their products, and Fred would have been happy if they had known. Peter said with a grin. Don't laugh, what the hell are you doing with so many wands? If there is not enough reason, I will not give you what to do. It has always been the wand that chooses the wizard, and the way you buy a dozen of them is an insult to the craftsmanship of the wand maker. Ollivander frowned and said solemnly. Peter was no longer joking, and his body shook and split into 2 identical Peters, who said to Ollivander in unison, as you can see now, we are 2 people now, and we need 2 rods. Oh, Merlin's beard. Ollivander opened his mouth wide, walked quickly and straight, looked at the 2 Peters carefully, and also touched them to confirm their authenticity. Peter vigilantly hurried to cast a protective spell to save the strange old man from taking advantage of himself. Seeing that both Peters had successfully cast the spell, Ollivander was even more surprised, and looked at the 2 of them with amazement. Is this how you seriously injured the mysterious man in the Fabu? How strange. Not only can it conjure up a doppelganger, but it is also a miracle that the doppelganger can also perform magic? Now, are you still going to refuse my request to the horse? Mr. Ollivander. 2 Peters asked with smiles. Since you can conjure up a doppelganger, then of course I will not be stingy. Ollivander said happily, as long as you can defeat the mysterious man, or even kill him, even if you make hundreds of wands. Forget it, what do I want so many wands for? The 2 Peters joined together, smiled and shook their heads, and the defeat of Voldemort is left to Harry or Dumbledore. Didn't the prophecy say that Harry Potter and Voldemort were the enemies of fate, and I didn't participate too much, otherwise I would have robbed Harry of his title as savior. Who says the right thing to prophesy about this kind of thing? Ollivander said, I want to say that you are quite in line with the identity of the savior. During these days you have caused the mysterious man to suffer several big losses, and cut off so many of his henchmen, you almost turned him into a bear-stick commander. I heard that you almost caught the mysterious man not long ago, and you also solved all the Dementors who cooperated with him, which is a great achievement. When it comes to Azkaban, isn't the Ministry of Magic strictly forbidden to reveal it, and why do you all know it so clearly? Peter asked with a strange expression how everyone he met knew what had happened in Azkaban not long ago. Haha, I have a partnership with the Ministry of Magic, and I know a lot of people, and I know these things strange horses. Ollivander said smugly, and then turned his tone and looked at Peter with a smile. Let's not talk about this first. Don't you want me to help you make a dozen rods? So you should have the materials ready, right? Especially the phoenix feathers, this cannot be bad. Peter nodded, took a handful of glowing red feathers from his bag, and placed them in front of Ollivander. Here are 11 phoenix feathers, you can help me make 11 wands. Then his doppelganger would no longer have to use the staffs he had abstained from. After carefully examining it, Ollivander smiled strangely and said, you are really willing. The 11 feathers are all phoenix tail feathers. When you are now in phoenix form, have the feathers on the tail been plucked by you? Peter was embarrassed by the old guy's playful eyes, and angrily threw a bag of gold gallons on the counter. Is there any hair on my ass? What is the matter with you? Make my wand as soon as possible, and then let you hide in a safe house and live your retirement. Oh, what angry. Ollivander smiled and said, after all, you are a wizard's miracle, and I also care about you. Then he stopped teasing Peter and asked with great concern, listening to Dumbledore say that you little boy has a talent for prophecy, you help me see when the mysterious people will come to arrest me. I'm better prepared in advance. Or will I live in your safe house right now and help you make a staff? That's okay, but if you leave now, what will happen to your wand shop? Is it going to close? What about those who want to buy wands? Peter didn't care when Ollivander would hide. He didn't mind keeping Ollivander as long as he could make a wand that was enough to use. Instead of being tortured after being captured by Voldemort, as in the original plot, although he was eventually rescued by the Potter trio, time was still running out. Speaking of the wand shop, Ollivander looked around and looked a little reluctant. This shop has been passed down by our Ollivander family for thousands of years, and even Peter Hogwarts was established even earlier. It's just that since the unexpected death of my wife and daughter, my son is reluctant to live with him, and has gone abroad to run other businesses, unwilling to inherit the family business. When I die, I am afraid that the Ollivander wand shop will see me enter the cemetery. For Ollivander's family conflicts, Peter chooses to shut up and not interject. He only needs Ollivander to help him make a magic wand. However, Ollivander did not let go of his intentions, and his eyes suddenly stared at him, making Peter a little confused. Mr. Ollivander, do you have anything to do? I wanted to hide from the mysterious people and Death Eaters, but this shop couldn't be opened. After all, those new students who entered the school had to get their first wand. Ollivander stared at Peter as if he saw hope. I can't believe anyone else, but Peter, you can. During this time when I am not left, you can take care of the wand shop for me. With your spirituality, even faster than I can divide which staff is suitable for which person, there is no one more suitable than you. Don't think about it, Ollivander. It's impossible for you to let me work for you. Peter interrupted without anger. In addition to my current position at Hogwarts, I am also a therapist at St. Mungo's, and I am already very busy. Where is the time to look at the shop for you? Of course it's not part-time work, Ollivander said, shaking his head and looking at him expectantly. Peter, I don't know if you'd like to be my apprentice. If you promise, after 100 years, this wand shop and Ollivander's wand-making skills will be passed on to you, as long as you keep Ollivander's name. What do you think? Not how. Peter shook his head, looked at the old man in front of him, and said very wordlessly, don't forget that you still have a son, even if your son is not willing to inherit the family business. What about your grandchildren, or even great-grandchildren? They will certainly have people who are willing to inherit the Ollivander family business. The lifespan of a wizard is not short, you can live at least tens of 0.3 years, and your worries are still very staring. Hen, that contrarian has announced his break with me, and hasn't come back to see me once in all these years. He wants to inherit my wand shop, and I won't give it to him? Ollivander said coldly, his eyes determined. This kind of father-son contradiction Peter could not enlighten, simply gave him the address of the safe house in France chosen by Ollivander and left. As long as he remembered the address, he could find the safe house. It was a manor in Provence, given to Peter by Roger, protected by the curse of bold faithfulness, and only those who had told Peter the address could find it, so it was safe. Back at York Manor, Peter put on his trench coat after dinner with his aunt and teleported to the village of Westwalls in Cornwall, a small wizarding colony just one street away from the Muggle neighborhood next door. Peter teleported to the top of the Muggle church and waited, where a battle would take place. At night, the village of Westwalls was illuminated by the moon, and the tranquility of Xian was so quiet that everyone fell into a deep sleep. Until a few wild laughs broke the tranquility of the village, a succession of Death Eaters appeared in the street with masked apparitions, surrounding a large quaint and elegant house along the street. 40 or 50 Death Eaters circled the house, their wands pointing at it, waiting for the next order. The leader of the Death Eaters was Bellatrix, who laughed wildly and shouted inside, Amelia Burns, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, it is useless, today your death has arrived. Come out and die. The house is quiet, and there is no straight back. Bellatrix didn't care, he was sure that there was someone inside, and still laughed and shouted, Burns, I know you're inside, we have werewolves, and no matter how much you use the scent to cover up, you can't stop us from tracking. Hurry up and die, we have only one goal for you today, or your relatives will suffer with you. Seeing that there was no response from inside, Bellatrix had no patience and directly ordered the attack. Dozens of attack spells flew out of the Death Eater's hands and shot towards the house. But in midair it was blocked by a wall of light, emitting a dazzling flash and explosion. Impenetrable? Hen, if you want to defend, it also depends on whether you have the ability to defend. Bellatrix looked at the house protected by the protective spell, still confident, and ordered the Death Eaters to intensify their attacks. The collision of magic and magic made a deafening noise, but the surrounding house dwellers did not seem to hear it, and did not move at all. In the face of dozens of Death Eaters' attacks, the Burns family's protective shield was crumbling, and soon under the combined attack of the Death Eaters, the protective shield was finally broken, and the Death Eaters rushed to the house with wild laughter. Except for your weapons. Crushed to pieces. Fainted. Through the window, several spells were fired from inside the pitch-black house, knocking down the Death Eaters who rushed in front of them. On the church at the top of the village, Peter sat quietly watching the battle below. Sharp eyes allowed him to see the movements of the Burns family in the room, only to see that the Burns family was leaning against the window, relying on the night, constantly fighting with the Death Eaters outside, and even Susan Burns was shooting a spell outside in fear, and the family was working with the family to block the Death Eaters who wanted to rush in. Susan's father and Aunt Amelia are the main force in blocking the Death Eaters, while Susan's mother and grandmother are protecting Susan and attacking the Death Eaters who want to get close to the house. It's just that there are only 5 of them, while there are 40 or 50 Death Eaters outside, almost 10 times the gap, and the situation is precarious. Peter looked at the tower and shook his head. Obviously he had already been reminded, but the family did not hide, but instead took the main target of the Death Eaters, Amelia Burns, home, and was still waiting for the arrival of the Death Eaters, and did not know what to think. Why haven't the people of the Order of the Phoenix come yet? And if they continue like this, the Burns family will be in a slot. Peter frowned and muttered, if I don't come again, I'm going to save people. But Voldemort, the old monster, didn't know where to hide, and it would be bad if he secretly gave me an Avada. In the battle below, the Burns family is in a dangerous situation. The house has been blown to pieces by the Death Eaters, the windows and doors have been blown open with large holes, and the family has been unable to fight back, so they can only keep hitting the Death Eaters who rush in, facing the danger of being caught. Hold on, don't let them rush in. Edward Burns loudly encouraged the family and flew a spell at the Death Eaters who rushed to the door. Big brother, be careful. Amelia Burns warns and helps him fend off an attack by a Death Eater. The two brothers and sisters cooperated tacitly, but they could not withstand the siege of so many Death Eaters, and soon the Death Eaters broke through the gate and rushed into the house. The Burns family had to retreat to the second floor, fighting the Death Eaters downstairs and outside the window. Peter had been keeping an eye on the situation inside the house and was ready to do anything. After all, if it were not for his intervention, in the original plot line, only Amelia of the Burns family died, and Susan and they survived safely after the final battle. If Susan's family were to die today, it would be his responsibility. But the reason Peter was hesitant to do anything was that he felt Voldemort nearby, lurking quietly like a poisonous snake. Peter trusted his instincts so much that he didn't dare to expose them first. Otherwise, Voldemort hated him now, not to mention Dumbledore and Harry Potter, and seeing him would definitely be an enemy who was extremely red-eyed, and would not stop until he killed him. Suddenly, a dozen members of the Order of the Phoenix, who flew in white smoke, quickly flew behind the Death Eaters, and cleanly stunned several Death Eaters. Looking at these suddenly appeared Phoenix crew members, the Death Eaters made a commotion and continuously fired spells into the sky. While the members of the Order of the Phoenix flying in the sky dodged the attack, they quickly stunned the enemy on the ground, and a dozen people made a mess of 40 or 50 Death Eaters. It's finally here, Peter whispered, but he thought that the flying magic of the members of the Order of the Phoenix was quite cool, although it was not as fast as the phantom shapeshift, but it was a useful way to use the wand to attack the enemy during the flight. I don't know if I can learn it from Dumbledore. The Death Eaters also have a set of magic that turns into black smoke and flies, except for the color. The two are basically the same, and it is not known who copied whom, Dumbledore and the Death Eaters. However, Peter was more inclined to learn Dumbledore's kind. After all, when it was performed, Dumbledore's flying method was more beautiful, otherwise the black smoke of the Death Eaters would be known to others at first glance. He didn't want to be considered a dark wizard. The arrival of the members of the Order of the Phoenix changed the situation, although it was only a dozen people, but the people of the Order of the Phoenix were all elite strength people, and these mediocre Death Eaters could basically pick a few, so the Death Eaters were forced to retreat to the outside of the house again. The members of the Order of the Phoenix descended to the roof and formed a confrontation with the Death Eaters outside. Don't go back. Attack? Give me an attack? Bellatrix muttered, they only have a dozen of them, not our opponents. Here, no, give me an attack. Under the orders of Bellatrix, the Death Eaters constantly fight against the members of the Order of the Phoenix, but they can't go any further. They can only surround the house and wait for the time. You came in time, and we were almost caught by the Death Eaters. The Burns family joined the members of the Order of the Phoenix, and Edward Burns said to Moody, who was the leader, no way, the Death Eaters didn't know what was going crazy and sent a group of people to attack Mowgli Square, where we fought them before rushing over. They seem to want to stop us and prevent us from coming to your aid, Sirius explained. After hearing the explanation, Edward did not resent, looked at the Death Eaters around him and asked, so what do we do next? The strength of these Death Eaters is not strong, but the number is still several times that of us, and we may not feel good if we fight hard. Dumbledore, if he comes, these Death Eaters will certainly not be his opponents. Susan asked curiously, but the wand in her hand was tightly held and pointed outward at the Death Eater, and after the danger she had just experienced, she suddenly matured and even repelled a Death Eater. Moody looked at Susan, who was nervous but wary, with a twinkle of satisfaction in her eyes, and explained, there have been traces of a large number of giants in Northern Ireland, and according to the Ministry of Justice, there is a village where people have disappeared, so he went to help. We have sent him a message, but we don't know if he will be able to come in time. So now it's up to us, Sirius said. He looked at the Death Eaters below, suddenly talked, and said dismissively, as far as these turkey-tailed dogs are concerned, it is useless to have more people. We will guard here and solve them. What about the Ministry of Magic? If their Director of Legal Enforcement has been attacked, the Ministry of Magic should have taken action, right? Lupin looked at Amelia puzzled and asked, Amelia, have you sent a message to the Ministry of Magic? Amelia shook her head with an ugly face and said, my letter for help was sent a long time ago, but it has not moved. It seems that the law department has also been infiltrated by the Death Eaters very seriously. It seems that now we are on our own. Come on, keep these Death Eaters out, and as long as they hold out until dawn, they will have to give up, Moody said with a serious look. Everyone nodded. As long as they persisted until dawn, the Death Eaters would have to leave. If only Peter could be contacted. He is so powerful that we don't have to worry about it even if the Dark Lord comes, Tonks said suddenly. Moody shook his head and said, we can't always rely on others for everything, and Peter has helped a lot. If it weren't for his reminder, we wouldn't have known that Amelia was being targeted by Death Eaters. Attention, their second wave of attacks is coming. Frank Cromba, who is also a member of the Order of the Phoenix, has a serious look on his face. In the time that followed, the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters engaged in a long tug-of-war. Several of the Death Eaters' attacks were repelled by the Order of the Phoenix, making the Overseer's Bellatrix's face even more gloomy and distorted, and after losing nearly a third of his combat power, even under the threat of Bellatrix's drill heart curse, the Death Eaters still did not advance another step. The people of the Order of the Phoenix worked together to arrange a powerful protective spell to protect the house firmly, and the Death Eaters outside could not break through the protective shield no matter how they attacked, and gradually the momentum weakened. Even if Bellatrix gave crazy orders, the Death Eaters seemed to be afraid. Just when the people of the Order of the Phoenix were overjoyed, they thought they could hold out until dawn. A terrifying demonic pressure erupted from the sky, breaking a large hole in the clouds in the surrounding sky, and the moonlight illuminated Voldemort flying high in the sky, making him look like a moon demon permeated with scents and cool air. Bella, you have disappointed me that you have been abolished for so long that you can't kill a director of the Legal Enforcement Department, so how can you let me entrust you with other things? Voldemort's voice came through the air, and dissatisfaction was evident in his tone. Master, I confessed. I didn't do it well. Ask for your coolness. Squeezed out of the Death Eaters, Bellatrix knelt down toward Voldemort in the sky and said in horror, "Finally here? I thought you had been hiding out." Peter looked at Voldemort in the distance and murmured. Voldemort quickly flew into the air in the eyes of everyone, looking at the Death Eaters who looked down coldly and did not dare to say a word, and said coldly, "Waste. After that, I am punishing you." He looked straight back at the members of the Order of the Phoenix, who were waiting solemnly, with a playful expression, and his red eyes were very bright in the night sky. "You are all very good wizards. The Dark Lord has always admired talents. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, I will spare his life today and give him endless glory. What about your choices, members of the Order of the Phoenix?" None of the members of the Order of the Phoenix showed hesitation, and they all tensed their bodies even more, their wands clenched tightly, ready to guard against Voldemort's attacks, and their eyes were determined to see death. Voldemort glanced at the members of the Order of the Phoenix. The smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more cruel, and the smile twisted and shook his fist. "Very good, really worthy of being a person trained by Dumbledore, so not afraid of death. It seems that there is no tears in the coffin. Let me see how sad he will be after losing you followers." Speaking directly emitted a brilliant green light. A blow shattered the protective shield that dozens of Death Eaters could not break. Accompanied by 0 fragments of the magic shield, Voldemort's momentum once again exploded, crushing everyone with a burst of anger, and their eyes looked at him with fear. How did his strength become stronger again? Peter in the distance looked at Voldemort's eruption and said in surprise, he had spoken Voldemort so many times, and he had not yet seen Voldemort of such strength. "It's not good, it didn't happen in the original plot." Peter frowned and looked at Voldemort carefully. "Is it because of me that he found some way to improve his strength?" The battle between the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix continued again, facing Voldemort, Moody and Sirius and Kingsley's combined attack, which was not Voldemort's opponent at all, and the three were completely powerless and were crushed by Voldemort. The others were struggling to resist the Death Eaters. Bellatrix took the lead in confronting Amelia Burns, unleashing a deadly attack that attempted to take her life. "It's messed up." Peter stood up from the top of the tower, his face no longer relaxed. Dumbledore did not appear for a long time, and if he did not do it again, these people of the Order of the Phoenix would die. Without these people of the Order of the Phoenix blocking the front line, I am afraid that Voldemort will find himself in trouble at the first time. Voldemort threw his wand and swept the 3 members of the Order of the Phoenix in front of him to the ground, with a sly expression on his face. "Avadaso." The wand in his hand shone green and aimed directly at Moody on the ground. Moody's eyes widened as he looked at the death curse that was being fired at him, only to feel that he was bound to die. But suddenly, between Voldemort and Moody, an oak tree grew out of the floor, blocking Voldemort's death curse. Although oak was struck into powder by the death curse, it also saved 3 people. Moody's 3 looked around happily, wondering who had saved them. "Peter York, you've finally shown up." Voldemort's scarlet eyes looked out. "I thought you wouldn't be able to hide from it all the time. It's been a long time since I saw you, Tom, and you look great." Peter chuckled and walked in from outside the house. He was not surprised that Voldemort had discovered early, and the wizard's spiritual sense was already very sharp, not to mention Voldemort's greatly increased strength. "Thank you very much, Peter, for your presence gives me a sense of urgency." Voldemort gritted his teeth and said, his eyes full of coldness, "Since you have appeared, bear my anger today." As he spoke, he struck directly with a death curse, and Peter dodged it, and the death spell directly hit the wall behind him, blowing it out of a large hole. Peter didn't leave his hand behind, and kept throwing deadly magic at Voldemort, and the battle between the two became more and more intense, and the magic shot everywhere, making the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix around them avoid and stay away from them. Peter felt the strength of Voldemort's magic, and in the downwind, he took the Volt and constantly changed positions in the house, and the power of the two was so powerful that in a few moments, the house was destroyed to pieces. The house groaned as if overwhelmed. "Get out of here, the house is going to collapse." Edward Burns shouted, then knocked out the Death Eaters on the other side, grabbed his daughter Susan and directly transformed into a phantom and left. The others also repelled the Death Eaters and hurried out of the house. The Death Eaters also saw this and hid outside in horror. But Peter and Voldemort were both caught up in a fierce battle, completely disregarding the others, still frantically attacking the Death Eaters outside the other side, and the members of the Order of the Phoenix caught in a strange truce, although the staff pointed at each other, but everyone's eyes were on the 2 people in the house who were still fighting. Accompanied by the fierce confrontation of magic, the 2 did not hesitate to teleport in the room, and neither of them used the complex and gorgeous method, but directly used the brute spell to attack. Voldemort, relying on his great strength, crushed Peter and pursued him. But Peter wasn't a vegetarian either, relying on the room's concealment and instinctive teleportation skills to maneuver with Voldemort. With a creaking sound, the Burns family's house was overwhelmed and finally collapsed. But the two inside still have no idea of leaving, frantically fighting around in the collapsed house. In the dust of the collapsed house, everyone looked nervously at the house, wondering what was going on inside. It's just that there is a rumbling explosion inside, and I don't know who wins and who loses. Suddenly, in the collapsed house, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a huge figure sprang out of it, and grew larger and larger. In the stunned eyes of the people, they found that it was Peter, but at this time Peter was 30 feet tall, huge, and still rapidly growing. I saw Peter's huge mountain-like body standing tall, blocking the moon behind him, so that everyone's mouth could swallow an egg. The giant Peter ignored them, but instead stomped on the ruins of the house with his feet, trying to trample Voldemort to death inside. With Peter's heavy stomping, the ruins were trampled out of a large and deep footprint, and everyone standing on the ground felt the ground shake as if an earthquake had struck. Seeing that Peter was about to step on it again, Bellatrix turned back and shouted at the Death Eaters around him, "Stop him! Attack him together!" The Death Eaters heard this and hurriedly fired an attack at Peter's huge body. Of course, the people of the Order of the Phoenix would not allow the Death Eaters to do this, so the two sides were fighting fiercely again. In the face of the magic that shot at him, the giant Peter did not panic, and the wand in his hand, which was smaller than a toothpick, suddenly grew larger rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the kung fu became closed. With a wand thicker than a 100-year-old tree, he fired a dazzling protective spell, and after resisting the attack, he directly raised one leg and stepped on the place where the Death Eaters were dense. Merlin, Sirius, who was repelling a Death Eater, looked up at Peter of the Giant and said, "What kind of monster is this Peter? He will become such a big person, more giant than a giant?" Facing the huge foot, the fast-reacting Death Eater quickly dodged with the Phantom Shifter, and the slow-reacting one watched it step on itself with despair, shooting a spell like a niche, without stopping Peter from stepping on it. Finally, after shaking the mountain, a large and deep foot appeared on the ground again. Looking at the bloodstains in the footprints, Peter let out a thunderous cry of disgust and used his staff to clean up the non-existent stains on his feet. At the same time, in the deep pit where the ruins of the house were jumped out, a figure sprang out from inside. Voldemort, whose ears were bleeding and his body was covered, looked at Peter's huge body, his eyes full of incredulity, but then he looked at him with hatred. "I really regret that I didn't step on you." Peter leaned over to look at Voldemort and said in a thunderous voice, causing everyone on the ground to cover their ears. In the ruins, he took advantage of the collapse of the house, used a doppelganger as bait, and once again used the skills of the Basilisk and Mandrake grass against Voldemort, but apparently did not achieve Peter's purpose, only let him suffer a small loss. Hearing Peter's sarcasm, Voldemort's eyes seemed to be dripping blood, and the wand in his hand unceremoniously threw several deadly spells at Peter's huge body. Peter instantly shrunk his body, dodged the spell, summoned the bird that flew in the sky, turned into a sparrow, mixed with the birds, and flew towards Voldemort. Tricks of the trade. Voldemort watched Peter turn into a bird, slightly surprised, and then sneered contemptuously. Summon the flames that spread across the sky and turn into a net of fire and go towards the net of birds. Watching hundreds of birds burn to ashes, and finally seeing no trace of Peter, Voldemort's originally confident smile cooled. Looking around warily, he didn't think Peter was going to die in a fire net. But there was no trace of people around him, only a few noisy mosquitoes flying in front of him. Voldemort didn't care about the mosquitoes at first, but the buzzing noise made him feel irritable, and a green light flashed in his wand, and the mosquitoes fell. At this moment, a mosquito behind him turned into Peter, quickly firing 2 spells at Voldemort, and then instantly shrunk his body again and disappeared into the grass. Voldemort dodged the attack very quickly, but looking at the large hole in the robe, his scarlet eyes squinted, and he exploded into the ground until he almost turned the ground over, and he did not see Peter's figure. "Tom, are you looking for my horse?" In the distance came Peter's teasing voice. Voldemort turned to look at Peter in the distance, looking extremely calm, but his scarlet eyes were full of violence. "Peter York, you are really slippery mud, how can not catch you?" Then his eyes turned to the people of the Order of the Phoenix, his eyes crossed the cold, and he smiled, "But you are here to save them today. You said that I am killing them in front of you now, can you stop them more?" "Tom, you're cunning," Peter laughed, and then said with a pitiful expression, "Oh, you caught my soft help, I just grabbed it. Or is the ego in front of you? Hen, Peter, I know you, you're a literal Slytherin, Gryffindor's stupid idea of perching you wouldn't have." Voldemort saw through him and said, a cruel smile on his face, "But if Dumbledore knew that you had allowed me to kill these members of the Order of the Phoenix, would you still believe you? Or will he think you're another Dark Lord? Hey, Voldemort, when did you get so clever? He would have come up with such a way to separate me from Dumbledore." Peter grinned, his eyebrows furrowed, as if he had reacquainted himself. Then he looked at the members of the Order of the Phoenix surrounded by Death Eaters, and helplessly lowered himself toward the distance. "Dumbledore, if you don't come out again, some of your members of the Order of the Phoenix will die." With a clatter, Dumbledore appeared in front of the crowd, looked at Voldemort with a serious look and said, "Tom, it was a mistake for you to appear here today." "Dumbledore." Voldemort stared at him with an ugly look in his eyes. "Didn't you go to the north of Ireland?" "I did go," smiled Dumbledore. "Tom, your plan is good. The giants who have been seduced by you have indeed caused a lot of trouble, but I have a good companion, Hagrid, who has done me a great favor and succeeded in convincing these grumpy giants to return to their colony. So I rushed back early. Voldemort's face became even more ugly when he heard this, but then he narrowed his eyes, and his scarlet eyes stared at Dumbledore, and he smirked. What if you rush back? Once you couldn't do anything with me, now I'm stronger, and you're not my opponent anymore, old man. Dumbledore felt Voldemort's poundy magic and his expression became serious. Tom, this world has never succeeded by force or terror. You have gone a long way down the wrong path. You. Dumbledore, do you want to convince me with your theory of love? It's ridiculous. Voldemort interrupted with a sneer, confidently holding his wand. Let me see if the so-called greatest wizard will become my defeated general today. As he spoke, he cast a dazzling death spell on Dumbledore, and Dumbledore also cast a spell to block it, and the two spells collided together, producing a violent explosion impact, destroying the surrounding area of more than 10 meters. Dumbledore and Voldemort couldn't help but take a few steps back, but Dumbledore took several more steps back than Voldemort. Dumbledore, you're old? Voldemort said triumphantly. Dumbledore didn't say anything, but his expression became more dignified, and the old wand in his hand clenched more tightly. Tom, have you forgotten that I'm still here? Peter smiled and reminded, it's sad enough that you forgot about me as soon as you saw Dumbledore. Voldemort saw Peter approaching Dumbledore's side. His face became ugly. He was confident that with his current strength, he could easily crush Dumbledore or Peter alone, but if the two people were united, he had no hope of winning. Immediately he set off a monstrous storm to attack the two of them, and then turned into a huge black cloud of smoke, rolled up the Death Eaters on the ground, and rushed to the sky and disappeared, so that Peter's mouth Dumbledore, who had worked together to suppress the storm, could not stop it in time. Peter looked in the direction Voldemort had left, turned his head to look at Dumbledore with a dignified look. Headmaster Dumbledore, this Voldemort suddenly became stronger. How do you think he did it? I don't know. Dumbledore shook his head in a heavy tone, but I have a worse guess. If it were what I thought, then Voldemort would become more difficult to defeat and destroy. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Peter frowned. He had become accustomed to doing things by knowing the plot well, but now such a change was something he had never expected, and he did not know whether there would be changes in the future. Forget it, there will be a road before the car reaches the mountain, and Peter feels that even if the future becomes worse, he will not die. So he raised an eyebrow, smiled at Dumbledore, and said, Dumbledore, what do you think Voldemort will do next? I know Tom, he's not a good guy. Dumbledore looked at Peter with some surprise, but replied, and then reminded, facing the two of us today, he doesn't think he's an opponent, so it's likely that he'll think back to ways to make us unable to unite. And the most effective way to do this is to kill one of us so that he has nothing to fear. Especially you, who have not really reached the strength of the Grand Mage yet. He will most likely set his sights on you. You have to be careful. Then you're probably wrong, Dumbledore, Peter said silently in his heart. Compared to Peter's slippery methods, I am afraid that in Voldemort's heart, Dumbledore was still easier to deal with. Peter. The Order of the Phoenix and the Burns family all walked over, and Amelia walked quickly to Peter and hugged him gratefully. Thank you very much. If it weren't for your reminder, I'm afraid I would have become a ghost in the hands of the Death Eaters. You're welcome, Ms. Amelia. I don't want the wizarding world to be without you as a fair director of the enforcement of law, or the Ministry of Justice would really be completely useless. Peter smiled and hugged her back, and said in a tone. Amelia smirked, patted Peter on the shoulder kindly, and said, it seems that I will have to be more just in the future to be worthy of your life-saving grace today. The Burns family also gathered around him and expressed their gratitude to him. Old Lady Burns looked at Peter kindly, her eyes full of appreciation, and took his hand. What a handsome young man. Young man can fight Voldemort at a young age. Peter, do you have a girlfriend? Look at how my granddaughter Susan, although not very pretty, is very good at taking care of people and has a good personality. Grandma. Susan blushed shyly, looked at Peter shyly, and then quickly interrupted her grandmother. Peter was recognized by all the girls in the school, but none of them thought they would be favored. Ah, my granddaughter is shy, Old Lady Burns said with a smile. Peter was a little embarrassed by this, and quickly changed the subject. Ms. Burns, your family has become like this. What to do? Amelia Burns knew that Peter was changing the subject, but instead of wearing it, he looked at the house that had become a ruin with nostalgia, sighed and said, it can only be rebuilt. This house has been lived in by our family for hundreds of years, and I didn't expect it to be like this overnight. Auntie, can't you repair it with the Restore Rucha spell? Susan asked incomprehensibly. In her memory, as long as it was broken, it could be repaired with a recovery spell. Amelia shook her head and explained, this house was destroyed by a lot of black spells and even unforgivable spells, so it can't be restored to its original state with the recovery spell. This is also the reason why the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits wizards from using black magic, because many black magic damage cannot be repaired. After the members of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore joined, they turned to Peter to express their gratitude, and Sirius and Tonks came to Peter very actively and looked at him with a reacquaintance. Peter, you are so powerful. Being able to fight with Voldemort for such a long time, having such a strong strength at such a young age, is embarrassing for us adults. Then he sighed, if Harry had the same strength as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Don't worry too much, Harry's luck has always been good, he is the savior of prophecy, Voldemort can't hurt him. Peter had to comfort him. Hi Peter, do you remember me? Tonks kept changing the color of his hair, greeted him with a smile, and then stared at Peter with surprised eyes. I just saw you turn into a bird, a moment you become a mosquito, and a moment you become a giant. How did you do it? It's amazing. It's incredible. Zero. Hello, Nilfedora. Peter greeted the twittering girl and did not answer her question later. Hearing this name, Tonks's expression instantly withered, and he corrected with resistance, just call me Tonks, I don't like this name. That's your mother's name, Nefathera. Sirius frowned and said. But also can't change the name, sounds indecent. Tonks said unhappily, Sirius, you can't just because my mother is your cousin. Peter looked at the noisy appearance of this pair of uncles and nephews, and shook his head amusedly, worthy of being a family, and their personalities were very vivid. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Dumbledore and the Burns family discussed it and said to the crowd. Then he smiled at Peter, Peter, the Burns family is going to live in the Order of the Phoenix temporarily. I don't know if you are interested in drinking a cup of tea. Looking at Dumbledore with a look of something to say to himself, Peter pondered for a moment, then smiled. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. That's great. Dumbledore looked very happy, shrugged his shoulders, and motioned for Peter to go up. I'll take you to the Order of the Phoenix headquarters first. I've put some black tea there, and I wish Moody hadn't drunk all my tea. Then the group all ghosted onto Mowgli Square, and Dumbledore took out a note and handed it to Peter, laughing and saying, look at the contents of it, and remember it, so that you can see the headquarters of my door. Peter hesitantly took the note, saw the address of 12 Mowgli Square above, turned to Dumbledore and asked, Professor Dumbledore, you show me your headquarters address like this, I'm afraid it's not good. If I don't have good intentions for you, your Order of the Phoenix headquarters will be exposed. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head and said, haha, if you and I don't trust each other, then I'm really Old Lake. Then he pointed to the 13th house in Mowgli Square, which suddenly popped out, and made an invitation gesture. Please come in, Jasmine should be ready for supper and refreshments now, we can just fill our stomachs. Following Dumbledore into the house, the first thing he saw was an old dragon clock house elf, and after the house elf saw Dumbledore and the group behind him, he cursed and muttered to himself, the old madman is here again, oh, what a misfortune at home. The lady's contrarian son has brought so many people back. Poor Creaker could only watch the noble Blake, defiled by the contrarian and his fox friend. Is this Creaker? Peter looked at the house elf with surprise. It was powerful enough to dare to call Dumbledore an old lunatic. Dumbledore also had some embarrassment. He originally wanted to introduce Peter to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, but he did not expect to encounter such a famous scene. As soon as he entered the door, coughed a few times, and introduced to Peter, this is the house elf Creaker of the Black family. This. Very characterful house elf. What a fun house elf. Peter said with a smile. Creaker raised his cloudy eyes to look at Peter and said to himself, oh, the old madman has seized the house of the Black family, and now he has come with his fox friend. My poor mistress, the noble Blake family is about to be defiled by this bunch of bastards. Peter looked confused. He did not expect that he had actually been scolded, and he could not do anything with such a crazy house elf. He could only touch his nose. Shut up, Creaker, get back in your hole. Sirius looked at the house elf with a bad expression. You secretly helped Narcissa before, and deceived Harry into the Ministry of Law. I haven't seen you settle the account. I'll cut off your head when I'm talking nonsense, so you can't speak again. When Creaker heard Sirius's words, he was not afraid, but said with a look of impatience, the annoying contrarian is finally going to do a good thing. Creaker is ready. As long as he cuts off Creaker's head and hangs it on the wall with his ancestors, Creaker will die without regrets. Hurry up, mistress's unfilial son. Go back to the basement, Creaker, you crazy elf. Sirius roared with disgust on his face. All right, Sirius. Just let him get out of here. You can't afford to argue with a crazy house elf. Jasmine came out of the kitchen and quickly interrupted Sirius. Then he looked at Dumbledore. You guys are back. My supper is ready. Hurry up and eat a little. It must have consumed a lot of energy outside one night. When he saw Peter behind Dumbledore, his eyes widened in surprise. I really didn't expect Peter to come over too. It's a pleasure to meet you, kid. I haven't seen you in a while, and you seem to have lost a lot of weight, said and hugged Peter in pain. In the face of the enthusiastic Mrs. Weasley, Peter was a little helpless, and could only ask Dumbledore and others who were watching the play for help. Well, Jasmine, I have something to talk to Peter about now, so you should entertain the others first, who should be hungry after a busy night, Dumbledore said with a smile. Peter and Dumbledore then came to the living room on the second floor, and Dumbledore threw a spell at the door so that the people outside could not hear the movement inside, and then asked Peter, what do you want to drink? There's tea, coffee, and of course if you want to drink, there's also mead. Peter sat down, shook his head, looked at Dumbledore and asked directly, Dumbledore, are you going to subtract me? Is there anything to say? Seeing that Peter refused to drink, Dumbledore no longer demanded it, but said to him, Peter, you have seen Voldemort today, and his strength has suddenly soared. Even I am now in front of him to ensure that I will not fail. Have you ever wondered how he did this in a short period of time? Peter shook his head in disbelief, but seeing Dumbledore's dignified look, he asked, do you know why, Dumbledore? Dumbledore nodded. I do have a guess. Do you remember Voldemort's diary? I think Voldemort's current change in strength has a lot to do with this. You mean Horcruxes? He made another Horcrux. It's impossible. Peter heard Dumbledore's speculation and immediately shook his head in surprise. He knew what Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes were, and if Voldemort had made them now, it would have been 8. Not to mention that the 8 Horcruxes were stable and unstable. Whether Voldemort could split the 8th soul was a problem, not to mention that he had also read the introduction of the Horcrux, which did not say that the manufacture of Horcruxes could enhance its strength. Seeing Peter shake his head in retort, Dumbledore only thought that he could not believe that Voldemort would make more Horcruxes, so he explained, "You and I both know the characteristics of Horcruxes, but no one understands Voldemort deeply. Although Voldemort was a blackhead that everyone feared, it could not be denied that he was a genius. I'm not surprised that he made any breakthroughs in the study of Horcruxes. I investigated Voldemort during this time and determined that he had made more than one Horcrux, so I would like to ask you for your help to determine how many Horcruxes he made." Dumbledore looked at Peter and said sincerely. Looked at by Dumbledore, Peter couldn't help but feel a little weak in his eyes. Did Dumbledore know that he knew the 7 Horcruxes? He asked tentatively, "Dumbledore, how do you want me to help you? Professor Trelawney says your divination talent is great." Dumbledore said with a bull's head. Peter looked at Dumbledore with a confused look on his face, not knowing how he was going to get involved in divination, but still modestly said, "Professor Trelawney is so praised." "She didn't praise you, your talent is truly outstanding." Dumbledore smiled and said, "I want to use your divination to try to divinate Voldemort's other Horcruxes. What do you think? Use divination to find Horcruxes." Peter was a little surprised. Could divination still be used in this way? Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, I asked Sybil for help before, but she recommended you to me and thought your divination skills were stronger than hers. But Professor, I haven't learned this divination to find things. I don't know how," Peter said with an embarrassed look on his face. "Don't worry, Peter," said Dumbledore with a laugh, "it's not complicated. You just need to look for Horcruxes with a strong will, as you used to do with your divination." As he spoke, Dumbledore pulled out a diary with a hole in it, which was Voldemort's diary. "Sybil said you were the best at crystal ball divination, so I brought it to you too." Dumbledore pulled out a bowling-sized crystal ball and placed it in front of Peter, expectantly saying, "These Voldemort Horcruxes all have in common, so I hope you can try divination and see if you can help me find more information about Horcruxes." Looking at this posture, Peter was slightly stunned, and looked at Dumbledore with a speechless face, feeling that Dumbledore was like a person who was in a hurry to go to the doctor. How could he come up with such an unreliable idea? "Try it, Peter." Undaunted, Dumbledore pushed the crystal ball in front of Peter. Peter helplessly took the crystal ball, then looked at Dumbledore and said, "Professor, if you don't divinate later, don't be disappointed. Of course, you don't have to be too stressed, even if it doesn't work out. I've found other ways, just some trouble." Dumbledore smiled and reassured, "Let's go." Peter wasn't sure if Dumbledore's approach had worked, but he held the diary in one hand, touched the crystal ball with the other, closed his eyes, and thought in his mind that he was looking for the same device as the diary. In the silent environment, Peter meditated in his heart for a long time, and finally felt a heat sensation coming from the palm of his right hand, and opened his eyes to look curiously at the crystal ball that changed. Dumbledore also noticed the glimmer of the crystal ball, and his eyes flashed with waves, but he still held his breath and did not dare to disturb Peter. Peter Shen's head was close to the crystal ball, but when he saw the contents of the picture, he couldn't help but look surprised, because there were constantly flashing pictures of other Horcruxes, including a pendant box, a gold cup, a ring, a petrified snake, and Harry Potter. Counting the destroyed diaries and Ravenclaw's crown, there were exactly 7 Horcruxes. It was only when Peter thought so that the picture changed again, and something that Peter did not recognize appeared in the crystal ball. It was a silver crucible, but a sarcoma had grown on the crucible, which looked very strange. Seeing this thing, Peter's pupils narrowed. He had not yet understood that Voldemort's strength had suddenly become so much stronger, and now it seemed that another Horcrux had been created. But Peter was very puzzled by Voldemort's intentions. Was he really crazy? 7 was a steady and magical number, but now the Horcruxes have become 8. The soul is not bread. Can it be cut more and cut less? Isn't Voldemort afraid that Ling Fei will go crazy to the bottom? How's it going? Peter, what do you see? Dumbledore was not a prophet, could not see the picture on the crystal ball, and could not help but ask curiously. Peter turned back and told Dumbledore the truth about what he had seen. A pendant box, gold cup, ring, snake, crucible, and Harry? Dumbledore lowered his eyes and chewed on what Peter had said, then looked straight at the diary on the table, plus this Horcrux. There are 7 in total. 7, is it indeed a very stable and magical number? He really made so many Horcruxes? It was so unexpected and in line with my expectations. Dumbledore was shocked beyond words and couldn't help but sigh. What about? Dumbledore, you were wrong. He was afraid he had made not just 7 Horcruxes, but 8. Peter hesitated for a moment or said, took a bubble from his pocket, and pointed the hat upwards, only to see that there was a delicate crown embedded in it. Peter took out the crown and placed it in front of Dumbledore, explaining, "This is the Ravenclaw crown. I found it in the Room of Needs, and it was once a Voldemort Horcrux." Dumbledore picked up the crown on the table in shock, put it in his hand and looked at it carefully, looking at Peter incomprehensibly. "Once." "Yes, once." Peter nodded, and then explained, I found the problem of the crown at the first time, and it took a long time to solve the soul piece inside. Until the Dementors of the Ministry of Law came to Hogwarts, I heard that the Dementors could suck human souls, so I thought that Voldemort was also human, and his Horcruxes should not be able to stop the Dementors from sucking. So he secretly grabbed a Dementor and forced it to suck the soul piece inside the crown, but he didn't expect to really succeed, and it didn't hurt the crown itself. Hearing Peter's words, Dumbledore could not hide his surprise, looked at the crown without any trace of black magic again, and sighed, it is really incredible, I have found many ways to destroy the Horcrux. But I didn't expect that with only one Dementor, I could easily solve the Horcrux that claimed to be the darkest of the darkest. Then with an excited look in his eyes, he stood up, leaned toward Peter, and asked with a look of anticipation, Peter, as far as I know, the Dementors have all been captured by you, and I think you should not have completely destroyed them. Can you train a Dementor to help Harry solve the problem in his body the way you solved the crown before? If you can help, you can mention any conditions? Peter looked at the tired-looking old man in front of him, couldn't help but sigh, shook his head and told him a cruel truth. Very hugging, Professor Dumbledore, I have also considered this idea of yours. Not to mention whether the Dementors could cooperate and only suck Voldemort's soul pieces from Harry's body. And I also probed Harry's condition, and the soul of Voldemort in his body had been bound to Harry's soul for more than 10 years, completely inseparable. If you use the method of Dementor sucking, I am afraid that Harry will not survive in the end. Hearing Peter's words, Dumbledore showed a disappointed expression, sat back down in frustration, and covered his face with grief and said, Fate is so cruel to Harry's child. I have tried all these years to find a way to save Harry, but I have found nothing. If there is a way, I really can't bear to solve his problem with a last resort. Because I don't know what the odds of success will be. Peter knew that the last resort Dumbledore had said was probably to let Voldemort do it himself. And this is also the reason why Dumbledore had consciously or unconsciously revived Voldemort by relying on Harry's blood. In Dumbledore's prediction, if he was able to get Voldemort, who had the same blood, to kill Harry, Voldemort's death curse would most likely destroy the soul pieces in Harry's body first. But this was only the best outcome of Dumbledore's prediction, and he didn't have Peter's God perspective, so he didn't know that such a solution would indeed keep Harry alive in the future. Dumbledore didn't want to do it, if not no way, because the man would probably kill Harry as well. Peter had wanted to comfort the sad old man, but Dumbledore was clearly very strong at heart and quickly packed up his mood. Focusing on the crown, he said with a very puzzled expression, according to my guess, Voldemort's Horcruxes are 7, so this is the most appropriate number. But now there are 8 of them, what's going on? Peter was also puzzled. He guessed, is he trying to make more Horcruxes, such as 9 or 13? Such numbers also fit the magic of mystery. No, said Dumbledore, shaking his head, 9 is the mysterious number of the East, and Tom should not have chosen it. And 13 words, too big. It's crazy for ordinary people to want to make a Horcrux, and Tom is now suspicious of making no less than 7 Horcruxes, which is already very crazy. If it is further manufactured, the soul will not be able to bear it and will collapse directly. What is the reason? Let me think about it. Dumbledore frowned and muttered, 7, 8, one more piece. Harry, diary. Peter did not disturb Dumbledore's thoughts. He was also very curious at this time, especially looking at the crucible with sarcoma constantly flashing on the crystal ball, very curious about what was it that could make Voldemort look up and make it into a Horcrux. Peter concentrated his mind again, trying to find out the whereabouts of the Horcrux, but the unknown change made Peter feel that he had lost control of the plot, and he was instinctively a little uneasy. It was just that Peter tried several times, and the crystal ball only flashed a few desert scenes, and then disappeared. I have some guesses, but I don't know, right? Dumbledore said suddenly, I thought Voldemort was supposed to make 7 Horcruxes, but you divined 8, so I couldn't figure it out. But I thought about it for half a day, and I felt that in a way, Voldemort had only made 7 Horcruxes. Because Harry's Horcrux was only an accident, he was not in Voldemort's plan. And as far as I know, Lucius Malfoy is now imprisoned in Azkaban, but Voldemort did not choose to save him. It was heard that Lucius had done something wrong, so Voldemort chose to punish him for it. To make Voldemort so disgusted with his right and left arm, I am afraid that only the destruction of the diary was known to Voldemort, which would make him so angry. One Horcrux was destroyed, and with another Horcrux, Voldemort was not unable to do it. And most likely, Peter, you put a lot of pressure on him. Voldemort has suffered so many losses at your hands, he needs to have enough strength to face the possibility of our door uniting. Dumbledore cleared the way. Hearing Dumbledore's speculation, Peter reluctantly agreed, but he felt that Voldemort the old guy was most likely addicted to slices, so he created another Horcrux. Of course, all this is just our speculation, and in the next time, I need to find some evidence to prove my guess. Dumbledore said, especially the remaining Horcruxes, we need to know what they are. According to Voldemort's habits, he would not use something ordinary to create a soul that carried him. So the gold cups, pendant boxes, rings, snakes, crucibles you have divined are certainly not ordinary things, but what they are, I need to investigate further to find out. Peter did not want to hide too much. He looked at Dumbledore and said, Professor, I may know something. The pendant box should be Salazar Slytherin, and the gold cup should belong to Helga Hirschpuff, both of which I have seen in their portraits. As for the snake, it is easy to guess, and the giant snake Nagini next to Voldemort should be. But I don't know the crucible with sarcoma, such a strange crucible I still heard of for the first time. I don't know Blido, do you have 10 thoughts? Peter deliberately did not mention the ring, something Dumbledore should have known it was, and he looked at Dumbledore's still normal right hand and breathed a slight sigh of relief. But according to his speculation, Dumbledore would probably go to the old mansion of the Gunter family in the village of Little Hang in the time before the school started, get the resurrection stone ring, and be hit by the curse on it. With the help of Zasnep's potion, he also barely managed to survive for a year. Now that Voldemort was much stronger, Peter didn't want Dumbledore to die so early, or he would have to face Voldemort's crazy revenge. Moreover, the ghost knew that under his butterfly, Harry could still succeed in defeating Voldemort by luck according to his original trajectory. So Peter looked at Dumbledore seriously and said, "Professor, you've been looking for Horcruxes for so long, you should know some news about Horcruxes, right? Can you let me go with you when you go?" Dumbledore couldn't help but be a little surprised to see Peter's serious look. After all, Peter usually looked very involved. Why was he so active this time? But with Peter's active involvement, Dumbledore was certainly happy to accept it. After all, Peter's strength is obvious to all, and with his joining, the pressure on Voldemort can be alleviated a lot. "If you want to come and help me, of course I'd love to," Dumbledore said happily. "I was going to go to Little Hangleton Village alone tomorrow, but since you are willing to come together, it would be better." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Peter was overjoyed, not expecting that tomorrow would be the time when Dumbledore received the Resurrection Stone ring. If he hadn't met Dumbledore today or hadn't accepted his invitation, I'm afraid Dumbledore would have really been cursed with the Resurrection Stone ring like the original plot, and eventually Snape would have to kill himself, and instead of trusting Yufu to talk about the Horcrux, Peter naturally knew that there was a Horcrux hidden in this house. Since he had come here, he had no reason to let it go, otherwise if the unclean guy with unclean hands were to go and sell it, the ghost knew if there would be more changes. So he pondered for a moment, smiled, and said, "Since I have already divined the appearance of the Horcruxes, I will try to see if I can divine their position." Placing his hand back on the crystal ball, he decided to find the pendant box regardless of whether the crystal ball had been divined or not. Dumbledore watched expectantly again, having previously asked Peter to divinate with the attitude of trying, and he had already made up his mind to take Harry to Slughorn. Voldemort's Horcrux secret came out of his mouth, but he didn't expect to be able to get so much information from Peter. Peter first tried to concentrate on seeing the location of the Crucible Horcrux, and the crystal ball did make a movement, but Peter did not see the location of the Horcrux from the fog, as if something was blocking Peter's exploration of the Horcrux. Peter did not give up and tried again to search for the location of the Golden Cup, although Peter had long known that it was hidden in the vault of the Lestrange family in Gringotts, but was very disappointed. The crystal ball emitted a glimmer, but still did not show the location of the Gold Cup. Peter tried it again and again, but the result was nothing. Peter sighed in his heart, it seemed that Voldemort still had a set. He finally tried to divinate the location of the nearest pendant box, and decided that even if he did not divinate, he would use it to say the location of the pendant box, and then solve the Horcruxes as soon as possible. But this time, contrary to Peter's expectations, the crystal ball emitted a glimmer, and Peter glanced at it, thinking that it was also a fog like before. The crystal ball shows the appearance of a pendant box, and also shows the house number of 12 Mowgli Square and a black counter full of debris. Seeing such a picture, Peter's eyes lit up and he smiled. "How's it going? Have you found the whereabouts of the Horcrux?" Dumbledore saw Peter's look and couldn't help asking. The other Horcruxes are a fog, presumably because Voldemort cast a spell on them. But as luck would have it, there was a Horcrux very close to me, so I managed to get it. Peter said with a smile. "Very close? How close?" Dumbledore had some doubts. "Professor, I saw in the crystal ball the house number of place 12 in Mowgli Square." Peter smiled and said, "And I saw a pendant box in a cupboard." "You mean?" Dumbledore's eyes widened, and the half-moon glasses on his nose were crooked. "Slytherin's locket is here." Looking into Dumbledore's disbelieving eyes, Peter nodded and said, "Yes, I saw in the crystal ball that there was a Horcrux here, and that was the Slytherin pendant box." Dumbledore couldn't sit still, stood up, and walked over to Peter, and quickly asked, "Where? Do you see where it is?" "That's what you need to ask Creaker, isn't it, Creaker?" Peter smiled and turned his head to look in the direction of the door, and with a wave of his hand, the door opened, and there was a house elf with ears pricked up. Dumbledore was not surprised by Creaker's appearance, nor did he blame it for eavesdropping, but walked over to stare at the uneasy and wary house elf and asked, "Creaker, you have lived in this house for so many years, have you ever seen a pendant box with a snake-like mark on it?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, Creaker's eyes became more alert, and he kept shaking his head and stepping back. "No, Cliché hasn't seen this stuff. The cunning mad old man Hugh wants to get the little master's secret from Creaker's mouth. Creaker will not let these vile robbers succeed." Watching Cresh's fierce reaction, Dumbledore was even more certain, his eyes flashing with joy, and the wand in his hand flew out of a light ball window wall. After a while, Sirius hurried over and looked at Dumbledore with a puzzled look. "Dumbledore, are you looking for me?" Then he looked at the grinning Creaker at the foot of the door, looked at it in a bad tone and asked, "Is Creaker in trouble again? What does it do?" Dumbledore interrupted his speculation with a wave of his hand, explaining, "No, I just wanted some information from Kriaker, but I'm not the owner of it, so there's no way I can get him to answer my question. And you are his master, and the house elf cannot refuse the master's request, so I would like to ask you to let it answer some of my questions in the city." Sirius looked puzzled at Kriaker with a face full of resistance, wondering how a house elf could know something Dumbledore didn't know. However, he did not think much about these questions, but said cheerfully, "It's simple." Then he gave a stern order, "Kriaker, I order you to answer Dumbledore's question without reservation, without a hint of concealment. If you dare to cheat, I will just throw you a piece of clothing and let you get out of Blake's house. Hear that?" Hearing Sirius's command, Kriaker desperately tried to cover his mouth, very resistant. But the house elf's instinct carved into its bones made it unable to refuse its master's order, and it looked at Sirius with hatred, as if it could not kill him immediately. Dumbledore looked at Kriaker's very resistant look, frowned involuntarily, sighed helplessly, and then gathered his emotions and asked directly, "Kriaker, tell me, is the locket in your place?" Kriaker wanted not to answer, but in the end he could not resist his instincts, screaming and crying with a desperate look, "The locket box is hidden by Kriaker. Kriaker promised to keep it a secret for the little master, ooh. Kriaker didn't do it. Kriaker damn? Kriaker couldn't destroy it, and now he's going to be snatched away by the Reverse Sun and his fox friends? Pendant box? Sirius looked at Dumbledore puzzled. Was this the locket he was looking for? Instead of explaining Sirius, Dumbledore asked, "Kriaker, where are you hiding the locket? Who is your little master? What secret did you promise to keep for him?" Kriaker can't say. Kriaker promised the little master to keep it a secret? Kriaker is going to punish himself? Kriaker will burn the mulberries through with fire tongs so that secrets cannot be revealed. Kriaker groaned madly, will and instinct fighting desperately. Dumbledore, its owner should be my brother Regulus, with whom he used to have a good relationship. Sirius looked at Kriaker with complicated eyes and explained to Dumbledore. Hearing the name, Kriaker screamed, covered his face in despair, huge tears flowing from between his fingers, and his thin body seemed to be about to fall at any moment. Regulus. Dumbledore was also slightly stunned, and then recalled the impression of the silent and thin young man, and then looked at the crying Kriaker, and his eyes flashed with thought. Peter watched for half a day, and when he saw that he had not gone straight to the subject for a long time, he seemed a little impatient. So he walked over to Kriaker, leaned over at it, and said, "Kriaker, you should know what that pendant box is. Didn't your master let you destroy it? You just have to give it to us, and I and Calbulida can hang up and set it up. That would fulfill your master's wishes, wouldn't it?" Kriaker stopped crying, his cloudy eyes wide open, staring earnestly at Peter for the first time, asking in disbelief, "Can you destroy it?" Then he shook his head warily, "Impossible, Kriaker can't destroy it in many ways, you're in Kriaker." Peter was not angry, he beckoned, and the diary on the table flew into his hand. "Kriaker, if you look at this thing, it's all the same thing as a pendant box, but now that we've destroyed it, you should be able to feel the fa that remains on it, isn't it finishing you?" Kriaker took the diary majestically, felt the familiar black law left on it, looked at the hole above in disbelief, and looked at Peter. Did you really push it? How is this possible?" Seeing Kriaker's appearance, Peter smiled and said confidently, "You see, as long as you give us the locket, we can destroy it like we would with this diary, so as not to fulfill your master's entrustment. And if you don't feel at ease, you can also watch us destroy it, so there is no problem, right?" Kriaker looked at Peter's smile, then at the diary in his hand, then at Dumbledore with a kind face and Sirius with a puzzled face. His eyes flashed with thought and hesitation, and finally handed the diary to Peter and said to him in a determined tone, "Kriaker decided to believe you once, but if you deceive Kriaker, Kriaker swears in the name of the little master that as long as Kriaker does not die, he will always take revenge on you." Looking at Kriaker's look, Peter was not angry, but envied that Regulus could have such a loyal house elf. He smiled and nodded, "Of course, there is the greatest wizard Dumbledore here, and he will not allow me to decide on you. I also guarantee that we will not engage in any bullying. Kriaker, please believe us." Dumbledore assured it as well. However, Kriaker obviously did not give Dumbledore a good face, gave him a cold snort, and then disappeared into the living room before Sirius was launched. After a while, Kriaker reappeared, only this time with an extra pendant necklace in his hand. The pendant box looks ordinary and doesn't have the seductive magic of other Horcruxes. When Kriaker reluctantly delivers the locket to Peter, it also attracts the attention of Dumbledore and Sirius. Peter fumbled with the locket and handed it to Dumbledore boredly, which was just a symbol of Slytherin and didn't have much practical significance. "Dumbledore, what the hell is going on?" Sirius saw Dumbledore very seriously take the locket over, as if holding a very important object, or could not help asking, "What is this pendant box? Why is it in Kriaker's hands? And what does it have to do with my brother?" "That's exactly what I wondered," said Dumbledore, who looked at Peter and then at Kriaker, who was full of grief, and asked, "Kriaker, can you tell me why your master, Regulus, asked you to break the pendant box? What about himself?" Kriaker was devastated, tears streaming down his face, his eyes fixed on the pendant box in Dumbledore's hand, just wailing. "Kriaker, answer Dumbledore's words. What the hell did my brother do?" Sirius gave a stern order. Kriaker seemed to be choked by the neck, and he gasped and said, when the Master Sirius left, he broke up with Black, which is really gratifying to get rid of, because he is a bad boy, always unruly, and broke the heart of the hostess. But the Master, Regulus, was very cultured, and he knew what the situation of the Black family meant and his noble pure blood lineage. He initially idolized the Dark Lord because he had wizards no longer hide, but in turn rule muggles and muggle-born people. At the age of 16, the Master Regulus joined the Dark Lord's group. He was so proud, so proud. Then one day, a year after he joined, the owner Regulus went downstairs to the kitchen to see Kriaker. The host Regulus has always loved Kriaker. The host Regulus said. He said, the Dark Lord needs a house elf. Regulus, the host, offered to recommend Kriaker. It was an honor, said the Master, Regulus, an honor that belonged to him and Kriaker. Kriaker must do whatever the Black Barbarian King commands. Then go back home. Kriaker seemed to think of something frightening. His body trembled with fear, and his voice whimpered, so Kriaker went to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord didn't tell Kriaker what to do, but simply took Kriaker to a cave by the sea. Deep in the cave is a cave with a large black lake in it. There's a boat there. The Dark Lord took Kriaker on a boat to a small island. Kriaker's mulberry became hoarse, his eyes showing a look of fear. There is a stone basin on the island filled with potions, and the Dark Lord asked Kriaker to drink it. Shaking from head to toe, Kriaker drank, and when he drank, he saw something terrible. Kriaker's body seemed to be on fire. Kriaker cried out for his master Regulus to save him, crying that the hostess could appear, but the Dark Lord just laughed. He had Kriaker drink all the potions and put them in the locket. He filled the basin with more potions. Then the Dark Lord rowed the boat away and left Kriaker alone on the island. Kriaker needed water, so he slowly climbed to the edge of the island and drank water from the black lake. Lots of hands. The hand of a dead man, coming out of the water, pulled Kriaker under the water. How did you escape? Sirius asked in surprise. The Dark Lord can't allow a house elf to come back alive, especially after you see his secret. Kriaker lifted the ugly head, looked at Sirius with his big, cloudy eyes, and then replied, Master Regulus let Kriaker come back. I know. But how did you get back? How did you escape from the corpses in which lakes? Sirius asked. Kriaker did not seem to understand Sirius's words, and replied repeatedly. Master Regulus asked Kriaker to return. I know, back yes. Obviously, it's phantom shifting back, right? Kriaker. Dumbledore said more than a little. Kriaker nodded. But this is impossible, Dumbledore, and Kriaker also said that even the Dark Lord had left by row, and it was obvious that there was no apparition in that cave. Sirius said very puzzled. Sirius, obviously you made the same mistake as Voldemort. You both ignored the magic of the house elves, and their methods are different from ours. Dumbledore smiled and said, looking at Kriaker in front of him in amazement, if you can be careful when you go to school, you will find that the house elves in the castle are all free phantom shapeshifters, but we can't. The highest law of a house elf is to obey the master's orders. Kriaker straightened up and said firmly, the master let Kriaker go home, so Kriaker is back. Yes, you did what you were supposed to do, didn't you? Dumbledore said gently, you didn't disobey the order at all. Kriaker shook his head, his body not shaking as fast as before. What happened after you got home? What did Regulus do? Sirius quickly asked if he had come to care as much about Reguchins as he did now. The master, Regulus, was very worried, Kriaker said dumbly, and he told Kriaker not to stay in the house and not to go out. And then, after a while, one night the master Regulus returns, and he finds Kriaker, whose spirit seems to be in a state of confusion, and asks Kriaker to take him to the cave where Kriaker once went with the Dark Lord. Sirius frowned, glanced at the house elf, and said coldly, he let you drink the poison. Kriaker glared at Sirius and wept even more bitterly than before. Lord Regulus, the master, took out from his pocket a pendant box similar to the Dark Lord's, huge tears dripping on the floor one by one. He told Kriaker to take it and replace the pendant once the stone basin was empty. Oh no, Regulus Sirius had a bad premonition, and his eyes showed a look of grief and shock. He also ordered Kriaker leaves. And confessed to Kriaker to go home. Not allowed to tell the hostess what he did. Also destroy the Dark Lord's locket. He drank it, with all the poison. Clay switched off the box. Looking at the host, Regulus was dragged into the water. Kriaker's heartbroken howling man. Sirius listened to Kriaker's description, bowed his head and was silent for a long time, and when he looked up again, his eyes were full of blood and tears. He grabbed Kriaker's neck and gritted his teeth and said, you can obviously save him. You can take him away. Why don't you save him? The master Regulus ordered Kriaker to go home, whimpering. Kriaker must obey the master's orders. Kriaker said sadly, you hateful fellow, before I just told you to get out, you can all be misinterpreted to let you leave this house and go to Bellatrix to inform. Now you say you can't refuse that fool's order to paint you? Sirius's eyes were red, and he squeezed Kriaker's neck hard, tears flowing from his eyes. Kriaker was pinched by him and rolled his eyes, constantly piercing in midair. Calm, Sirius? When Peter saw this, he quickly waved him away and saved Kriaker, who was constantly gasping for breath. Dumbledore took a slow step, but still looked at Sirius disapprovingly, and admonished, I've already said I'll make you a little nicer to Kresh, and you still haven't changed. House elves have a relatively simple mind, and they can't disobey their master's orders, and you don't know, it's not to blame Kriaker. At that time, Regulus clearly had a death wish, and he wanted to hide this secret with his own life. Sirius sat paralyzed on the ground and scolded sadly, Regulus, this fool, he obviously does not have to die, why would he do such a stupid thing? Give up your life for a locket box. You are not allowed to say that, Master Regulus. The relieved Kriaker glared at Sirius and rushed up to beat him. Sirius ignored Kriaker, his eyes red, and sat there in silence, motionless. Dumbledore sighed, patted Sirius on the shoulder, and then said gently to Kriaker, Kriaker, you can find us a room that is not easily disturbed, and I think we need to destroy this thing, so that your master's attachment to you has also been completed. He said and shook the pendant box in his hand. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Kriaker immediately regained his anger, quickly nodded, and said excitedly, is it okay in the basement? That's where Regulus's master did his experiments. Dumbledore nodded and then said to Peter, Peter, can you come with me? Since this thing was found by you, it should also be completed by you, and it can be counted as a beginning and an end. Peter knew that Dumbledore wanted to leave Sirius alone, so he nodded and left the living room. After coming to the basement, Dumbledore looked at the pendant box in his hand and smiled at Peter. I didn't bring the Gryffindor sword here today, and it's not suitable for the use of the fire charm, so the task of destruction is still up to you. Peter did not refuse, and knew that Dumbledore wanted to see his means, so he took the locket, placed it on the ground first, and then pulled out a small leather suitcase the size of a finger cover from his pocket, tapped it with his wand, instantly enlarged it, and then opened the box and made a gloomy roar inside. In an instant, the air in the basement quickly turned cold, and a Dementor floated out of it, bowing to Peter in Dumbledore's astonished and horrified eyes, looking very attentive to Peter. Since Peter had wiped out the Dementors, the smartest Dementors had been imprisoned by Peter in the Forbidden Vase, and the other Dementors Peter had killed one of the disobedient ones, and the others had bowed down to Peter. As for whether it was sincere or not, Peter naturally didn't care too much, he only needed these Dementors to obey, and when it was useless, it was not too late to dispose of it. After Peter had the Dementor on standby, he came to the pendant box and said open in snake language, and as soon as the words fell, the locket opened automatically, and for a moment, a seductive and dark breath of law poured out. A Voldemort's face made of black smoke emerged from the locket, and scarlet eyes stared at the two people present and a house elf. Dumbledore, it's you. Voldemort's soul awoke, and as soon as he saw Dumbledore in front of him, his pupils shrank and his face became distorted. Tom, I really didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances, said Dumbledore, looking at him calmly, with a disappointed tone. I really didn't expect that you would use such an evil and decisive black method to escape death. Do you know that once you take this path, the kingdom of death will no longer open the door for you, and you will become worse than a ghost? Dumbledore, I hate it when you talk to me in such a tone. Who do you think you are? I have achieved the immortal body and do not need the acceptance of death. Even if you destroy this Horcrux of mine, you will never be able to kill me. Voldemort knew that he would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed today, but still looked at Dumbledore viciously. There's so much crap. Looking at Dumbledore and Voldemort, who were reminiscing about the past, Peter was full of impatience, and then directly drew a wand on the Dementor and ordered, Fool, don't suck his spirit out yet. The Dementor, who had been ordered, quickly swooped down on the locket, opened its deep mouth, and inhaled deeply into the opened locket. Voldemort suddenly felt his soul being sucked out of the locket by a suction force, felt a panic, and desperately wanted to get into the locket and close himself. But to no avail, in a roar of reluctance, he was sucked into the stomach by the Dementor. Peter picked up the intact pendant box on the ground, thanks to Voldemort's confidence that no one but himself could open the locket in snake language, so he only applied a powerful protective magic on the outside, and the film watched inside was so easily sucked away by the speed monster. It's a very good collection, and it can be placed at home in the future, Peter said with a smile. Be careful, Peter. Dumbledore suddenly reminded, and then a silver phoenix patron saint sprang out of his wand, bypassing Peter and crashing behind him. When Peter looked back, he realized that it was the Dementor who wanted to attack him, and the Dementor's eyes turned scarlet at this time, and he looked at himself with a very hateful look, only to be locked by Dumbledore's Phoenix Patroness chariot. Peter York, thank you so much for letting me have the Exorcist. The red-eyed Dementor suddenly made a hoarse voice, looking very cheerful. After so many years in the locket, now I am finally free again. Voldemort. Both Peter and Dumbledore shouted in surprise. That's right, it's me. Do you think a Dementor can kill me more? Dementor version of Voldemort said triumphantly. Peter was a little unexpected. He did not expect that the Voldemort soul film that was sucked by the Dementors would also be anti-guest, directly taking away the Dementors. However, looking at Voldemort who was becoming more and more proud, Peter sneered. If he had to take away other things, Peter might have to be in trouble, but now if he was a Dementor, it would be a good solution. Peter waved his wand directly, call God Guard. As soon as the words fell, a huge feathered snake guardian spirit sprang out of his wand, and with the help of the Phoenix Guardian God, it directly wrapped around the Dementor's body, and then opened its fangs, and the wolf bit down on the Dementor and injected the poison of light into it. Ah, what is this? Voldemort looked at the constant corrosion of his body, screaming in horror, trying to cleanse but was tightly wrapped around by the feather serpent guardian spirit. Finally, in an unwilling scream, Voldemort, who had taken away the Dementors, flew to ashes, leaving only a dirty and tattered cloak to fall to the ground. Done. Finished work. With a stroke of his hand, the suitcase on the ground became smaller, and finally shrunk into a box the size of a fingernail cap and fell into his hand. Peter put it in his pocket, turned his head and smiled at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the Dementor cloak on the ground, and then looked at Peter with a relaxed face, and it was hard to hide his surprise. The next day, as Peter was preparing to go to Little Hangleton with Dumbledore, Sirius, with a bearded face and bloodshot eyes, came downstairs, looking like he hadn't slept all night. Dumbledore, I beg you one thing. I want to bring back the bones of Regulus. Creaker said that there are a lot of corpses there. I have no way to find him alone. I can only ask you for help. Sirius sadly pleaded with Dumbledore. That Dumbledore looked at Sirius, sighed and nodded, and then turned to Peter and said, Peter, it seems that there is no way to go to Little Hedgian Village today. Peter waved his hand and said indifferently, it is still the most important thing about Regulus. He is a hero. Naturally he can't let him stay in that cave any longer. Then he said, I just want to meet this fearless warrior. How about picking him up this time? Peter, you too. Dumbledore and Sirius also looked at him in amazement. Of course, since I've all come here, naturally there will be no lack of degree. Peter rightfully said. Peter, it's dangerous there, just me and Dumbledore. Sirius shook his head and said that he thought it was his business to bring back Regulus, so he didn't have to bother Peter. You also said that it was dangerous there, but was there anyone better here than me? Peter squinted at Sirius and said confidently. Sirius could not say anything against it. After all, Peter was the only person besides Dumbledore who could confront Voldemort head-on, and the strength was naturally not something he could refute. Peter, it couldn't be better that you could join. Dumbledore was pleased with Peter's addition and patted him on the shoulder. Dumbledore advocated not preaching about the Horcruxes involved in picking up Regulus, so the only people who knew about it were the three of them and the house elf Creaker. Creaker was very excited about Dumbledore's people going to pick up Regulus, and even changed his previous attitude of disgust and resistance, prepared breakfast very enthusiastically, and took the initiative to become the leader. On a reef-filled beach, accompanied by the sound of a water pipe jet, all four of Peter appeared here. Creaker pointed to the dark cave not far away, and said with a look of fear, this is there. That's where the Dark Lord took me in. Then let's go. Dumbledore said, and then prepared to jump into the water and swim to the opposite side, but was pulled by Sirius. Sirius pointed at Creaker and said, Dumbledore, wouldn't it be more convenient for us to let Creaker take us over? Dumbledore shook his head, sighed, and said, I'm afraid not. There is a very powerful anti-phantom shape-shifting ban here, and although the house elves themselves can teleport with their unique magic, they can't take us with them. I think that's why Regulus eventually gave up on letting Creaker save him. Creaker also choked up with tears and said, Creaker is useless. The Dark Lord's mana is too powerful. Creaker can't save his master Regulus. Sirius looked more sad, but felt less pain for Creaker, knowing that Creaker had not only obeyed orders and ignored Regulus's life. Then it looks like we've only been able to swim over, right? Sirius said, then looked at Peter. Peter, can you swim? The law is applied here, and we can't visualize the past. Peter looked at the two of them and looked at the posture of jumping into the sea and swimming, and asked Dumbledore wordlessly, Dumbledore, what about your phoenix? Won't it just be that Nirvana can't take people anymore? Dumbledore patted his head in a daze and said with some annoyance, you didn't say that. I almost forgot. Although the phoenix can't take us directly to teleport away, the belt can drag us to fly over. It's really not good for people to remember life when they are old. Then he smiled and said to Peter, Peter, you should still summon your phoenix to take us for a ride. Fox has been in trouble with me recently, and now I am afraid that he will not pay attention to me. Looking at Dumbledore without a little embarrassment, Peter was speechless. What kind of phoenix did Dumbledore raise? His phoenix field had always been obedient and had never refused his request. Field, summoned by Peter, soon appeared and flew with the three of them to the cave opposite, where Creaker also moved early to wait for them. Several people looked at the narrow cave in front of them, and continued to advance under the leadership of Creaker. The cave was very deep and dark, and several people had to take out their wands and light up and go forward. The cave was damp and dark, and along the rock wall, several people came to a step leading to a large cave and stopped. Creaker pointed to one of the walls of the cave, where there was a protruding rock, and said in fear, this place has been cast by the Dark Lord, and it needs to be watered with blood to reveal an opening. The owner of Regulus cut open his own arm and released a lot of blood before opening the hole. Dumbledore stepped forward, tapped the rock wall with his wand, cast a few spells, and a moment later an arc appeared, bright and dazzling, and a dark hole appeared. Just when Sirius thought Dumbledore had succeeded, the arc disappeared in an instant, and the shining rock was as strong as before. What's going on? Dumbledore, did you find anything? Sirius asked impatiently. Almost understood, said Dumbledore with a calm face, but with some hint of disappointment and disdain in his tone. I think we need to pay the tribute to get through. Voldemort appeared to be trying to weaken the intruders, so it was necessary to pay the price of blood to allow passage. But apparently, Voldemort did not understand that there were more terrible things in this world than physical trauma. Yes, but nevertheless, if you can avoid it. Sirius said hopefully, I mean Dumbledore, is there any way you can avoid the damage? Sometimes, however, it's inevitable. Dumbledore said, and then pulled out a silver knife and prepared to cut it into his arm. Dumbledore, it's not your responsibility. Sirius grabbed Dumbledore's arm holding the knife and said firmly, Regulus is my younger brother, and once I didn't fulfill my brother's responsibilities and left him alone. This time I insisted on finding his body, and the bloodshed should never be paid for by you. Seeing that the two were arguing about who was responsible for opening the hole with the bleeding, Peter impatiently stepped forward. Well, don't argue between the two of you, let me see. Then came to the rock wall, groped out a small box from his pocket, enlarged it with a magic wand. Peter opened the box, pulled out a few live chickens from it, and in a cackling chicken cry, used the wand to cut open their arteries, spilling blood on the stone wall. After a while, seeing that the stone wall was still unresponsive, Peter casually threw away the dead chicken and murmured, it seems that the blood of the animals is useless, so try people. As he spoke, he groped out a plastic box from his pocket, enlarged and opened it, and a cold air came out of it. Dumbledore and Sirius were both confused by Peter's maneuvers, and saw him pull out several bags of bright red liquid from the frozen box, which at first glance revealed was blood in the bag. Peter unscrewed the blood bag, put all the blood on the stone wall, and even in order to avoid enough blood, he used up all the 5 or 6 bags of blood in the box, and the stone wall was dyed blood red. Moments later, a silvery white arc appeared on the wall, and the hard stone wall disappeared, revealing a pitch-black opening. Yes, I thought I was going to use the blood of a wizard. Peter looked at the opening of the cave and said with satisfaction. At this time, Sirius was completely dumbfounded, and did not expect such an operation. After being surprised, Dumbledore said to Peter in amazement, it seems that Peter, you have prepared for this, it is really unexpected, you young people are flexible in thinking, and they are indeed much better than me, the old man with rigid thinking. Peter didn't explain too much and said, let's go first, the task is important. Several people passed through the mouth of the cave and came to a very large black lake. The lake was almost impossible to see the shore. Looking at the high cave roof, Peter knew that this place must have been cast by Voldemort with the invisalignment spell to widen such a vast lake inside the cave. Peter directly conjured up a huge ball of light and flew into the air, illuminating the vicinity brightly. But the strong light caused movement. The originally calm lake surface set off waves, as if something in the lake was awakened. In the turbid lake water, countless black shadows swayed in the water. Very strange. What's that? Sirius asked warily. Dumbledore's expression grew ugly, and he said with disgust, it's a yin corpse. Looking at the dense figures in the lake, Sirius took a cold breath. So many yin corpses. How many people did the demon head kill? About 2,000 people, said Dumbledore, in a cold, angry voice. Once the Ministry of Magic reported that there was a small town in this neighborhood that disappeared without a trace overnight, and the Ministry of Law suspected that it was a wizard or a magical animal that did it, but in the end there was no trace, so it gave up. More than 2,000 people. This blackhead was so mad that he actually killed so many people and made them into yin corpses? Sirius understood what Dumbledore meant, but still couldn't believe it. Peter was also shocked and angry. This Voldemort looked like a madman. In order to guard a Horcrux, he actually slaughtered the people of a small town and made them into corpses. Peter had seen the introduction of the corpse in the forbidden area of the library, and this very evil method of production, even the most vicious dark wizard, did not dare to easily step into it. Only because the premise of the production of the yin corpse is to let the victims experience the most painful injuries, their hearts are full of resentment, and then use black magic to lock their souls in the rotten body, never resting, becoming the zombie of the dark wizards guarding the treasure. Creaker, where did Regulus fall? Sirius asked the house elf beside him. Creaker's face was full of fear and sadness, and he pointed in the direction hidden by the green mist in the distance, and said, Creaker remembers that there is a small island there, and it is there that the Master Regulus was caught by the hand of the lake. Sirius heard this, and raised his daughter to look into the distance and shouted, Regulus is flying. With a loud bang, a large and deep ripple appeared in the lake water, accompanied by a huge impact, directly knocking Sirius out of the shore. Countless cold roars instantly sounded in the lake, and countless white hands stretched out from the lake, as if they were going to arrest people. Useless, Sirius, here Voldemort cast spells, flying spells, and other magic are forbidden, which will only anger the ghosts in the lake. Dumbledore stopped Sirius from continuing his temptation. We need to reach the island in the center of the lake, where Regulus was dragged down, and his body should be near there. Dumbledore seemed to have found something by the lake, wielding magic with his wand, fumbling for something in the air with his other hand, and finally a green chain was pulled out of the air by him. At the other end of the chain, a small boat that could accommodate only one more person broke through the lake. Dumbledore looked at the boat and chuckled. It seems that Voldemort wanted to create a way to cross the lake without causing the wrath of the ghosts in the lake, so that he would need to check or take away the Horcruxes in case he needed to. If only it had been a bit difficult for me before, but now that you have Peter your Phoenix, you don't have to take a boat to the island in the center of the lake. Peter nodded and summoned the Phoenix again. He and Dumbledore grabbed Field's feet. Sirius hugged Peter's waist, flew together to the center of the lake through the green mist. The three landed on the island. Creaker was already standing on the shore of the island, looking at the lake with fear and expectation, pointing to where he was standing, screaming, Creaker remembers here, this is where the Master Regulus was caught in the lake. The master is in the lake, but there are too many dead bodies. They grab the master Regulus and drag him deep into the lake. Kriak is useless, can't save the master, whining. Well, Kriaker, don't be sad, we'll take your master home today. Dumbledore touched Kriaker's bare head and said gently and comfortingly. With the straight rod shoots out a long fluorescence, like a light snake burrowing into the lake, illuminating the surrounding lake water transparently. Some of the nearby yin corpses quickly hid to the side. They were afraid of light and fire, so they instinctively wanted to flee. Dumbledore retracted his magic, turned to Sirius and said, there are a lot of yin corpses in the lake, and if you are bitten or poured, you can easily be poisoned or even turn into a yin corpse, so I need to use your blood later. Use the bloodline method to find Regulus, then you need to enter the lake as soon as possible to find him, and then bring him up. Then he looked at Peter. When I cast the blood magic later, I can't interrupt it, so Peter, you have to keep Sirius safe and can't let other ghosts get close to him. Peter nodded. It wasn't that hard for him. Dumbledore cut Sirius's arm and pulled out a trail of blood, his wand waving and chanting complex incantations. The scoop's blood in midair glowed red, and was then stretched into a long red line, one connected to Sirius's hand and the other submerged in the lake. The host was there. The host was there. Kriaker screamed with excitement, pointing to the red light in the lake, eager to jump straight in and bring his master back. Peter quickly grabbed the somewhat crazy house elf, and then the wand was waved, and a flame flew out of the wand, like a fire snake burrowing into the lake, and then became larger, splitting into two, along the red line of the blood magic to separate the space around a few meters around, to prevent the yin corpse from approaching. Now, Sirius, hurry up and get Regulus back. Dumbledore, who maintained his magic, warned loudly. Sirius nodded, looked at the blood in his hand and jumped, under the protection of Peter's two fire snakes, swimming in the direction where the blood was pointing. The yin corpse in the lake was originally very afraid of the fire snake in the lake and avoided it from afar. But Sirius entered the lake, and the corpses seemed to smell blood, frantically rushing towards him, not caring about the threat of the two burning fire snakes. Peter saw this scene on the shore, his eyebrows wrinkled, and then he turned his staff, and the two fire snakes in the lake also crossed together with the straight, forming a spiral to protect Sirius swimming forward, and as soon as the corpse that wanted to attack Sirius touched the flames, the body seemed to be poured with oil, and the flames quickly spread to the body, and Zosi roared and burned. Dumbledore, who had been maintaining the blood magic, saw this and put aside his worries, and concentrated on the maintenance method, allowing Sirius to follow the guidance to find Regulus in the lake. The movement in the lake grew louder, and all the sleeping corpses woke up, some attacking Sirius in the lake, and the other part crawling to the shore, towards Peter Calbrido and Kriaker. Kriaker wants to retrieve Master Regulus, and you can't stop Kriaker. Seeing the tragic white and green yin corpse, Kriaker was very frightened, but he still kept issuing a spell, knocking several yin corpses out. Well done, Kriaker. Peter praised Peter for being such a loyal house elf. Kriaker heard the praise, straightened his waist, and more effectively flew away trying to grab its. Peter saw Dumbledore's side of the corpse, his brow frowned. Blood magic, this kind of partial thing, need Dumbledore to maintain the magic output. If slightly interrupted, the blood will disappear, then Sirius in the lake may not be able to find Regulus. Seeing this, Peter's body shook, and another Peter came out, took a magic wand from Peter's pocket, and then erected a high wall of flames along the shore of the lake, and then burned the corpses to ashes. Although Dumbledore was maintaining the bloodline law, he was still very shocked to see Peter's strange doppelganger. It's not unusual to be able to conjure up another self, but it's the most amazing thing about letting the doppelgangers also use the method. He had never heard of this kind of magic, and the only thing he had ever seen was a spirit cat from the French Ministry of Magic. With Dumbledore's experience and insight, he did not think that this was magic that had existed before, and he preferred to believe that it was the magic created by Peter. Although it was hard to believe, he felt that there was no other reason to explain such magic. However, this is not the time to think about this, only to see that with the passage of time, there are more and more yin corpses in the lake, and they are frantically attacking everything that has vitality. Peter had to increase his mana output, making the fire snake in the lake that protected Sirius larger, and always ensuring that no shadowy corpse could get close to Sirius. These yin corpses are very similar to the zombies seen in Peter's previous life movies, as long as they are bitten or scratched. If they do not use the potion to remove the toxins at the first time, soon the injured people will also become yin corpses, and there is no way to save them. Therefore, this is also one of the important reasons why the honey law community strictly prohibits the manufacture of yin corpses. The lake water surged, countless yin corpses stirred up the calm lake, the flames in the lake illuminated the lake red, and many of the yin corpses were blocked outside by Peter's flames. It seemed that a long time later, and as if it were not long before Sirius, protected by flames, sprang out of the lake, he fell to the island with a miserable white corpse in his arms. Unlike the other violent and out-of-control corpses, this corpse lay quietly in Sirius's arms and did not look like it was attacking Sirius. Peter knew that this was due to Dumbledore's blood magic, which temporarily plunged the corpse into a deep sleep. The host? Master, you are finally back? Kriaker ran over first, clinging to one of Regulus's hands, tears streaming from his eyes. Dumbledore and Peter also finished their fight, came to Sirius, and looked closely at Regulus, who was hugged tightly by him. Peter looked at Regulus's appearance, and he was also a little surprised. He looked very young, only 17 or 18 years old at this time. Regulus's eyes were closed, except for the tragic white face. Unlike the other ghosts in the lake, it looked like sleeping. Seeing this, Sirius couldn't help but feel hope in his heart, and quickly looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, look at my brother, is he not dead yet? Dumbledore was also very surprised, and the wand in his hand threw several spells at Regulus, carefully examining his body, his face frowning for a moment in surprise, and after a while he stopped. Turning to Sirius, he shook his head and said, very much, Sirius, now Regulus is indeed in a very wonderful balance, perhaps because he drank Voldemort's configuration of poison before being dragged into the lake, and the yin corpse poison and poison in his body formed a balance, saving the last bit of vitality. But now that too much time has passed, his life force is running out, and I can't do anything about it. How can this be? Sirius looked at his brother in his arms and was very disappointed. Can you show me? Peter said that he was curious about Regulus's state, and according to Dumbledore, Voldemort's poison and corpse poison formed a state of poison attack, and this balance kept Regulus from continuing to be necrotic and left a glimmer of life. I forgot, Peter, that you were the therapist at St. Mungo's, and you were the expert in that. Dumbledore gave way so that Peter could better examine it, and he wondered if Peter, who had done miracles, could do the same this time. Sirius regained hope and quickly laid Regulus flat on the ground, looking at him expectantly. Peter tapped with his wand all over Regulus's body, and a series of brilliant magic intertwined and enveloped Regulus, and at the same time his face constantly showed various expressions, one moment of doubt, one moment of joy, one moment of seriousness, the next moment of becoming dignified, seeing Sirius's heart up and down, not knowing what kind of diagnosis Peter would have. Eventually Peter returned his gaze and smiled at Sirius, I can save Regulus. Really? Sirius looked at Peter in surprise, his hands clutching Peter's shoulders. Peter stripped off his hand, smiled and nodded. Luckily, Regulus wasn't completely necrotic, so I have a way to remove the corpse poison from him. Then Peter, hurry up and save my brother. As long as you can save him, you can let me do anything, Sirius said excitedly. Peter shook his head, looking at his doppelganger not far away, dealing with the corpse that wanted to go ashore, and said to Sirius, not yet, I have to go back first. Yes, we're going back soon? Sirius said impatiently. Wait a minute. Peter stopped, then looked at Dumbledore on the side, pointing to the stone basin in the center of the island. We must also take some of the poison made by Voldemort and let Professor Snape parse the antidote. Otherwise, even if I untie the corpse poison, the poison can take away Regulus and the last trace of life in an instant. Snot. Sirius heard the request to Snape, and his face flashed with reluctance, but in order to save his brother, he did not say 10 this time. Dumbledore smiled happily, looked at Peter with a kind look in his eyes, and said with a sincere feeling, being able to bring Peter with you today is the most correct decision I have ever made in my life. Peter, you are always full of surprises. Severus there I solved. I believe that at the level of his potion master, unlocking Voldemort's potion would be a breeze. However, let me get rid of these corpses first. This monster should not exist. Dumbledore stood up and looked at the countless corpses with a cold and compassionate face, and the elder staff in his hand shook. A series of golden red flames flew out from the tip of the wand and landed on the surface of the water, and the whole lake was full of flames. These flames did not feel hot, but as soon as the yin corpse encountered it, it was like oil touching the fire, and it quickly caught fire and turned into fly ash. Looking at the wand in Dumbledore's hand, Peter was a little hot for a while. Voldemort relied on making Horcruxes, and his magic had far surpassed Dumbledore's, but Dumbledore relied on the old wand to stabilize him in the face-to-face confrontation with Voldemort. If he had this wand, he would be able to instantly pull the gap between himself and Voldemort, at least not at a disadvantage. However, Peter still withdrew his eyes. Although the old wand was powerful, it also depended on whose hand it was in, and he did not have the confidence to snatch it from Dumbledore's hand now. And Dumbledore did not contradict him, and he could not make a vendetta against Dumbledore for a wand. His gaze shifted to the stone basin, which was filled with green potions, and Dumbledore was studying the potions in the stone basin when he saw him fill the potion into a transparent bottle with a delicate spoon on the side of the stone basin, and the potion in the bottle quickly disappeared, and at the same time in the stone basin where the potion was scooped away, the potion returned to its original amount, without any reduction. Dumbledore saw this and probed it carefully before saying, Voldemort is indeed very talented. He has set magic on this stone basin, and no one can reduce the potion in the basin by half a point unless it is drunk in the stomach. And this potion is so complex that even the most determined will cannot endure this torture. It seems that Voldemort had already planned it. Even if someone came here and wanted to get the locket inside, he would have to drink the potion. But in this way, the potion will make the drinker very weak and even delirious, and eventually dragged into the lake by the corpses in the lake, and eventually become one of them. Sirius unbelievingly scooped the potion in the basin with his hand, but the potion was like an illusory presence, and his hand went straight through the potion. He used a silver spoon to scoop the potion again, and although he successfully scooped up the potion, it disappeared as soon as it entered the bottle and returned to the stone basin. After trying a few times, Sirius gave up, looked at Dumbledore reluctantly and asked, what to do? Did Snape come over in person? But we can't even touch the drug. How to analyze its antidote? Dumbledore didn't say anything, but simply took the silver spoon and scooped up a small spoonful of potion and put it in his mouth. This scene frightened Sirius, and he quickly grabbed Dumbledore and asked in disbelief, "Dumbledore, what are you doing? Spit it out. It's poison." Dumbledore's face was full of pain, as if he had been tortured, and he collapsed on the ground, but fortunately he was caught by Sirius, and at his urging, he spat out the potion contained in his mouth with difficulty, and the medicine disappeared before it landed. Dumbledore seemed to be seriously ill, and with a deep breath of pale face and a smile on his face, he said, "Voldemort is indeed extremely calculating, and he is sure that anyone who wants to get the locket must drink the potion in the basin. But he apparently ignored some of the details of the process, so when I drank the potion but didn't swallow it, the magic had already determined that I had drunk the potion, and although it caused me some pain, as long as I took the potion in my mouth and stayed away from the cave, the potion would not return to the stone basin." Peter looked at Dumbledore with admiration and strangeness, and the idea of transporting potions with his mouth, Dumbledore could actually come up with it? Summer was refreshing his view of Dumbledore. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Sirius looked at him with gratitude, and then said firmly, "Leave this matter to me. Regulus is my brother. It is my responsibility." "Dumbledore, you still have to sit in the Order of the Phoenix. You can't get hurt here again." As he spoke, he picked up a spoon and scooped up a large spoonful of potion and poured it into his mouth. When Peter saw this, he quickly knocked over the potion in Sirius's hand with a wave of his hand. Seeing him looking at himself in confusion, Peter looked helplessly at the two men. "Haven't you ever thought about taking away the whole stone basin? Why torture yourself so painfully, just to take away a little medicine? The problem is that this potion can't be moved." "Peter, what are you talking about?" Sirius said with a question, not understanding at all what Peter meant. When Dumbledore heard Peter's words, he seemed to have a glimmer of understanding, but he still did not understand what he meant, and looked at Peter in doubt. "I once heard Hermione complain that the logic of the wizard's thinking is not very good, and now it seems that it is indeed correct." Peter spat wordlessly. He directly waved his wand, and a sharp blade of light flew out of the staff, cutting the stone platform under the stone basin directly. Then the wand was picked up, and the entire stone platform plus the stone basin above floated up. Turning to the two dumbfounded wizards, he said, "Isn't that okay? It took so much effort. A whole pot of medicine was enough for the Dotsney to be studied. Can you still do this?" Sirius looked foolishly at the sliced stone pedestal, somewhat unable to accept it. Dumbledore also coughed a few times in embarrassment, feeling that his previous sufferings had been in vain. However, he still recovered his mood and said with admiration, "It is indeed not as active as Peter. Your mind is active, and you can escape the whole framework to see this, thanks to you." Peter was not satisfied. Dumbledore was just stuck in the limitations of his thinking, so he waved his hand, and then handed the whole huge stone platform to Dumbledore to deal with. Dumbledore was also not polite, and then took out a small bag, cast the empty yen extension spell on the inside, and then attached the mouth of the bag to the stone platform, which was instantly swallowed by the bag. By this time the corpse in the cave had been disposed of by Peter and Dumbledore, and Peter's doppelganger came to Peter and merged into Peter's body in the eyes of the two in amazement. Peter looked around and said to the two, "Now there is no need to stay here, let's leave first." Dumbledore and Sirius nodded in agreement, especially since Sirius had tied Regulus to his back with a rope and was desperate to go back to save his brother. Summoning Field again, he returned along the road with a few men, and was finally relieved when several flew out of the pitch-black cave back to shore. Without stopping, Peter simply asked Field to teleport back with the four of them, while Kriaker, the house elf, had already returned early to clean Regulus's room early. Back at 12 Mowgli Square, several people immediately put Regulus on the bed of his room, which had long been cleaned by Kriaker. Sirius looked at Regulus lying quietly on the bed, and couldn't wait to look at Peter. "Peter, what do you need to save Regulus? I'm going to get ready right away. You can also find Kriaker, who will listen to you." Without serious assurances, Kriaker looked at Peter with wide eyes and said excitedly, "As long as Mr. York saves Master Regulus, what Mr. York wants Kriaker to do, Clay is willing to do everything." Peter smiled and shook his head, then looked at Dumbledore and said, "Trouble, Professor. You first ask Professor Snape to analyze Voldemort's potion. I think at his level of potions master, making an antidote is not a problem. As for Sirius, you're responsible for keeping watch over them and not letting anyone else interrupt my spell casting process." Peter whispered to Sirius, "All right, Peter, rest assured, I won't let a rope fly in and disturb you," Sirius assured. The tip of Dumbledore's wand flew out of the patron saint and disappeared through the wall, apparently to contact Snape. He himself, after obtaining Peter's permission, went to the couch next to him and quietly watched Peter's movements. Once the yin corpse is transformed, it is like being bitten by a werewolf of the full moon, and there is no chance of regret. Fortunately, the poison and corpse poison in Regulus's body formed a delicate balance, and did not completely transform it, so it retained a trace of vitality. But at this time, this glimmer of life is like the last bit of Mars in the ashes, and the inch is about to be extinguished. Peter summoned the phoenix, touched his feathers tenderly, and said, "Field, I don't have any tears here, can you give me a few drops of your tears? I need to save the guy in bed." Field rubbed Peter's hand affectionately and tilted his head to look at the man on the bed, and since Peter had asked, he had never refused. So he nodded, blinked, and a few drops of crystalline tears spilled out of his eyes, and were quickly picked up by Peter with a small bottle. Thank you, Field. Peter gently touched the phoenix. When I save him, how about letting him buy a lot of nuts that you like? Field let out a happy chirp when he heard it, and the magic sound made everyone in the room feel happy and filled with light. Peter took the tears of the phoenix and came to Regulus and fed them into his mouth to keep him alive. Peter rummaged through the bag and finally found a box, smiling. That's it. As he spoke, he opened the box, and a dazzling light shone inside, illuminating the somewhat dimly lit room. Peter looked at it and took out the contents of the box, which was a piece of shining colorful scales, very beautiful. Feather snake scales. Dumbledore was surprised to see it. That's right, the feathered serpent is a magical creature in the Americas full of light attributes, and is regarded by the ancient Indians as the embodiment of the sun, which conflicts with the dark attributes of the yin corpse. Peter took the scales and said, and there is still the ability to heal, but unfortunately it is extinct, and even this scale is rare to see. Peter said that Peter put the scales of the feather snake above Regulus's heart, and then took out a bottle from the bag, which contained a thick silver liquid. If it were not for the shimmer of the stars, it would look like silver water. Peter opened the bottle, then found a spiraling white horn, dipped the tip of the horn with the liquid in the bottle, and used it as a pen to draw mysterious runes on Regulus's body. Unicorn blood, unicorn horn. Dumbledore saw these things at a glance and smiled at Peter and said, I didn't expect you to have so many good things here. It was the blood that the unicorn had voluntarily come out of the south, and the horn that the unicorn king had taken off as an adult, and it was given to me voluntarily by the unicorns of the Forbidden Forest, and I didn't force it on them. Peter explained as he buried his head in the drawing. I've heard Firens say that you helped the unicorns escape their doom, so they like you very much. Dumbledore said with a smile. Firens' big mouth, no wonder he was driven out of the Forbidden Forest by his people. Peter's mouth spat out, and the movement of his hands did not stop. As Peter made ink with unicorn blood, he drew more and more on Regulus' body, and eventually the whole person seemed to be tattooed, and the silver ornament looked very mysterious. Dumbledore looked at the runes and looked at Peter with unabashed astonishment. Druid runes? Isn't that a long-lost story? You actually know this. I was so amazed. I got it by chance, and I taught myself some. Peter looked down and casually explained that he had learned all this from the Book of Merlin, which was full of ancient magical knowledge, and Headmaster, since you all know the Druid runes, it is obvious that it is not lost. Dumbledore shook his head. I don't understand this kind of ancient rune. I've only seen these remnants of runes in some books, so I recognize a few runes, but I can't compare to you. When the last stroke was drawn, Peter breathed a sigh of relief, then took out his wand, pointed at Regulus and recited a difficult and complex incantation. The silver ornament on his body immediately emitted a dazzling light, and then a stripe ornament seemed to be alive, swimming on Regulus's body, and then transformed into a strip of light to burrow under the skin, and some looming black chi in his body. Peter saw this, and rested his staff on the feather snake scales on the mouth of Regulus's heart, as if chanting a long incantation, and the feather snake scales became brighter and brighter, and a feather snake shadow emerged from the scales, and then interacted with the light charms that were swimming in the body. Dumbledore and Sirius in the room listened to Peter's chanting as if they had heard the breath of nature, and everywhere was full of life. Even Phoenix Field, who was staying at the end of the bed, followed the chanting and made a pleasant sound. Then those light charms in Regulus's body turned into chains, drawing up the corpse poison black chi and quickly concentrating on the scales of the heart. The feather snake scales were like black holes, almost refusing to come, swallowing up all the light runes and the black chi they brought. Chains of light runes ran through the whole body, forcing out all the corpse poison in Regulus's body, following the blood vessels to the heart, and then being swallowed up by the feather snake scales above. Gradually, the milky white scales seemed to be blackened, and gradually became pitch black. Peter did not care, but instead kept chanting incantations, controlling the light charm to remove the corpse poison from Regulus's body. Finally, Peter came down, and he looked at Regulus, who had regained the color of flesh, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face, but looking at the dark and dim scales on his chest, his expression instantly became fleshy. Seeing that Peter had stopped working, Sirius, who was guarding the left door, couldn't help it at this time, looking at the rosy Regulus on the bed, and looked at Peter excitedly. What? Is my brother okay with him? Peter rolled his eyes, wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat on the edge of the bed, and said in a nonchalant manner, I am only removing the corpse poison on his body now, and there is still Voldemort's poison in his body that has not been solved, and besides, he has been in the lake for more than 10 years, his vitality is weak, and now I am hanging with the tears of a phoenix. Only after the poison has been released can we treat it one step at a time. Peter, can you let me check it out? Dumbledore was also very curious about the state of Regulus at this time, so he asked Peter for the truth. Yes. Peter nodded indifferently in agreement. He knew that Dumbledore was not questioning him, but only in curiosity about the unknown. Dumbledore waved his wand and carefully examined Regulus's body, and the more he examined it, the more surprised he became. Then he withdrew his wand, looked at Peter in amazement, and said, It's incredible, Regulus's body now has no corpse poison. As long as he removes Voldemort's poison, he will be able to wake up at the bottom. Really? That's great. Sirius jumped up happily, and he couldn't wait to look at Dumbledore. When is that snot Snape coming? As long as he can save my brother, he can let me do anything? I think he's arrived. Dumbledore said with a smile, then shouted toward the door, Severus, come in, we need your help. The door opened, Snape looked at Sirius expressionlessly, then entered the room, first looked at Peter in surprise, then saw the person lying on the bed. His expression could no longer be controlled, shocked, Regulus Black. After taking a closer look and making sure it was him, his eyes looked at Dumbledore, full of puzzlement. How could he be here? Isn't he already dead? And how he looks so young? It's complicated, and I can't explain it for a while. Dumbledore said, but he has now been hit by a very strong poison. You are a potion master. I don't think any potion can embarrass you, so I specifically asked you to come and help. Yes, Snot. Snape, as long as you can save my brother, you can make me do anything? Sirius also jumped out and said, your brother. Snape looked at him sarcastically and sneered, how come I don't know when you cared so much about Regulus? When he first tried to follow you in school, he was unceremoniously pushed away by you, and said that he was not your brother. You. Sirius was hit in pain and glared at Snape, but he knew he was wrong, and then he looked at Regulus on the bed, endured, and said, Snape, I ask you to save Regulus. As long as you save him, you can even want my life. Severus, I remember Regulus having a good relationship with you, so help. Dumbledore sighed and said that he knew Snape and Sirius had irreconcilable contradictions, but that was not the time to think about them. Snape heard Dumbledore's words, his eyes flashed a little complicated, looked at Regulus on the bed, nodded, and asked directly, what poison did he get? Is there any remaining poison? I need to know what poison can make the corresponding antidote. Dumbledore heard the words, showed a look of delight, pulled out a small bag, and then waved his wand into the bag, and the small bag was like vomit, spitting out the huge stone platform, and gently landing on the ground, almost occupying about a third of the room. Peter waved his staff at this point, and the room expanded several times at once. Snape was surprised by Dumbledore's operation, and then saw the stone basin on the stone platform, which was filled with green potions, and asked with a somewhat confused expression, Dumbledore, what are you? The stone basin was set up with unsolvable magic, so the entire stone platform could only be brought in. Dumbledore explained with a smile. Can you still do this? Snape was a little surprised that, according to what he knew about Dumbledore, he probably wouldn't have come up with such a different way to cut the creek. But when I saw Peter on the side, it was instantly clear that I was afraid that only Peter would be such a king. But now he didn't have time to think about it. He came to the stone platform, looked at the potion in the stone basin, and Shenhand went to scoop it but went straight through the potion. Try it with this spoon. Peter handed him the silver spoon and reminded, the potion can't go for half a minute except to drink it. Dumbledore tried, and it was okay to hold it in his mouth, but the potion was very torturous. Hearing Peter's words, Snape was slightly surprised, but not afraid, but more interested, scooped up a little potion directly, put it under his nose and sniffed it, and then tentatively put a drop into his mouth. For an instant, his face showed a painful expression, but due to the small amount, he did not collapse like Dumbledore. After a while, Snape looked at Dumbledore with great interest and asked, is this a potion made by a potions master? I actually mixed more than a dozen potions perfectly, and there were several that I hadn't tasted for the time being. It was only because of how much malice it was to the enemy to create this painful potion, which was even more vicious than the Drill Heart Curse. What a nice potion. Who else could it be? It's your master? Sirius heard Snape's praise for the making of the potion and said unhappily, made by the Dark Lord. Snape looked at Dumbledore in amazement, saw him nod, frowned, and said, I need 3 days to parse the ingredients in the potion before I can formulate the corresponding antidote, and no one can disturb me during this time. I knew it wouldn't bother you, Severus. Dumbledore was very happy to hear this. No one will disturb you these days, and if you have any potion materials you need, you can find Sirius. That's right, Snape can find me any material you need, and I can find it for you. Sirius rushed to the assurance. Looking at Sirius in front of him, Snape made no secret of disgust, frowned and stepped back, saying, no, just stay away from me. I don't need your help. Snape Sirius jumped up in an instant, but as soon as he saw Regulus, he fell down again and stopped talking back. Dumbledore ignored the two of them, but went to the bedside and said softly to Creaker, who had been standing here, Creaker, it will be troublesome for you to take care of Regulus in a few days, and when the antidote is made, your master will be able to wake up. Creaker will take good care of the master Regulus, Mr. Dumbledore, rest assured. The owner of Regulus has been taken care of by Creaker since he was a child, and Creaker can take care of the little master the most. Creaker happily assured that his eyes had not left Regulus. That's good. Dumbledore touched Creaker's head, then got up and said to Peter, Peter, we don't need to be responsible here for the time being. How about we go downstairs for a cup of tea? Okay, I happen to be a little thirsty. Peter smiled and said that he knew that Dumbledore probably had something to tell him. The two men came to the living room, and Dumbledore did not wait for Peter to ask, and then said directly, Peter, I think we need to go to the village of Little Hangian ahead of time. After today's events, I felt that things were a little urgent, and the Little Hangerton village was of great significance to Voldemort, and I thought it was quite possible that he had left something there. I don't know if you are interested in seeing me go out again? Upon hearing Dumbledore's invitation, Peter readily agreed, fearing that Dumbledore would be too arrogant to go there alone, and that his original fate would probably continue. He didn't want Dumbledore to lose his life for the time being. In the northwest of the village of Little Hangii, the apparitions of Peter and Dumbledore were transfigured here, and looking at the dilapidated and collapsed house not far away, the two of them did not hurry forward to the door. On the dilapidated door, a dead snake is nailed to the door, which looks very strange. This is the ancestral home of the Gaunts, and Voldemort's mother was from the Gaunts, Dumbledore explained to Peter, and you should have heard of the Gaunts, who are descendants of Sarazar Lytherin. Peter nodded. The Gunter family was famous in the wizarding world, especially in Slytherin, and was very popular as one of the 28 families of the Divine, especially as a descendant of Slytherin. Unfortunately, the Gaunt family had been cut off decades earlier, and Voldemort's uncle Monfingant, who had been blamed by him as the murderer of Riddle's family, was imprisoned in Azkaban and died inside. Peter was a little surprised to see the dilapidated house, which had no protective magic other than being cast by the Muggle expulsion spell. As if to understand Peter's surprise, Dumbledore explained, Voldemort was a very conceited man, and the fact that he did not cast a spell on these buildings only shows that he was very confident in what was inside and that no one could take it with him. So we have to be very careful. Peter, of course, had to be careful. After all, this was the place where Dumbledore had been recruited, and he didn't think his willpower could match Dumbledore's. Both men cautiously walked through the door and into the house, which, unlike the outside, was unremarkable, but both Peter and Dumbledore could feel that there were very dangerous traps everywhere. A thick black smell filled the room. Although these dark magic traps were dangerous, with the strength of the two, they were finally solved. The two of them walked up the stairs, because the atmosphere of black magic was more intense, and it was obvious that what Voldemort was hiding was most likely on it. The decaying wooden staircase creaked with an overwhelmed creak, as if it were about to break at any moment. However, neither of them paid any attention, but observed the trap upstairs more vigilantly. As soon as I stepped on the second floor, a thin and rambling voice came over, and then there was a scene of scalp tingling, and countless poisonous snakes did not know which snakes had emerged from Wicca, crawling all over the second floor, on the beams, on the escalators, on the floor. There were densely packed poisonous snakes everywhere, all with their poisonous fangs, and the state of attacking. However, in the face of so many poisonous snakes, the two did not care too much, but instead smiled. Dumbledore smiled and looked at Peter and said, Peter is looking at you now, and I think you should be the best at dealing with these snakes. No problem. Peter confidently said that these poisonous snakes may be able to cause trouble to others, but they are not worth mentioning to him who knows snake language. Only to see him open his mouth slightly, and the sound of SI in his mouth, he made all the poisonous snakes in the house bow their heads, as if they had seen the Emperor, unable to disobey his orders. Peter hissed again, and all the snakes quickly and obediently left, and in the blink of an eye, there was no snake on the second floor full of poisonous snakes, as if steel was just an illusion. Although the Snack-Eman has always been regarded as the ability of the Dark Wizard, it still seems to be quite useful now, isn't it a horse? Dumbledore smiled and said, at least it is very useful against snakes. The two of them continued to move forward, approaching along the place where the black law fluctuated most strongly, unlocking the traps that blocked the way along the way, and finally stopped in the innermost room, which was so dilapidated that there was no door, and after the two entered, they found the most intense black magic on the wooden cabinet, which came from the charming magic, which made Peter feel his temptation in the distance, and there was always a voice in his heart encouraging him to take the contents of the wooden cabinet. Dumbledore also noticed something strange, and with a serious look on his face, he vigilantly opened the drawer with his old wand. The two looked up and saw that there was only one ring in the drawer, which looked very ordinary. But neither of them dared to make this ring small, because the black law coming from it was very strong, and the magic of seduction became more intense. Dumbledore turned his head to look at Peter and was relieved to find him thoughtful, but still said, Peter, you stay here. This ring is very demagogic, and it is easy to be confused if the will is not very firm. As he spoke, he slowly approached with his wand in hand. Peter didn't refuse. He was confident that his strength was not too far behind Dumbledore's, but he was less confident in his will. The ring has a powerful curse set by Voldemort and the blessing of the Resurrection Stone. He was afraid that as soon as he got closer, he would be tricked into putting on the ring, and although he would not die, he might suffer a great sin. Peter knew that Dumbledore might not be able to resist the temptation of the Resurrection Stone, so he carefully stared at Dumbledore's state, afraid that he would put the ring on when he was not paying attention, and then he would lose it. The closer Dumbledore got to the ring, his expression changed, one moment confused and one moment awake, one moment full of grief, and the next revealing a smirk that Peter had never seen before, not at all like the shrewd Dumbledore tale he usually saw. Gradually, Dumbledore's expression became clear, his eyes became more and more confused, as if he saw someone, and he showed a very gentle smirk and murmured, Ariana. He stared obsessively at the ring in the drawer, his hand bowing inside, trying to pick up the ring. Dumbledore, don't touch it. What you see is fake. Wake up. Peter quickly shouted when he saw this. He did not dare to go over, for fear that he would also be caught. Peter's voice was loud in the room, shaking the dust off the beams, but Dumbledore still turned a deaf ear to the old, dazed hand to get the ring. Seeing this, Peter could only raise his staff and aim it at Dumbledore, shouting, Dumbledore is coming. As Dumbledore's hand was about to pick up the worm into the ring, an invisible force dragged Dumbledore back to Peter. Away from the ring, Dumbledore regained consciousness. He looked a little decadent, looked at the ring in a daze, and then he stood up, could not hide his sadness, and barely squeezed out a smile and said to Peter, "Thank you, Peter, if it were not for you, I might have been caught. I was too big to be confident and determined, but now it seems that I am too conceited." Peter shook his head, and instead of mentioning Ariana, who had just lost his mind, he asked, "This ring is undoubtedly Voldemort's Horcrux, but we can't touch it now, so what should we do with it?" Out of nowhere, Dumbledore conjured up a delicate little box, and with a determined look, he approached the ring again. "Dumbledore." Peter was astonished and tried to stop him. Dumbledore turned to look at Peter, smiled and reassured, "Don't worry, this time with mental preparation, I will be fine," said and walked slowly towards the ring. Peter watched Dumbledore's expression carefully to prevent him from being confused by the ring as before. He watched as Dumbledore drew closer to the ring, and although his expression was a little dazed, he soon woke up. Coming to the ring, with a clean look, he picked up the ring with his wand and quickly put it in a wooden box and closed it. With the closing of the wooden box, the thick smell of black magic and the demagogic magic vanished, and Dumbledore leaned on the cabinet with a gasp, looked at the wooden box in his hand with complicated eyes, and then solemnly put it into a dragon skin bag. Peter was also relieved that this ring could be so demagogic. In addition to the superb magic of the ground, the resurrection stone was also indispensable, and the combination of the two made the magic of that deception very powerful, so that Peter did not dare to come close. He walked over quickly, picked up Dumbledore, looked warily at the dragon skin bag in his hand, and said, "Dumbledore, this thing is very dangerous. We need to find a place to destroy it quickly, otherwise sooner or later there will be an accident." Dumbledore nodded, took a deep breath, and smiled bitterly. "It's really old. If you hadn't followed me today, I'm afraid I would have been caught. In addition to the deception method on the ring, there is also a death curse, and once someone picks it up and wears it on his finger, he will be killed by the ancestral curse. That means you shouldn't die, Professor." Peter smiled and said that he was satisfied that with Dumbledore's firepower in front of him to attract Voldemort, he didn't have to be in such a hurry. Let's go back and have a good discussion about how to fix this ring." Dumbledore regained his strength and stood up straight. Peter nodded, and the next two of them left the place directly in the phantom shape. Outside Hogwarts Castle, Peter and Dumbledore appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Forest at the same time, then strolled to the castle. The two did not choose to return to Mowgli Square 12. The Horcrux thing was very important. Dumbledore did not want too many people to know, so the two discussed, and decided to come to the school to solve the Horcrux. Passing by Hagrid's hut, Hagrid heard movement outside and ran out shouting, with a bow and arrow in his hand. But when he saw that it was Dumbledore and Peter, he was surprised. "Dumbledore, Peter, why are you all here? Come in, I've just made a pot of coffee." Dumbledore waved his hand and said with a smile, "No, Hagrid, we have important things to do now, and we will come back when it is resolved. Your coffee can be brewed a little more, by the way, a little more sugar, that should taste better." "Well, I'll cook a little more." Hagrid smiled and then said sincerely to Peter, "Peter, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a professor yet. It's amazing that you're so young to be a professor." "Thank you, Hagrid. We will be colleagues in the future, and we will have to take more care of my new member," Peter said with a smile. "Of course," Hagrid agreed, patting the soil. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, the two went straight to the principal's office. As Peter greeted the portraits of the headmasters on the wall, Dumbledore drew the Gryffindor sword from the sorting singing, then came to the side and knocked on the wall with his wand, and in Peter's surprised expression, Dumbledore explained with a smile, "This is the place where I usually use to test some magic, and the surroundings are protected with magic, just enough to deal with Horcruxes. Come on in." In the empty room, both Dumbledore and Peter stood guard, Peter standing far away according to Dumbledore's admonition, always paying attention to his movements, while Dumbledore took out the box and placed it on the ground, holding the Gryffindor sword in one hand. Opening the box, the forbidden dark magic gushed out, and the demagogic force became more intense, as if it sensed that it was insecure, desperately exuding magic to confuse the minds of the two people in the room. Peter was a little confused by this sudden force of seduction, and the scene suddenly changed in front of his eyes, and his parents appeared not far away, holding a golden egg in their hands, and gently said that it was a gift they had brought back to him from the Amazon forest, hoping that he would like it. Seeing his parents, Peter rejoiced in his heart, and a voice in his heart urged him to go over and catch the golden egg that his parents had given him. Peter thought for a moment, he looked at the gentle parents, his heart was always empty, they should still be. Well, what should be wrong? Peter thought with some confusion. But as soon as he saw the golden egg, he was even happier. He felt that the golden egg had his closest companion, and he felt that he could give it a name. Just call it Field? He just wanted to walk over and take the golden egg in his mother's hand, when a loud and beautiful cry suddenly sounded in his heart, filling his heart with unparalleled warmth and light. Peter suddenly came back to God. No, he shouldn't be here now. His field has been swim out, and he's a very beautiful phoenix. Peter, regaining his sanity, looked at the parents in front of him and the golden eggs in their hands, his eyes wary, ignoring their calls, closing his eyes, and isolating the information outside the brain. When he opened his eyes again, he was in the principal's office again, and he was already standing in front of the ring, and the golden egg in his fantasy was like a ring. But Peter couldn't care less about this at this point, because Dumbledore was clearly in a trance, and he had grabbed the ring and was putting it on his right hand. Except for your weapons. Frightened, Peter hurriedly waved his wand at Dumbledore, repelling Dumbledore with one hand, and the ring in his hand was knocked off the ground. Dumbledore regained his sanity the moment the ring broke away, and he fell silent, and smiled bitterly at Peter with some frustration. Let you say the joke. I didn't expect this ring to be my weakness, even if I was vigilant enough about it. It was still another trick. It's okay, Headmaster. Everyone has weaknesses, and people without weaknesses are not human. Peter shook his head and said that he understood Dumbledore's situation, and his sister Ariana had always been his obsession, and it was easy to get caught when encountering something as a ring that was specially offensive and defensive. Dumbledore sighed, looked up at the phoenix hovering above the room, smiled, and said, "This is what you summoned. What a good companion. I just heard his voice in the illusion, but unfortunately one fell into it and did not want to come out, but wasted his efforts." Peter shook his head. It was he who sensed my situation and appeared here, and if he hadn't reminded me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get out of the illusion. Thank him very much, or we'll both be cursed by this ring. Dumbledore smiled and said, then exhaled, grabbed the sword, and looked firmly at the ring not far away. This Horcrux has obviously awakened and must be solved as soon as possible, not to be in endless trouble. Raising his sword and approaching with heavy steps, the Voldemort soul on the ring seemed to know the danger, desperately agitating the power of seduction, and seducing Dumbledore with hypnosis over and over again. But at this time, Dumbledore seemed to have his brain closed, his face was expressionless, and his eyes were indifferently holding up his sword. The Horcrux finds it difficult for Dumbledore to be seduced anymore and turns to target Peter, hoping to stop Dumbledore by controlling him. Peter sensed something strange and quickly raised his staff warily to the ring in the distance. However, Field landed directly on Peter's shoulder and made a continuous pleasant cry at him, counteracting the seductive power of most of the Horcruxes. Dumbledore came to the ring, raised his Gryffindor sword, and was about to slash at the ring. For more free follow novels, https://discord.gg/bpy8hmhp. I saw the ring suddenly move. A transparent little girl flew out of the ring. She looked dressed in 19th century clothing. When she saw Dumbledore, first she stepped back in fear, and then looked at him as if to confirm, and asked hesitantly, "Big brother, is it your horse?" Dumbledore was stunned, looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief, and said in a trembling voice, "Ariana." Peter was also stunned, and he looked at the girl who came out of the ring, not knowing what was going on. Could it be another illusion created by Voldemort? "Ariana, is it really you?" Looking at the illusory little girl in front of him, Dumbledore asked in a trembling voice. Shenhand wanted to touch the worm but did not dare. At this time he looked very fragile. "Abbes, it's really you." After the little girl confirmed Dumbledore's identity, a smile appeared on her face, and she took the initiative to touch Dumbledore's hand, but watching her hand pass through Dumbledore's body, it seemed to understand something in an instant, and she said with some disappointment, "I forgot that I was dead." Hearing Ariana's words, Dumbledore's body shook, and his eyes were fragile and guilty looking at his sister in front of him. "I'm sorry Ariana, is it right?" Ariana shook her head, smiled innocently, and said, "I don't blame you, Abbas, it was just an accident." Speaking, her illusory hand curiously touched Dumbledore's long beard, giggling and saying, "Abs has grown old, with a long beard, like Grandpa in a portrait." Looking at Ariana's innocent look, Dumbledore had only her in his eyes, and the sword in his hand unconsciously loosened. Peter had been paying attention to Dumbledore's state. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't care if the Ariana in front of him was real, but he knew that all this was a ghost made by Voldemort's soul piece. So Yensu shouted at Dumbledore, "Dumbledore, sober up, hurry up and solve the Horcrux. This is Voldemort's plan, and you can't get caught up in it anymore." Hearing Peter's words, Dumbledore's eyes fluttered, but looking at the real Ariana in front of him, his expression was constantly pure, and the sword in his hand was tight and loose, and he was reluctant to move. Ariana also heard Peter's voice, looked at Dumbledore in front of her, turned her head to look at the ring behind her, and said worriedly, "Arbus, am I causing you trouble?" "No, Ariana, you didn't get me into trouble, never." Dumbledore quickly shook his head, looked at her without blinking, and said with a lot of guilt, I haven't seen you in a long time." Ariana heard this and smiled happily, and Shin touched Dumbledore's leaning face with her hand, her eyes full of innocence. "Abus, I miss you too, but I shouldn't be here. That ring summoned me out of the land of death. I saw the evil spirit hidden inside it. It must have bad intentions for you. You can't hesitate any longer. It's dangerous for you." Guard holding Dumbledore's sword in his hand, he pointed toward the ring. "Cut it off, Abyss, destroy it before I can go back. I don't belong here." "But, Ariana, can't you stay with me for a while?" Dumbledore looked at his sister with reluctance, and his voice begged for retention. "Abbas, don't have to be so upset. We'll see you soon." Ariana shook her head and smiled, looking at him with pain. "Abbas, you don't look happy in a long time. It's not good. What about Aberforth? Is he still arguing with you?" It was a pity that I had not seen him this time, otherwise I could have persuaded him. Dumbledore shook his head. Aberforth had not spoken to him again in all these years, but he had not told Arian about these things. Peter watched very anxiously, and with the passage of time, the black law on the ring became stronger, and he directly resisted the thick black magic breath and the power of seduction, and approached Dumbledore. The wand in his hand pointed directly at the ring, and he decided that if Dumbledore did not move again, he would use the fire spell to solve the opening finger. Field on his shoulder also constantly let out a cry full of peaceful magic, blocking some of the magic of the ring for Peter. Dumbledore, hurry up, Ariana is dead. It is impossible to live again. It just wants to blackmail you with Ariana. Peter roared. ABS, do it, don't hesitate. Ariana gently encouraged. The evil spirit in the ring has awakened. He is absorbing the energy in that gem, and it will be very dangerous to wait any longer. Looking at Arian's simple smile, Dumbledore's lips moved slightly to say something, but feeling the dangerous breath coming from the ring, he took a deep breath, his eyes firm, and held aloft his sword to the ring. The ring sensed danger, and a flash of light flashed, and Ariana's shadow appeared in front of the sword, and it was still a very painful look. Dumbledore suddenly the sword stopped and looked at Ariana nervously. Ariana, what's wrong with you? Hurry up, Arbus, that evil spirit wants to threaten you, and if you destroy it, I will be able to free you, Arian said bitterly. Seeing this, Dumbledore's expression was solemn, and he looked at Ariana with unbearable eyes, holding his sword high through her shadow and slashing at the ring heavily. Suddenly, the ring was cut to pieces by the sword, accompanied by a terrible scream, and a dark cloud of black magic came out of the ring, with a vicious expression, looking at Dumbledore with hatred. Dumbledore flashed away. Peter groaned loudly, and then the wand in his hand flew out of a blue flame, burning the ring and the black smoke on the ground. The flames were not large, but the blazing heat quickly burned and evaporated the indestructible ring, and even the black smoke that wanted to attack Dumbledore's Voldemort face was burned by the flames without even uttering a scream, and it disappeared directly. When Peter retrieved the Devil's Flame, he found Dumbledore standing there with a lost face, and Ariana's shadow had disappeared long before the ring was destroyed. Peter sighed and did not come forward to comfort him, for this was something that Dumbledore needed to figure out for himself. He came to the place where the ring had been destroyed, which had been burned into a small pit by a fierce fire, and if it was burned again, I was afraid that it would burn through the ground of the 8th floor. However, he did not pay attention to these at this time, but rummaged through the pit and found a black gem from the ashes. The gem is only the size of a finger, but Peter does not dare to make it small. After all, it is the resurrection stone of the legendary god of death, although it cannot resurrect people, but just now the appearance of Ariana has proved its extraordinary, not to mention that Peter did not hurt it in the slightest with a strong fire spell, and can only be said to be one of the legendary Deathly Hallows. Peter played with the resurrection stone, but did not choose to try to use it to summon the souls of his loved ones. He remembered that the resurrection stone was only able to summon a substance that was more real than the soul, but more illusory than the entity, and this summoning ability was torture for both the dead and the thinking, so Peter did not want to try. He walked over, put the resurrection stone in Dumbledore's hand, and said, "This is one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, the resurrection stone, and I think you might need it." Dumbledore heard the words, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and he looked excitedly at the black gem in his hand. He had searched for the Deathly Hallows, had an Elder Wand in his hand, had touched the Cloak of Invisibility, and now had the Resurrection Stone. Legend has it that after collecting 3 sacred artifacts, they have the ability to conquer death. He fantasized about whether he could use the Deathly Hallows to truly resurrect the Aryan woman. Peter understood his expression, but did not remind him too much that Ariana was already Dumbledore's heart disease, and even if he reminded the Deathly Hallows that it did not have the ability to resurrect people, Dumbledore would probably not give up. So he looked at Dumbledore with an excited look in his eyes, said goodbye to him, and let Field take him home, leaving Dumbledore alone in the office silently watching the resurrection stone small.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.